Chapter 441 Zhao Jiuzhou's Proposal. A scuffle broke out in the venue. Lu Yuan hid from the distance and watched the excitement. Many powerful guests had already rushed forward. It turns out that money can make a difference. However, it seems that the 10 judges are tightly surrounded. But this is not the case. If a few people dare to break in brazenly, they naturally have the ability to save their lives. Wu Wei is the most active. His blue flame fists are strong and fierce, and his ghostly movements are unpredictable. Ordinary masters can't get through one round with his fists. Blue Fist Phantom. Wu Wei. I'm offended. Wu Wei knocked away several close-range experts, flicked the skirt of his robe, and stood up with his hands behind his back to report to the door. The man who had been quarreling with Wu Wei took out a half-meter-long writing brush and casually wrote the word kill in the air. A chilling air spread around, and then grew bigger and bigger as it flew forward. The people of Qiugong Kingdom seemed to be stunned. The word kill was knocked into their bodies in a daze, and then they fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. Wonderful writing brings flowers. Sima Su, please give me more advice. Not to be outdone, Sima Su blew himself up and then waved the brush in the air, causing the characters to fly around, causing the surrounding enemies to scramble to resist. Seeing this, Zhong Zuishan also started to attack. He threw the ancient bell into the air and hit the ancient bell with his fists and palms, and the sound waves spread out in circles. I thought it would be a sonic attack, but it did not cause any harm to the people around me. However, everyone who heard the bell felt desolate in their hearts. The team's morale was already low, and their fighting spirit dropped a lot again. Old and drunk. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Old Man Wei. Welcome to trial. After Zhong Zuishan lowered the enemy's fighting spirit, he hit the ancient bell more frequently, and the sound waves of attacks continued to spread to the surroundings. The only woman among the 10 people took out a guqin and sat on one leg in the air. The ankle of the other leg was placed horizontally on top of the knee. The guqin was placed firmly on her lap, and she began to play ancient music, wearing a light gauze white dress. She looks calm and spontaneous. Although she has entered the ranks of middle-aged people, her style is still the same and her fairy spirit is fluttering. Drunk and graceful. Shui Yuqin. A heartbreaking song. Where can I find a close friend in the world? The guqin perfectly matched the ancient bells of Zhong Zuishan. The sound of the guqin penetrated all directions, and the weaker Chichu had begun to bleed. Fortunately, both of them controlled their sound wave attacks to a very small range. Otherwise, more than half of the people would have died. Seeing that his side was completely passive, the old king of Qiugong Kingdom yelled angrily. What are you doing? Are you used to living a comfortable life? The two rhetorical questions were so full of energy that they immediately disrupted the rhythm of the bells and the music of the piano. The soldiers in front came to their senses, and the senior guards waiting for the opportunity behind did not dare to wait when they saw the old king was angry. The guards of the 5 princes and princesses of Qiugong Kingdom stepped forward. They had not taken action before just because they wanted to see more of these people's tricks. But ordinary masters of this level of fighting could never do it. The guests who rushed up for profit and dragon egg, although they were greedy for profit, saw that Qiugong was beaten so badly. They all stopped to observe. Lu Yuan had seen these 5 guards before, and they were all very powerful. But they were no better than the 10 judges. 5 against 10 was obviously not enough. But the old king of Qiugong's own guards had no intention of supporting him, and just kept quiet, standing quietly beside the old king. The eldest prince's guard was the first to speak. Wu Wei. Right. Seeing that you also use fists, why don't we make gestures? Anytime. Wu Wei was also considered a militant. He was the first to take action and wanted to attract some limelight. But he was overshadowed by the flashy moves of the few behind him. At this time, someone took the initiative to provoke him, so he naturally agreed happily. Wu Wei, don't mess up the plan, Sima Su reminded in a low voice. It's all about disrupting the auction anyway, as long as it makes them unhappy. That's enough, Wu Wei replied nonchalantly. Sima Su stopped talking, and Wu Wei was impulsive. Although the 10 of them were all very strong, it could be said that they were in danger at this time. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom was simply boiling a frog in warm water if he did not directly send the strongest person. After all, we only have a small number of people. If we are too eager to fight, we will inevitably be overwhelmed by the sea of people. In addition to the Qiugong people, there are also a group of participants who are eyeing the dragon eggs. The eldest prince and Wu Wei wanted to fight in a duel, but Sima Su advocated a quick battle. For some reason, the old king of Qiugong Kingdom did not issue an order after sending 5 people. A loud laugh broke the tense atmosphere when the swords were tense. Zhao Jiuzhou started with a smile to resolve the embarrassment. Took a few steps forward and proposed to both parties. It is better to resolve enemies than to end them. Senior Zhong has been feuding with the old king for a long time. Such a grand auction today has been ruined. Senior Zhong has also figured out this bad breath. But I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave at this time. Since the two of them proposed a one-on-one fight, I also have a suggestion. Let everyone see if it is reasonable or not. If we want to leave, can this mere barrier stop us? Wu Wei heard the threat in Zhao Jiuzhou's words, and said with a straight face. Does this brother think that the only military strength of Qiugong Kingdom is the venue? Or do you think that there are only a few masters in Qiugong Kingdom in front of you? Zhao Jiuzhou said, still smiling. Zhao Jiuzhou's simple words shocked everyone. And the old king of Qiugong Kingdom looked at Zhao Jiuzhou with solemn eyes. Not long has passed since the 10 judges invaded the venue. The reason why the old king let his elite soldiers die in vain was to show weakness, and make the invaders think that his business empire was weak and had only a few masters. At this moment, the outside of the venue has been surrounded. Once these people break through, they will face a violent storm of attacks. And the national protector-level masters of Qiugong Kingdom are outside preparing for a surprise attack. The old king didn't know what Zhao Jiuzhou's position was, but a few words revealed his plan. At this time, it was impossible to figure out what was going on. He could only wait for what Zhao Jiuzhou said to see what this person's intentions were. Brother, please continue to talk about your proposal. Sima Su reacted very quickly. Knowing that what Zhao Jiuzhou said was true, he quickly agreed. Qiugong country invited most of the New World forces just to prove its strength as a commercial power with this auction. Although the auction is now ruined, I believe that Qiugong country's business strength and operational capabilities are top-notch. Yes, so the old king's goal has been achieved. Senior Zhong, although the treasure was taken away at the beginning, the people present only saw you leading people to cause trouble. I think your judge organization is just trying to gain some fame. Since someone has proposed a one-on-one challenge, why don't we set up an arena and have an alternative auction, with natural resources and earthly treasures, and the virtuous will occupy them? Zhao Jiuzhou continued. The old king's eyes lit up, and he secretly sighed that Zhao Jiuzhou's vision and overall view not only showed the power of Qiugong Kingdom, but also did not lose the prestige of the judge organization. If 10 people above level 90 forcefully break through, or fight to the death, even if Qiugong Kingdom can kill them all, they will definitely pay a high price. And it is an unacceptable price. Then tell me how to set up this arena. The king of Qiugong Kingdom also followed suit and said, they are invaders, so they will naturally suffer some losses. There are 10 of them, and we will send 20. If they win more games in the end, we will let them go. If we win more games, we will also let them go. I just want to keep the stolen items. Apologize to the old king in person, and never cause trouble to the Qiugong Kingdom for the rest of my life. 10 versus 20. That's a bit interesting. Why not let 30 of you join? Chapter 442, Duan My Powder Again. Zhao Jiuzhou proposed that Qiu Gangua and the guests present should send 10 people each to fight against 10 judges. Although it seemed unfair, the judge organization was the party that provoked the trouble after all. Doing this will not only make the people of Qiugong Kingdom feel more psychologically comfortable, but it will also cause the smallest loss to Qiugong Kingdom in a duel. On the other hand, the 10 judges, although each of them has superior strength, it is not easy to escape from the pursuit of a country's masters. It was also Zhong Zuishan who was too trusting and underestimated the snake at the dinner that day. The power of this business empire. 10 versus 20. That's a bit interesting. Why not let 30 of you go? Wu Wei said belligerently. Okay. It's up to you. 10 of us versus 20 of you. Sima Su quickly interrupted Wu Wei. The 5 guards from Qiugong Kingdom were already very powerful. The guests present were even more eager to fight for the dragon eggs. Among the tens of thousands of guests, it was inevitable that there would be some crouching tigers, hidden dragons. If Wu Wei continues to talk nonsense and adds 10 more enemies, even if he wins in the end, the 10 people on his side will be exhausted. If Qiugong Kingdom turns against the enemy at this time, the 10 people will be in a state of eternal destruction. Of course, the situation has reached such a stage. The duel is not just a competition. This duel is a matter of victory and death. The judge's side and the Qiugong country are in the same situation. Needless to say, the guests participating in the meeting are involved, mostly for the sake of the dragon eggs. Please do what you can. Zhao Jiuzhou added. Brother, there is no need to say anything. You just need to choose a good person. Sima Su resumed. Lu Yuan saw that among the 10 people who came to judge, Wu Wei and Sima Su talked the most. One was brave and fierce, and the other was a little calm. But overall, although these 10 people were superior in strength, they were extremely poorly organized. In Lu Yuan's view, this organization was more like a group formed on a whim and acted without a plan. That's why it alerted others and then put a group of people in danger. Seeing that Sima Su was very cooperative and unambiguous, Zhao Jiuzhou turned directly to the old king of Qiugong Kingdom and said, if the old king has no objection, then he will send 10 experts. As for our guests, I will select them. I hope as long as your promise can be fulfilled in the end. Qiugong Kingdom has always been based on integrity, and what you promise will work naturally. The old king replied. Zhao Jiuzhou smiled kindly when he heard this, and then said, the quality of the guests attending the meeting varies. The key to victory or defeat depends on the Qiugangguo players. The old king nodded and began to deploy. But there were not many experts in the venue. As Zhao Jiuzhou said, most of the troops were ambushing outside the venue. Dear guests, many people wanted to fight for the dragon eggs just now. Now the opportunity has come. We have 10 places for guests. If you want to participate, come and sign up with me. Zhao Jiuzhou actually publicly searched for those who wanted to participate in the duel among the guests. As soon as the duel was mentioned, the guests who were eager to try it all calmed down, and no one dared to act rashly. After all, their own lives were involved, and the venue became quiet for a while. 10 contestants from the Qiugong Kingdom were quickly selected, including 5 bodyguards of the prince and princess and 4 powerful masters. The old king's bodyguard was also among them. The most mysterious among them is the guard of the old king. This person has a long and steady aura, and his strength is even more unpredictable. No matter how chaotic the scene is, he never leaves the old king for half a step. Even when the old king takes action, this guard never takes action. Have taken action. The selection of the 10 people from Qiugong Kingdom has been completed. The eldest prince's guard broke the silence in the venue. Seeing that the 10 players from Qiugong Kingdom were already in place, the guests at the meeting were still looking at each other, and no one from the major forces took the lead in taking a stand. Seniors, have you ever picked up a black Tangdao? That was my lost item. No one answered Lu Yuan, so he started looking for the Eternal Knight's sword. Although the dragon eggs were very precious, Lu Yuan knew the opponent's strength. If he could get his Eternal Knight's sword back, other things would have nothing to do with him. But this one? A strong man among the judges responded, holding Yongya. Exactly. I wonder if Senior can return my sword to me. It's just an idiot's dream. How come the items auctioned by Qiugong country become your sword? Although the strong man is physically strong, he is not stupid. Not to mention that he is a stranger to Lu Yuan. Even if the knife is of no use to him, he will not give it to others. The sealed Yongya knife seemed to feel Lu Yuan's aura. Even though the blade was sealed, it still buzzed and vibrated and swayed at a rate visible to the naked eye. How is your selection of guests attending the meeting? In my opinion, they should all go home obediently and don't risk their lives, Wu Wei said impatiently. Since the people who are joining in the fun are not ready yet, how about we discuss the rules together? Sima Su was not polite and directly positioned the guests at the meeting as people joining in the fun. Since it's a life and death battle, what rules are needed? The eldest prince's guard asked. It's a one-on-one duel, but the number of you is twice as many as ours. How to distribute the matches and how to count it as a victory needs to be briefly explained, Sima Su said. I don't know what my brother has to say. I don't think it's better than this. It's boring to play in turns. The people you choose stand together, and we will choose from them. In the end, when we win 15 games, we will be considered a winner. Of course, every game will be one-on-one, Sima Su said. Sima Su's purpose was obvious. He wanted to fight against many. He knew that his side was very powerful, but the number of people was small. If they faced off one-on-one in order, all the judges' tricks would be revealed, which would be very detrimental to the subsequent duel. On behalf of the guests attending the meeting, all of us have no objections, Zhao Jiuzhou said. At this time, many guests had signed up to participate, and the number of 10 people was quickly running out. Lu Yuan looked at the Yongya knife in the hands of the strong man, and then at the dragon egg next to the old king, and felt a little bit in his heart, tangled and complicated. In the end, Lu Yuan still stood in a team of 20 people. What surprised Lu Yuan was that the demons did not send anyone to participate. and even the major forces did not open their mouths to speak. Zhao Jiuzhou said so happily that among the final contestants without him, all the major forces would just sit back and watch. Now that you are ready, let's get started. Let's agree in advance that once the game starts, it cannot be terminated. If you have anything to add, please explain it as soon as possible. Sima Su talked about the rules being in order, as if they had already been prepared. Let's start. There was eye contact among the judges, and soon a man came out. The judge organization, Long Xiao, will choose you. Long Xiao casually pointed to a guest who was attending the meeting. This guest could be regarded as a generation master to the outside world. But at this moment, it was a bit unsatisfactory. The competition started soon, and the surrounding spectators and contestants distanced themselves, leaving a space in the middle. I thought it would be a wonderful game, but Long Xiao took advantage of the contestants to throw out a handful of white powder, and then the first contestant collapsed to the ground. It's Duan my powder again, Lu Yuan murmured. Chapter 443 Sword Slave. The first competition ended in a dramatic way. The guests who participated were originally very capable, but this Duan my powder was really overbearing, and it caught people off guard and instantly made them lose their ability to fight. Long Xiao on the side of the judge succeeded, but did not kill him. This was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he did not want to cause more trouble in this situation. The next one, I'll choose you. Long Xiao randomly selected another guest. But in Lu Yuan's view, this Long Xiao was very discerning. The two opponents he chose seemed to be tough at first glance, and Long Xiao was obviously very agile. This time the guests on the stage were obviously on guard, but Long Xiao did not directly use Duan my powder. After several collisions between the two sides, Long Xiao, who was level 90, was at a disadvantage. Lu Yuan knew that this guest was going to lose again. And sure enough, within 10 seconds, as the guest became more and more courageous as he fought, he was caught off guard by the powder thrown by Long Xiao. After the two battles, the judge's side had almost no consumption. The Duan my powder used was naturally found at the auction, and it should be the auction item prepared by Wei Wire. Unexpectedly, it became the enemy's trump card at this time. Long Xiao then made his selections, and without exception they were all guests. The 10 players set by Qiugong country were not considered at all. After Long Xiao eliminated 5 guests in a row, everyone in the room realized that they had been fooled. Qiugong State set a total of 6 players with superior strength, while the 10 players on the guest side were not a threat. Sima Su set the number of wins at 15, which means that if the judges can defeat 10 guests plus 4 ordinary masters from the Qiugong Kingdom with less than 5 people, then the remaining 5 judges will win. No matter what, you can win a game, as long as the victory reaches 15 games. It will be useless no matter how strong the remaining people of Qiugong Kingdom are, unless Qiugong Kingdom dares to break their promise in front of tens of thousands of people. Then Qiugong Kingdom will be considered ruined. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom glanced at Zhao Jiuzhou with a complicated expression, and then glanced at Zhong Zuishan, who was enjoying himself. Even though he was very cunning, he never expected that Zhao Jiuzhou was obviously helping Qiugong Kingdom stop losses. But in fact, he was helping the judge. Long Xiao is worthy of being a level 90 powerhouse, and the guests attending the meeting are no match for him. He has many methods and rich combat experience. There is more than one kind of poison, Duan my powder. But every time he wins, the antidote will be given to the defeated guests. Since none of the major forces or demons sent anyone, the rabble among the individual travelers were quickly defeated. After the 1v9, Long Xiao actually surpassed Lu Yuan and directly chose an ordinary master from Qiugong Kingdom. The poison of Duan my powder is not caused by me. Those who are poisoned can go to Qiugong Kingdom to ask for the antidote. After Long Xiao selected his next opponent, he directly pointed the blame at Qiugong Kingdom, as if it was not him who had just poisoned them, but the people of Qiugong Kingdom who had launched an attack on them. Among the 10 players sent by Qiugong Kingdom, the weakest was level 85, and just by looking at their calmness, one could tell that they were veterans with rich combat experience, and they were different from the previous rabble. Quick punch. Ah Fei, please give me some advice. The player from Qiugong State reported his family name. Thousands of spiders and 10,000 poisons. Long Xiao, please. Long Xiao also changed his previous attitude and became more serious. Ah Fei's fists were indeed very fast, but they were easily neutralized by Long Xiao. After a dazzling fight, the two sides once again distanced themselves. Ah Fei was breathing heavily and frowning, wondering why his physical strength had dropped so drastically after just a few moves. Young man, there's no point in being too fast. Men can't be too fast sometimes. Long Xiao said jokingly without even taking a breath. Ah Fei raised his fist and wanted to attack again. But he clearly felt that his strength was fading and his movements became slower. I will show mercy to those who join in the fun, but I will not show mercy to you. Go to H.L. Long Xiao's figure flashed past. His long and slender hands had turned black, and his fingertips traced across Ah Fei's neck, easily ending the battle. It turned out that when the fists and kicks of the two parties met, Ah Fei had already been poisoned by Long Xiao's spider poison. Those slender palms were the source of the poison. So Ah Fei's energy consumption accelerated, and he lost his fighting power unknowingly. Long Xiao shocked the audience with 1 against 10. It was hard to imagine that for such a powerful person, there were still 9 people standing aside and not making a move. No wonder the old king did not hesitate to use the dragon egg as a reward. The guests who were watching the excitement were all glad that he had not made a move before. There was a lot of noise in the venue, and everyone started talking. Most of them were saying that the judge organization was so strong that Qiugong country would inevitably be embarrassed this time. Lu Yuan, why did he jump over you directly? Did he see that you were very powerful? Fang Rou saw that there was a pause in the fight and couldn't help but ask Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head, cast his gaze in the direction of Zhao Jiuzhou and said, Haven't you seen it yet? Zhao Jiuzhou seems to be in cahoots with this judge. Everything is in their plan. But why they skip me? I don't really want to understand. This Zhao Jiuzhou can make waves wherever he goes. After a few chats, Long Xiao chose another player from Qiugong Kingdom. This time, Long Xiao seemed to be spoiled for choice and chose Wei Wire's bodyguard Sword Slave. Even Lu Yuan couldn't see through the strength of Sword Slave. But Lu Yuan vaguely felt that he must have broken through the level 90 mark. And his sword intention was very strong, giving Lu Yuan the feeling that he was not weaker than the sword master of Taoyuan world. The Sword Slave also knows the importance of this battle. If he loses again, then Qiugong Kingdom's defeat can be regarded as certain. The Sword Slave took off the long wooden box behind him, but said nothing the whole time. Long Xiao seemed to feel the pressure, and for the first time he actively mobilized his whole body's qi. His hands had already become dark and shrouded in black mist. The Sword Slave gently opened the wooden box, and with one move of his hand, a long sword flew out of the wooden box. It was the same as his Yongya knife. The long sword seemed to be in a sealed state. Only its sharpness could be seen, and there was nothing else special. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to look inside the wooden box, only to find that the inside of the wooden box was like a black hole that could not be seen through. It should be like a storage ring leading to another space. The Sword Slave's index finger and middle finger merged into a sword finger. He pointed it at the long sword floating in the air, and the seal on the sword body was instantly released. Without seeing any movement from the Sword Slave, the Kung Fu sword disappeared in midair in the blink of an eye. When he looked at it, the sword had returned to the wooden box, and the lid of the box was closed again. Who are you? Long Xiao uttered a word in horror. Guard of the 5th Princess of Qiugong Kingdom. Sword Slave. Sword Slave replied in a low voice. Long Xiao nodded after hearing this, and the blood marks on his neck appeared, and then blood spurted out. Long Xiao, who had been beaten 10 times just now, died like this. This scene shocked everyone. He actually killed a level 90 master in a flash. What kind of strength is this? Sword Slave. Sword Slave. I always thought you were the slave of the sword, but I didn't expect you to be the slave of the sword. Lu Yuan looked at the Sword Slave and said to himself. Chapter 444. Sword Controlling? Although the battle ended quickly, and it looked like Sword Slave was crushing him unilaterally, the price Sword Slave paid was actually quite high. Just by looking at his trembling right hand, you knew that the sword strike just now was not easy. That Sword Slave is so powerful, Fang Rou said in disbelief. Not only the people in the judge organization were surprised, but even the other players from Qiugong Kingdom didn't expect that Sword Slave was so strong. The Sword Slave secretly adjusted his breath for a long time before his right hand stopped shaking. He looked in the direction of the judges with his sword-like eyes and said coldly, Next. Originally, the rule Sima Su mentioned was that the judge would choose the opponent. But now there was no end in sight for the Sword Slave to win. It was obviously unrealistic to talk about the rules at this time, so we could only study who would continue to fight. The remaining judges fell silent. Although Long Xiao's strength was not the strongest among them, he was still above average. Now that he was instantly killed with one move, the Sword Slave's strength could only be described as unfathomable. I'll meet him. The strong man with the Yongye sword stood up. Judging from his size, it was clear that his defensive power must be amazing. Iron bones! Shirkun! Shirkun hugged his fist politely and introduced himself simply and neatly. Such politeness was in great contrast to his appearance. The sword slave nodded slightly and said nothing. His momentum continued to rise. With a stroke of the sword finger on his right hand, another sword flew out of the wooden box. It was obviously different from the previous one. Seeing this, Shirkun didn't dare to be careless. Luck spread all over his body, and his bronze skin glowed with gleaming luster. He clenched his hands into fists and concentrated on preparing for battle. The sword slave drew a few symbols with his fingers, and the seal on the sword was instantly released. The powerful sword intention spread out, and then condensed into the sword. The sword flashed away and attacked Shirkun. Shirkun had been prepared for a long time, and his whole body shone brightly. Although the sword slave's sword was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, it did not really disappear. If he was prepared in advance, he would not be unable to defend himself. I saw Shirkun turning sideways quickly, and then swung his right fist out like lightning. The sound of metal clashing sounded, and he punched the side of the sword. The sword was knocked away. Although Shirkun did not touch the blade, he still felt there was a stinging pain in my fist. The sword rolled twice in the air before being recalled. Shirkun took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack the sword slave. The sword slave summoned 3 more swords with his right hand and flew out from the wooden box. He grabbed one of them with one hand and rushed forward, and the other 2 rotate the sword around the sword slave's body, while dodging the sword flying in the air. Shirkun fought closely with the sword slave. His big fist dared to collide with the sword blade. For a moment, no one could do anything to him. Lu Yuan saw clearly from the side, and then he understood the attack method of the sword slave. The sword slave had a sealing technique, which was to seal the sword and place it in a wooden box, so that the sword's meaning was hidden in the sword body. When the battle comes, the seal is instantly released, and the sword intent that has been accumulated for a long time bursts out naturally and violently. If the person being attacked is not prepared, it will be easy to get hit. The sword slave's method is similar to Lu Yuan's sword box for raising swords, except that the sword slave treats the sword as a slave, and Lu Yuan is more willing to get along with the sword as an equal. Shirkun and the sword slave fought back and forth, but in Lu Yuan's opinion, Shirkun had been fooled, because the 3 swords summoned by the sword slave were all in a sealed state. Once the seal was released at such a close distance, suddenly Shirkun definitely had no time to react. It turned out just as Lu Yuan expected. The cross attack of 2 swords around the sword slave interrupted Shirkun's rhythm. Then the seal of the sword in the sword slave's hand was released, and the dazzling light dazzled Shirkun. The sword slave stabbed out, and Shirkun had no time to dodge and could only block it with his arms. Unexpectedly, he could fight with it before, but now he was pierced like tofu. Shirkun could be considered a man. He was pierced through his left forearm, but he frowned slightly and did not dare to let the sword go deeper. He endured the severe pain and threw his left arm away. The sword slave's sword was deflected by his left arm, so he could only give up and continue thrusting forward, because Shirkun's right fist had already taken advantage of the momentum to strike. Taking advantage of the momentum, the sword swung upwards, and Shirkun's left arm was cut off directly. 2 swords flew in front of him in the air to block Shirkun's right fist. Shirkun used all his strength to punch, but even with the seals of the 2 swords fully opened, he still couldn't resist. After knocking the swords away, the punch still hit the sword slave's chest. The sword slave was knocked back by a punch. After he stood firm, he couldn't help vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood. He pinched the sword technique with his right hand. The sword in the air took advantage of Shirkun's stiffness after the blow and inserted it straight into his back. Although the sword slave won this battle, he was seriously injured. If he continued to fight, his life might not be saved. The sword slowly flew back to the wooden box. The sword slave took off Shirkun's storage bag and threw it directly to Lu Yuan after thinking about it. Your sword is inside, and the other things are as an apology. If you have a chance to play, please help me. Xiaogang Kingdom. The sword slave's chest rose and fell, and he said to Lu Yuanzhuang. Lu Yuan took the storage bag in surprise. He didn't expect the sword slave to make such a move in the end, betting that he could help. It's no wonder that even if the sword slave continues to fight, at most one person will be replaced, and Lu Yuan seems to be the weakest. The judge will inevitably pick the weakling, so Lu Yuan's battle is also crucial. But Lu Yuan is not stupid. Who wants to fight for his life with a group of level 90 masters? although he often fights beyond level. He is only level 75 after all. Even if he wins by chance, he will inevitably be injured later. The sword slave was naturally just trying his luck. And no one would make fun of his own life. Not to mention that the relationship between Lu Yuan and Qiugong country was not good. Who will die next? The sword slave retracted his thoughts, and while adjusting the wound on his chest, he challenged the Judge Feng. Little guy, you are very strong, and I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, our positions are different. We are destined to be enemies. Zhong Zuishan stood up. The sword slave's attack was very strong, and it was difficult for others to resist even if he fought to the death. The judge's side lost 2 people in a row, and would never allow any more casualties. Old guy, if you hadn't been here to disrupt the situation, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. Are you satisfied with this scene now? Sword slave said, covering his chest. Since Zhong Zuishan did not take advantage of the situation to launch an attack, the sword slave was naturally happy to have more time to nurse his injuries. Zhong Zuishan's ancient bell was very unique. When the sword slave was in its prime, he did not dare to say that he would win. So he had to fight tooth and nail. Zhong Zuishan was a little unhappy with what the sword slave said, and he frowned slightly and took out the ancient bell. I'm here to learn how to use your sword. After Zhong Zuishan said that, he launched an attack directly. The ancient bell spun like a top, and the buzzing sound made people's scalp numb. The sword slave straightened his back and waved his hands at the same time. Hundreds of swords flew out of the wooden box at the same time. The swords hovered in midair. The seals were unlocked one after another, and a sword whirlwind blew in the venue. The previous attack method of the sword slave seemed familiar to Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan was even more sure that the sword slave used the sword control technique. At the beginning, Jian Chen's sword control skills were all transformed into thousands of illusions with one sword. But the sword slave actually kept these hundreds of swords. No one knew how many swords there were in the mysterious wooden box. The seals on hundreds of swords were all released in the blink of an eye. Veins popped up on the sword slave's face, and he controlled hundreds of swords to attack Zhong Zuishan from all directions. Chapter 445 Special Skills. The sword slave unlocked the seals of hundreds of swords at once, and the strong sword energy instantly swept through the entire venue. Although the power was huge, it put a huge load on the already injured body. Lu Yuan finally saw sword slave's technique clearly. Although there are thousands of sword techniques in the world, and sword control skills are not uncommon, Jian slave's sword control techniques are very similar to Jian Chen. Although it feels unscientific, could the sword slave also be the descendant of the Taoyuan sword master? From the mystery of the first meeting, the layer of sword intent covering the whole body, the special method of raising the sword, and the ultimate move that burst out at this moment, everything is connected together. Except for the senior sword master Lu Yuan. I can't think of anyone else. People. But this Qiugong country is clearly not a country in the Taoyuan world. The senior sword master should not have traveled through the time and space rift before. The sword master has practiced swords for more than a few years. So this is the reason why Lu Yuan cannot believe it. Hundreds of swords released their seals at the same time and danced wildly in the air. Zhong Zuishan also sensed the danger. The ancient bell that he had planned to attack quickly retracted, and he actually got into the ancient bell. The ancient bell fell to the ground with a clang. Zhong Zuishan pressed his hands against the inner wall of the ancient clock. The energy in his body continued to pour into the ancient clock. The originally slightly old ancient bell appeared golden for the first time. Despite the crazy attacks from hundreds of swords, the ancient bell remained unmoved. And Zhong Zuishan even hid inside without being hurt. The sword slave's sword is usually sealed and raised, but now it is unleashed like a wild horse and goes crazy. After being unable to attack for a long time, the sword slave shows signs of losing control. Receive. The sword fingers of the sword slave's hands merged with a loud shout, and hundreds of swords flew in front of him. There was a sound of metal merging, and many swords were pieced together, and strong sword intent was concentrated on the tip of the synthetic giant sword. Zhong Zuishan, who was inside the ancient bell, also sensed something was wrong. He pushed up with his palms and got out from under the ancient bell. He stood the ancient bell horizontally with the mouth of the bell facing the place where the sword slave merged with the giant sword. He struck hard on both sides of the ancient bell with both palms. His mouth pointed at the huge mouth of the carved dragon on the top of the ancient bell and let out a lion's roar. The ancient bell was used to amplify the power of the lion's roar technique, and the sonic attack changed the frequency by slapping the sides of the bell body. The sonic bombs visible to the naked eye flew towards the sword slave. At this moment, The sword slave's ultimate move was also ready. The sword energy condensed by 100 swords was overwhelming, and it easily pierced the incoming sonic bullet and stabbed Zhong Zuishan. The piercing sound wave bomb did not disappear, but spread into circles of sound wave ripples, and finally fell on the sword slave. The sword slave resisted the attacks one after another, and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. The giant sword continued to advance, and finally stabbed the ancient bell in front of Zhong Zuishan. The mouth of the ancient bell was strange, like a giant mouth of the abyss. It swallowed up the sword slave's moves. The sword slave finally exhausted his strength and knelt on the ground on one knee. But there was no bitterness of failure. Zhong Zuishan was slightly surprised when he saw this. The blow he thought he could not block was actually swallowed up by his own ancient bell. Faced with victory, he did not hesitate and flew up to deliver a fatal blow to the sword slave. Upon seeing this, the sword slave simply sat down on the ground, spreading his sword fingers, and a smile appeared on his face. A horse with a bridle and a wild horse left on the grassland are not the same kind of horse. The sword slave said something incomprehensible. Zhong Zuishan was sure of victory, but suddenly his face froze, and when he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The slightest crack appeared on the ancient bell, and sword rays shot up into the sky, tearing the ancient bell apart and stabbing mercilessly passed through Zhong Zuishan's body. The instant reversal was surprising. Zhong Zuishan's body fell heavily to the ground. Hundreds of swords became dim and scattered on the ground due to the exhaustion of energy. The sword slave finally lost all strength and lay down weakly. Before the people from Qiugong Kingdom could step forward, Lu Yuan had already hurried to the sword slave. "Who is your sword master?" The sword slave shook his head. "No one taught me. It's a pity. I think your sword-wielding skills are very similar to those of the sword master from Taiyuan world." The sword slave's eyes were somewhat moved, but he still didn't say a word and silently turned his head to the side. "Hey, are you done? Do you still want to fight?" Wu Wei interrupted Lu Yuan's question. It seemed that the sacrifice of 3 comrades did not affect his mood. "Since you are here because of Zhong Zuishan's matter, and now that the person involved is gone, what's the point of continuing the fight?" Lu Yuan couldn't stand Wu Wei's arrogant look and couldn't help but reply. "The others are gone, but that doesn't mean the original thing didn't happen. We just want to judge evil and uphold justice." "Bullshit justice. If it's really just for justice, why did you enter the venue to grab the auction items first? If it's really for justice, why not just rush in and rebel against the Qiugong Kingdom? It's a waste of time to challenge each other here. I think you have other intentions." "Right." Lu Yuan was not sure, but anyone who had anything to do with Zhao Jiuzhou must have some conspiracy behind them. When Wu Wei heard this, he glanced in the direction of Zhao Jiuzhou. Zhao Jiuzhou looked at his watch and nodded to Wu Wei. "I see that your boy has also signed up to participate in a one-on-one duel. In that case, let us fight this round," Wu Wei said with contempt on his face. If he hadn't been specifically told to save Lu Yuan's life before coming here, I'm afraid that the first Long Shao would have killed this kid. How could such a low-level person have the right to stand here and yell? Wu Wei would have been dissatisfied. Lu Yuan didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Unexpectedly, he impulsively stepped forward to ask a few words, but was stopped here by the brainless Wu Wei. "Okay, Blue Fist Phantom. Right. I won't use weapons today. Let's just use our fists and feet to make gestures." "Ha. Childish. Come on. Let me give you 3 moves." Wu Wei put one hand behind his back, gently moved his fingers with the other hand, and looked at Lu Yuan with an unsentimental expression. Lu Yuan didn't refuse. Since the other party was entrusting him, he took advantage of it. He stepped out with the Qiankuan footwork and used the Qiankuan palm that he hadn't used for a long time. The Endless Universe. The other party said he would give Lu Yuan 3 moves, but that didn't mean he wouldn't hide. Lu Yuan would naturally not be fooled. One move made the world infinite, which was the endless change of yin and yang. It was endless and boundless, making it impossible for people to hide. There is no way to avoid it, which is the essence of this move. Although Wu Wei calls himself the Phantom of the Blue Fist, he mainly relies on his body skills to be flexible. In fact, his boxing skills are as reckless as his personality. Faced with such exquisite palm skills, he can only rely on his body skills to dodge, and has no idea how to fight back. But every time he landed, attacks would follow accurately. Every time he punched back, they all hit the void. There is a big difference in strength between him and you. It doesn't matter if he gets slapped a few times. Stay calm, Sima Su reminded from the side. Sima Su's reminder was met with boos. Since there was such a big difference in strength, it was a bit pricey to need an off-field reminder. Wu Wei had no time to pay attention to the boos around him. Hearing Sima Su's reminder, he no longer evaded, and was ready to be attacked by Lu Yuan. The worst he could do was exchange a palm for a punch. In the end, he got the best deal. He had already forgotten that he wanted Lu Yuan to attack 3 times. Something happened. What Lu Yuan was waiting for was for Wu Wei to give up dodging and strike out with a palm that he had already stored up. It was the strongest single move of the Qianquan palm technique. Qianquan throw. Wu Wei counterattacked with a fist and hit the air again. But Lu Yuan appeared strangely behind him and hit Wu Wei in the back of the heart with a throw of Qianquan, making him lose his center of gravity in an instant. And he struck like a dog grabbing shit. Go far away. Everyone thinks that Lu Yuan is a master of swordsmanship, but they don't know that Lu Yuan's palm skills are his special skill. Chapter 446. Do you really understand me? Wu Wei believed that his strength was much higher than Lu Yuan, so he didn't take Lu Yuan's attack seriously at first. When he realized the power of Lu Yuan's moves, he was already deeply immersed in the mystery of the infinite universe. Lu Yuan only used 2 moves to knock Wu Wei away. Moreover, this dog-grabbing posture was extremely insulting. But Wu Wei, who had lost his center of gravity, had nothing to do. The venue burst into laughter again, as if the cruelty of the previous battle had been forgotten. Wu Wei rolled up from the ground in embarrassment. The friction with the ground did not leave any wounds on him, but there was still a dull pain in the back of his heart where Lu Yuan had hit him. The so-called harm is not high, but it is extremely insulting. This is what should be said. No wonder your nickname is Blue Fist Phantom. Looking at your back lying on the ground, you are quite attractive. Good boy. Let me show you what a fist is, Wu Wei said bitterly. There's still 1 move left. Are you going to stop giving in? Lu Yuan said with a smile. Cut the nonsense. Wu Wei became so angry that he wanted to tear Lu Yuan into pieces, and attacked Lu Yuan with blue arrogant iron fists like raindrops. Lu Yuan used the footwork of Qianquan, just dodging and twisting and turning. His palms did not directly touch Wu Wei's fist. At most, he could push Wu Wei's fist away from the side. Lu Yuan knew that although he was superior to Wu Wei in terms of moves and techniques, his hard power was still lacking. So he kept wearing down Wu Wei's patience, and silently waited for Wu Wei to reveal a flaw. Wu Wei was indeed impatient. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, he lost his composure. His steps were a little messy, and his fists became more and more rapid. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not let go of this flaw. Taking advantage of Wu Wei's messy boxing skills, he followed up with a palm every time he pushed away the opponent's fist. The rhythm of Wu Wei's attacks was already chaotic, and coupled with Lu Yuan's constant counterattacks, Wu Wei's attacks were completely cut off within a few strokes. The accumulated power of counterattacks with one palm after another was extremely powerful. Wu Wei, who was originally full of confidence, had a bitter look on his face. This kid was obviously much weaker than him, but he was still like a loach, unable to catch or hit, and he still started to attack. It comes like a ferocious beast, decisive and sharp. Lu Yuan had too much experience in competing with peerless masters, and the level of Qianquan palm was much higher than that of Wu Wei's boxing. By avoiding the important and taking the easy, he easily broke through Wu Wei's inner defenses. Wu Wei was in disarray, and his momentum was at a disadvantage. If he continued to be led by Lu Yuan, he would lose sooner or later. Wu Wei, he is not as strong as you. He must remain unchanged to cope with all changes, and use stillness to break. Don't lose your position, Sima Su reminded again from the side. Although Wu Wei was always quarrelsome with Sima Su, she was really obedient at critical moments and calmed down after being reminded. Take half a step back with one leg to stand still. Retract a pair of fists. Rest your right hand on your chest, and tuck your left fist under your ribs. Wu Wei wanted to exchange fists for palms. Although the head-on approach was stupid, it was also the most effective method at the moment. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not be fooled. He cleverly retracted the palm he was about to strike. With a slight effort on one leg, he distanced himself from Wu Wei. He put his hands behind his back and said, as if he was being lectured by an elder, "Now that you have stopped, there is no intention to continue the competition. Let's stop it here." "Who stopped?" "You kid. Don't act like a rogue." The guests present heard even louder boos and pointed at Wu Wei and several masters behind him. "No matter how strong your strength is, what can you do? You can't even beat a child. That is, relying on your own strength to disrupt the situation. What will happen in the end? It's not just dead and wounded, but the living people are acting rogue. Look at the look in his eyes. He's still very unconvinced. What do you think? You can still kill all of us? The venue with tens of thousands of people became increasingly chaotic, with criticisms, complaints, and ridicules endlessly heard. Lu Yuan is no longer anxious about this situation. He is not uncommon in things that people say are scary. Now that public opinion is on his side, he just needs to wait for it to change. Wu Wei, go back. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. If you are arrogant, you should be mentally prepared for failure. Another person came out from the side of the judge. This person's complexion was fair and pink, and his words were gentle and elegant. But he was very unkind to Wu Wei in his words. The visitor opened an exquisite iron fan in his hand, fanned it twice casually and said, "My little brother is not very old, but your palm skills have reached the realm of enlightenment. But your palm skills are not your strongest point. What's your name?" The visitor was halfway talking and was waiting for Lu Yuan to ask. But Lu Yuan changed the subject directly and asked his name. "You little devil. Shouldn't I ask you where your strongest point is? Of course I know what I am best at. Is it just a one-sided relationship and you know me better than I do?" Lu Yuan didn't care and replied as if he was telling a tongue twister. "Good boy. Your most powerful thing is probably your mouth." "Wrong. It's here." Lu Yuan pointed at his brain and said, "The white-faced scholar, Yuan Sheng, learns from my little brother's clever tricks." Yuan Sheng bowed his hands and saluted, and without any hesitation after finishing his words, he opened the iron fan again and attacked Lu Yuan directly. Yuan Sheng's steps were very light, and the iron fan opened and cut across like a blade. Lu Yuan stepped back to avoid it, pulled out the Eternal Night Knife from Shi Kuan's storage bag, and blocked it with an upward movement. This blow, the Yongye sword reappeared, but it lacked the aura of the past, and the blade was obviously still sealed by the sword slave. Although Yuan Sheng's blow was blocked, he did not give up the opportunity. He swung the iron fan, and a hidden weapon flew out. Then he closed the iron fan, thrust out with the iron fan, and used another sword move. Lu Yuan casually knocked the hidden weapon away with a few sword flowers. He didn't know how to break the seal, so he could only focus his whole body's energy on the Yongye sword, and finally broke through the seal when Yuan Sheng was approaching. Different from the sword that the sword slave had unlocked, the seal of Yongye knife was broken, and the sword spread out like a black hole, and Yuan Sheng was enveloped in it before he had time to react. "I'm starving to death." A roar came out from the darkness, and those familiar with it would naturally know who else it could be besides the gold-swallowing beast. Although Yuan Sheng's body technique was flexible, after being swallowed by the darkness, the negative effects such as coldness, negativity, and deceleration were superimposed, and the speed also slowed down, and he was caught off guard and had no time to react. Lu Yuan's mind's eye has been opened, and the Yongye sword is controlled by the gold-swallowing beast, so these effects are completely useless to him. Jinghong, using a quick sword move, he launched an attack on Yuan Sheng in the dark. Yuan Sheng was unable to defend himself due to his dull senses. The number of wounds on his body gradually increased. The more wounds there were, the slower his body's reaction became. With a huge difference in strength, Yuan Sheng was beaten by Lu Yuan and was unable to fight back. After a long time, the black mist finally dissipated, and a dark monster squatted in front of Lu Yuan, looking at his master Lu Yuan with an innocent face. On the other side, Yuan Sheng was lying weakly on the ground. Only half of the iron fan in his hand was left. The other half seemed to have been bitten off by something. There were countless knife wounds on his body. Although he was not dead at this time, he had lost his ability to fight. "Do you really know me? Did you know that I am so skilled in using weapons before this?" Lu Yuan asked Yuan Sheng two heart-wrenching questions, and the weak Yuan Sheng couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Chapter 447, Seizing Power. Yuan Sheng lost his fighting ability. Although Lu Yuan said he was not forgiving, he did not continue to pursue him. After all, Lu Yuan had no deep hatred against these people. Lu Yuan won again. Apart from the surrounding guests cheering for him, the other major forces didn't seem to have much trouble, including the old king of Qiugong Kingdom. He was just amazed by Lu Yuan's performance. The demon showed no expression at all. Only Zhao Jiuzhou glanced at his watch every once in a while, as if waiting for something. The judge's side had lost several games in a row, and their momentum had dropped to a freezing point. But after all, the hard power was there, and the eyes of the remaining people were filled with anger. Another man walked out from among the judges. As he stepped forward, his armor attached to his body on its own. With a flick of his hand, a square halberd appeared in his right hand. He looked majestic and looked like a general. Lu Yuan heard the people from Chiogong talking behind him and learned that the square heavenly halberd in his hand was one of the items in the auction. And it belonged to the god of war square heavenly halberd among the divine weapons. Lu Yuan had read the auction list and knew that this was a top-level epic weapon. Once a weapon reaches the epic level, it is considered top-notch. Although there is a gap between it and the weapons he uses, it will have its own special attributes. Lu Yuan didn't expect that after getting involved, he wouldn't be able to stop. And he defeated 2 people in a row. Although he didn't use any cruel tactics. If he was defeated, the judge might not be merciful. While Lu Yuan was thinking, a passage opened in the barrier at the entrance of the auction venue. And 2 princesses and more than a dozen Chiogong Kingdom masters ran in a panic. The old king's expression changed when he saw this. And the judge who came forward with the square halberd also stopped. Zhao Jiuzhou even put his hands behind his back. And he seemed to be much more relaxed. Lu Yuan's senses were sharp, and he naturally saw that the situation might have changed. He took a few steps back vigilantly, and waited for the situation to develop. The 2 princesses ran to the old king and whispered something in their ears. After hearing this, the usually calm old king frowned and glanced in the direction of the demons with a complicated expression. The old king thought for a moment and gave a few orders to the 2 princesses. Then stepped forward and said bluntly, Chiogong country has always only pursued commercial development and has no intention of participating in land disputes. This time we sincerely invite all forces to visit. I thought that you would temporarily put aside your personal grudges, but I didn't expect that you would lead the war to your own country. The old king paused here and glanced around the major forces with complex eyes. The barrier of the venue behind him had been opened, and the guests began to evacuate the venue. Although the armies of the 10 countries in Duki continent have gathered here, they only want to protect themselves. The demons are full of tricks. Although the Chiogong Kingdom promised to protect our safety, the demons' troops secretly mobilized. And we will not entrust my life to others. Prince Carlos spoke on behalf of the 10 countries of Duki continent. Our divine weapon kingdom in Sanhui continent is the same as yours. We only focus on forging. However, the demon tribe has repeatedly invaded Sanhui continent, causing the 2 countries, the north and the south, who have been in conflict for many years to join forces. Now that we come to participate in this auction, we actually want to have established commercial relations with your country, and our army also protects itself. The elder of the Shibing Kingdom spoke on behalf of Sanhui continent. Several major forces have stated their positions, while some small forces have stated that they have not sent troops at all, and are wary of these large countries having large numbers of troops. The most domineering ones are the barbarian forces. Our barbarian continent has been unified for a long time, and the territory is vast. I and dozens of people are here for this trip, no matter what kind of god or demon you are. If you dare to provoke our barbarian cavalry, you will be crushed. Zhao Jiuzhou had been listening to everyone's speech silently. When everyone had finished expressing their opinions, he was about to step forward to speak. But Fang Di beat him to it. The sky is big and the earth is big. The demon clan, can go wherever they want. The world will eventually be unified by our demon clan. If you are all shouting innocent, then you are blaming us. Fang Di said with an indifferent expression. Zhao Jiuzhou shook his head softly when he heard the words from behind. Fang Di was still too young. Even if the demons were powerful, the war must be won with the least casualties. Now facing the arrogance of various forces in the new world, it is inevitable to provoke everyone's resistance. Although the demons seem to have the upper hand now, they have divided their forces to invade various forces, causing the demons to be scattered. On the other hand, all the continents that were originally like a piece of scattered sand have united. If they cannot attack for a long time, it is very likely that the demons will be attacked from both sides. Obviously, no one in the demon clan has ever heard of the story about an elephant killed by ants. Although Zhao Jiuzhou holds some military power, he is still not a pure-blooded demon clan, and some decisions still cannot be made completely according to his own ideas. We, the Chiogong Kingdom, have never looked at the other party's identity when doing business. It's not because we are ignorant. Now that your demon clan is so untrustworthy, don't blame me, the Chiogong Kingdom, for being ruthless. The old king of Chiogong Kingdom was a little angry after hearing this. Over the years, even a very evil person would wait until the auction was over and leave Chiogong Kingdom before doing something shameful. Most of the people who did those things were neat, and would not leave any traces. So Kyugangwo also turned a blind eye. Like this time, they dared to openly besiege the Chogon Kingdom. The Demon Clan was the first force that dared to do so since the founding of the Chogon Kingdom. Just now the two princesses came to convey the news that there were heavy troops outside the Chogon Kingdom city. Among them, the East Gate, South Gate and North Gate were from the same force, which was the Demon Clan. Shimen was crowded with soldiers from other major forces. But unlike the demons, the leaders of other forces had already made their intentions known, and they were just to protect their own participants from retreating safely. Smelly old man, do you still think of the new world as the past? Even your son has betrayed you. Otherwise, how do you think our demon army can come to the city without anyone noticing? Fongdi saw that the old king was still putting on airs. Can't help but tell the truth. The old king of Chogon Kingdom frowned and did not want to believe what Fongdi said. However, based on Chogon Kingdom's external investigation, it is true that so many troops would not be discovered until they arrived at the city. Father, the second brother, he has rebelled. The city gate has been opened, and the third brother is dealing with the second brother. Wei Wire suddenly ran into the venue and shouted out without caring about keeping it secret. The steady old king was shocked when he heard the news, and suddenly glanced at the eldest prince's guards. Suffer it. The old king of Chogon Kingdom suddenly realized that the eldest prince was seriously injured by Zhong Zuishan. But his bodyguards had been in the venue all the time, and he did not discover such a huge loophole. Old man, you finally found out? Fong Di sneered and mocked. Just as Wei Wire ran to the old king, the second prince had already arrived at the entrance of the venue carrying a head. The second prince threw the third prince's head towards the old king and said with a ferocious smile, Father, this time the eldest brother and the third brother are gone. Let me see who can still compete with me. Chapter 448 Climb High and Shout. Wei Wire and the fourth princess got the old king's order and left the venue. But as soon as they arrived at the city wall, they saw the second prince rebelling. Wei Wire reacted very quickly and returned to the venue to report the news. But the fourth princess took the people alone and went to nowhere. Father! This time the eldest brother and the third brother are gone. I wonder who can compete with me. First prince? Can't you see how good the second prince is? The second prince laughed ferociously. Road. You traitor. You actually united with outsiders to deal with your family. Even if Chogon Kingdom is destroyed, you won't be able to inherit it. The old king of Chogon Kingdom angrily reprimanded. Second brother, you are confused. Why would you do such a stupid thing? Wei Wire cried with tears on her face. You are the old fools and the little fools. No matter how much money you make, it doesn't matter. What people should pursue is power. The power to overlook the world. As the second prince spoke, his body began to change, and horns unique to the demon race appeared on his head. His strength also increased rapidly. His original strength of more than 80 levels suddenly reached the threshold of 90 levels. This is the power given to me by the demons. The second prince became more and more crazy. Zhao Jiuzhou and others were not in a hurry to attack, and the guards they brought with them had already protected several people. The judge and his party no longer concealed themselves, and directly stood on the side of the demons. The old king of Chogon Kingdom was extremely angry. He suddenly opened his arms, and his momentum was in vain. He threw off the cloak behind him, and went to clean up the door. I come! The old king's bodyguards took the lead. How could the king do it himself at this time? The old king's guards went to deal with the second prince. The eldest prince's guards, and the second prince's guards also joined forces to attack the old king. The guards of the fourth princess had already disappeared, and the sword slave had been injured and lost his fighting ability. What was originally an invasion by foreign tribes has now become a civil war in the Chogon Kingdom. Lu Yuan didn't want to continue to participate. Protecting Fang Rou was what he had to do. He pulled the sword slave behind and guarded them in front of him. Little brother, can you help protect the fifth princess? The sword slave still asked for help when he was weak. Lu Yuan looked at the sword slave curiously, wondering what could make this man so loyal. Are you the descendant of Taoyuan Sword Saint? Lu Yuan deliberately added the word Taoyuan. After all, after the New World merges, no one knows whether there is a second sword master in other parallel worlds. The sword slave looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes, and finally nodded. My method of sealing and enslaving swords is not bright. Master has always disapproved of my method of sword training. But at the beginning, I insisted on going my own way and did not listen to him. The old man discouraged me from claiming to be his descendant. Lu Yuan was a little helpless. Why did every one of the descendants of the Sword Saint he met say that he was not worthy? The same was true for senior brother Mou from Hepping Village before. He didn't know if Hepping Village would still be peaceful later. Senior Sword Master taught me the 9 swordsmanship. I see that your sword-wielding skills are familiar. I just helped him before, so I can repay his kindness. Lu Yuan looked at the battlefield and replied. After the fusion of the New World, I enslaved many swords. In the end, due to lack of strength, the sword energy in the sword box backfired. The 5th princess saved my life. Although my sword slave is not a gentleman, I did not repay her kindness and promised to protect her. 3 years, now less than a few months. The sword slave became more and more sad as he spoke. Lu Yuan looked at Wei Wire, who was fighting side by side with the old king. He didn't know what to do for a while. There were no longer a few soldiers in the Qiugong kingdom. But in a battle of this level, it was really a bit difficult to rely only on the soldiers in the venue. Not quite enough. What? You want to follow me into the muddy water again? Fang Rou said. Still hesitating. Lu Yuan replied. Look at the demons, and the few remaining members of the judges. They will probably beat you up as soon as you take action before saving anyone. Fang Rou reminded. Lu Yuan nodded. He had already thought about this situation. With his friendship with Sword Slave, he could not reach the point where he would sacrifice his life for him. Being able to protect Sword Slave's safety was for the sake of Senior Sword Master's face. Junior brother, don't be embarrassed. Please help me protect the law while I adjust my breathing for a while. The Sword Slave's eyes were firm, and he regained his energy. At this time, he calmed down and began to exercise and adjust his breath. Although a moment's breath adjustment had no effect at all, Lu Yuan still nodded. This was better than rushing forward directly. What Lu Yuan didn't expect was that the old king of Qiugong Kingdom was very powerful, and actually had the upper hand even when 1 versus 2. The reason why the old king is said to be 1 against 2 is because Wei Wire has no effect at all, and instead distracts the old king. The guards of the dead 3rd prince finally made up their minds, and actually joined the demon clan and started to help fight. It seemed that the guards of several princes had been bribed, maybe in order to obtain the mysterious power of the demon clan. The guards of the 3 princes were already very powerful. But in a 3-on-1 situation, the old king gradually fell into a disadvantage. And Wei Wire was in even more danger. Lu Yuan finally couldn't help it, and appealed loudly. The demons are ambitious, and are the common enemy of all forces. If we stand by and watch today, we will suffer the same fate one day. The truth is that our lips are dying, and our teeth are cold. Could it be that everyone don't you understand? Lu Yuan's stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and many forces could no longer bear to see it. After all, the demons had begun to invade on a large scale. But the king of Qiugong Kingdom never asked for help. With so many forces around, no one wanted to be the first. Outstanding bird. My honorary elder of the Shibing Kingdom is right. The 2 countries in the north and south of Songhui continent, plus the Shibing Kingdom, are the first to be willing to participate in the war. The elder of Shinbingwo loudly agreed. And the experts brought from the venue rushed forward to help. The 10 countries of Duki continent support Brother Lu. The demons are arrogant and provoke wars everywhere. It is true that everyone can kill them. Prince Carlo also echoed loudly. With the joining of the 2 continental forces, the battle situation has undergone subtle changes. Many small forces that have been oppressed have also joined the battle at this time. Ha ha ha. It's interesting. I've already been itching for a long time. Today I will destroy the arrogance of your demon clan and show you how big the world is. The boss of the barbarians shouted excitedly. Zhao Jiuzhou looked at the out-of-control battle and felt very helpless. What he was most worried about had happened. Fang Di's previous provocation had already planted anger in the hearts of all the forces. Now that Lu Yuanning has raised his voice, and with the 2 major forces taking the lead, the demon clan has become a rat on the street. The plan he had worked so hard to divorce was ruined. What a pity! What a wonderful antagonism between father and son! What a wonderful usurpation of power! Hey! Zhao Jiuzhou shook his head and sighed. Just to tell Fang Di. Huh? Do you blame me? Ha ha. You are the special envoy of the demon clan. So what you do naturally has deep meaning. Who dares to blame you? Humph. Let's go! Go out and lead the troops to attack. Zhao Jiuzhou shook his head and took the lead to exit the auction venue. Chapter 449, Let the Tiger Return to the Mountain. After the leaders such as Zhao Jiuzhou and Fang Di left, the remaining judges retreated while fighting. The second prince and several prince guards became abandoned sons. The main forces of the major forces joined the battle and quickly controlled the situation in the venue. But the battle situation was still not optimistic. Because the second prince opened the city gate, the demon army had already invaded Qiugong Kingdom. And with Zhao Jiuzhou and others cooperating inside and outside, the outside of the venue had already fallen. Although the second prince became stronger after being demonized, it was not his own strength after all, and he had poor control over the sudden increase in strength. So he was quickly captured. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom looked at his son, who was kneeling on the ground with mixed feelings in his heart, and finally chose to end his life with his own hands. Things are unpredictable. Half a day ago, there were 3 princes and 2 princesses in Qiugong Kingdom. Unexpectedly, at the auction celebration of the 50th anniversary, the 3 princes died together. The 4 princesses disappeared, and only Wei Wire was left. All the remaining traitors will be killed without mercy. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom quickly recovered, looked at the 3 prince guards, and said bitterly, the guests who were watching the fun in the venue had already evacuated. They were all watching the fun, but now they have gone to save their own lives when the disaster is approaching. The old king of Qiugong State was the first to walk out of the venue. What he saw was a mess in the distance. The venue was closest to the north gate, and the sound of fighting could not be heard. If the old king doesn't dislike it, you can evacuate with us, and the Duki continent can carve out a central location for you to rebuild the Qiugong Kingdom. Prince Carlo was the first to extend an olive branch. As long as the old king is here, it will not be difficult to rebuild a business empire. As long as the business empire is successfully established, Doqi continent may even become the central area of the new world. The Shibing Kingdom of Sanhui continent is a country that focuses on casting. Our country has never been linked to political wars. If the old king does not dislike it, we, the Shibing Kingdom, are willing to be your neighbor. The elder of the Shibing Kingdom did not show weakness. Ha! Everyone has their own agenda. Our barbarian tribe's territory is desolate, so I won't fight with you. The demon tribe is fully prepared today. I think it's better for everyone to retreat early. The leader of the barbarian clan was outspoken and directly pointed out everyone's thoughts, while some other small forces had no qualifications to invite at all. So they followed silently. Thank you for your kindness. My Wei family has held hundreds of years of large-scale auctions for 50 times. This time, everyone is laughing. Now that the Qiugong Kingdom has been destroyed, it was because I failed to teach my son the right way. I have no face to face my ancestors. Today I swear to live and die with the Qiugong Kingdom. The old king rejected everyone's kindness and made up his mind to fight to the end. A soldier ran from a distance and shouted in a panic, Your Majesty the King! The 4th princess broke into the treasury, took a lot of treasures and left the city. Although the current situation of Qiugong Kingdom is not optimistic, the city has not been broken. The final blow was delivered by his own daughter, and all onlookers shook their heads and sighed. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom suddenly laughed, and his smile was very sad. The troublemakers were actually his own children. So what could he say if he failed? Wire! This is the heirloom ring of the Wei family. This ring symbolizes the authority of the Qiugong Kingdom. In the future, you can rely on it to gather people from all over the country. The important task of rebuilding the Qiugong Kingdom will be left to you. The old king handed over a ring made of pure gold, with the word, Wei, engraved on the ring. I hope you won't embarrass me. The only remaining child of the Wei family. Wei is here to salute. The old king bent down and bowed to all the major forces, fearing that the various forces would embarrass Wei Wire. Father! I will live and die with you. Wei Wire cried without taking the ring. The old king didn't say much. He put the ring into Wei Wire's hand, gave Wei Wire a serious look, and then turned his head in the direction of Lu Yuan. Little brother, you are young and promising and have extraordinary strength. Although the previous bed has not been completed, you can stand up for Qiugong Kingdom. Wei is very grateful. This dragon egg is the prize promised before. I hope you can see it in the future. You can also take more care of me, my little girl. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom seemed to have laid out his funeral arrangements, and without too much fuss, he directly threw the dragon eggs from the auction to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took it casually. Although the dragon egg was good, Lu Yuan really didn't participate in the battle just for the dragon egg. At that time, he just wanted to get the Yongya knife back. But he didn't expect to get an unexpected harvest. Everyone, please leave quickly. Wei will lead everyone to the west gate through the path. The soldiers of Qiugong Kingdom will burn the last drop of their blood to make the invaders pay the due price. The old king raised his sword high and led the experts around him to rush towards the nearest battlefield without looking back. No one thought that an empire doing business would have such bloody troops. Knowing that they were going to die, but still not flinching, Wei Wire did not refute this time. She gritted her teeth and led the way. The order of houses in Qiugong country was very unique, and there were always some inconspicuous alleys. While walking east to west, he avoided the demon intruders and quickly reached the west gate. There were very few demon soldiers near the west gate, because armies from various forces gathered here. The leaders returned to their respective headquarters and evacuated Qiugong Kingdom one by one. Although various forces have mobilized a lot of troops this time, the demons have already occupied most of the city. It is useless to enter the city and fight hard at this time. They can only protect themselves first. Lu Yuan followed the various forces out of Qiugong Kingdom and saw a large army waiting in an orderly manner outside the city. The leaders of the major forces said Lo and led their troops to leave. Only the 10 kingdoms of Duqi Continent and Sanhui Continent were left in the field. Elders, where are brothers Lu planning to go? Prince Carlo asked. I'm going to look for the legendary 4 sacred beasts. Is there any news about Prince Carlo? Carlo shook his head. Master Lu, take care of yourself all the way. If you have time, come and sit in my Duqi Continent. I will go, and I will ask Prince Carlo for help when the time comes. It is obligatory. Prince Carlo glanced at Qiugong Kingdom again, and led his group to find their respected troops. Su Hong and Tianjin also waved their hands reluctantly. The 2 brothers Doan and Dowu, who had formed a team with them, had already begun to lead the troops. At this time, they were leading the troops to greet them. It seems that our honorary elder does not plan to return to the Kingdom of Divine Arms for the time being. The great elder of the Kingdom of Divine Arms said with a smile. I haven't been away from you for long. Demons are rampant, and monsters are rampant on the road. Little brothers, you must pay attention to safety. We have prepared more top-quality ores waiting for you. After the elder said this, he led everyone to leave. This incident in the Qiugong Kingdom sounded the alarm to all major forces. The Qiugong Kingdom, which was not weak in military strength, was controlled in an instant. The execution and invasion capabilities of the demons, coupled with the conspiracy, enough to become a nightmare for any country. Each force retreated, and people who fled from Shimen continued to run out. Only Fang Rou, Wei Wire and Jian Nu were left around Lu Yuan. Before Lu Yuan could say goodbye, the sword slave, who had already recovered a little, was the first to speak. Junior brother, can you take us for a ride? Shall we drop by? The princess happens to know where the Suzaku feather was found. Lu Yuan looked at Wei Wire, who said nothing, and finally nodded. I'll just walk with you until your injury recovers, and then just give me some direction. Although Wei Wire's heart was heavy, she never glanced at Qiu Gangwa, and was the first to take the lead and lead the way. On top of the West Gate city wall, Zhao Jiuzhou and Fang Di stood in the dark watching Lu Yuan and the 4 people leave. Fang Di had no expression on his face, but Zhao Jiuzhou sighed repeatedly. Can you stop being so arrogant all the time? Shaking your head and sighing at other times? Fang Di was a little dissatisfied with Zhao Jiuzhou. Let him go like this. You really don't know how troublesome that kid is. Let the tiger return to the mountain. Let the tiger return to the mountain. Zhao Jiuzhou looked unwilling. Have you forgotten the Demon Emperor's bet? Even without His Majesty the Demon Emperor's bet, there would still be an unfinished contest between me and him. Fang Di reminded. What about the princess of Qiugong Kingdom? Are you going to let her go like this? It's just an orphan of a business empire. Don't you think it's interesting that such a country doing business exists? I just want to see if she has the ability to recreate such a business empire. Zhao Jiuzhou put his hands behind his back, sighed again, and left first without saying anything. Fang Di turned his head to Bai Lao behind him, and said calmly, Do you think the people in that Earth world are all weird? It would be great if they were all as fun as that Lu Yuan. Chapter 450 Suspicious Suzaku Feather. Lu Yuan had already spotted Zhao Jiuzhou and Fang Di peeking out of the corner of his eye. Although he was surprised why the demons let these people go like this, it was not the time to worry about it. After all, facing so many powerful demons, I am still a little weak by myself. The commercial empire, with a foundation of hundreds of years, was occupied by the demons. Even if it was reopened to the outside world in the future, it would be difficult to recreate the original glory of the Qiugong Kingdom. For the sake of Sword Slave, Lu Yuan agreed to go with Wei Wire in the northeast direction of Qiugong Kingdom. It is said that Suzaku feather was found in a valley thousands of miles away in Qiugong Kingdom. The valley was not naturally formed. but looked like a large crater made by falling from a high altitude. The four of them were not traveling very fast, and it took them half a day to cover dozens of miles. In order to take care of Sword Slave's injury, Lu Yuan could only reduce the speed repeatedly, and he found a place to set up camp as soon as it got dark. Lu Yuan was originally worried that there were not enough tents, but he didn't expect Wei Wire to take out 4 large tents at once. It seemed that he had been running business outside all year round, so he was quite prepared for camping. As night fell, Lu Yuan began to sort out the treasures he had obtained. A dragon egg. Although I don't know what kind it is, the vitality contained in it is very strong. It has the vitality of a level 80 monster beast before it is born. There is also the storage bag of Shirkun, the strong man among the judges, which the sword slave threw when he returned his Yongye sword. Most of Shirkun's storage bag contained food, and there were also some items of little value to Lu Yuan. The items from Chiogong Kingdom were considered the best items in the storage bag, but only one of them was useful to Lu Yuan. The first thing that caught his eye was the book Walking on the Wind. Although this book was just an ordinary wind movement technique, and it couldn't fly even after practicing it, Lu Yuan still hoped to use it to further experience the wind. Just like Qiongqi said at the beginning, only by feeling the wind and understanding the wind can we further control the wind. Through the absorption of Dianshan Longju, Lu Yuan also has a certain foundation of wind element in his body. Although it is impossible to achieve great success, Lu Yuan just wants to learn to fly. But flying with the wind is not particularly difficult. The second item, Pigeon Egg Diamond, was of little use to Lu Yuan, but to the original Earth, its value was simply immeasurable. Unexpectedly, the macho man Shirkun wanted such a thing. The third item made Lu Yuan even more speechless. Obedient water. This kind of obscene drug was contraband on Earth. Unexpectedly, in the integration of the New World, a merchant from Chiogong country actually found such a thing. The most important thing is that it is placed together with these priceless items, probably to arouse the interest of some greasy men. There are 10 judges in total, and the auction items are limited after all, so each person can only get 2 or 3 items at most. Shirkun can get his own Yongye sword and a book of wind body skills, which is already very good, and it is estimated that the other 2 items will also be available. Everyone found it boring, so they left it to him. It's unreliable to know that I'm back after the fight, Lu Yuan said to the outside of the tent. What are you saying? Wei Wire suddenly opened the tent door and walked in. She asked Lu Yuan with a puzzled look on her face. Huh? Why are you here so late? I'm here to say sorry to you. I also want to say thank you. I'm sorry for taking your things in that way. Thank you for standing up and speaking out in times of crisis. No need. The past is in the past. Father once said that doing business in troubled times is inherently dangerous, and he has long been prepared. This Wei family's heirloom ring is the foundation of our Chiogong Kingdom. Wei Wire suddenly changed the topic. Why are you telling me this? Am I not pretty enough? Do I feel so wrong by walking with you? It's not bad. She's not the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I'm not aggrieved when I travel with her. I'm just afraid that one day I'll be tricked by you again. Is that the auction item from my Chiogong Kingdom? It was. This thing called diamond is very beautiful. Before the integration of the New World, there was this kind of ore in my world, but no one would cut it like this, let alone give a stone such meaning. When it comes to doing business, you earthlings, it's amazing, Wei Wire said with emotion. I'll give it to you, Lu Yuan suddenly said. Well, isn't this bad? Wei Wire was a little shy. After all, this diamond symbolized love on Earth. Lu Yuan, who was so cold before, suddenly wanted to give the diamond to herself? What's wrong? It's so late. Although the tents are very close to each other, I'd better take you to the door. Wei Wire was still secretly happy, but when she heard that Lu Yuan was seeing off the guests, she suddenly became a little angry and turned around to leave angrily. Pa! 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 As soon as Wei Wire left, the sound of applause rang out. Lu Yuan looked at the corner of his tent with surprise, and it was Fang Rou who was applauding. When did you come in? With Wei Wire. Maybe you only noticed her. My mental power has been restored to 70%. You were able to escape my eyes and perception with the cloak of the Netherworld Wolf King. Your stealth has improved. Although Lu Yuan was not too vigilant, she was able to enter the tent without anyone noticing and was not discovered for so long. Recently, her stealth has become more and more powerful. But Lu Yuan, your words of I'll give it to you were really amazing. I can't help but give you a thumbs up. Lu Yuan ignored Fang Rou's teasing and continued to say to the outside of the tent. Come in quickly and be sneaky. The door curtain moved slightly, and a little bird flew in. It was the nether flame bird that had been missing for a few days. Ever since Lu Yuan entered the palace, the nether flame bird had disappeared. Now that the fight was over, it was back. The nether flame bird naturally flew to Lu Yuan's shoulder and complained. There are so many masters in the palace. How dare I fly around? You went to chase women by yourself. I can only wait quietly outside. I'm just trying to make excuses. But look at this to see if it's a Suzaku feather. Lu Yuan took out the 10,000 years cold crystal box. The Suzaku feather sealed inside was still burning. But after losing its original power, it could not melt the 1,000 years cold crystal box at all. The nether flame bird's body trembled a little when it saw the Suzaku's tail feathers. It wasn't clear whether it was because of excitement or fear. You can feel this breath without opening the box. This is the authentic Suzaku fire. This is the sun fire that can destroy everything. After nether flame bird said this, Lu Yuan was truly sure that after all, he had never seen Suzaku. And the Xuanwu's spiritual clone was still busy repairing the Xuanwu shield. Just what? It's just that we fire-type birds attach great importance to our tail feathers. Under normal circumstances, they won't fall off at all. If you think about it carefully, what seems to be wrong with this Suzaku's tail feathers? What's wrong? Have you ever heard of being reborn from the ashes? Netherworld Flamingo asked. Chapter 451, The Forgotten Communicator. Reborn from the ashes? Of course I've heard of this. But aren't they all talking about phoenixes? The 9 sons of dragons are different. Phoenix and Suzaku are always confused by the world. In fact, they belong to the same sect. For example, although I don't have such an advanced ability to resurrect from the fire, I can degenerate into an egg in times of crisis. Lu Yuan remembered the battle with the Netherworld Flame Bird and nodded to express his understanding. As for high-level firebirds such as Phoenix and Suzaku, they can really be reborn from the ashes. I think the tail feathers did not fall off naturally, but were interrupted when they were reborn from the ashes. And the tail feathers were burned out before they could be burned out. It's sealed here. You mean? This tail feather might be the Suzaku, but the rest of it has been burned away. I'm not sure if it's Suzaku, but it must be a very high-level fire attribute bird and beast. That means you don't have to look for the place where you found it. You just need to open the box and that's it. Lu Yuan asked uncertainly. Open it directly. I'm afraid that except you, everyone else nearby will be burned to ashes. Xiaozi, can you stop being so pretentious and finish it all at once? Feng Rou said impatiently. You little girl is not as patient as Sister Wafa. Conversations need to be interactive. Do you understand? Netherworld Flame Bird was also a little unhappy to be interrupted. Sister Luo is a lady and I am not. If you mess with me, I will pluck all your hair and turn you into a roast chicken. Just you? Huh. Okay. Stop making trouble. I'll find a deserted place another day. Open it and try it. And I'll find out. Unfortunately, Xuanwu's soul is still sleeping. Otherwise I would know everything if I asked it. Lu Yuan knew that Feng Rou and Nether Flame Bird were both stubborn. And if they really got into trouble, they wouldn't be able to tell the winner in one night. By the way, Lu Yuan, when it comes to Sister Luo Yi, didn't they give you a call? There has been no news for so many days? Feng Rou suddenly reminded. The phone didn't ring either. No way. There are so many people. But no one calls us? Lu Yuan took out the communicator from the ring of the god of Craftsman. And within a few seconds, message reminders kept ringing. You actually put the communicator in the storage ring. Can there be a signal there? I forgot about this. Let it go. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about the communicator. Lu Yuan said with some embarrassment. Childish. I haven't practiced for several days. Come and get some chilling fire for me. I'm too lazy to waste time with you. The Nether Flame Bird seemed to see that Lu Yuan was gentle, and his words became more and more unrestrained. Lu Yuan didn't care about a bird. He threw out a ball of flame, accurately wrapped the Netherworld Flame Bird, and let it practice aside. Lu Yuan opened the communicator, which was full of messages from friends, and some of them were greetings from his mother. Everyone was complaining that Lu Yuan's communicator couldn't get through. Lu Yuan first glanced at his mother's greetings, saying they were concerned about Lu Yuan's safety, and asked Lu Yuan to take good care of his body. The person with the most information was Zheng Yu, who was almost reporting his daily schedule to Lu Yuan. Various cities had begun to recruit people who had awakened the system to resume training together to resist the invasion of monsters and demons. Zheng Yu, Jianchen and others also joined in. And because of their excellent equipment and the mental skills taught by Lu Yuan. They have stood out among the many team members, and are now captain-level people.
It's only been about half a month. But I didn't expect that Zhang Yu and the others have already become officials,
Lu Yuan said, feeling happy for everyone.
It's not just that you have laid a good foundation. Even if a pig wears such good equipment, it can kill several enemies.
Although Fang Rou was unforgiving, she was very happy after reading the information. Immediately following was Zhao Xinghe's message. Zhao Xinghe did not stay in the city. Regardless of his family's objections, he went to various battlefields alone, trying to find Miss Qiushui, who had joined the demon clan. The message only briefly mentioned his approximate location, and the rest was concerned about how Lu Yuan was doing. A person's journey was too lonely, and the only one who could express his concerns was this brother. Below is the news from Li Tong and Xiao Lui, both asking where Lu Yuan is, what direction, where, and what landmark buildings there are.
Lu Yuan, Luo Yi and I ran out to look for you and Ruru. We chased you and Ruru for several days, but couldn't catch up. I wonder if we went in the wrong direction. Lu Yuan, turn on the communicator quickly. Lu Yuan, Luo Yi and I encountered a huge wild boar today. Although its strength is not as powerful as the peak forest, it also caused a lot of trouble for us. Luo Yi is still stronger. Now we are eating roasted wild boar. Pork. So delicious.
Li Tong's information was like a log. A few days after Lu Yuan and Fang Rou set off, Xiao Lui woke up. After learning that Lu Yuan had left, he chased him out without hesitation, and also took the imprisoned person away. Li Tong was rescued. The hole in Li Tong's room that was knocked out by the huge fire dragon has not yet been repaired. Li Tong's parents stare at the hole every day and complain that girls are not admitted to the university. Xiao Lui's message was very concise. She didn't mention any difficulties encountered or the hardships on the way to find Lu Yuan. She only complained about Lu Yuan's leaving without saying goodbye and complained that Lu Yuan didn't wait for her to wake up.
Since you were taken away from the villa incident, I haven't seen you for several months. I didn't expect that the moment we reunited would be with you as my enemy. Why don't you wait until I recover before leaving? You know I will never forget you. The new world has become so big. Maybe we went in the wrong direction at the beginning. Now we are going further and further away. I don't know when we can meet again. I hope it's not something that happened to you when the communicator went offline.
There were several other messages from the parents of the Li family and the Xiao family, asking if they had any words of sympathy and concern. Lu Yuan glanced at them briefly because it was too late, so he did not reply to them one by one, thinking that he would get through the voice call tomorrow morning. All right.
TSK. TSK. Mr. Lu is so lucky. Look at what my two sisters are thinking. They are fascinated and move forward without hesitation. They actually say some sarcastic things. And so do the two of them. It's so dangerous outside. Why are you chasing them out? Idiot. Why did you chase me out? Is it because you want to travel?
Okay. Go back to bed quickly.
Don't wear your cloak if you have nothing else to be invisible. The trick must be unexpected to be effective. The trump card must be hidden at all times. Wait. Let me see your baby first.
Fang Rou had already seen several items on Lu Yuan's table, but had never had time to take a closer look. Now she finally found an opportunity. Ignoring the most precious dragon egg, and not looking at any techniques, Fang Rou directly picked up the pigeon egg diamond on the table, her eyes shining with light.
This is the first time I see such a big diamond. How much is it worth? I'm not sure, but these days, a diamond larger than this is probably not worth as much as a piece of gold.
Fang Rou disagreed, but still played with the diamond fondly.
If you like it, take it back and play with it slowly. It's trouble again. Camping in the wild is really bad.
Lu Yuan sensed the danger. A large number of monsters were approaching around the tent. He felt that they should be wolves. In the past, they might have fought tooth and nail to break out. But now the wolves were just in some trouble. Chapter 452 Reunion. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan roasted wolf meat for the four of them, and then got in touch with Xiao Lui. After a while of insignificant greetings, Lu Yuan shared his location. As expected, Xiao Lui and Li Tong went in the wrong direction, with a position deviation of nearly 1,000 kilometers. It would be too inefficient if only one party waited at the same place. It happened that the Valleyway wire pointed to was a good compromise between the two. So Lu Yuan probably pointed out the direction for Xiao Lui and the two of them, and agreed to share the location every once in a while to avoid going in the wrong direction again. In fact, according to Netherworld Flame Bird, the Valleyway wire pointed to was of little value. But Lu Yuan still decided to take a look first. After all, no one knows what will happen when opening the 10,000 years icebox. If, as the auction host said, high temperatures will affect the surrounding landforms, it would be better to open it where it was found. If you take a plane to reach 1,000 kilometers, you can reach it very quickly. But dragging an injured person and 2 weak women, Lu Yuan, and the 4 of them can't go fast. Even the netherworld flame bird gave up flying and turned into a sparrow-sized shape and stayed quietly on Lu Yuan's shoulder. No matter how fast it flew, it had to come back to find Lu Yuan at night. 5 days later, Xiao Lui and Li Tong had arrived at the location pointed by Lu Yuan and showed Lu Yuan the landforms through a video call. The valley was indeed extremely dry, and the ground was full of cracks. Although Suzaku had been away for a long time, there was still no sign of life in the valley. In fact, the location where Lu Yuan was located had begun to dry out. Based on the degree of cracking on the ground and the coverage area, Lu Yuan had determined that the flame that erupted at the center was no weaker than the Kirin fire, or even higher than the Kirin fire, more domineering. 2 more days later, Lu Yuan and the others finally arrived at the center of the valley, and finally met up with Xiao Lui and the others. Li Tong was better off. After all, Lu Yuan was sober when he broke into Taoyuan building alone. On the other hand, Xiao Lui could not control his emotions. Regardless of who was around, he threw himself into Lu Yuan's arms. The competitive Xiao Lui cried so hard. When Wei Wire saw 2 more beauties around Lu Yuan, she realized why Lu Yuan had no idea about her.
Okay, Louis. Don't cry anymore. You should be happy to see each other.
Li Tong patted Xiao Lui on the shoulder and comforted her. Xiao Lui then remembered that there were several people around her, calmed down her mood, and then left Lu Yuan's arms.
Xiaotong, why don't you hug me for a while? Lu Yuan's chest is even stronger than before.
Xiao Lui resolved his embarrassment with one sentence, but it made Li Tong's face turn red.
Ha! Sister Luo has also become bad. Look at how embarrassed she is. How old are you? Are such words worth being ashamed of?
Fong Ro couldn't help but tease when she saw Li Tong's cowardice.
Go. Stop talking nonsense here. Didn't I tell you to think highly of Li Yuan? Why did you provoke another girl?
Li Tong said directly without any hesitation.
Come on. Let's go over there, and I'll talk to you too about Lu Yuan's crimes.
Fong Ro was reunited with her 2 sisters again, and she was very happy in her heart. After all, the person accompanying her was a wooden gada, plus 2 enemies that she didn't like, and a disobedient bird.
Master Lu is so lucky. All the beautiful women around him are beauties.
Seeing Lu Yuan standing there awkwardly, Wei Wire couldn't help but joked. Although Wei Wire had no feelings for Lu Yuan, seeing the girl next to her being so good, the woman's jealousy still made her feel a little uncomfortable.
We are all good friends. Let's camp here for the time being. Sword Slave will recover in a few days. I also need some time to adjust to the best condition.
Lu Yuan has decided to open the 10,000 years icebox. There is no clue about by who yet, so he will study Suzaku's line first. If this tail feather can really continue to burn, then maybe it really is Suzaku. Lu Yuan quickly set up the tent, and the 3 women finally finished whispering. Wei Wire wisely hid in her tent, not wanting to receive the hostile looks of the 3 women. Li Tong was the first to speak with an apologetic expression.
I'm sorry, Lu Yuan. I originally wanted to go with you, but my father never agreed with me to continue taking risks. Thanks to Louis this time. Otherwise, I would still be in confinement in the room.
Actually, you shouldn't come out. It's too dangerous outside now. After all, we are no longer in the game at this time, and there is no chance for everyone to be resurrected.
How could Lu Yuan be angry with Li Tong? As long as everyone is safe. If he had a choice, Lu Yuan would still miss the days of playing games carefree. Now that Lu Yuan is being pushed to the forefront, the pressure on his shoulders is really too heavy. The reason why he chose to leave is because he doesn't want to involve everyone if he fails.
Why don't you wait until I wake up? You know I won't forget you. I have a good memory. Have you forgotten?
Xiao Lui seemed to have opened her crying hole, and suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Lu Yuan's leaving without saying goodbye had become a heinous thing.
Professor Sun Xiuan plan is very powerful. You should rest more and recuperate. You are always calm. Why can't you think about yourself? Hey! Wood! Wood! Why do you 2 like such a piece of wood?
Fong Ro covered her eyes, unable to listen to Lu Yuan's dialogue.
Okay. They teased me when they got together. They will rest here for the past 2 days. I will adjust my state. If the Suzaku in the 10,000 years icebox is really Suzaku, I still need Luoyi's help. So Luoyi, we need to adjust to the best condition in these 2 days. What about the two of us?
Feng Rou asked.
Make a fire and cook. And avoid getting into trouble. Receive.
Feng Rou rarely said anything back and took Xiao Lui and Li Tong to hide in the tent, saying she wanted to show them something good. Lu Yuan also hid in his tent and began to practice his skills. Now that the Marrow Cleansing Sutra has been completed, the Qingquan Mind technique has always been in a state of success. The only thing that embarrasses Lu Yuan is the Dian Shenlong Ju, since he received the help of several monsters. No matter how Lu Yuan practiced, the effect was minimal. Only when the Duanmai powder was absorbed, Dian Shenlong Ju made some progress. But it was only a very small improvement. When the system Xiao Tao rated these skills for himself, the rating of Qingquan Jing was even higher than that of Dian Shenlong Ju. But the difficulty of practicing Dian Shenlong Ju was indeed higher. According to Lu Yuan's recent experience in practicing, Dian Shenlong Ju is more suitable for absorption and transformation. The stronger one absorbs energy from the outside world, the faster the Dian Shenlong Ju progresses, the higher the strength of one's own body, and various attributes will increase accordingly. Moreover, Lu Yuan also discovered that even if he received negative energy, Dian Shenlong Ju could still absorb it, and would also produce antibodies against the absorbed negative energy. The problem Lu Yuan faces now is that simply practicing to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, the need for Dian Shenlong Ju is simply negligible. Chapter 453 2 Clearances. Lu Yuan was really speechless when he thought about the several exercises he had practiced. To practice the marrow cleansing merit to a certain level requires constant injuries to progress, and the Dian Shenlong Ju requires the absorption of a large amount of energy. You must know that absorbing a large amount of energy in a short period of time puts great pressure on the body. Although there are two major body training techniques, the Marrow Cleansing Sutra and the Dian Shenlong Ju, the physical strength has reached a very high level, but the flesh and blood body still has its limits after all. Exist. But then I thought about it and realized that these exercises complement each other. The repairing ability of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra can effectively cooperate with the Dian Shenlong Ju, and the Qingquan Sutra happens to cover all things, perfectly solving the problem of the Dian Shenlong Ju absorbing energy. Originally, he just wanted to adjust his state briefly, but who would have thought that Lu Yuan would actually realize this time? And he could not stop once he practiced. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, it was already half a month later. Xiao Lui and others took turns protecting Lu Yuan. With the operation of Lu Yuan's technique, a large amount of energy gathered in the valley, and several other people also received a lot of benefits. After half a month of seclusion, Lu Yuan's mental power was completely restored, and he re-established contact with the system Xiao Tao. Xuanwu's spiritual clone also completed the repair of the Xuanwu shield and suit. Now only the Thunder Sword and the Sky Thunder suit have not recovered, as they were due to serious damage. After practicing continuously for half a month, Lu Yuan didn't feel hungry at all, but his body was covered with dust due to the dry weather. Congratulations! Your strength has improved again. Your level has reached level 78. With your skills and equipment bonuses, you will no longer feel powerless against ordinary enemies around level 90. As soon as Xiao woke up, congratulations came to her. After 15 days of practice, she could advance to 3 levels in a row. This was something Lu Yuan did not expect. Although his level improvement is not fast, Lu Yuan knows in his heart that every level he has is solid. Those who join the demon clan and use magic power to quickly increase their strength only appear to be of high level. But in fact they are like bubbles that dissolve in a snap. This is why Lu Yuan's battle against the 10 judges was not very difficult. Xiao Tao, can you tell what kind of dragon egg this is? Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and directly took out the dragon egg to communicate with Xiao Tao. You can't tell the breed just by looking at the appearance. But this egg contains powerful energy, and it should have broken out of its SH.L long ago. Xiao Tao looked at the dragon egg carefully, but she couldn't see through the SH.L. You should ask Xuanwu about these things. Anyway, it has recovered. Lu Yuan nodded and took out the Xuanwu suit. The wear and tear on the suit had been repaired, and the cracks in the Xuanwu shield had completely disappeared. Senior Xuanwu, this junior has 2 items. Please help me take a look at them. Xuanwu's spiritual clone seems to be in good condition. The large amount of energy generated by Lu Yuan during practice also helps it a lot. The original spiritual clone seems to have grown a lot now. Hey, there is a lot of energy in this egg, but the SH.L is too hard, and completely seals the energy inside. If the thing inside can break out of the SHL, it will soar into the sky.
Before Lu Yuan could ask, Xuanwu's spiritual clone directly saw the dragon egg. But Xuanwu did not say that the egg was a dragon.
They all say this is a dragon egg. What does Senior Xuanwu think?
Xuanwu pondered for a while and replied,
Judging from the energy contained in this egg, it does match the characteristics of the Dragon Clan. But the breath inside the egg is not the familiar Dragon Clan breath. However, dragons are naturally promiscuous, and their bloodline is even more mixed. It's not surprising that their breath will mutate.
Xuanwu added.
It seems that the truth can only be revealed after they are hatched. This egg should have been laid under special circumstances. When the egg was laid, the female dragon's vitality was quickly lost, and all of it was absorbed by the egg. That's why the egg SHL is so hard. It is not easy for it to hatch.
Lu Yuan is not entangled in the matter of the dragon egg. After all, the dragon egg was obtained by chance. What really concerns Lu Yuan is the clues about the sacred beast Suzaku.
Senior Xuanwu, although by who was not found, I found clues to Suzaku,
Lu Yuan said as he took out the 10,000 years icebox. The Suzaku feather in it was still burning. When Xuanwu saw Suzaku, his voice was a little excited.
It's her. Is it really Suzaku's aura? Is it really sealed like me?
Lu Yuan briefly told Xuanwu about the way to obtain Suzaku and the relationship between his current location and Suzaku. Unexpectedly, Xuanwu denied Lu Yuan's statement, believing that Suzaku could not have been sealed by the Qiugong people, and that the 10,000 years icebox was not a thing here.
The Netherworld Flame Bird is right. Suzaku was indeed sealed when he was reborn from the ashes, and it was at the most critical moment. So its energy is very weak now. When Suzaku rises from the ashes, he is usually seriously injured. According to your description, there is no one in the Qiugong Kingdom who can push it to a desperate situation. Moreover, although this box looks ordinary, the cold air is restrained and the mouth of the box is hidden. The seal is even more superb, and it can be seen that it was made by someone from the upper realm.
Xuanwu has mentioned the upper world twice. In addition to the earth, it has been integrated into many parallel worlds. It would not be particularly strange if there is a world with a higher level than the current one. It's just how powerful the people in the upper world are. Not only can they control various parallel worlds, but they can also easily seal such powerful holy beasts.
What can be done to save Suzaku? Just find a way to open the box. But Suzaku's temper is very bad, and the energy in the process of rebirth from the ashes is even greater. The person who opens the box will be hit by the energy immediately, so he must be mentally prepared. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Although there is no whereabouts of the white tiger yet. Let's rescue Suzaku first and then make plans. Maybe there will be some new discoveries.
Lu Yuan thanked him.
My little friend, the fact that you are so troubled about my affairs means that I have not misjudged the person. No matter what the final outcome is, I will not blame you,
Xuanwu's spiritual clone said bluntly.
Senior, I'm serious in my words. It's my duty to be loyal to others. After I get my friends settled, I will start rescuing Suzaku.
Lu Yuan put everything away and walked out of the tent directly. Since Xuanwu said that Ziqiu had nothing to do with this place, it meant that he had been tricked by Wei Wire again. It was probably because he was afraid that Lu Yuan would not want to go with him. So the sword slave made up this lie and used Lu Yuan's strength to escort the two of them out of the Qiugong Kingdom. But these are no longer important. What Lu Yuan did was for the senior sword master. He saved the sword slave's life and escorted the two of them out. It was considered an act of kindness and justice. They would definitely part ways next. Lu Yuan gathered everyone together, and without hiding anything, he directly said what he wanted to do. And his words directly exposed the lies of Wei Wire and Jian Nu. Although the two lied, this deserted valley was really suitable for releasing Suzaku.
Brother Lu, I was seriously injured in my lower body before. I had no choice but to tell a lie. I hope you won't be offended.
The sword slave cupped his fists and bowed, saying deeply apologetically,
It is a fate that we have learned swordsmanship from our senior sword master. Let's forget about the past. Let's say goodbye. If we meet again in the future, I hope we can all be more sincere.
The sword slave nodded with some shame and did not continue to explain anything.
Lu Yuan, Wei Wire, don't like to owe people favors. It has always been my fault. Although our Qiugong Kingdom has fallen, its foundation is still there. I see that you are very interested in ores. So today I will collect the ores that Qiugong Kingdom has collected over the years. I give it all to you. which is a repayment of your life-saving grace.
Wei Wire took out a storage bag from the Qiugong Kingdom's handed-down ring. It had obviously been prepared a long time ago. It was definitely full of ores without looking at it. Lu Yuan was not polite. He nodded and reached out to take it. After a cursory glance, he found that this gift was really valuable.
Liang Qing,
Lu Yuan said calmly. Wei Wire gave a wry smile with complicated eyes, turned around and left. It took a while before a reply came.
Liang Qing.
Chapter 454 The Domineering Suzaku Fire. Several people looked at Wei Wire and Jian Nu's leaving figures, each with their own thoughts in mind.
The royal family of Qiugong Kingdom is quite strange. The prince can kill his family for power, and the princess can escape on her own after seeing her father die. Is it true that the merchant has no emotions in his heart?
Fong Rou has personally experienced everything that happened in Qiugong Kingdom, and she still feels a little emotional in her heart. She, who was born as a commoner, cannot understand what these people do.
Responsibility and inheritance. Sometimes the responsibilities and feelings on the shoulders can only be given up. This is the so-called you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Xiao Lui comes from a big family, and she can still relate to the family's sense of responsibility. Li Tong's family also comes from a business background, and they are leaders in the communications industry. These days, they often hear Fong Rou talk about the affairs of Qiugong Kingdom. They are both children of a business family, although Li Tong is not involved in these matters. He is the most understanding one of Wei Wire's.
Shopping malls are like battlefields. Sometimes the most ruthless people may be the businessmen.
Li Tong undoubtedly thought of his father. This is the case for business people. Most of them will put interests before feelings. Lu Yuan just felt that it was a pity for Wei Wire to lose her family, and other things were really not as much as the three girls thought about.
You three are almost becoming philosophers. The world is huge. We may never see each other again. In half a day, I will open this 1,000-year icebox. You three should stay away as much as possible to avoid being caught. Spread 2. Lu Yuan. Are you sick?
Fong Rou said with a frown.
What? Everyone is lamenting that you only think about your own affairs. There are many beauties surrounding you, but you only think about Suzaku Feather? That's right. I haven't seen what the Wei Wire gave me yet. I'll go. I'm really good at pretending to be stupid. Sisters, let's go!
Lu Yuan told Xiao Lui to take care of everyone. And then, he was attracted by the ore in the storage bag. A small storage bag contains almost all kinds of ores with various attributes. And there is no one of poor quality at all. Among them, there is a batch of metallic ores that are the most dazzling. The ore has sharp edges and corners. Just the rough stone is aggressive, and every edge is like a knife edge. Lu Yuan estimated that just hitting someone with this ore would be as powerful as stabbing someone with a sword. The sharpness of the ore itself could actually compete with ordinary epic weapons. Jianfeng Mine, bred by the aura of heaven and earth, baptized by violent winds and rains. The metal is compressed to the limit, and the ore has sharp edges and corners like a sword. It will take tens of thousands of years to achieve this. There is also a small pile of dark green ore that is equally eye-catching. This ore is like emerald, and light shines through like a puddle of clear water. It looks like a water-attributed ore, but this is not the case. There is a breeze surrounding the ore, and as time goes by, more and more wind elements gather, and this ore actually becomes the eye of the wind. Wind-gathering ore, the ultimate wind attribute ore. It has a strong wind affinity ability, and has the ability to gather wind when exposed to the outside for a long time. The rich wind attribute can make it become the core of all winds. Wind-attributed ores are rare, and it is even rarer to be classified as a top-grade wind-attributed ore. Qiugong country's heritage is indeed extraordinary. There are many ores in the storage bag, and there are actually 2 pieces of meteorite. Needless to say, the rarity of meteorite. Several of my best items are mixed with meteorite, which is an unexpected bonus. The other ores are also of the highest quality, and can be used to help everyone replace their equipment. After all, you only have one life now. The better the equipment, the safer everyone will be. After a while, Lu Yuan was already ready, and the 3 women also opened a safe distance at Lu Yuan's signal. According to the Xuanwu clone, when Suzaku is reborn from the fire, he will completely release all the energy in his body. Therefore, this is not only a life-saving move, but also a very powerful offensive move. What Lu Yuan had to do was to input his own energy into the sealing formation of the box, and then use the energy to pull open the seal. After opening the box, Suzaku should continue his unfinished rebirth from the ashes. What Lu Yuan should pay attention to is the moment the box is opened. because it has been sealed for many years. The energy accumulated in it will be huge. Whether it can withstand this energy will be the key. Lu Yuan was wearing his strongest defensive suit, the Xuanwu suit, with the Xuanwu shield behind his back, ready to defend at any time. He held the 10,000 years ice box in front of his chest with both hands, and the energy in his body began to flow in slowly. With the input of Lu Yuan's energy, the sealing formation on the box began to glow. When all the formations lit up, Lu Yuan began to use his energy to become violent, constantly loosening the formation while pulling. Although the box formation was extremely strong, it could not withstand Lu Yuan's hard work, and finally collapsed and disappeared. Lu Yuan held the box with one hand and the Xuanwu shield in front of him, and carefully opened the lid. Lu Yuan felt that only the Xuanwu shield, which was also part of the holy beast, could withstand Suzaku's violent attributes. Who would have thought that his thinking was too simple? As soon as the 10,000 years ice box was opened, a ball of fire suddenly burst out, instantly covering 100 meters around it, and was still spreading. Lu Yuan, who was the closest, bore the brunt for this 360 degrees no dead angle attack. A mere basalt shield was simply not enough to withstand it. The Suzaka feather rose into the air and began to burn. The violent fire attribute continued to spread, and Lu Yuan even suffered from the pain of being burned. The Xuanwu suit could not block the all-pervasive flames, and the original fire of Qilin in the body was also suppressed, and could not be mobilized at all. Lu Yuan could only raise the energy in his body to continuously block the Suzaka flame from invading his body. But it was like a mantis arm acting as a chariot, which had no effect at all. Lu Yuan's skin began to be eroded by the flames, and his hair and eyebrows were directly turned into ashes. The vermilion bird feather did not burn very fast, and the heat of the surrounding flames continued to rise.
Xuanwu, save me!
Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and yelled out a few words. Absolute defense Xuanwu. The Xuanwu spiritual clone did not expect that Suzaku's energy would be so violent, so he could only control the Xuanwu suit to release the ultimate defense skill. Lu Yuan's own energy has been consumed a lot, and absolute defense Xuanwu relies on his own energy to determine the level of defense. Although this absolute defense really helped Lu Yuan temporarily block the life-threatening flames, his energy was also losing rapidly. If he continued like this, he would definitely die if he ran out of energy. In just a few seconds, Lu Yuan was thinking a lot, ignoring the pain in his body and sitting cross-legged on the floor. Since I couldn't resist this domineering flame, I absorbed it. Just when he was about to take the initiative to withdraw his absolute defense, he suddenly had an idea and remembered the dragon egg. Lu Yuan took out the dragon egg and placed it on his legs, placing his hands on both sides of the egg.
If it can't be absorbed, then I have to sacrifice you,
Lu Yuan thought to himself. Lu Yuan's move had its own purpose, since everyone said that the dragon egg contained huge energy, and since the egg, I could withstand the internal energy. Would the violent flames from the outside also be ineffective against it? Dianshan Longju. Lu Yuan withdrew his absolute defense and directly activated the Dianshan Longju. The external flames had no resistance and were instead sucked into Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan was finally engulfed in flames. Chapter 455 Suzaku reappears. Lu Yuan was forced into a desperate situation. Instead of surrendering, he simply activated the Dianshan Longju and began to absorb the flames. The Suzaka flame and the Qilin fire are not comparable to each other, but Lu Yuan only has a trace of the original Qilin fire in his body. Although it has grown after such a long time, it is a bit insignificant compared to the Suzaku fire at this time. Dianshan Longju has a very strong absorption ability. When it is activated, the surrounding Suzaka flames surge into Lu Yuan's body unscrupulously, as if they have found an outlet. Even though Lu Yuan's meridians had been tempered for a long time, the influx of such high-temperature flames still almost caused Lu Yuan to faint from pain. In times of crisis, the marrow-cleansing meridian also started to operate automatically and began to repair the injured meridians. With the help of the marrow-cleansing sutra, Dianshan Longju began to absorb and transform the Suzaka flame. The transformed flame began to merge with the original fire of Qilin. The original fire of Qilin also became a little more violent, and it continued to grow stronger. After a period of absorption, Lu Yuan finally adapted to the temperature and began to enjoy the pleasure of rapid energy growth. However, the good times did not last long. The energy emitted by Suzaku's rebirth was so huge that it was impossible for Lu Yuan's body alone to fully absorb it. The main problem is that the energy has formed a vortex and is rushing towards Lu Yuan. If this energy is suddenly cut off, Lu Yuan's body will bear the energy impact again. whether it was the impact of energy or continued absorption. Both were things that Lu Yuan could not bear. At this time, Lu Yuan's foresight was seen, and the dragon egg prepared in advance came in handy. Lu Yuan carefully input the absorbed and converted energy into the dragon egg, while his body continued to absorb the fire of Suzaku from the outside world. He also conducted the converted energy to the dragon egg. The dragon egg in his hand was also strange. It showed no resistance to the energy from the outside world, and actually began to greedily absorb it. Lu Yuan originally thought that the egg I was the culprit that hindered the hatching of the dragon egg. But at this time it was actually the contents of the egg that absorbed the energy. And the egg I had no intention of blocking it at all. In any case, the dragon egg temporarily relieved Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan only hoped that the dragon egg could continue to absorb it, and hold on to Suzaku's rebirth from the ashes until the end. The Suzaku fire had a place to vent, and Lu Yuan put some thought into mobilizing the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. With the help of this powerful energy, he began to repair his body, and the previously burned skin grew back. This crisis was finally resolved by Lu Yuan, and the rebirth from the ashes was coming to an end. As the Suzaku feathers were completely burned out, the violent energy that had spread outwards began to shrink rapidly. The energy shrunk smaller and smaller, and became more concentrated. Under the firelight, a handsome firebird was reshaped little by little. The appearance of the Suzaku is similar to that of the golden pheasant. It is red as a whole, but its feathers are shining with colorful colors. Its whole body is covered with flames, which burn for a long time.
Despicable villain. How can my sacred beast be easily destroyed? Welcome my wrath.
Suzaku's memory was still at the time when he was reborn from the ashes. He had just finished resurrecting, and he couldn't help but say proudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the scenery in front of him was not right.
Huh? Where is this place? Is it an illusion?
Suzaku's confused voice sounded.
Old friend, do you still remember who I am?
Xuanwu's spiritual clone emerged from the equipment and said to Suzaku in the air.
Huh? Didn't you, old turtle, survive me in the end?
Suzaku said in surprise when he saw Xuanwu's spiritual body.
How can you, a stinky bird like you who just reborn when you have nothing to do, survive me? I am just a trace of Xuanwu's spiritual body. Like you, my body has also been sealed. Who is like you? I was still fighting before. Why did the enemy disappear after I was reborn? Did you run away when you saw that you couldn't defeat me? Still as stinky as ever. Someone who can beat you until you rise from the ashes. Is he still afraid of you? You were sealed in a small box, and it was this little brother who saved you.
Xuanwu's spiritual clone couldn't bear Suzaku's arrogance, so he directly told the truth and pointed to the 10,000-year ice box on the ground with his eyes.
You old turtle. You are so stupid. How can a small box trap me? Okay, don't be so aggressive. You know best the strength of the person who can seal you. Is it someone from the upper world who does it?
Xuanwu's spiritual clone didn't want to continue chatting and directly brought the topic to the right track. Suzaku's expression became serious, and his tone was full of anger as he replied.
I have told you not to listen to what those people said. That if the world is managed separately, the world will have permanent peace. It is all bullshit. It is undeniable that there were some miraculous effects at the beginning. But human beings are still too complicated. Even if the whole world is made up of people of the same class, they will still be divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades in the end.
Xuanwu also sighed.
It's useless to say anything. Their real purpose is just to become independent. After so many years,
I'm afraid it's hard for the lower world to shake its status.
Suzaku felt helpless when speaking of these words. Lu Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. The damage on his appearance was gradually being repaired, but the hair on his body had not regenerated. He heard the conversation between the 2 holy beasts, but he didn't know what it meant.
Do you know the whereabouts of the White Tiger? The place where I was sealed is an independent space. Although there is an entrance to the outside world, I am restricted from going out. Perhaps only it can tear open this independent space.
Suzaku shook his head and said calmly.
Back then, White Tiger was dissatisfied with Qinglong's decision. After the world was separated, he quietly left. Since then, there has been no news. Later, you disappeared mysteriously. It wasn't until I also encountered an obstruction that I understood this. Everything is done by the superior world. Hey! It seems that even if I get out, it will be useless. My strength has been severely weakened. If I want to return to my peak, it will probably take thousands of years after I get out.
Suzaku glanced at the 10,000-year ice box on the ground. nodded his head and replied,
Every time I am reborn from the ashes, it only consumes some of my life force. This time, my strength has also been weakened a lot. The seal of the Nua clan, the technique is truly amazing.
Lu Yuan finally finished recuperating. Although he was in danger before, he also benefited a lot after surviving it. The original fire of Qilin in his body has turned into a raging fire, and his attributes have the aura of Suzaku fire.
Two seniors, what do you mean by people from the upper world?
Lu Yuan finally couldn't help but ask. He had heard Xuanwu say something about the upper realm before, but he never had a complete explanation.
Who is this little thing? He doesn't even have any hair on his body. It feels so strange.
Suzaku said mercilessly.
It's not like you burned the fire out and called me weird.
Xuanwu's clone couldn't help but complain.
I mean, he's so cute.
Lu Yuan touched his bald head speechlessly. The only thing he couldn't accept was that his eyebrows were burned off. And Suzaku actually gave him a rustic love word. Xuanwu's spiritual clone also glanced at Suzaku angrily, and said calmly,
My spiritual clone should not appear for a long time. You tell me about what happened back then, and I will supplement it.
Shukei was a little surprised by Xuanwu's attitude towards Lu Yuan, and since he called him little brother, he still nodded his head and started to talk.
For the sake of you unlocking the seal, I will tell you what the upper world is. This starts from a long time ago.
Chapter 456 Upper Bound. Lu Yuan was still a little curious about the so-called upper realm. What kind of people could seal the four holy beasts and divide the original world into different parallel worlds? I don't know whether Suzaku wanted to give Xuanwu face or to thank Lu Yuan for breaking the seal. So he started to describe the events in the upper world in a calm tone.
A long time ago, when the world first opened, the world was in chaos. The world was full of spiritual energy, and all kinds of life were born. At that time, there was no need to practice anything in particular. As long as you work hard to live, your strength will continue to grow. However, the world is not fair. Under the same environment, those with higher understanding can always progress faster. Those who stand out will always be a minority. Gradually, classes begin to appear among various races. In the end, strong men from each race reach their peak one after another. In your language, it can be said that they broke through the limit and achieved the status of gods. When the strength reaches a certain level, no matter who they are, they will naturally have a condescending attitude, including us who were the four sacred beasts at the time. Because there are too many lives in the world, the rich spiritual energy between heaven and earth has begun to fade away. A group of people at the top of the strength naturally do not want their spiritual energy to be shared by mediocre people. So a bold idea was born. Some people had proposed to separate people at all levels, use great power to create different spaces, and put people on the same level together. The independent world, where the top group of people live, is called the upper realm. People at all other levels are called the lower realms. The strength of the lower realm is uneven, and different concentrations of spiritual energy are distributed according to each level of strength. The earth you are on is supposed to be second only to the upper realm, but now it is the world with the weakest spiritual energy. In other lower realms, because of the limited spiritual energy, the strength can only be improved to a certain level and cannot advance further.
Lu Yuan has already noticed what Suzaku said. The so-called heavenly restrictions should refer to the boundaries of each level.
Then why did the people in the upper world seal your four holy beasts?
Lu Yuan asked in confusion.
Back then, our four holy beasts were in charge of the four directions. Even in the upper world, we were very authoritative beings. We divided the world, and we played a decisive role. It is precisely because our four holy beasts have such great influence that after the upper world became independent, we became unpopular.
When Suzaku said this, his tone was still a little angry.
How can you be unpopular if you have great influence?
Lu Yuan couldn't understand what Shukei meant. Generally, people with great influence would be highly respected. What Shukei said was somewhat contradictory.
We all underestimated human nature too much. We originally thought that without mediocre people, everyone could coexist peacefully and attack to a higher level together. But everyone has ignored one problem.
Lu Yuan nodded and understood instantly, and couldn't help but said,
even if people are at the same level, there will still be distinctions between superior and inferior people. Without the comparison of mediocre people, those with weaker strength in the upper world will become mediocre, and those of you who are highly virtuous will become mediocre.
The four sacred beasts, without the support of the mediocre, have become the object of disgust for others.
Suzaku glanced at Lu Yuan with admiration, nodded and said,
without mediocre people, There would be no need for the 4 holy beasts to protect the 4 directions. Everyone is self-reliant. In order to compete for the resources of the upper world, there have been many conflicts between humans and beasts. As one of the 4 holy beasts, we will naturally bear the brunt. So the multiple parallel worlds in the lower realm merged into what they are now. Have the upper realm been affected?
Lu Yuan asked. Suzaku shook his head and said,
The seal of the upper realm is very strong, and there are still some connections between the lower realms. But the upper realm can be said to be completely independent. And even the top strength of the lower realm is now difficult to compete with the people of the upper realm. Why do we have to confront each other? Why can't we live in peaceful coexistence? Peaceful coexistence? In the eyes of people in the upper realm, the weak do not deserve to live in this world at all. They are just a waste of their resources. And this idea has become more and more intense after the establishment of the upper realm.
Lu Yuan felt helpless after hearing this. He originally thought that the new world was complicated enough. But he didn't expect that there would be an upper world now. Although the new world is not related to the upper world now. There are 2 major hidden dangers in this world. Namely the Demon Emperor and the Candle Dragon. These 2 people are bent on pursuing a higher realm. Since a space-time rift can be torn open in the Taoyuan world. Will the road to the upper world be discovered by these 2 people? Once the 2 worlds open the channel, what kind of disaster will the world face? Lu Yuan couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of this. 1 Demon Emperor was enough. There was an entire independent world of people with the same thoughts as the Demon Emperor. Apart from getting stronger, didn't these people have anything else on their minds?
This is probably the situation in the upper realm. If it weren't for the fact that our 4 holy beasts have extremely strong vitality, the people in the upper realm use tricks to injure and seal us in order to avoid losing both sides. In the seal,
our own energy will continue to dissipate, which leads to our strength has dropped so much that we are not even as good as some monster beasts from the lower realms.
Seeing that Suzaku had said the same thing, Xuanwu added bluntly. Lu Yuan nodded. After so many years, the complexity of the matter would definitely not be that simple. But Suzaku had already made it clear.
So you want to take revenge?
Lu Yuan asked. Hearing Lu Yuan's question, Xuanwu smiled and shook his huge head.
It's hard to take revenge now, with this strength. I just want to get out of this seal, and then I'll think about it in the long term. Although the white tiger was not found, rescuing Senior Suzaku is considered progress. But I don't know where to go from now on. White Tiger and Qinglong have lost contact a long time ago. Since we have both been attacked, they must be difficult to escape. The lower world is so chaotic now. It may be difficult to blindly search for 2 sealed monsters.
Xu Kei said to Xuanwu.
Let it go. This child has a good chance. I was sealed in such a secret place. And he could break in accidentally. You were sealed in a small box. And you could fall into the hands of this child. Maybe this is all God's arrangement. Xuanwu murmured.
Lu Yuan didn't understand why the 4 holy beasts also believed in heaven.
Forget it. Old turtle. Tell me where you are sealed. And I will personally take action to see if I can free you.
Suzaku's character is the same as his attributes. He can't wait to slowly look for the white tiger. After all, they are both holy beasts. Suzaku still has some confidence in breaking the seal.
You can't do it.
Xuanwu didn't give Suzaku any face.
Stop talking nonsense and tell me where you are.
Suzaku had stayed there for too long and was already a little impatient. In the end, Lu Yuan drew a rough map of the road he had traveled, and told Suzaku the location of the Soul Fighting Kingdom and the entrance to the underground palace. Suzaku got the message and waved his wings to leave. But before leaving, he suddenly stopped in midair.
I also left a trace of spiritual clone with you, which can be nourished by the original fire in your body. Since Xuanwu values you, don't let us down.
After saying this, Suzaku stopped staying and disappeared in an instant. Lu Yuan only felt that there was something more in the original fire in his body. When you look closely, it turns out to be an energy body Suzaku, flying freely within the original fire. Chapter 457. The original fire is strengthened. Suzaku's true form has flown away, and the surrounding temperature has returned to normal. In comparison, the originally dry valley seems much cooler. The Xuanwu spiritual body also returned to the Xuanwu suit, and Lu Yuan smiled helplessly. Including myself, there are actually 4 spiritual bodies in my body. The system Shout Owl in the Sea of Consciousness, the Xuanwu spiritual clone that entered the suit, and the Suzaku spiritual clone that has just integrated into the body. Fortunately, these spiritual bodies are only beneficial to me, and they usually don't talk much. Otherwise, I would almost have a split personality. Everything returned to calm, and Xiao Lui and the other three flew back on her fire dragon. It must be said that Xiao Lui was extremely talented. The ultimate dragon control technique, which could only be controlled for 5 minutes, can now be controlled for a long time. And it also has the ability to fly. This understanding is much higher than that of Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, are you okay?
From a distance, I could hear the concerned voices of the three people. But as they got closer, the voices changed from concern to laughter.
Lu Yuan, where is your hair? Luo, you said you play with fire every day? Why is your hair still so lush?
Lu Yuan said helplessly.
Don't you also have the Kirin fire to protect you? Hey, my trace of Qilin's original fire can't compete with the fire of Suzaku's body. Fortunately, this Xuanwu suit is not afraid of fire. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing.
Although there were frequent dangers at the beginning, in the end, the Dian Shenlong Ju and the operation of the marrow cleansing meridian allowed him to recover from the trauma in time. At this time, Lu Yuan appeared to be undamaged,
except for the hair on his body. Of course, Fang Rou came close to Lu Yuan, jumped up high and reached out to touch Lu Yuan's bald head, smiling so hard that her branches trembled.
Everyone has hair on their body. Lu Yuan has no hair on his body. Ha ha ha.
Fang Rou laughed.
Okay, Ruru. Don't laugh at him.
Although Li Tong also found it funny, he stopped Fang Rou from continuing to tease her.
What should we do next?
Xiao Lui couldn't help but go up and touch Lu Yuan's bald head. But he hid his smile well and asked seriously. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Lui helplessly. He didn't expect that she was as calm as a child, or that Li Tong was more serious and didn't laugh at him.
Really? Is it really that silky smooth?
Lu Yuan had just finished praising Li Tong's maturity when the conversation between the three girls came over. And then Li Tong walked up to Lu Yuan shyly.
That.
Lu Yuan sighed, bent down and stretched his head over.
Touch. Touch. I'm really convinced by you.
After a few people laughed for a while, Lu Yuan revealed his future plans.
I have just absorbed a lot of Suzaku's fire. It will take me some time to practice and completely transform this domineering flame into my own energy. Then I will continue to move forward to find the whereabouts of the holy beast White Tiger. Lu Yuan, can we discuss something? Can we practice in another place? This deserted place is almost boring to death. You practice for 10 days and a half. It's so boring for us to be on the sidelines.
Fang Rou suggested.
You can also practice. The demons are ready to take action, and they may bully us one day. If I don't stop, you must have the ability to protect yourself.
Fang Rou raised her left hand to signal Lu Yuan to stop talking, then shouted slogans and walked aside.
Exercise your body and defend yourself. What a headache. Otherwise, Luo, you take them to find a town first. I will completely suppress the energy in my body and go to find you.
Lu Yuan Dao. Xiao Lui and Li Tong shook their heads at the same time, their expressions becoming serious.
We are not here to hold you back. I have heard about your bet with the Demon Emperor. No matter how high we can reach in the end, I will definitely be by your side in the battle with the Demon Emperor.
Xiao Lui said seriously. Li Tong also nodded and said,
You have always made sacrifices for us. This time we will stand firmly by your side. Oh my! It's my own people who are showing their determination here. I was joking just now. Please practice hard soon. I can't wait for Zhengyu and the others to return to the team and be surpassed by that bastard.
Fang Rou saw. His joke was taken seriously by everyone, so he hurried over to explain. Lu Yuan chose to station in the valley for 2 reasons. The first was because the Suzaku fire was really violent and had to convert its energy quickly. The second was because the valley was relatively quiet and there were no monsters intruding after being stationed for so long. You must know that after the integration of the new world, the number of monsters has doubled. It is not easy to have such a pure land. For Lu Yuan, who is in urgent need of cultivation, this is the best choice. After setting up the tent again, Lu Yuan started practicing alone, looking again at the blazing fire in his body. Although it is still extremely active, it will no longer cause harm to Lu Yuan. With the addition of Suzaku's spiritual clone, Suzaku's flame began to soften. At this time, it no longer suppressed the original fire of Qilin, but used it as its flame heart.
Boy! Being able to obtain the Fire Unicorn's original fire proves that you are truly blessed. However, this unicorn beast is slightly less powerful than the one in the upper realm. Fortunately, its fire is very pure.
Seeing Lu Yuan's consciousness sinking into his body, Suzaku's spiritual clone couldn't help but communicate with Lu Yuan.
More seniors can help control the flames. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome for me to rely on myself.
Lu Yuan said gratefully.
The Qiling's fire is comparable to my flame. If you hadn't only had a trace of fire in your body, you would have been much calmer when you opened the seal just now.
Suzaku paused and continued.
Although the flame you absorbed when you unlocked the seal was not my original fire,
the purity of the flame is also extremely high. Now you can use the Kirin's original fire as the core of the flame. My flame will assist you on the periphery, which can increase your strength. Quite a few. Thank you for your guidance, Senior.
Lu Yuan followed Suzaku's guidance and began to mobilize the flames. With the support of Suzaku's spiritual clone, everything went smoothly. The flame that was originally eager to try was refined by Lu Yuan and finally became well-behaved. Suzaku's spiritual clone looked like he was enjoying himself while hiding in the flame.
You are a good boy. You are very knowledgeable and polite. Practice well. Now that the lower realm has been merged and the concentration of spiritual energy has been increased, this is an opportunity for you.
Suzaku was very satisfied with Lu Yuan and couldn't help but admire it.
Senior Suzaku, why do I feel that your spiritual clone is different from the spiritual imprint left by Senior Xuanwu?
Lu Yuan felt the difference between Suzaku and Xuanwu.
Of course it's different. He is in a seal, and everything about himself is isolated from the outside world. But I'm outside the seal, and the spiritual imprint left with you is always connected to myself. Now I can talk to you. It's said to be my true body.
Lu Yuan was shocked when he heard this. No wonder Suzaku's spiritual clone seemed particularly energetic. Chapter 458 Ghost Suit. 3 more days have passed since Lu Yuan's practice. In these 3 days, he not only strengthened the original fire, but also made his own strength further. After being absorbed and transformed by Dian Shenlong Ju, the fire energy that was previously sucked into the body has been completely used for his own use.
The young man has been very energetic recently. He has been promoted to level 2 in such a short period of time. He has a bright future.
System Shout Out gave a reminder after Lu Yuan quit practicing. Ever since Tao Yuan's mother burned herself and passed on the characteristics of the mother's body to Lu Yuan Shout Out, System Shout Out didn't know what she was busy with every day. Only when Lu Yuan made a breakthrough or asked about something, Xiao Tao would appear to answer a few words. Lu Yuan was not happy because he had reached level 80 in a short period of time. After all, with the Dian Shenlong Ju, all his cultivation was based on absorbing external forces, so the upgrade speed was naturally very fast. He had always relied on his superior equipment and moves to fight against the enemy. After reaching level 80, Lu Yuan truly became one of the strong.
Xiao Tao, you haven't made much noise recently. Did the mental trauma last time affect you?
Lu Yuan used his spirit to communicate with Xiao Tao.
No. I have been in contact with the awakened system clone recently. Because the new world is too big. The progress is not too fast and consumes a lot of energy. So it doesn't appear much. Contact clones from other systems?
Lu Yuan didn't understand.
The Taoyuan system is originally a whole. Although it is divided into many parts, it still needs to share information to continue to improve. After all the clones are connected, it is equivalent to having a platform for sharing information. In your words, say, we can call it maintenance and updates.
Xiao Tao explained. After listening to the explanation, Lu Yuan finally understood that a person's vision is limited after all. Through all the people who have system clones, all the things and objects they have seen can be shared, so that the system can continue to improve and progress. And the things it knows to answer will be more and more. Come more and more.
Okay. Come on. Let me know if you need help. Lu Yuan Dao.
Not mentioned in the game at the beginning. Since the integration of the new world, System Xiao Tao has been of great help to Lu Yuan. Whenever there is something he doesn't understand, Xiao Tao is the one who helps answer the question. Lu Yuan is a man who repays kindness and pays great attention to loyalty. Although Xiao Tao may be just a set of data, he still wins Lu Yuan's friendship. After the conversation with Xiao Tao ended, Suzaku's spiritual clone also rested in the original fire. Xuanwu hid in the Xuanwu suit, and Lu Yuan finally calmed down. Lu Yuan stretched out greatly after walking out of the tent. He felt that his whole body was filled with powerful power. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in the palm of his hand. The intensity of the flames was much higher than before, and Lu Yuan had a feeling that the endurance of the flames in his body was much stronger than before. Like an endless trickle. Looking up, I saw the dark sky filled with stars,
and a crescent moon hanging diagonally in the sky. It seemed to be the smallest moment of the month for the moon. If the sky wasn't full of stars, it would be even darker here. Lu Yuan suddenly got inspiration. Took out his forging table. Took out the ore storage bag Wei Wire gave him. And selected some dark attribute ores. And also took a little extraterrestrial iron. The reason why he didn't use too much meteorite was because Lu Yuan wanted to build Fang Rou's equipment. Using too much meteorite would make the equipment too strong, while the assassin needed flexibility. A little bit of meteorite can increase the toughness of the equipment, and can also add some defense to the light armor built by Lu Yuan. The dark attribute, or was Lu Yuan's impromptu idea. Only darkness can blend into the night more easily. Since Fang Rou has gained a lot of experience in stealth recently, this set of equipment is mainly for stealth assassination. Black Soul Ore, the best dark attribute ore, produced in the center of the mass graves. Thousands of vengeful souls have been corroding it all year round, making the ore full of dark attributes. The ore is surrounded by black mist all year round, making it soul-stirring if you accidentally touch it. The texture of black soul ore is not hard, but it is extremely tough. It is a perfect match with a little meteorite. Lu Yuan originally planned to smelt it directly with fire, but he didn't expect that the innocent souls in the black soul mine were very afraid of flames. If it was forcibly smelted, the innocent souls in the ore would definitely dissipate, and the quality of the black soul mine would also be greatly reduced. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan took out an ordinary forging hammer and began to forge directly with his own internal strength. The sound of tinkling echoed in the valley. Lu Yuan had not forged like this for a long time. As the ores he came into contact with became more and more high quality, the refining process was almost abandoned, and Lu Yuan now used the refining hammering method for forging. The black soul ore is constantly changing its shape, and the weak parts will be mixed with meteorite iron by Lu Yuan. After the black soul ore is beaten evenly, the hardness of the black soul ore is greatly increased, and the armor parts are knocked out one by one. Not only were the equipment parts knocked out, but the three women who were already asleep were also knocked out, because the valley was too peaceful. The three women simply gave up their vigil.
Lu Yuan, what are you doing at night?
Fang Rou asked first with sleepy eyes.
Hey! It's either as quiet as a stone, or it's really disturbing when it makes noise.
As a mage, Xiao Lui didn't seem very sleepy despite his high mental strength. Li Tong yawned and just covered his mouth and chuckled after hearing what Xiao Lui said. Lu Yuan was disturbed and stopped the forging hammer in his hand. Then he remembered that it was already late at night.
I'm sorry. I just finished practicing and suddenly got inspiration. Wei Wire just gave me a lot of ore and planned to make a set of armor for Fang Rou.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he continued to turn around, fearing that his inspiration would disappear if he delayed for too long. When Fang Rou heard that she was building equipment for herself, she immediately lost her sleepiness. She even made a silent gesture to Xiao Lui and Li Tong, walked aside cautiously, and watched quietly. In the valley of Noda, only relying on the afterglow of the stars, Xiao Lui casually lit a bonfire near the three of them. And then, there was some light. On the other hand, Lu Yuan has been forging in the darkness. After opening his inner eyes, it is no longer important to Lu Yuan whether there is light or not. Everything around him has naturally appeared in his mind. The tinkling sound of iron sounded again. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes light, and sometimes heavy, but always giving people a very rhythmic feeling. This time the forging took a long time. Lu Yuan just finished the forging when the sun was about to rise. But the three women actually stayed aside, quietly watching Lu Yuan in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. As Lu Yuan's last hammer fell, the black fog suddenly spread around the forging platform, eventually forming the appearance of a ghost holding a machete in the air. The sky gradually gets brighter, but when you look closely, it's not because the sun is rising, but because the darkness is being absorbed by this evil ghost. The crescent moon that had not yet disappeared reflected a ray of moonlight that fell on Li Gui's forehead. The darkness dissipated, and Li Gui returned to the equipment.
Fang Rou, how about calling this set of equipment the Fire Ghost set?
Lu Yuan's naming was still as casual as ever.
No. Didn't you see the crescent moon on that devil's forehead? Call it Bao Qitian's suit.
Fang Rou yelled to stop Lu Yuan from naming him, but she kept on wearing a Bao Qitian suit without saying anything surprising.
How about the word ghost?
Xiao Lui suggested. When everyone heard it, they all felt that the name, ghost, was very consistent with the celestial phenomenon just now.
Okay, let's call it Ghost Suit.
Fang Rou was also very satisfied with the name, and said happily, Chapter 459, A Powerful Blow. It was already daylight after Lu Yuan's forging was completed. But there was still a thick black mist surrounding the suit, giving it an eerie feeling.
The individual items of the ghost set are all pseudo-artifact level, and the set as a whole has reached the level of an artifact. The attributes of this set of equipment are mainly for stealth assassination, and the set skills also make up for the assassin's lack of frontal combat capabilities.
Lu Yuan was the first to see the properties of the ghost suit, and revealed some information to the three women in advance. Fong Rou couldn't wait to step forward and take over the equipment. The cold suit she got was very light, and had no rough feeling of metal on the surface. It felt extremely smooth. The overall color is mainly black, except for the metal thickening in the weak points. Other parts are as light as cloth. Fong Rou put on the ghost suit directly. The tight-fitting black suit made Fong Rou even more petite. The crescent moon on her chest was the only bright color on her body. With the ghost suit on her upper body, the black mist almost drowned Fong Rou, and her cheeks became blurry.
What are the attributes?
Li Tong couldn't help but ask. Fong Rou was shocked by the super powerful properties of the ghost suit, and for the first time, she felt that she had stepped into the ranks of the strong. Fong Rou shared the attributes of the suit, which shocked everyone except Lu Yuan. Even Xiao Lui, who was also wearing an artifact-level suit, was shocked by the attributes of the ghost suit. The ghost suit is mainly flexible, so the overall defense is very ordinary, but its increased speed attribute is very high. The critical hit rate reaches 100%, and it comes with 3 super practical suit skills. Ghost suit. Artifact level. Additional attributes. Speed increased by 50%. Critical hit rate increased by 100%. Critical hit rate is reduced by enemy level suppression. Additional attributes. The black mist is shrouded in the equipment, and there are countless ghosts inside the equipment, which makes the equipment emit ghostly energy all year round, disrupting the enemy's sight and shocking the enemy's soul. It is also helpful for one's own stealth. There are additional bonuses for stealth in the dark night, making it harder to be discovered. Additional skills. Ghost substitute. In times of crisis, the ghost in the equipment can block an attack on behalf of the wearer. The substitute has the same appearance as the main body. After the skill is activated, the main body immediately enters the stealth state. Additional skills. Thousands of ghosts dominate the formation, forming a ghost formation field within 50 meters of itself, blocking the enemy's sight and entering a state of fear. Body functions such as movement and vision are weakened according to the enemy's resistance, and the body in the field enters a stealth state. Additional skills. The ghost comes into the world, triggers the ghost in the equipment, and condenses tens of thousands of ghosts into one. The ghost appears behind the body in the form of a semi-phantom, strengthening all the skills of the body and strengthening the basic attributes of the body.
Ha! I didn't expect that Fong Rou would be where we are today. From today on, I will be the best assassin in the world,
Fong Rou said with her hands on her hips, feeling a little carried away.
It looks really strong. Not only does it greatly enhance the assassin's skills, but the coming of a fierce ghost also increases the ability to fight in close combat. It's really good,
Xiao Lui said with emotion.
The most important thing is that this set of equipment looks very good. Although it is wrapped tightly, it looks mysterious and sexy when worn softly,
Li Tong also praised. Fong Rou was naturally very happy when she heard the compliments from the two of them. She hooked her fingers at Lu Yuan and said,
"Come to Lu Yuan. Let's make some gestures. The equipment is very strong, but you are still too weak. You are only level 68. If I fight you, I will be bullying you."
Although Lu Yuan told the truth, it was a blow to Fong Rou. Since the integration of the new world, Fong Rou and Li Tong had not had much chance to upgrade, so they had been stuck at level 60. Only Xiao Lui continued to practice and reached level 75 after being brainwashed by Professor Sun Shiwan and stimulating the nerves to unleash some potential.
"I don't accept it. Isn't it good for you to be strong? Lest I accidentally hurt you,"
Fong Rou said reluctantly.
"Yes. Just spar with Ruru."
Li Tong also wanted to see the effect of Fong Rou's equipment, and Lu Yuan was the most suitable stake.
"Okay. Stop it. Don't get hurt."
Lu Yuan did not wear any equipment or take out a weapon. He was dressed in casual clothes and had one hand behind his back, quietly waiting for Fong Rou to make a move.
"My skills must be matched with weapons, so be careful."
Fong Rou took out her dagger fish-cut sword. This pseudo-artifact level dagger was the prize for the monster invasion of the Holy City. It was later awarded to Lu Yuan by the Lord of the Holy City. Of course, Lu Yuan gave it directly to Lu Yuan. Fong Rou, With the artifact set and the pseudo-artifact dagger, Fong Rou's equipment can be said to surpass 99% of assassins. Fong Rou entered the invisible state and carefully sneaked towards Lu Yuan. However, although this ordinary sneaking had equipment bonuses, it was still ineffective against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pretended not to see Fong Rou and quietly waited for her next move. Of course, Fong Rou knew that Lu Yuan could see her, so she used her weapon skills when she sneaked to a distance of about 5 meters from Lu Yuan. Kirikaku. Kirigakure is the skill of the Yuchang sword. The poisonous mist is released from the sword and spreads, interfering with the line of sight within 5 meters. The poisonous mist also has a toxin effect. With the effect of the poisonous mist, Lu Yuan's vision was also affected. Only by activating his inner eye could he see Fong Rou's traces. Poison. With the weapon skill of the fish intestine sword again, the ground 10 meters around him instantly turned into a swamp. Although the fish intestine sword was forged by Lu Yuan, so much time had passed that the attributes of the weapon had long been forgotten, and the sudden change in the terrain caught Lu Yuan off guard. Be careful, Fong Rou reminded her kindly before preparing to attack. After all, Lu Yuan seemed too careless. It would be bad if she hurt Lu Yuan. Just let go and attack, Lu Yuan replied. Fong Rou did not continue to answer and launched an attack directly. Fong Rou knew Lu Yuan's strength very well, so it was impossible to win in a prolonged battle. The only thing that can pose a threat to Lu Yuan is an explosion. Using his professional characteristics and the blessing of equipment attributes set skills to catch him off guard. Thousands of ghosts come to the world. The 2 major skills of the ghost suit were used directly, and the surroundings were instantly surrounded by ghosts. Fong Rou's aura became weaker, and even Lu Yuan's mind was a little unsure of its location. The powerful ghost shadow followed Fong Rou. The weapons in his hands were the same as those in Fong Rou's hands, and his movements were quite synchronized. The attack range was much larger than that of Fong Rou. Fong Rou felt her attributes increase dramatically, and her movement speed was so fast even when she was sneaking. Must kill Flash. Fong Rou did not dare to get too close to Lu Yuan, so she directly used her special skill to quickly attack the opponent's heart. With numerous buff bonuses, Fong Rou flashed past like a ghost. Ha ha! Lu Yuan, you lost. When attacking, Fong Rou deliberately turned the fish intestine sword so that the hilt of the sword stabbed Lu Yuan's heart to prevent Lu Yuan from being hurt. Both Li Gui Shuang and Fong Rou's sword hilts hit Lu Yuan. So Fong Rou concluded, I have already won. Really? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. What do you mean? You can't afford to lose. Right. Fong Rou said unconvinced when she saw Lu Yuan refuse to admit defeat. All skill effects dissipated and everyone's vision returned to normal. Due to the special skills just now, neither Xiao Lui nor Li Tong saw what happened. No one expected that within a minute of the duel, Fong Rou would immediately conclude that Lu Yuan had failed. Ruru, did you win? Li Tong asked in disbelief. Look at the mud palm prints on her chest. It looks like Lu Yuan won. Xiao Lui's sharp eyes directly saw the mud palm print on Fong Rou's left chest. It turned out that Lu Yuan grabbed a handful of mud on the ground of Du's in order to leave traces, but not to hurt Fong Rou. The moment Fong Rou's attack flashed past, a palm had already been printed on her chest. If this palm was used, Fong Rou would have no chance to touch her, and would be knocked away. And what Fong Rou called the feeling of hitting was just the feeling of Lu Yuan releasing his energy to defend himself, and blocking the fatal flash. Lu Yuan, you are so nasty. You used the help of sparring to sneak attack on someone's breasts. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Seeing that she still lost, Fong Rou started to mess around and tease Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was already used to Fong Rou's mischief, and simply chose to ignore it. The blow just now was already very strong. If I hadn't had the ability to sense my surroundings, it would have been difficult to withstand it. Have a day off, and continue our journey tomorrow. Chapter 460 Weird Mountains. Finally out of that damn valley. Fong Rou played with the fish intestine sword in her hand, casually piercing a blind monster, and said in a relaxed mood, since leaving the valley, whenever there is harassment from monsters, Lu Yuan does not need to take action at all. The most active one is Fong Rou. Xiao Lui only helped cover from a distance, while Li Tong provided long-range bow and arrow support. Lu Yuan was still a little unaccustomed to being leisurely. Fong Rou, if you want to improve your strength, don't act too hastily. You should put safety first. You've been working too hard recently. Lu Yuan couldn't help but worry as he watched Fong Rou's dangerous operations every time. Everything is under control. These monsters are too slow to touch me. Fong Rou replied confidently.
It doesn't matter if she gets familiar with the equipment. I was very excited when I got the Firelin suit. I wanted to find someone to fight with every day.
Xiao Lui understood Fang Rou's mood very well.
Lu Yuan, you have nothing to do when you are idle. Whenever you are inspired again, give my Tong Tong a new set of equipment. She is still wearing a level 50 epic suit.
Fang Rou has new equipment, but she doesn't forget her good sisters.
It doesn't matter to me. As long as your strength can improve, you will have equipment sooner or later.
Li Tong was very open-minded. In fact, he knew in his heart that if there were suitable materials, Lu Yuan would naturally help him make them.
There is a kind of wind-gathering mine that is suitable for archers. However, Li Tong mostly fights with us. It only increases the kiting ability, which seems a bit redundant, because most of the time she only needs to ensure the output. I plan to make a strong attack type for her. Equipment.
Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts. Equipment made from wind attribute ores will undoubtedly increase the archer's pulling ability, but the corresponding attack will be much weaker. As long as Lu Yuan and others are by his side, Li Tong doesn't need to move too much, because the hatred will not be pulled away at all. After many large-scale team battles, Lu Yuan has begun to build a team of his own according to his own ideas. Everyone performs their own duties and cooperates with each other to maximize the team's output.
Don't be in a hurry. Just follow your own ideas.
Li Tong was very happy to hear that Lu Yuan had not forgotten him. As for the attributes of the equipment, he didn't care that much. Not to mention that the epic suit he had now was already very good. The four of them were moving forward aimlessly. White Tiger's clues had been cut off, so they had no choice but to take their chances. Traveling around the continent was considered as a way to level up. The three women kept looking for monsters to improve their strength. Lu Yuan, who was not allowed to take action, practiced the wind walking on the side. Although this skill is not advanced, it has basic skills to control the wind. After several days of practice, Lu Yuan has been able to use the wind element to increase the time and distance in the air. Just like Qiongqi's original advice to Lu Yuan. When controlling the wind element, don't always think about controlling it, but try to integrate into it. When you yourself are a gust of wind, then you can naturally walk against the wind. When you are stronger than the wind element, then you can naturally walk against the wind. Since the three women had been fighting and Lu Yuan was practicing on top of the wind, Lu Yuan would often have run several kilometers away by the time the three women ended the fight. When the girls finally caught up, Lu Yuan had to start practicing again. In the end, the three girls deprived Lu Yuan of his last fun because chasing Lu Yuan was too tiring. Lu Yuan had an idea and planned to recruit the three women to join him. Since everyone couldn't catch up with him, it would be good if everyone practiced together. This would not only help positioning when facing the enemy, but also increase the traveling speed. In the end, Li Tong and Fang Rou happily accepted the invitation. But Xiao Lui had no intention of learning Taifengxing. Xiao Lui said this.
Although I have many skills, I just want to practice the fire mage to the extreme. As for things like moving and flying, my spells can definitely do it. It is also beneficial to use more spells in daily life.
As for the growth of my magic power and spiritual power, I will not consider the movement skills of wind attributes.
Xiao Lui always has a calmness beyond his years, and also has good plans for his goals and future. The reason why she explained so much was because it was Lu Yuan who made the suggestion, and she was afraid that everyone would think she was unsociable.
Many skills are not overwhelming. Many plans are confusing. And it is better to have hundreds of plans, but not make a decision. It is better to have one plan and move quickly. Luo Yi is right. Just one specialization is completely enough.
Lu Yuan also agreed with Xia Luo Yi's thoughts. In the next few days, the march of the four began to become chaotic. Lu Yuan took Li Tong and Fang Rou to practice walking on the wind, while Xiao Lui followed behind on the fire dragon he summoned. The Netherworld Flamingo also returned to Xiao Lui, because Xiao Lui released spells every day to help it practice. Lu Yuan would take out the dragon egg and observe it when he had nothing to do. After absorbing the fire of Suzaku last time, the dragon egg began to shine, but there was still no intention of hatching. Lu Yuan originally fantasized whether the dragon egg could be from the Qinglong clan, but after repeated confirmation by the Xuanwu clone and the Suzaku clone, he learned that it could not be the descendant of the holy beast Qinglong. After driving peacefully for several days, a few people came to a mountain range with dense trees and steep mountains. There were no good roads in the barren mountains and ridges. Lu Yuan originally wanted to take a detour, but everyone insisted on a jungle adventure. In the end, Lu Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He held the Yongyan knife in his hand and split the thorns and vines in front to open up a path. After walking in the mountains for a while, Lu Yuan felt something was wrong. In such a place with lush trees, the vitality would be very strong, and there would be many more animals and monsters than in ordinary areas. However, after walking for so long, there was not even a bird call. None were heard. Isn't it too quiet? Lu Yuan stopped and asked. It's indeed a bit too quiet. And apart from trees, no other life forms have been found. Xiao Lui also felt something strange and couldn't help but say, it's best if there are some strange things. I'm worried that my hands are itchy, so it would be fun to play some powerful characters. Fong Rose said, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Ruru, don't get carried away. If a powerful monster appears soon, you must listen to Lu Yuan and Luo Yi's command. Li Tong was afraid that Fong Rou would cause trouble due to his carelessness, so he hurriedly educated him in advance. After all, among these people, Fong Rou was the only one who could listen to him. I know. If we can't beat you, can't we still run? Don't be too nervous, Fong Rou said nonchalantly. Although he noticed something strange, Lu Yuan had no intention of backing down now that he was here. After all, if he wanted to gain experience, it was necessary to take some risks. After walking for a while before continuing, the four of them actually saw a village. However, the village was lifeless and there were no residents. The houses were not dilapidated, but it looked like they had been uninhabited for at least a few months. There are hundreds of houses built according to the mountain topography in the village. Just looking at the courtyards, you can tell that life in the village is quite affluent, and it doesn't look like they have migrated at all. Lu Yuan, what's going on? People in this empty village are so panicked, Li Tong said with some fear. Chapter 461 Puppet. It seems that life in this village is very prosperous, and the houses are neatly built, but I don't know why there are no people there. Lu Yuan Dao. Look over there. Xiao Lui pointed at the collapsed houses in the back row of the village and said, different from the neat houses at the entrance of the village. The houses in the back row were damaged to varying degrees. There were many claw marks on the damaged parts of the houses, and blood stains that had been washed away by the rain and were somewhat faded were found on the ground. It seems that this village was attacked by monsters. Li Tong took out his weapon and looked around with some caution. But do you think it's weird? Fong Rou frowned as if she saw something was wrong. What's weird? Li Tong asked subconsciously. There are blood stains, which proves that villagers were killed. But if it was done by a monster, wouldn't they also eat the bones? Fong Rou expressed her thoughts. Lu Yuan had already dispersed his mental energy and was trying to explore the surroundings, trying to find some clues. Since entering this mountain range, almost no monsters have been seen, and even wild animals seem to be extinct. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's hair suddenly exploded, and the scattered mental energy felt like being pricked by a needle, and a chill instantly surged into his heart. The opponent's mental power is very strong, and there is a death aura all over his body. He doesn't feel like a monster, but more like a human being. Lu Yuan fixed his eyes on the highest mountain range behind the village, and said with lingering fear, have you sensed the enemy's aura? Xiao Lui asked. Well, the enemy is very strong. They may be from the legal profession. They don't feel like monsters, but more like humans. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, his brows furrowed tightly, and large beads of sweat fell from his face. Oops, the other party actually locked onto my aura. Lu Yuan Dao. What are you afraid of? In the worst case, it's just a fight. We've never seen anything like this before. Compared to the panic-inducing silence before, Fong Rou was no longer afraid when an enemy appeared. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He took out the Yongyan knife and looked at the direction of the back mountain with vigilance, not daring to be careless at all. Upon seeing this, the three women naturally realized that the situation was serious. They each took out their equipment and took their positions one by one. Fong Rou simply entered the invisible state. Not long after, a burst of dark clouds rolled in from a distance, and the originally clear sky instantly became extremely dark. The surrounding temperature also dropped suddenly, and the dilapidated houses added to the gloomy atmosphere. From the main mountain range behind the village, a strange chirping sound was heard, and then a large crowd was seen rushing over at an abnormal speed. Zombie? Xiao Lui asked subconsciously. Lu Yuan looked at them intently for a while, shook his head and said, they are not zombies. It should be said that they are the living dead. It seems that their blood has been drained and made into puppets.
The humanoid puppet is extremely fast. Its body is complete. Its skin is livid. And its body joints can make many anti-human actions.
Fong Ro, don't show up. Find a safe place and wait for the opportunity. Luo Yi will take Li Tong to heaven.
After Lu Yuan arranged the three women, he waited for the puppet to approach. There were puppets all over the mountains, and plains dressed in various costumes. It seemed that not only the villagers of this village were killed, but there should be many similarly unfortunate villages in other places. The villagers who had basically no fighting ability in life have now been refined. And both their speed and attack power have been enhanced to an epic level. Their hands are as hard as iron. It turns out that the scratches left on the houses were caused by these puppets. Xiao Lui controlled the fire dragon to fly into the sky. Li Tong had already started shooting arrows. And Fong Ro obediently hit on the roof. Meteor shower sea of fire arrow rain arrow formation. The two women in the air have started suppressing fire. And Lu Yuan finally ushered in the first wave of puppets. Although the puppets are very thin, their bodies have been refined to be very strong. Needless to say, the sharpness of the Evernight knife can cut off the puppet's body. But there is an obvious sense of frustration, which shows the puppet's strong defense. And after several rounds of fighting, Lu Yuan discovered that the dark attribute of Yongye knife not only did not play a corrosive role, but was actually very popular with the puppets. Lu Yuan shuttled among the many puppets, not daring to stop for a moment. He was accidentally caught before, and his Xuanwu suit, which is good at defense, was left with a thin scratch. You must know that in the original battle with Professor Sun, the Xuanwu suit was only hit with a trace. An ordinary monster among the thousands of puppets was actually able to cause damage to the Xuanwu suit.
Who is the person behind the scenes? He has refined so many powerful puppets.
Lu Yuan murmured in his heart. These thousands of puppets were completely comparable to tens of thousands of troops. Whether it was speed, strength or fearlessness of life and death, it could be said that all of them were warriors. Xiao Lui's magic didn't do much damage to the puppet, but the puppet seemed to hate flames. Li Tong's arrows only hit the puppets and had no effect at all. The puppets were not afraid of pain and just darted left and right like hedgehogs while holding the arrows. Li Tong simply gave up the group skills and only used powerful single-target attacks. Only hitting the key parts of the puppet and directly piercing the puppet's body would have any effect. Lu Yuan put away the Evernight knife and took out the flame blade directly. The original fire in his body attached to the flame blade, and the blade instantly grew to 1 meter. Thousands of troops kill Whirlwind, Lu Yuan's most commonly used combination move to spawn monsters in his early days. With his current strength, he can use these two moves almost all the time. The long flaming sword harvests the crowd of puppets like a hot wheel. Lu Yuan's change in attack paid off, and the puppets that were originally like blocks of iron finally began to fall in large areas. Just as Lu Yuan regained the feeling of spawning monsters and upgrading, a voice came from the system shout out.
Summoning Mage also has special puppet refining technology. The body will not be too far away from the summoned object. Capture the thief first. Capture the king first.
Xiao Tao gave some information. Lu Yuan also thought that the person behind the scenes might be nearby. But there were too many puppets around, and each puppet had a trace of that person's mental mark on it. So it would be difficult to find the controller by relying on mental power. Finally, with Lu Yuan's continuous efforts, the manipulator behind the scenes began to lose his composure. After all, every puppet was a labor of love. After a burst of magic, the surrounding puppets began to scatter, and a huge giant puppet was summoned. The giant puppet was holding a mace, and the ground shook with every step he took. Lu Yuan, who was more than 1.8 meters tall, only reached the giant's knees. However, Lu Yuan's eyes did not fall on the giant puppet. The magic wave just now let Lu Yuan know the approximate position of the controller. At this time, when he wanted to change positions, he could not escape Lu Yuan's eyes.
9 o'clock. The little black-robed mage.
Lu Yuan shouted to the two women in the air. At the same time, he winked at Fong Ro and rushed directly towards the giant puppet. After being reminded by Lu Yuan, Xiao Lui easily saw the little mage mixed in among the puppets. A series of fireballs were like flares guiding Fong Ro in the direction. Li Tong's bow and arrow restricted the mage's movement, while Fong Ro quickly closed the distance. The black-robed mage controlled the puppet to help him resist the skill. After dodging for a while, he finally lost his patience. With a wave of his staff, the space fluctuated and summoned a dark dragon. The black-robed mage jumped onto the back of the giant dragon and shouted loudly to Lu Yuan and others.
What a good puppet! I want to make the girl into a bride puppet for my pleasure. You kid can just be a guard.
Lu Yuan cut off the giant puppet's head with a knife and looked at the black-robed mage with some anger in his eyes. This person is not a demon or a monster, but someone like him. And after Xiao Tao confirmed, he is also a player who has awakened the system. In other words, the ferocious beast that slaughtered the village was the person in front of him. Judging from the puppets it summoned, it was estimated that it had countless lives on its hands. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a demon. Chapter 462 Puppet Summoner. Lu Yuan targeted the black-robed mage and used Xiao Tao to check his attributes. Name? Level 76 Special Occupation, Puppet Summoner. This was the first time Lu Yuan heard about this profession. When he was in Taoyuan world, he always heard about some hidden professions. But except for Taoist priests like Chang Chunzi, he had not found such an evil and powerful profession. Just looking at the occupation name and the situation on the battlefield at this time, Lu Yuan could probably guess the general situation of this person's occupation.
You are the only one who wants us to be your brides. You should save your life until the end.
Fong Rou took advantage of the fact that the puppet master had just climbed onto the back of the dark dragon and was enjoying herself. She used the help of several nearby buildings to bounce around and was behind him in an instant. The fish-cut dagger that shone with a faint cold light had already stabbed towards its back and heart. To capture the thief first. Capture the king. Fong Rou was right to be fierce this time. But an accident happened again. Just when Fong Rou's dagger was about to pierce the puppet master's heart, a dagger appeared out of thin air, and Fong Rou's attack was blocked.
Fong Rou, be careful!
Lu Yuan was far away at this time, and had no time to help. The figure that appeared out of thin air was actually a refined professional assassin player. Because there were so many puppets around, even Lu Yuan had not noticed its existence before. As long as there is one assassin puppet, there may be a second one. Sure enough, several more daggers appeared around Fong Rou, the devil's substitute. At the critical moment, Fong Rou directly used the ghost suit skill, and the avatar that was the same as the original body stayed in place, while Fong Rou was instantly invisible and sit away a few meters away. After a failed experience, Fong Rou did not dare to act rashly. If it were not for the ghost suit, she would have been unable to dodge the sudden attack, and she would have lost half her life even if she did not die. Also locked in a tough fight were Xiao Lui and Li Tong. The two were originally on the fire dragon summoned by Xiao Lui. Xiao Lui, who was already proficient in dragon control, didn't care about the occasional counterattacks on the ground. However, after the puppet master flew into the sky on the dark dragon, his advantage in the air disappeared. Moreover, since the fire dragon is an energy body and the dark dragon is the real body of the puppet, the consequences will be obvious once they come into contact with each other.
Netherworld Flamingo, come out and help.
After Xiao Lui rejoined the team, the Netherworld Flamingo returned to her pet space. At this time, faced with the threat of the dragon, Xiao Lui couldn't help but summon it.
Hey. This little bird is pretty good too. He will take you in soon.
The puppet master didn't seem to be afraid of having another enemy, and was actually a little happy.
Xiao Zi, pick me up.
Lu Yuan got rid of the entangled puppet monster, jumped into the air with all his strength, and shouted to the Netherworld Flamingos in the air. Hand of the Void. Lu Yuan used the Void Hand against the Netherworld Flamingo, and combined with the wind walking he had just learned, he could actually change its direction simply. With a few swords, he threw out a few air blades to block the puppet master's attack route. And Lu Yuan once again used his Hand of Void to rush towards the puppet master. Whoosh whoosh. Several blasts of wind blew past Lu Yuan's ears, and a group of archer puppets appeared on the ground. Facing the sudden increase in arrows, Lu Yuan had no choice but to walk on the wind again, and landed on the back of the Netherworld Flamingo several times.
Xiao Zi, send me near the dark dragon, and then pick up Fong Rou,
Lu Yuan whispered. The Nether Flame Bird was also inspired to fight when it saw the dark dragon. It flapped its wings fiercely, and carried Lu Yuan on its back at extremely fast speeds to deal with the opponent.
Luo Yi, leave the puppet master to me. Take Li Tong and Fong Rou to clean up the remote puppet soldiers below,
Lu Yuan said loudly. Xiao Lui had a strong fighting instinct. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, he gave Lu Yuan a look of affirmation and controlled the fire dragon to fly aside. Super Meteor Shower. Xiao Lui used his magic power to the limit and released a super large meteor shower. Pieces of fire meteorites fell from the sky, causing heavy damage to the already dense puppet soldiers. Lu Yuan, the queen of Xiao Lui, was naturally relieved. He saw an opportunity and jumped directly on the back of the dark dragon. The puppet master controlled the dragon and tried to dodge, but was locked by Lu Yuan's
Hand of the Void.
falling on the back of the dragon. The puppet master put some distance between him and Lu Yuan on the broad dragon's back, and the invisible puppets around him suddenly accelerated and attacked Lu Yuan. Before, it was because there were too many small puppets that Lu Yuan didn't pay special attention to them. At this time, their invisibility could not escape Lu Yuan's eyes. The flame blade flipped quickly in his hand, and he easily eliminated the soldiers with a few simple and quick slashes. Unexpectedly, the puppet master controlled the dark dragon to dive rapidly. Lu Yuan's feet were unstable, and he almost fell off the dragon's back. However, the puppet master was not affected by the angle at all, and his feet seemed as stable as one with the dragon. Dragon roar. The puppet master controlled the dark dragon to roar. Lu Yuan, who had already lost his center of gravity, was attacked by sound waves again. His mind went blank for a moment. When he came to his senses, he had rolled to the tail of the dragon and was about to fall from the air. Lu Yuan's hand dimmed, and the Yongya knife appeared again. He inserted the knife into the root of the dragon's tail with one hand, and then he stabilized his body and did not fall. The attribute matching flame blade can play some role, but when it comes to defense-breaking attacks, it has to be the artifact Eternal Night. The Dark Dragon and the Evernight Knife both have dark attributes, but they have no affinity with each other.
Gold Swallowing Beast. Suck it dry for me.
After the Yongya knife was inserted into the dragon's body, Lu Yuan found that the blade was trembling a little, and he was actually a little excited. The basic material of the Eternal Night knife is the soul-devouring ore, and the gold-swallowing beast is swallowed by it. Although the dark dragon has been refined into a puppet, its dark attributes can be considered a great supplement. Lu Yuan realized that the Yongya knife was absorbing the dark attribute of the dark dragon, so he simply asked the gold-swallowing beast to help him. The gold-swallowing beast received the order and directly rotated the pyramid-shaped tail on the handle of the Yongya knife. As the tail of the knife rotated, the blade gradually opened up a blood hole. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to exert any force, it directly drilled out of the dragon's body. Got in. Maybe the gold-swallowing beast can't do other things, but Lu Yuan has never worried about eating. Lu Yuan was so angry that he stood on his feet. With the experience last time, he stood up steadily again this time, putting away the flaming blade. A sword hilt appeared in his right hand, which was the shadowless sword that had not been used for a long time. In terms of sharpness alone, although the shadowless sword was only at the level of a pseudo-artifact, it was not weaker than the Evernight knife. After being nurtured in the sword box for a period of time, it is even more sharp when it is unsheathed. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to rush over to deal with the puppet master. After all, if he could recruit an army, he must have a backup plan. The Dark Dragon's combat power was far more than this, but at this time, it had a geographical advantage on its back, preventing it from attacking. Instead of attacking the puppet master first, it would be better to destroy the Dark Dragon first. Lu Yuan didn't believe he had a second giant puppet like this. Lu Yuan stepped forward step by step, and the shadowless sword also scratched left and right on the dragon's back with the steps, and scars began to appear. If the Dark Dragon's skin and flesh were not thick, the skin and flesh would have been separated from the bones. Even though it became a puppet, the Dark Dragon's vitality was still very strong. As soon as the wound appeared for a while, the skin and flesh began to heal automatically, but only the dragon himself knew the pain. It was the first time that the puppet master encountered such a difficult opponent. Lu Yuan was far more difficult than he imagined. The Dark Dragon was absorbing the dark energy inside, and was constantly traumatized on the outside. If he continued, his most proud puppet might be destroyed. Destroyed?
Stop now, and I can let you guys go.
The puppet master suddenly said to Lu Yuan.
You have murdered so many people. How can I spare you from continuing to cause trouble to the world?
Lu Yuan once again left a large wound on the Dark Dragon.
What I hate the most is you people who pretend to be righteous. If you don't drink a toast, you will be punished with a drink. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
The puppet master looked at his puppets with some distress. He had spent so much effort to refine so many of them, and now that he had used that trick, he had to start all over again. After looking at Lu Yuan, who was at ease, the puppet master gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The magic power of the staff in his hand condensed, and a strong suction force came from the staff. Puppet Ultimate Fusion. The puppet master's feet did not move, and a flesh-like thing grew out of the dragon's head and merged with it. As it fell rapidly, the puppet soldiers on the ground also gathered together, and when they collided in twos and threes, they actually began to merge. Lu Yuan did not dare to stay at the back of the dark dragon any longer. He stretched out his hand to summon the Yongye Dao and jumped towards the netherworld flame bird. After pulling away, several people showed surprise. Thousands of puppets were fused at the same time, and attacks during the fusion process did not have much effect at all. They could only knock out a small part, but they still could not affect the fusion of other puppets.
He is only level 76. If he reaches level 90 and continues to increase the number of puppets, it is not impossible for him to destroy an entire country by himself.
Lu Yuan sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. Chapter 463: The Smooth Cooperation. The puppet master began to control the fusion of his men, and the bodies of the originally skinny puppets became soft, like wriggling meatballs. The puppets in twos and threes merged with each other. The main body of the puppet master became larger and larger, and the puppet master disappeared into the pile of flesh. Lu Yuan and others tried to use attacks to prevent them from merging, but they could only knock off a small part, and the fallen parts would quickly join the fused team.
I didn't expect this puppet master to be so disgusting. Look at the way those puppets are squirming.
Fong Rose spoke frankly and couldn't help but say,
"What kind of puppet is this? It's simply a parasite."
Li Tong gave up the attack because all her arrows were absorbed and fused by the puppets.
I thought the flames would do more harm to them, but the death aura exuded by the puppet master had a great restriction on the flames.
Xiao Lui also frowned and said,
"There are so many unreasonable things about this person. I hope that as its size increases, its agility and speed will decrease."
What Lu Yuan was most worried about was not whether the puppet master was evil or disgusting, but that something abnormal would happen after it merged. If you want to destroy this puppet combination, you must defeat the puppet master. However, after thousands of puppets were combined with the dark dragon puppet, the puppet master became a giant more than 10 meters tall, with a pair of dragon wings behind his back and in his hands. It is no longer a staff, but a machete made of bones. After the integration, the skin of the giant puppet began to scab, and the whole body no longer looked limp. The final form had distinct muscles, and the outer bones formed its own armor. A pair of giant dragon wings could be used to create a hurricane, and a machete in the hand could be used. Open up mountains and fields.
That little dwarf must have an inferiority complex, and he made his body look so big through a fit,
Fong Rose said with disdain. Xiao Lui and Li Tong nodded at the same time and said in unison,
"I agree. Luo, you and her two will support you, and I will be the main attacker. Once you find the main body of the puppet master, use your 3 strongest attacks and try to kill him with one blow."
The 3 goddesses were relaxed, but Lu Yuan didn't dare to be careless at all. If they were defeated by this kid, I'm afraid they would really become puppets. At this time, the fully integrated puppet master has already swung his sword, without any moves. Just a simple swing of the sword is a fatal threat.
Why is it so fast?
Lu Yuan originally wanted to rush over quickly and use his body skills to flexibly execute leg-cutting tactics. After all, this was not the first time Lu Yuan encountered such a huge enemy. But what Lu Yuan was worried about before happened. The huge puppet giant's speed did not slow down at all, and his whole body exuded infinite power. Lu Yuan turned sideways to avoid the bone knife, and a gust of wind made his cheek hurt. The unknown figure's methods were actually more powerful than the powerful monsters, and even surpassed the demon generals he had encountered before.
I have worked so hard to refine the puppets. Just because you guys have wasted all your efforts, I will train you as puppets and torture them every day.
The puppet master's voice came out. Although he had the upper hand at the moment, there was no joy in his tone. Although the puppet giant was fast, its wheelbase was much longer due to its huge size. In the end, it was still close to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not continue to use the shadowless sword to attack. For such a hard bone armor SHL, the armor-breaking effect of the Yongye knife was better. Sword dance. Lu Yuan directly used his sword dance, swinging more than 30 knives in just one moment. And with precise control, the impact point of each knives remained at the same position. It has to be said that the defense of the puppet giant is really high. One move only made a small hole in the bone armor of its calf. After a brief attack, Lu Yuan did not dare to take advantage of the knife, and the puppet giant's big feet followed closely and kicked him. Lu Yuan was surprised by the puppet giant's amazing defense, and the puppet master was even more surprised by Lu Yuan's powerful attack. The bone armor of the puppet giant, which can be said to be the essence of thousands of puppets, was actually broken by this kid's move. Although the injured area was very small, it was enough to shock people.
If you only have this ability, then defeat will only be a matter of time.
Lu Yuan turned over to dodge the incoming kick and retaliate. The battle between the two sides was not only about their moves, but also about their momentum and their hearts.
You're so proud. It doesn't matter if you hit me 1,000 times. I only need to hit you with one blow to kill you,
the puppet master said harshly.
Childish.
With a smile on his lips, Lu Yuan turned around and continued to attack, using the Jinghong move directly. As he shuttled back and forth, each knife hit the puppet giant's painful spot, and the wounds left before were gradually expanding. Lu Yuan originally thought that the puppet giant's wounds would heal, but he did not expect that once the bone armor was destroyed, it could not be restored. It seemed that the puppet giant's vitality would be exhausted when it was combined. Xiao Lui and others also spotted the puppet giant's wounds, and each released long-range attacks to help. Fong Rou also tried to throw some hidden weapons and other attacks, but the accuracy was really not ideal. In the end, she simply sat on the fire dragon and watched the fun. For this kind of attack, the most suitable profession is undoubtedly the archer. Li Tong finally has room to show his strength. Gather all the strength of his body to gather an arrow, and hit it directly at the right time. The violent blow caused the puppet giant to almost fall. Although he felt no pain, his movements were still hindered. Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation and slapped the tail of the arrow, causing Li Tong's arrow to sink directly into the calf of the puppet giant. Burst. Li Tong triggered the arrow without any courtesy, and the arrow it shot turned out to be an explosive arrow. Although the outer SHL of the puppet giant is hard, its internal defense is pitifully low. It is best described as strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The violent explosion even shocked Lu Yuan, and the puppet giant's calf was blown off instantly. The puppet giant's bone knife was inserted into the ground to maintain balance. While leaning down, his left fist used the momentum to attack Lu Yuan on the ground. Lu Yuan didn't panic. His eyes locked on the neck of the puppet giant. Broken moon. Lu Yuan left a dark shadow in the sky like a ghost, and there were still depressions on the ground made by his feet. A dark full moon formed on the neck of the puppet giant. That was the moment Lu Yuan passed by, and he waved countless swords, formed by shadow. Moon break. Only Lu Yuan's movement of retracting the sword was left in midair, and the head of the puppet giant also fell with the disconnected moon. Fire dragon technique. Xiao Lui reacted very quickly. A huge fire dragon formed and flew straight towards the neck of the puppet giant. The spell was fast and precise. The broken neck did not affect the puppet master's body, but there was already a loophole in the defense. The fire dragon effortlessly rushed into the puppet giant's body, and the flesh and blood inside was completely defenseless. Before the fire dragon penetrated to the end, the puppet master himself separated from the giant's body.
Hey! I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Fong Rou's figure appeared ghostly behind the puppet master, and the fishgut dagger sank into the puppet master's back with precision. Chapter 464 Back Mountain. With the skillful cooperation of Lu Yuan and others, the puppet summoner finally died under Fong Rou's dagger. In order to prevent these puppets from polluting the environment, Lu Yuan burned them all into ashes. After a fierce battle, the three women's levels have also been improved by 1 level, and the puppet master's storage bag is even richer in supplies. Considering that he had harmed so many villagers and people who had activated the system, there would naturally be a lot of things to loot.
It's a pity for this person. If this profession can be used in the right place, then this person will be one of the main forces against the demons,
Lu Yuan said with emotion. After previous battles, Lu Yuan knew this person's strength well. This was the first time he fought against a person who was lower than himself but found it very difficult. If this person's focus in refining puppets is not on ordinary people, but on brutal monsters, then he can still be accepted by the world, and the quality of the army will be even higher.
What's such a pity for such a person? It's an advantage for him to die like this.
Fan Jidao.
Yes. He has killed so many innocent lives. No matter how powerful this kind of person is, he will not be a hero.
Li Tong agreed.
Lu Yuan, do you think the puppet he made feels like you forged a weapon?
Xiao Lui did not worry about whether the puppet master should die or not, and expressed a different point of view.
There are indeed some similarities, but there are still many differences. He should have refined the puppet in advance, and then used simple space magic to store and summon it.
Lu Yuan Dao. The battle was victorious, but the few people were not very happy, but instead felt heavy. The world was in chaos. Not only foreign troubles, but also some evil people in the Earth world began to emerge. Too many people suddenly gained power, and their inner malice and ambition began to swell. There are always people who do not want world peace. This kind of person hopes that the world will be as chaotic as possible. And as long as he has a certain level of strength, he can always protect himself. And he can also take advantage of the chaos to gain a lot of benefits.
Don't you think it's a little strange? Even though we came to this village, we didn't let him attack us so crazily. Could it be that he just wanted a few more puppets?
Xiao Lui raised a new question.
Ha. I guess it's because Sister Luoyi is so beautiful that I'm so lustful,
Feng Rou said with a smile. Although Xiao Lui knew that Feng Rou was teasing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with Li Tong and chuckle. After being reminded, Lu Yuan frowned and suddenly looked up at the back mountain.
Luoyi is right. Although this puppet master is strong, his mental power cannot be compared with the one that locked on me before. The situation was critical just now, and he forgot about it for a moment.
Xiao Lui followed Lu Yuan's gaze and looked towards the back mountain, although she didn't notice anything strange. Judging from Lu Yuan's expression before, that mental power must be terrifying. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. Cold sweat fell from his forehead again. His body became stiff and uncontrollable, and his eyes were locked deep in the back mountain.
Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Luoyi, think of a solution quickly.
The incident happened suddenly, and Xiao Lui had no choice in the mental attack. He waved his staff to form a flame barrier, but it had no effect at all. In the end, it was System Xiao Tao who organized Lu Yuan's sea of spiritual consciousness and wrapped Lu Yuan in a transparent mental barrier, thus resolving the crisis. Lu Yuan's body recovered and he was breathing heavily.
What on earth is this thing that has such strong mental power?
Lu Yuan gasped.
What is attacking you? Why don't we feel anything?
System Xiao Tao's voice sounded in several people's minds at the same time.
That's because your mental power is not as strong as Lu Yuan's. There should be something in the back mountain. Just because of its strong mental power, I advise you to leave here quickly.
Although the three girls have not communicated with the System Xiao Tao, they have all awakened their own system clones. So they feel very close to Xiao Tao, who has maternal characteristics.
Xiao Tao, if you keep your mental barrier up, the other party shouldn't pose any threat to me. The other party's mental power is very strong and vicious. But it's obvious that he lacks mobility. If you don't remove it now, I'm afraid it will become a disaster in the future.
Lu Yuan finally recovered. Although he was still frightened, he was still unwilling to leave easily.
You have to know that the mental barrier I built for you is also your mental power. No one can say how long it will last. If the opponent has any killing moves at a close distance, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to resist,
Xiao Tao said bluntly. Road.
Since it won't attack us, why don't we just destroy it?
Feng Rou said fearlessly.
I don't think it will attack us. It just thinks that we are not a threat. If it approaches rashly, it will lose its combat effectiveness in an instant, and it will still cause trouble to Lu Yuan.
Xiao Lui analyzed it very calmly.
Luoyi is right. If Lu Yuan goes, we will go through fire and water together. If Lu Yuan doesn't go, let's not cause trouble.
Li Tong also said very rationally. Lu Yuan straightened up and found that the mental power was no longer locked on him, and his brows gradually relaxed as if he understood something.
I'll go to the back mountain by myself. You guys wait for me here. That mental power is just a strong explosive force, and the body should have been traumatized at this time, so it is difficult to move. This is the best time to eliminate it.
Lu Yuan took advantage of the moment when the mental power had just exploded, and made a temporary decision. After speaking to the three women without any doubt, he rushed towards the back hill quickly. The three women knew that they could not be of much help. After experiencing so many crises, they no longer acted impetuously, and chose to wait where they were.
If anything happens to Lu Yuan, I will rush over with you too,
Xiao Lui said firmly. On the other side, Lu Yuan used his newly learned wind walking to rush towards the back mountain very quickly. The mountain was very steep, but there was a road leading directly to the back mountain, so it was not difficult to run. Finally, with all his efforts, Lu Yuan found a cave in the back mountain. It was pitch dark inside the cave, which was not too deep. Waves of wailing and roaring sounds echoed in the cave. The waves of wailing sounds and the echoes intensified, making Lu Yuan's scalp numb. And Lu Yuan finally knew what that powerful spiritual power was. There is a large formation carved in the cave, and what is sealed in the formation is the souls that have been extracted from the puppets. Many souls were gathered together, and their resentment and unwillingness made this spiritual force extremely vicious. The most powerful among them is the soul of the dark dragon, and relying on its strong spiritual power. It is constantly eroding other souls. Without the maintenance of the puppet master, the formation was constantly being attacked. This was why the attack did not last long after Lu Yuan was attacked.
Xiao Tao, what should we do in this situation? With such a large and complex amount of spiritual power, you can either leave it alone, or you can only absorb and refine it. However, these souls are too resentful, and the absorption can easily be backlashed or even manipulated. I advise you not to take risks.
Lu Yuan fell into thinking after hearing this. Dian Shilongju is best at absorbing and transforming, but so many resentments may affect his mind after being absorbed. When Lu Yuan was in trouble, the dragon egg in the ring of the craftsman became restless again. Chapter 465 Dragon Egg Hatching. Lu Yuan was worrying about the countless souls in the cave, but the dragon eggs in the ring of the god of craftsmen began to stir. Since the last time, I had some reaction after absorbing the fire of Suzaku. The dragon egg has been staying quietly in the god of craftsmen ring. I don't know what the relationship between this resentful spirit and the dragon egg is. Lu Yuan took out the dragon egg and held it in his hand. But the dragon egg glowed with a dark red light. It was unknown whether it had absorbed too much Suzaku fire, and the color had actually changed. It's not just the dragon eggs that are strange, but also the soul body of the dark dragon in the formation. There seems to be some resonance between the two. The dark red light of the dragon egg flickered for a while, and then the dark dragon soul seemed to have received some signal and began to eat the souls of the surrounding puppets even more crazily. The dark dragon's soul gradually grew stronger, but it forcibly absorbed other souls, making it very painful. Thousands of puppet souls were still too weak in front of the dark dragon. After a while, only the soul of the dark dragon was left in the Kung Fu formation. The formation finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned into nothingness under the impact of the dark dragon's soul. Lu Yuan was prepared for a mental attack, but the dark dragon did not attack him. It spread its huge wings, raised its head and roared for a while, then directly pressed its head against the dragon egg, the huge dark dragon soul. The moment it came into contact with the dragon egg, directly turned into a stream of energy and was sucked in by the dragon egg. The mental attack that had been a fatal threat before disappeared without a trace. Lu Yuan walked around in the cave and found nothing special before retreating. After the dragon egg absorbed the soul of the dark dragon, the body of the egg began to gradually turn black, with an occasional flash of red light, and finally stabilized into black and red and began to flicker steadily. The energy in the dragon egg reached its highest point, and Lu Yuan even felt that he was holding a bomb in his hand.
I understand. Judging from the similarity in information, this dragon egg belongs to the same clan as the dark dragon, although their attributes are not exactly the same. The connection between the bloodlines makes the two become one.
Xiao Tao's voice came from the system, bringing the latest information to Lu Yuan. Dragons are naturally promiscuous, so dragon bloodlines are the most mixed. Pure dragon bloodlines are no longer common. Xuanwu's spiritual clone had said before that there was no aura of eastern dragons such as Qinglong in this dragon egg. At that time, Lu Yuan thought it might be a western dragon. At this time, the dark dragon and the dragon egg merged into one, which also confirmed that the original guess was correct.
I see that the dark dragon has very strong mental power. Not to mention, it has absorbed so many puppet souls. How could it be willing to merge into the dragon egg?
Lu Yuan communicated with Xiao Tao.
This dragon egg should have been damaged when it was born, although it did not harm the physical body.
The spiritual body happened to be somewhat damaged. The dragon egg and the dark dragon's spiritual body should have reached an agreement before. The two complemented each other. After all, only even if the spiritual body exists in the world, it will not survive for long.
Xiao Tao explained. Lu Yuan nodded. Of course, the system knew more about these things. A few months ago, Lu Yuan could not even imagine that dragons really existed in this world.
By the way, you said that the dark dragon's spiritual body is so vicious. Now it is combined with the dragon egg. If it hatches one day, will it be a disaster?
Lu Yuan was suddenly surprised and thought of the key to the problem.
It's too late to be afraid. The dragon egg seemed to be hatching soon.
Xiao Tao reminded. When Lu Yuan heard this, he quickly turned his attention to the dragon egg. Sure enough, the originally hard egg I had cracks at this time. Lu Yuan carefully placed the dragon egg on the ground and took a half step back to prevent an accident. The cracks in the body of the dragon egg became larger and larger, and a piece of egg peeled off, revealing a big black but extremely clear eye, which stared at Lu Yuan for careful observation. Lu Yuan's eyes met hers, And those eyes were not only profound but also profound. The better Lu Yuan's gaze was, the farther he seemed to go in them. And suddenly, there were signs of his soul leaving his body.
Collect your mind.
At the critical moment, Xiao Tao gave a warning, and Lu Yuan came to his senses. The dragon egg was not affected at all. More and more eggs, LS fell off. And a small black dragon also climbed out of it. Instead of eating the egg, like in the legend, he flapped his little wings and flew towards Lu Yuan. He sniffed at Lu Yuan with his nose. And then he got into Lu Yuan's arms affectionately. Lu Yuan looked at the newly hatched dragon with a question mark on his face.
Do you recognize your master?
Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other reason except this.
It's probably the dragon blood in your body that makes you feel naturally close to you.
Xiao Tao seemed to notice Lu Yuan's doubts and said slowly,
I thought it was a tiger's den. But unexpectedly it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Even though this little guy is young, he is not as simple as he looks. Being close to you now does not mean that he is your comrade. After all, dragons are always an unruly race.
Xiao Tao replied. As soon as Xiao Tao finished speaking, Xiao Long changed his previous attitude and jumped off Lu Yuan. First, his body and limbs began to become thicker and larger. His wings also spread out to nearly 3 meters in length, and he stretched his neck to face the distance. Just a dragon roar. It turned out that Xiao Lui saw Lu Yuan coming out in the distance. So he flew towards the back mountain with Li Tong and Fong Rou. It seemed that Xiaolong could continue to grow in size. Perhaps he felt that releasing so much energy was enough to deal with the three of them. So he flapped his wings and rushed towards them.
Come back. That's one of our own.
Lu Yuan shouted. But Xiaolong seemed not to have heard. And his bellicose look was exactly the same as the previous dark dragon. It seemed that after the fusion of the dark dragon's spiritual body, his personality almost occupied a large part of Xiaolong's personality. Lu Yuan and Xiaolong ignored him at all. A wave of energy was building up in his throat, and it looked like he was about to launch an attack on the three women.
Beast, you are not honest when you are born. Be careful. I will kill you directly.
Lu Yuan said angrily when the little dragon disobeyed. Lu Yuan charged forward and caught up with Xiaolong, who was about to take off. He used his full palm and slapped it directly on the dragon's head. Although Xiaolong has huge energy in his body, he obviously lacks combat experience. Lu Yuan's full-strength palm is not unprepared as it can receive it. Dust was everywhere, and Xiaolong was slapped hard on the ground by Lu Yuan. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was not injured at all. He quickly turned over and roared at Lu Yuan. In line with the principle of either peaceful coexistence or direct tameness, Lu Yuan slapped Xiaolong again, who had just stood up. Xiaolong was beaten to the ground again. Are you convinced?
Lu Yuan asked. Xiaolong used practical actions to tell Lu Yuan that he was not convinced. His body energy was released again, and his size grew again. Lu Yuan had the upper hand, and he never gave it a chance to stand up. Every palm hit the key point where Xiaolong's energy was running, knocking him to the ground again and again. The three women who landed on the ground didn't know what was going on. But when they saw such a scene, they felt pity and begged for mercy. Finally, after Xiaolong was knocked down again, he lay on the ground and stopped resisting. His big, deep eyes looked at Lu Yuan pitifully, and tears seemed to be welling up in his eyes.
Are you convinced?
Xiaolong nodded obediently in reply.
From now on, your name will be called Guai Guai, which means obedient and obedient. Do you understand?
Xiaolong nodded again. His name didn't matter at all. Lu Yuan then turned around and smiled helplessly at the three women.
If Zheng Yu were here, he would be more skilled in training animals.
Lu Yuan tamed Guai Guai, but he remembered many past events and began to miss his brothers. Chapter 466 3 Lives. The puppet master was eliminated. The souls in the cave were absorbed, and the surrounding mountains returned to peace. The tamed Guai Guai has also returned to the size it was when it first broke out of its SHL. It is covered in dark black leather armor, and occasionally flashes of dark red light. Even though it has become smaller, it still exudes a dangerous aura.
You will follow me from now on, and you are not allowed to attack at will without my order. Do you hear me?
Lu Yuan gave instructions to the tamed Guai Guai, and the newly hatched little dragon was just like the name given by Lu Yuan. It nodded obediently, and rubbed its head against Lu Yuan's head, as if to please. It gives people a cute feeling.
This little thing is so cute. Look at how coquettish it is. Giggle.
Fong Rou covered her mouth and chuckled. Guai Guai seemed extremely dissatisfied when he heard Fong Rou calling him cheesy. He turned to Fong Rou and bared his fangs fiercely, But in return, he was punched in the head by Lu Yuan.
Forget it as soon as you say it. Are you a dragon or a mouse? Just drop your paws and forget it.
Lu Yuan scolded. Guai lay on the ground aggrievely, with a look of despair on his face. But there was no trace of the arrogance of a giant dragon.
No wonder there aren't even any birds in the nearby mountains. With the existence of the dark dragon, no animals dare to approach. The ferocious aura alone is enough to keep animals and monsters away.
Xiao Lui said.
It's a pity that there are still those villagers in such a good environment.
Li Tong looked around and felt a little sorry.
When we leave, it won't take long for this forest to come back to life. Take a rest in the village and continue moving forward tomorrow morning.
Lu Yuan Dao. Xiao Lui released the netherworld flame bird and said,
Xiaozi, go play with your new friend Guai. And watch it, and don't kill innocent people.
The nether flame bird actually laughed out loud when he heard this.
Giggle. Finally there is someone with a more childish name than me. However, it is the dark dragon. Do you want me to look at it?
When Guai heard that everyone let him play, he flew up from the ground excitedly and hovered around Shuzi. Although he didn't say anything, he couldn't help but want to fly away. In the end, Xiaozi couldn't resist the obedient Long Wei and flew into the sky with him, not knowing where he was going to play.
Don't forget to come back before dark.
Lu Yuan shouted loudly to the two birds flying away.
I mean, you two seem to be the parents of two children. Why don't you decide on a baby for Xiaozi and Guai to kiss?
Fang Rou said speechlessly.
We have different breeds. Can we be together?
Xiao Lui asked somewhat seriously.
Well, I actually don't know about this.
Fang Rou replied awkwardly.
Isn't Jianshan also in love with Green Snake?
Li Tong reminded.
Do you think they are the reincarnations of Su Xian and White Snake?
Fang Rou suddenly became interested in gossip. Lu Yuan shook his head and hurriedly prepared to go down the mountain, leaving the three women to continue gossiping. It wasn't that Lu Yuan didn't understand humor, but it was just that it would be a little embarrassing to involve himself in these two sexual topics. Lu Yuan found a relatively clean private house and started to light a fire to cook. After sleeping in the open air for so long, everyone hadn't had a serious meal for a long time. The quiet mountain forest was so quiet and elegant that Lu Yuan and others simply put the dining table directly in the courtyard, which felt like a picnic.
If peace is restored in the future, it would be good to find a place with mountains and water to retire.
Li Tong enjoys the leisure time at the moment.
This environment is good, but it's okay to have fun occasionally. I still like to live a life of some value, even if it's busier and more dangerous.
Xiao Lui expressed his point of view.
You guys think so high-end. I think it's okay to go here to relax occasionally. If you live here every day, the internet is blocked, and there are no entertainment facilities. You can't have children every day.
Fang Rou said carelessly, and took a secret look, glanced at Lu Yuan. The three attitudes towards life are actually correct. Everyone is affected by their living environment, and their moods are naturally different.
Lu Yuan, what do you want to do after the world returns to peace?
Xiao Lui asked. Lu Yuan shook his head and said,
I used to want to make more money so that my parents can live a good life. But I am the only one who doesn't know that my family is still rich. Now I don't dare to think about the future. The Demon Emperor is very strong, to the point where I don't know how to transcend. You can definitely win. Believe in yourself.
Xiao Lui encouraged.
We will fight with you until the end.
Li Tong said firmly.
You guys, you're just too pessimistic. Although the Demon King is strong, there may be a catastrophe one day. He might just be struck to death by lightning before he can cause trouble for us.
Fang Rou said whimsically.
Ha ha. I hope it goes as you wish.
Lu Yuan felt the cool breeze around him, and suddenly became interested.
This place is nice. Let's help Li Tong make some equipment while you have time.
There are still a lot of ores in the storage bag left by Wei Wire. And there are actually some ores that can be used in the Puppet Master storage bag. Among the girls in the group, only Li Tong's equipment has not been updated. It is still an epic suit made a long time ago. Nowadays, Lu Yuan's forging level has improved a lot, and there are many top-quality materials. So naturally he cannot favor one over the other. As soon as the three women heard that Lu Yuan wanted to forge equipment, they stood up and moved the dining table away to free up a large open space in the yard.
You are quite interested. After your skills have improved, your forging frequency is too low.
Fang Jidao.
It's not that I don't want to forge. It's that I don't have free time.
As he spoke, Lu Yuan took out his forging table and other tools, and then picked out the required ores from the storage bag. Lu Yuan had already taken a fancy to two kinds of ores. Jianfeng ore and Jufeng oregon. Logically speaking, these two ores did not fully meet the requirements of archers. But after Lu Yuan's conception, the effects would naturally be somewhat different. Jianfeng mine, bred by the aura of heaven and earth, baptized by violent winds and rains. The metal is compressed to the limit, and the ore has sharp edges and corners like a sword. It will take tens of thousands of years to achieve this. Wind gathering ore, the ultimate wind attribute ore. It has a strong wind attribute affinity, and has the ability to gather wind when exposed to the outside for a long time. The rich wind attribute makes it the core of wind.
This set of equipment will be based on the wind element to increase your agility and movement speed. The armor is mixed with some Jianfeng or as an auxiliary material, and the weapons are made of Jianfeng or as the main material, with some yin iron mixed in it. And the arrows if some yin iron is also mixed into the arrow. It will be able to actively recall the arrow for reuse. After using the sword edge mine on the bow, the back of the bow will have a certain degree of aggression. When the enemy is close, it can block and counterattack. The wind element of the armor not only increases your movement speed,
but can also inject the wind element into the arrow, so that it can be shot. The arrows are faster and more powerful.
Lu Yuan laid out the ores one by one, already thinking about the appearance and properties of the finished product, and he was the one who was confident about it. What he didn't expect was that there were two pieces of yin iron in wire storage bag. The absorption ability of yin iron was perfect for bows and arrows. It's a pity that there are no colorful stones in the storage bag. Otherwise the two ores in Fangbi's hands would lose their appeal to Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, regardless of whether the three women heard it clearly, a ball of flame emerged in his hand, and the smelting work had already begun. Chapter 467 The Wizard of Oz Suit. The armor is mainly made of Jufeng ore, mixed with a small amount of Jianfeng oregon. This forging can echo the weapons, and add some sharpness to the armor. After all, even the rough stone of the Jianfeng mine is extremely sharp and full of offensive qualities. The appearance of the armor adopts a close-fitting and lightweight style. After all, we are not in a game now, so wearing a battle skirt during battle is somewhat embarrassing. The whole body armor is slightly angular, because the main material is Jufeng ore. The overall color is light green, mixed with some golden halo of Jianfeng ore. A narrow belt connects the top and bottom together. The head is a separate forehead protector, and a wind-type gem is inlaid between the eyebrows. A pair of wings are shaped on both sides of the forehead protector. The armor fits Li Tong's figure very well. During the forging process, the ore pattern was specially centered on the belly button of the belt and extended to both feet and arms. In this way, when wearing armor, the feet will be blessed by the wind element, and the movement speed will be greatly increased. The hands can also gather the wind element and inject it into the arrow, so that the arrow only has the effect of breaking the wind, making the arrow faster and less susceptible to the influence of external wind. After the armor was forged, Lu Yuan did not stop and took the sword edge or to continue forging weapons. The weapon is made of Jianfeng or as the main material, Jufeng or as the auxiliary material, and a little bit of yin iron. The bow is a long bow, and the sides of the bow are shaped like blades, which adds some melee capabilities. The light golden long bow has two halos of light green and black flowing up and down. The sharp energy of the sword's edge mine is released, making it people dare not look directly. The arrows were mainly made of Jianfeng ore, mixed with a small amount of anionic iron. After thinking about it, a small amount of extraterrestrial iron was added to increase the hardness, and 10 arrows were made in a row before stopping. After everything was done, when Lu Yuan placed the bow and arrow next to the armor, the celestial phenomenon was triggered. I saw a sudden wind in the sky, gathering clouds above the heads of several people, and a whirlwind descended from the sky and finally landed on the equipment with the ground. The light cyan armor and golden long bow floated in the center of the whirlwind. The armor was like a living creature, shooting 10 arrows into the air. The arrow entered the sky, scattered the clouds, and then flew back automatically. When the celestial phenomenon ended, the equipment fell down and lay down on the forging platform again.
What name?
Lu Yuan asked.
The armor is called the Wizard of Oz suit.
Li Tong seemed to have thought about it a long time ago and said it directly. He seemed to know that Lu Yuan had difficulty naming.
How about calling the bow and arrow the cloud-piercing bow?
Xiao Lui added.
Good.
Thinking of a name that suits Lu Yuan's intention is much more difficult for Lu Yuan than forging.
But Lu Yuan, why don't you have a string on your bow?
Feng Rou couldn't help but ask. Xiao Lui and Li Tong also showed doubts.
This bow does not require strings.
Lu Yuan replied. The three women looked at Lu Yuan with puzzled expressions, as if they were asking how to shoot an arrow without a string.
You'll know if you try it.
Lu Yuan continued. Li Tong picked up the equipment and changed his clothes instantly. He held the cloud-piercing bow in his left hand and drew an arrow with his right hand. When the arrow was placed on the bow,
he felt that the energy core in his abdomen quickly gathered the wind elements into his hands, and the bow formed a string composed of wind elements. The whole process was completed in an instant. As soon as Li Tong had the idea of shooting an arrow, the bowstring had already appeared. Although it was a bowstring composed of wind elements, it seemed to have substance and was full of elasticity. Li Tong quickly shot a few arrows into the sky. The arrows flew so fast that they were almost invisible, leaving only the sound of breaking wind. An arrow that has flown far away can be recalled just by injecting energy into the bow, which is really convenient. Lu Yuan had an idea and took out the remaining iron and mixed it with other metals to make an arrow hole. In this way, the recalled arrows could be directly inserted into the arrow hole to better connect the attack. It was another set of pseudo-artifacts with a single piece, and the entire equipment was an artifact set. But Lu Yuan was not happy at all.
Actually, Patriarch Uya could easily make equipment of this level in Taoyuan world, even if there were heavenly restrictions at that time. Even if the equipment level was only displayed to the level of pseudo-artifacts. The creation of real artifacts that Patriarch Uya said should be far away from these so-called artifacts. Right.
Lu Yuan felt as if he had reached a bottleneck. Although the equipment he forged was at a level that was beyond the reach of many people, he had not made a breakthrough for a long time. Recalling every time Yi forged, Lu Yuan now realized that he was still far behind.
Tong, let's see what the properties of the suit are.
Fong Rou was always the most curious about these things, so she interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts and asked directly. Wizard of Oz set. Set quality, artifact. Additional attribute, wind affinity. The person wearing this equipment is not affected by the external wind element and will be buffed by the wind element. Additional attribute, extreme dodge. The equipment is surrounded by wind elements, which can deflect most attacks and improve the wearer's dodge effect. Additional attribute, walking in the wind. The person wearing this suit can simply control the wind element to walk in the wind. The distance and time traveled are affected by the wearer's perception of the wind element. Additional skills, blade counter-injury. Affected by Jianfeng Ore. The armor will have a certain counter-injury effect when attacked, and has a chance of cutting the attacker passive. Additional skills, hurricane protection, which activates the power of the huge wind in the armor to cause a tornado to roll up around itself. It not only has a protective effect, but also has a certain attack effect. Cloud Chuan Bao. Grade, artifact. Attack power, 160,000. Strength plus 1,500. Agility plus 1,000. Additional attributes, piercing. Metallic bonus. Making the arrows more penetrating. Making it difficult for the enemy's wounds to heal. And making the arrows easier to penetrate armor. Additional attribute, breaking through the air. There is a 5% chance that the arrow can tear the space apart, causing the arrow to disappear into the void and appear in front of the enemy instantly. Additional attributes, unstoppable. Affected by Jianfeng Mine. The overall attack power increases by 30%. Additional attributes, increased damage in melee combat. Because there is a blade on the back of the bow, the damage in melee combat is increased by an additional 50%. Additional skills, charge a blow. When wearing the Wizard of Oz suit, the wind elements can be gathered to charge, doubling the attack power of the arrow. The charge time depends on the user's strength. The longer the charge time, the higher the attack. Additional skills, sky-shaking cloud-piercing arrow, which can lock the target with breath. Gather all the strength of the body to shoot a shocking arrow, and the arrow will travel thousands of miles without exhaustion. Needless to say, the attributes of this set of equipment are strong. The life-saving effect of the armor is particularly outstanding, and the bow and arrow attack effect is even more powerful. A breaking through the sky makes enemies hard to guard against, and a charged blow can be used as a sniper. As for the final and strongest skill, shaking sky-piercing arrow. Although the introduction is simple, the fact that an arrow can reach thousands of miles without exhaustion is enough to prove the power of the attack. Powerful. Li Tong, who had always been indifferent, smiled broadly when he saw the new equipment. He was also eager to try the long bow in his hand, just like Fong Rou, who had just received the ghost suit.
Lu Yuan, thank you. With this set of equipment, I can help you share more of your burden by standing behind you,
Li Tong said with gentle eyes. Chapter 468 Return to the Holy City. In the few days after the forging was completed, Li Tong, like Fang Rou before, killed the monsters he encountered while on the road. The dark giant dragon is not as obedient as its name suggests. As long as Lu Yuan is not paying attention, he will definitely sneak out and run around. Fortunately, because it has the aura of a dragon, ordinary monsters will not actively provoke it. Every time Lu Yuan scolded Guai Guai, it would look at Lu Yuan pitifully. Its cute appearance made people really couldn't bear to speak harshly. But it would still be disobedient until Lu Yuan simply didn't bother to care about it. The few of them were still on their way, when Xiao Lui suddenly asked Lu Yuan a question.
Lu Yuan, aren't you looking for Bai Hu? Why have you been heading east since you left home?
Xiao Lui asked.
At that time, I always thought about the blue dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Up north, down south, left west, right east. So I decided to go east to find its whereabouts. How could you make such a mistake? The eastern Sanlong, the western white tiger, the northern black tortoise, and the southern vermilion bird each control one of the 4 sacred beasts. If we are looking for the white tiger, I'm afraid we are going the wrong way,
Xiao Lui said with a smile.
Hey, I already knew I was going in the wrong direction when I saw Suzaku. But I've already gone this far. Besides, even though I went in the wrong direction, I found Suzaku by accident. When I first met Senior Xuanwu, the place where it was sealed was far to the south. I found that the place where Suzaku was sealed was far to the northeast of Chiogong Kingdom, which meant that the location was messed up. It seemed that I could only
do it
by chance,
Lu Yuan explained. Xiao Lui nodded.
Well, you are a blessed person. Some things cannot be calculated according to common sense. Just follow your feelings. Anyway, as long as you are here, it will be the same everywhere.
During this trip, the 3 women seemed to be very relaxed. Although they were practicing along the way, most of the time they were more like playing. It seemed that it didn't matter where Lu Yuan was going. The 4 people and 2 birds walked forward for another half day, talking and laughing, when suddenly a city appeared in the distance. Judging from its neat walls, it did not look like a modern city.
Lu Yuan, look, there is a city ahead. Now we can finally take a bath and have a big meal,
Fang Rou said happily. Lu Yuan's eyesight has naturally seen it a long time ago, and he is still familiar with this city.
You are also familiar with this city. It is the holy city in the world of Taoyuan.
Lu Yuan had long seen the words holy city on the city gate.
Holy city? I didn't expect that one day I would be able to visit my old place again,
Li Tong said.
Lu Yuan, do you think your blacksmith shop is still there?
Fang Rou asked.
I guess that shrewd Ah Fu has rebelled long ago. I wonder if that stubborn old Lu will be driven away.
Xiao Lui agreed. The 3 girls started chatting with each other, and Xiao Lui seemed to talk more.
Let's go in and take a look first. After all, the Lord of the Holy City has a close relationship with Professor Sunday. Maybe we have become wanted criminals,
Lu Yuan said unoptimistically. Lu Yuan put Guai Guai into the pet space and told him not to embarrass the 9-colored divine deer there. Then he pretended to be an ordinary pedestrian and headed towards the holy city. Several people quickly arrived outside the gate of the holy city. Unexpectedly, the holy city was still as prosperous as before, and many people who had awakened the system had already found this place. The gate is still guarded by senior guards, who do not block pedestrians coming and going. They seem to be just guarding against the invasion of monsters.
As expected of a holy city, it is not affected by the outside world at all times,
Fang Rou praised with a thumbs up. After the 4 of them entered the holy city, they felt as if they were in a dream. There were no traces of the ruins when the monsters attacked the city. Everything was exactly the same as it was in the game. There were still pictures of Xiao Lui and Lu Yuan on the edge of the arena statue. Several people quickly came to the blacksmith shop and found that the previously expanded part was closed. But there were still men tinkering in the original shop, and the signboard had not changed. Lu Yuan came to the blacksmith shop and tentatively asked the blacksmith,
"Is your shop manager Ah Fu here?"
The clerk looked up at Lu Yuan and nodded.
"Inside. Do you have an order? Just take a look. Please call him for me."
Lu Yuan was not sure how Ah Fu would treat the blacksmith shop, and he did not explain it to the clerk at this time. He just wanted to wait for Ah Fu to come out and confirm. In fact, even if the blacksmith shop was returned to him, Lu Yuan would not have time to take care of it. But after all, it is the industry left by Zhang Feng. Ah Fu quickly walked out of the inner hall. When he saw Lu Yuan standing outside the door, his face was full of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Instead of talking to Lu Yuan immediately, he shouted loudly to the backyard.
Old Lu, come out quickly and see who's back.
A simple sentence. The excitement was beyond words. And Lu Yuan could hear the 4 years of love in it.
Boss, you are finally back.
After Ah Fu called Lao Lu, he went directly outside the store to greet him, with an unbearable smile on his face.
Well, I didn't expect to come back either.
Lu Yuan was telling the truth. It was indeed an accident that he could reach the holy city. It was even more of a surprise that Ah Fu could remember his boss.
I didn't expect that as such a treacherous businessman. You could still remember your boss, Lu.
Fong Rou said with a smile. Hearing Fong Rou say that he was a treacherous businessman, Ah Fu seemed to have heard the compliment and said with a proud face.
What is the most important thing for a businessman? Credit. My boss trusted me so much. How could I let him down?
While they were talking, the stubborn old Lu also walked out of the backyard. When he saw that the person coming was Lu Yuan, he quickly came to a few people and almost cried with excitement.
Boss, why haven't you come back for so long? I thought you didn't want us anymore.
Woo-woo, Lao Lu actually shed tears when he mentioned his grievances.
Okay. Why are you crying?
Lu Yuan said helplessly. Old Lu still holds a forging hammer in his hand, and his physique seems to be much stronger than before. Just looking at the aura emanating from his body, his forging level should have improved a lot.
Hey Lu Yuan. Like women, you are a rough old man, so don't join in the fun.
Fong Rou also found it funny to see old Lu like this.
Don't be offended by the proprietresses. Lao Lu, I am grateful to the boss for his cultivation. I feel a little out of control after not seeing each other for so long.
Lao Lu explained. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed by what some of the shop ladies said. On the other hand, the ladies didn't react at all. They entered the blacksmith shop openly, as if they had gone home.
Boss, since you left, all the adventurers in the holy city have disappeared. The business was a bit miserable for a time. Fortunately, the lord of the holy city took care of it. Although the guys have left a lot, the blacksmith shop still has a profit. Well, there's something going on outside, so adventurers can't come in.
Lu Yuan didn't elaborate.
However, recently there have been more adventurers, and they have complained that monsters no longer destroy equipment. So the business of our blacksmith shop has improved again. This is the account book from the time you left until now. The boss has reviewed it.
Ah Fu handed over a thick account book and said sincerely, Chapter 469, The Request of the Lord of the Holy City. Lu Yuan took the account book from Ah Fu, feeling somewhat moved in his heart. He did not look at the account book. After all, he had been away for so long, and he might not be able to tell if he wanted to cheat.
Ah Fu, with your ability, you can find another job if your blacksmith shop business is average. Or even take the money and leave. Why do you keep insisting?
Lu Yuan asked Ah Fu. Ah Fu smiled and shook his head.
For me, there is really no such thing as loyalty. In the past, I mostly focused on profit. Although I made a lot of money for various large shops, I didn't gain anyone's trust. Only when I get here can I really let go and do it. And be 100% trusted. Having a confidant in life is enough. I love making money, but I don't love money that much. What I enjoy is the process of making money.
Ah Fu spoke with such emotion that Lu Yuan was a little moved when he heard it.
You guys are talking about this Ah Fu. What he says is obviously true. Why does it always come across as glib?
Fong Rou said with a smile. Xiao Lui and Li Tong also nodded in agreement.
The boss ladies are tired from traveling. I'm going to prepare some delicious food for you.
Ah Fu was very discerning and went to prepare the banquet. Lu Yuan took old Lu to inspect the blacksmith shop. This blacksmith shop also carried many memories of Lu Yuan, from the first forging to his gradual proficiency, and even the first pseudo-artifact shadowless sword. It was all built in this old-looking shop.
Boss, you seem to have become more powerful,
old Lu said after Lu Yuan.
Fortunately, you have all made great progress. If you have any questions about forging, I can help you answer them.
Lu Yuan and Lao Lu started chatting without saying a word. But soldiers outside came to report.
Young Master Huan, the lord of the city has invited you.
Lu Yuan was a little surprised. He had only been in the city for a long time. But the city lord knew that he was back and knew his location accurately.
Okay, I'll go later,
Lu Yuan replied to the soldier. And the soldier outside the blacksmith shop nodded and stood quietly outside the door, neither urging nor leaving, just waiting silently for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan knew that he would not be able to hide sooner or later. So he simply said hello and went directly to the city lord's mansion. Familiar roads and familiar street scenes. If it weren't for the fact that there were not so many players in the city, Lu Yuan would really feel like he was back in the Taoyuan world. Lu Yuan quickly arrived at the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Apart from some formal meetings, the Holy City Lord seemed reluctant to talk in the hall.
Long time no see.
The city owner said hello when he saw Lu Yuan arriving.
City Lord. You're fine.
Lu Yuan cupped his fists and saluted.
After the monsters attacked the city, the time rift collapsed, and the adventurers disappeared for a long time. It was not until recently that someone occasionally visited the Holy City.
The city owner seemed to be talking to Lu Yuan. Or to himself. Road.
Well, a lot of things happened during this period, and many of them were about the divine envoy of Taoyuan Temple.
Lu Yuan tentatively talked about Professor Sun.
He is not simple. Although he has supported our family to control the Holy City, the real decision-making power has always been in his hands.
The city lord looked at Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan didn't know why the city lord told him this. The city lord of the Holy City seemed to have a close relationship with Professor Sun. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't answer, the city owner continued.
The Holy City is so big that it can be called a country. Who is willing to be someone else's puppet? Sun Ming hasn't shown up for so long. So a lot of things must have happened. Right. And I'm afraid the two of you will not be on the same front. Since you are safe and sound. Has he already?
Before the city lord finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully, as if he was waiting for Lu Yuan to give him a clear answer. Only then did Lu Yuan understand that the Lord of the Holy City wanted to inquire about Professor Sun's situation through himself. After being ruled by Professor Sun behind the scenes for so many years, the Lord of the Holy City was still somewhat afraid of him. Only when Professor Sun disappeared forever could the Lord be able to feel at ease.
Come. The City Lord has a good eye. I hope that the Holy City will become more prosperous under your leadership.
Lu Yuan also followed suit. He did not directly answer Professor Sun's question, but only verbally supported the Lord of the Holy City to formally seize power.
Young hero is young and promising. The Holy City will always treat you as an honored guest. Your blacksmith shop will also be a key protection target. If you have any needs or help, just come to the City Lord's mansion and report directly.
The City Lord of the Holy City suddenly promised Lu Yuan make a promise. The City Lord made a very attractive offer. But Lu Yuan didn't believe that he only saw himself as young and promising.
Thanks to the City Lord's love. I wonder what I can do for you.
Lu Yuan was not happy because of the City Lord's promise, but replied in a calm tone. The Lord of the Holy City showed approval, nodded, and said to Lu Yuan,
If there is one thing that is true, the world structure has changed drastically. Suddenly there are many more forces, and the demons are arrogantly invading everywhere. According to informant information, other forces are united, but the city-states in Taoyuan continent are still like a piece of scattered sand. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before they are invaded.
The Lord of the Holy City paused here and watched Lu Yuan's reaction quietly.
I'm still good at cleaning up monsters. As for unifying the country, I'm afraid I can't help the City Lord,
Lu Yuan said with some evasion.
Little brother, there is no need to be modest. You are the main force in the resolution of the conflict between the two countries. King Ik of the Western Region Kingdom had a very good impression of you. As for other small villages and smaller towns, there is no need to trouble you to come forward,
the Lord of the Holy City said slowly.
It seems that the City Lord knows a lot about me,
Lu Yuan said with a smile.
My little brother is also a celebrity. The person Sun Ming cares about will definitely not be an ordinary person.
Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. If Taoyuan continent fell, it would not be a good thing for him. It was always a good thing to have more help against the demons.
I will try my best. As for the result, I can't guarantee it.
Lu Yuan directly agreed to the City Lord's request.
It's enough to have little brothers. If all countries agree to the alliance, then we will hold an alliance meeting together and jointly elect a leader,
the Lord of the Holy City said with great joy.
I think the person from all countries who can take on this important responsibility is you, the City Lord,
Lu Yuan said tentatively.
Ha ha, little brother. You are ridiculous. If we can protect Taoyuan continent, I am willing to obey the command of capable people,
the Lord of the Holy City said with deep understanding of justice. After leaving the City Lord's palace, Lu Yuan let out a deep breath. The City Lord's palace in the Holy City is very deep. Although it is for Taoyuan continent on the surface, it always gives Lu Yuan a feeling of ambition. No matter what, Taoyuan continent should unite. Even if it is ruled by the Lord of the Holy City, it is better than being ruled by the demons. After all, the management of the Holy City is still very good. The Western region country is the farthest, but it is the one that Lu Yuan is most confident about. Although the Lai Sun country and the Bright Moon country have ceased war, their conflicts have a long history. The most troublesome ones should be these two countries.
Let's go to the Bright Moon Kingdom first. After all, Brother Zhang Feng is still my son-in-law,
Lu Yuan said to himself. Chapter 470 Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. After a brief rest, Lu Yuan and others embarked on the journey again. After confirmation, the Taoyuan world plate was still the original pattern. After such a long journey, Lu Yuan found that except for the Earth, most of the other world plates were intact, but they were interspersed into the Earth after fusion. If it is true, as the sacred beast Suzaku said, these plates may have been separated at the beginning, but now they are just back to their original positions. Since the location has not changed, it will be easier to find him. He took the three girls and flew towards the Bright Moon Kingdom. Although the demons originated from the Taoyuan world, they were not invaded immediately. However, there were many more monsters than before, and they encountered many difficult bosses along the way.
Then, the Lord of the Holy City and Professor Sun are both in the same boat. If we help him gain power, will it be detrimental to us in the future?
Xiao Lui was still a little sensitive to political matters, and couldn't help but ask as he was on his way.
Probably not. The Holy City has been controlled for several generations. The current city lord is a very ambitious and wealthy man. Even if he wants to further invade the world in the future, it will only be after the demons are destroyed. If the Demon King can be defeated, a saint, what kind of waves can the city lord make?
Lu Yuan analyzed the situation very thoroughly. The current big enemy is the Demon Clan, and the most powerful person is the Demon Emperor. In Lu Yuan's eyes, although the Demon Emperor is called a demon, he is not bad, but his personality is too extreme, and he pays too much attention to power and conquest. When it comes to evil and character, what about ordinary people hiding among the crowd? Or people with some power and strength? Zhao Jiuzhou, Yin Li, Feng Tao, the puppet master they met not long ago, and the major family forces, which one can be said to be glorious, is just better hidden. But in any case, just by provoking a war and wanting to conquer the world, the Demon Emperor is destined to be the target of everyone's crusade.
It is essential to be on guard against others, and keep an eye on everything. People who like to play with power are the easiest to burn bridges. After all, the more they know, the greater the threat to them,
Xiao Lui reminded. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Lui had indeed seen more than he did about power struggles and official infighting.
Luo Yi speaks with force. Lu Yuan never really listens to anything I say,
Fang Rou said half-jokingly, lying on the back of her mount, the ghost-faced demon spider.
You said that things were probably just joking. Luo Yi analyzed the matter more thoroughly. If I were to believe what Luo Yi said, I would be more convinced.
Li Tong was afraid of embarrassing everyone, so he hurriedly smoothed things over. Xiao Lui naturally heard it, smiled at Li Tong, and then said,
Ruru is rough but fine. But she just likes to make serious things joke. And we should listen more. Ha ha. Our Miss Xia understands me best. Sister Louie, I'll add chicken drumsticks to your lunch later.
Fang Rou smiled and sat up, shouting happily at Xiao Lui. It looked like she wanted to go up and kiss her. After the new world was formed, Lu Yuan and others ran for the first time in the Taoyuan land. The distance seemed to be much longer than before. They traveled at full speed for a whole day, and finally saw the city of the Bright Moon Kingdom before sunset. When they arrived in front of the city wall of Bright Moon Kingdom, Fang Rou, who had always been lively, looked listless. Even though the ghost-faced demon spider had 8 legs and could run smoothly, it would almost knock her apart. Lu Yuan and others came at the right time, because monsters are everywhere now. So as soon as the sun sets in the Bright Moon Kingdom, the city gate will be closed. Since the relationship with the king of Bright Moon Kingdom was not harmonious at first, Lu Yuan did not go directly to the palace. He planned to walk around the city to get food and clothing and find a place to rest. It is worth mentioning that in Bright Moon Kingdom, there seem to be more players who have awakened the system than in the Holy City. The indigenous residents have become very familiar with the Earthlings, and some Earthlings have even opened shops in Bright Moon Kingdom. On the busiest street, there is a shop that is too plainly decorated, and the tinkling sound of iron is incompatible with the surroundings. As a descendant of the line of Craftsman gods, Lu Yuan was naturally particularly concerned about forging. When he got closer, he couldn't help but smile on his face.
Brother Zhang?
Lu Yuan shouted in surprise. The blacksmith was surprisingly the original owner of the blacksmith shop in the Holy City, Zhang Feng.
Brother Lu, why are you here? Why are you here?
Lu Yuan asked back. Compared with Lu Yuan's appearance in the Bright Moon Kingdom, Zhang Feng's appearance here is strange.
Ha ha! Brother, come out quickly and see who is coming!
Zhang Feng shouted to the back of the blacksmith shop. The layout of the blacksmith shop in Bright Moon Kingdom seems to be similar to that of the Holy City, but it is slightly larger. After Zhang Feng shouted, a familiar figure walked out of the back room soon. And it was Zhang Feng's younger brother Zhongli.
Brother Sledgehammer, you're here too!
Lu Yuan is still used to calling Zhongli Novice Village, although he has relatively little contact with Zhongli. Zhongli is Lu Yuan's real guide. Without Zhongli's stepping stone, how could the god of craftsman lineage have anything to do with him? Association.
Ha! It turns out that Brother Lu is here. It's been a long time. We have to make 2 cups today.
Zhongli laughed happily. Zhang Feng also happily continued to shout to the backyard.
Daughter-in-law, prepare a table of wine and food, and prepare a banquet for Brother Lu and his sisters tonight.
Princess Farong of the Bright Moon Kingdom also came to the front hall with a smile, followed by a woman who looked like a young woman, also with a smile on her face. Princess Farong became more feminine after marrying Zhang Feng, and with the nourishment of love, she seemed much younger than when Lu Yuan found her. Zhongli pointed to the woman next to Farong and said to Lu Yuan,
"This is my wife. We were invited by the king of the Bright Moon Kingdom to build this blacksmith shop in the Bright Moon Kingdom. The founder also came here not long ago. Although we the 2 brothers are not as good as you, but Patriarch Uya is still very happy after returning to his old career."
Lu Yuan's arrival caused the blacksmith shop to close early, and a sumptuous banquet was served quickly. It didn't look like the cuisine of an ordinary restaurant. It was probably Princess Farong who specially asked someone to bring it from the palace. During the dinner, Zhang Feng talked about what happened after he left. Basically, he found his brother in Xinshou village after all the troubles. After the 2 brothers met, many things were relieved. Not long after, the king of the Moon Kingdom missed his daughter, and the kingdom's forging had been lagging behind. So he invited Zhang Feng and Zhongli to be the chief blacksmiths here. Zhang Feng had a relationship with his wife Farong, so he couldn't refuse. Zhongli originally felt embarrassed and didn't want to live with Zhang Feng and Farong. In the end, the king granted the marriage, and the 2 brothers had a family, and there was no grudge between them. Originally, they could live in the palace as 2 people, but Zhang Feng stayed true to his true intentions and did not pursue a luxurious life. So he settled down in this blacksmith shop. Lu Yuan's strength had increased a lot, and his ability to drink seemed to have gotten better, because he didn't want to cheat. He didn't use his skills to resist the alcohol, and was the first to lie down on the table. In a daze, there were only some scenes of the 3 women drinking with Zhang Feng, Zhongli and his family. After a long time, someone finally helped Lu Yuan to the room. Lu Yuan, who was lying on the bed spinning around, did not do any exercises, but enjoyed the relaxation brought by his drunkenness, and soon fell asleep. In his sleep, Lu Yuan just felt very crowded. Chapter 471 Lobbyist. Wine is a wonderful thing. When you are sad, you can take a sip, and you can temporarily forget your sadness. This is to use wine to drown your sorrows. When you are happy, take a sip and share the happiness with your relatives and friends. Even if you don't know how to drink, you will finish it decisively. Wine builds friendship, a good medium, and a great remedy for relaxation. This is why Lu Yuan drinks too much every time, but still chooses to get drunk every time. The burden on Lu Yuan's shoulders was a bit too heavy. Relaxing his mind and body once in a while was a way to relieve stress. What's more, meeting the 2 elder brothers who guided him was a blessing, because Feng Gian had been sleeping in the open for a long time. He had a very relaxing sleep. However, when he wanted to get up, he found someone else around him. Lu Yuan suddenly woke up and opened his eyes.
Did I have sex after drinking?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but think. I quickly looked around and found that there were not only 2 people on the bed, and they were both wearing pajamas. I was relieved. After all, it was impossible for the girls around me to mess around with me. Zhang Feng and others all came from hard times, so the room was not luxurious, and the bed was not too big. Fortunately, several of them were not too fat, so they managed to squeeze in and sleep. Lu Yuan couldn't figure out why several people were crowded into the same room. He moved his body awkwardly. There was a soft feeling everywhere, which made Lu Yuan feel dazed for a while. On the left is Xiao Lui, and on the right is Li Tong. On the surface, the two of them were sleeping peacefully, but their eyelids rolled from side to side, indicating that they had obviously woken up. The small quilt slid downwards, and then a little foot stretched out. It turned out that Fong Rou was sleeping head down between Lu Yuan's legs, and Fong Rou's legs were placed on Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan secretly thought that the two eldest brothers had not thought carefully about how they could allow 4 people to squeeze into a room with only such a small bed. Since Li Tong and Xiao Lui pretended to be asleep, Lu Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to get up without fear of waking them up. Only Fong Rou was really asleep, and Lu Yuan moved her legs away and woke up. After getting up, Lu Yuan saw that his personal clothes were intact, and he felt relieved. He didn't have to keep his integrity. Drunk and promiscuous things were still irresponsible. But Lu Yuan still remembered Aunt Rou after she sobered up.
Lu Yuan, you're awake!
Fong Rou rubbed her eyes and said drowsily. Lu Yuan looked at Fong Rou, who had already sat up. The shoulder strap of her pajamas had slipped off. Although she was tempted, he didn't dare to look any further and turned around quickly.
Yeah, I drank too much again. Well, I went to the wrong room. Or you?
After a night's rest, the alcoholism has long since dissipated, but the memory is still hazy.
Looking at how stupid you are. A grown man is afraid of being taken advantage of?
Fong Rou said with a speechless expression.
Ha.
Lu Yuan could only smile awkwardly.
You'd better ask your 2 eldest brothers if they insist on staying here. In the end, there's only 1 room, and the bed is so small. I can't just throw you on the floor.
Fong Rou spread her hands, said helplessly.
It's a lack of consideration. It's really a lack of consideration.
Lu Yuan agreed while taking out the clothes from the storage ring and changing them.
Hey, you two. Please stop pretending. Squinting your eyes and peeking.
Fong Rou slapped Li Tong and Xiao Lui with both hands, directly revealing their disguise. The 2 girls also put on a full show. Each stretched out and pretended to have just woken up. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing at the sight.
The 3 of you get up and wash up. I'll go find Brother Zhang and the others. We'll try to settle the affairs of the Bright Moon Kingdom first today.
Lu Yuan put on his clothes, said an explanation, and went out directly. Seeing Lu Yuan leave the room, Li Tong and Xiao Lui turned their eyes directly to Fong Rou, as if they were dissatisfied with the revelation before. The 3 girls laughed and started playing around on the bed. For a while, the simple room was full of spring. Zhang Feng and Zhang Li got up very early and had already started blacksmithing. The drinks last night didn't seem to affect them at all.
Did you sleep well last night?
Zhang Feng asked with a playful look when he saw Lu Yuan approaching.
Ha. This guy is good at everything, but his ability to drink is too bad. The first time I drank with him, I was drunk all night. I didn't expect that after so long. I still haven't improved.
Zhang Li laughed and laughed. Lu Yuan's drinking capacity is high.
You can still laugh. How can you squeeze us all together? Do you know how embarrassing it is?
Lu Yuan complained helplessly. Zhang Feng shook his head and said to Lu Yuan seriously.
Brother, you are still young and your face is too thin. Not everyone can enjoy this blessing. Brother, stop teasing me. Our brother is a real person.
Zhang Li was very considerate of Lu Yuan.
Okay, stop making trouble. There is actually something to do when you come to the Bright Moon Kingdom this time. Since Brother Zhang is already the prince consort of the Bright Moon Kingdom, it should be a lot easier for you to help in the middle.
Lu Yuanyin returned to the subject.
Brother, are you from the Holy City?
Zhang Feng didn't ask anything, but directly asked Lu Yuan where he came from. Lu Yuan nodded to confirm.
It seems that Brother Zhang should know what is going on. To tell you the truth, the Holy City has sent envoys here many times. They said they were for Taoyuan continent, but in fact they were ambitious. The Holy City has been neutral on the surface for many years, but secretly has done many things to sow discord. The grievances between the Bright Moon Kingdom and the Lai Sun Kingdom are also closely related to the Holy City. The King of Bright Moon has an extremely bad impression of the Holy City. If he is advised to treat the Holy City, it is absolutely impossible to surrender.
Zhang Feng said.
Although I also think that the Lord of the Holy City is ambitious. But now, the world situation has changed. If Taoyuan continent wants to survive, if we don't unite, we will definitely be submerged by the tide.
Zhang Feng also nodded, put down the forging hammer in his hand and said,
I don't care who is in charge of the world. Whatever I want to do, I must try my best to help. Let's have breakfast, and I will take you to my father-in-law. Well, the words of a consort are tough,
Zhongli said with a smile. Lu Yuan had a simple breakfast. Zhang Feng had already greeted the palace, and the two of them soon arrived at the palace of the Bright Moon Kingdom. This was the second time Lu Yuan met King Jiayue. This time, the king seemed to be in good spirits and always had a smile on his face. Lu Yuan simply said, "Okay," as a courtesy, and said directly,
"Your Majesty, long time no see. You must have guessed the reason for my visit. After the integration of the New World, I have traveled through many continents, and demons have invaded everywhere. All countries are in dire straits, although the demons haven't invaded yet. After all, this is the closest to the demon base. If everyone doesn't unite, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist it all."
King Jiayu waved his hand and said,
"How can we not understand this? But the old guy in the holy city is too despicable, and it is definitely not possible for me to bow down and surrender. It is not just me who thinks this way. The Burning Sun Kingdom also means this. It's okay to unite as one, but it's definitely not okay to listen to that old guy's mercy."
King Jiayue was resolute and did not give Lu Yuan any room to fight back. Chapter 472, Small Calculations of Various Countries. The king of the Bright Moon Kingdom has a firm attitude and has a deep prejudice against the lord of the holy city. It's no wonder. After all, many disputes and wars in the past were started by the seemingly neutral holy city. The holy city is neutral on the surface, but in fact it does not want other countries to dominate. Whether it is the Bright Moon Kingdom, the Burning Sun Kingdom, or the faraway Western Region Kingdom. Of course, some small countries are not a concern at all. Others don't know the secrets. But Lu Yuan knows a lot. Whether it's Professor Sun's decision or the Lord of the Holy City's idea behind it. Politics is about a subject, not an individual.
The Lord of the Holy City said that if all countries are willing to unite, then he can hand over leadership to those who are capable.
Lu Yuan said slowly.
This little brother, there are still many rumors about your deeds in Taoyuan continent. It's just that you are still young and don't understand intrigues. How many of your many heroic deeds have been used by others? You should be better than everyone knows it.
The king of Bright Moon Kingdom suddenly talked about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan fell into silence after hearing this. Although what he did was the right thing at the time. Things are changing rapidly. And now it seems that many things have indeed been taken advantage of.
Looking at the past from the present perspective is still unconvincing. Who could have imagined that multiple worlds can be integrated into one today?
Lu Yuan argued.
With your ability and eloquence, why do you want to help the holy city? What a pity! What a pity!
King Jiayue admired Lu Yuan's quick thinking. But his stance was different. So he couldn't help but say pity twice.
What I want to help is not the holy city. What I want to help is the world. No matter what you think about the demons dominating the world, I will never let the demons succeed easily.
Lu Yuan said firmly.
You are so arrogant in trying to change the world on your own. We, the Bright Moon Kingdom, naturally do not want to be ruled by others. If the Lord of the Holy City is willing to hand over the ruling power after the union, we, the Bright Moon Kingdom, are willing to give face to my little friend,
said the king of Bright Moon Kingdom.
I understand what Bright Moon Kingdom means. If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
The king of Bright Moon Kingdom's meaning was very clear, and his attitude was very firm. Continuing the conversation was just a waste of time. Although the Lord of the Holy City can give up his dominance, judging from his ambition, it is simply impossible. And the king of the Bright Moon Kingdom obviously sees through this. Lu Yuan left the palace and quickly met up with Zhang Feng, Zhongli and others. Facing everyone's inquiries, Lu Yuan slowly shook his head.
The Holy City has done too many shady things. Now the Bright Moon Kingdom has a very unfriendly attitude towards the Holy City. And most of the words they say are words of evasion. This is probably the case in Lai Sun country. If Taoyuan continent continues to be like this, it will be a matter of time before it is invaded.
Lu Yuan Dao.
Since they don't want to resist, let them be invaded. We are not saviors. Why do we worry about the country and the people all day long?
Fang Rou saw Lu Yuan's sad face and couldn't help but said angrily.
You said, the demons and Taoyuan are on the same continent. Why didn't they unify Taoyuan first, but dispersed and fought everywhere?
Li Tong asked.
Perhaps this is the brilliance of the demon commanders. If they attack forcefully, they will definitely get a group resistance. The demons obviously know that Taoyuan is not united, so they just let them relax and wait until other sectors are unified. Taoyuan continent will no longer have the power to resist.
Lu Yuan analyzed. Xiao Lui also nodded and said,
Sand will only form a ball when it meets water. Without the impact of water, it will just be a plate of loose sand. In that case, let them fight their own battles. When the time comes, let them stare at their foundations and see their foundations being destroyed, which will make them proud.
Fong Rose said, still a little angry and unfair. Fong Rose's cute and angry look aroused everyone's laughter. Princess Furong was a little embarrassed. Although she did not interfere in political affairs, King Jiyue was her father after all.
Brother Lu, leave the Bright Moon Kingdom to us. If there are any signs of invasion by the demons, we will make the king give up his grudge and join forces with other countries anyway.
Zhang Feng promised. Lu Yuan nodded and didn't want to dwell on the matter. He was just here to do his part. He couldn't blame the Bright Moon Kingdom for its bad attitude. It could only be said that his strength and prestige were still not convincing. After a short rest for a day, Lu Yuan headed directly to the Burning Sun country. Although he knew what the outcome would be, he still wanted to visit. After a series of formalities and appointments, Lu Yuan finally met King Lai Sunday. As expected, the attitude of Lai Sun Kingdom was more arrogant and tough. King Lai Sun's belief is that even if the whole country is destroyed, he will not join forces with the holy city. He looks completely indifferent to life and death. Regarding this situation, Lu Yuan was not angry and simply said goodbye and left directly.
No wonder the Burning Sun Kingdom and the Bright Moon Kingdom were able to fight to the death. The kings of these two countries really didn't know how to adapt.
Lu Yuan and the three women continued to rush to the Western Region Kingdom. Even Lu Yuan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but complain.
It's just an ordinary man's bravery. I really feel sad for their people.
Xiao Lui was also speechless for the two peoples.
They have really been at ease for too long. They don't know that the war of the demon invasion is not a small fight between the two countries.
Li Tong said.
Tong Tong is right. Facing the dense army is really nerve-wracking. I really don't want a large-scale war to happen again.
Fong Rou is quite courageous, but she still has an inexplicable fear of war. Only these countries are relatively representative of the Taoyuan plate. Some of the surrounding villages and towns can be considered to be the size of small cities, but there are generally not many troops stationed there, and most of them are vassal to several countries. Although the Western Region country is remote, it is the country with the largest territory. Lu Yuan has a pretty good relationship with the new king Ika, and the young king generally will not be swayed by the hatred of the previous generation, and his vision for the development of the country is still better than those two. A stubborn old man is much stronger. The most important thing is that the Western Region Kingdom has been persecuted by the demons, so it has a deep hatred for the demons. After arriving in the Western Region country, Lu Yuan found that it was much more prosperous than before, although the climate was still a bit harsh. The faces of the people were filled with happiness. There were not many obstacles in entering the palace. After just a brief announcement, King Ika came out to greet him in person, and his sister Princess Elimina followed closely behind, fully demonstrating the importance he attached to Lu Yuan and others.
Dear brave warrior Budao Huan, welcome to our country of the Western Regions again.
Although Ika is already the king, he still respects Lu Yuan very much.
King Ika is very polite. I wonder if you know the changes in the world now.
Lu Yuan said straight to the point. Ika didn't expect Lu Yuan to speak so directly. He didn't even say a few words first, and quickly made an invitation gesture to signal Lu Yuan and others to come into the palace to talk. The imperial palace of the Western Region Kingdom has obviously been renovated. Although it is not as majestic as other countries, it is still much larger than before. After everyone sat down, Ika got down to business.
The world situation changed suddenly a few months ago. Although our country is located in a remote area, we still know that many foreign forces have appeared on the road, and there are more monsters and beasts in the desert. Even the sunrise and sunset every day are different from before. This may be a reason. This disaster may also be an opportunity for our country in the Western region.
After Ika sat down, he also got straight to the point. He was obviously aware of the sudden change in the world structure, and he seemed to have his own plans both inside and outside of his words. Chapter 473 Changes in the Demon Realm.
I wonder what opportunity King Ika is talking about,
Lu Yuan asked. King Ika said unhurriedly.
Our country in the Western region has a vast territory, but very poor resources, and the climate is extremely harsh. I plan to take advantage of this troubled time to move the whole country. You mean you want to initiate a war?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise.
I will not attack anyone unless they attack me. Since the demons will attack sooner or later, why not take the lead in attacking? Moreover, the demons' troops are scattered, and their base area must be empty. Taking advantage of this moment to attack Huanglong is the perfect opportunity. IKA was confident, full of say. Do you know that the demon emperor can withstand millions of soldiers by himself? Lu Yuandao said. Lu Yuan's words are not alarmist. Saying that millions of soldiers is just a pronoun. There is no comparison between the two. Even an army of tens of millions cannot resist a demon emperor. If you always look forward and backward and retreat when faced with difficulties, then you can only wait for destruction. IKA has no intention of fearing the demon emperor. You, IKA, are the only one in Taoyuan continent who has such a bloody spirit. But you must be fully prepared. Lu Yuan had nothing to say except admiration. After all, he had never had any experience in commanding power. And he had no professional advice on marching and fighting. Ika's goal is clear, and it seems to have been prepared for some time. As for joining forces with other countries, IKA has not expressed rejection, but seems more willing to believe in himself. After Lu Yuan chatted with IKA for a while, he refused Ika's banquet and promised that he would always stand on the opposite side of the demons. When leaving the palace, King IKA said this with emotion. No matter who has the power to rule the world in the end, ordinary people will choose to get used to it. I am the leader of a country, and I cannot shirk my responsibility. But brother, you don't have to go against the trend. Lu Yuan did not leave the western region country, but found a place to live. Ika's parting words were purely as friends. The words actually contained a lot of information. It seemed that IKA was not optimistic about resisting the demons. The reason for his choice was entirely because he did not want to sit still and wait for death. And IKA also knew the hearts of ordinary people very well. The people are the most resistant only when they are first invaded. So IKA should want to take advantage of the people's support to attack first. If the demons really attack the territory with their troops, an invasion becomes inevitable. Most people will choose to obey and gradually form a habit. Thinking about counterattack at that time was already nonsense. Even though he knew he was going to kill a stone with an egg, IKA still chose to attack. Maybe it was a responsibility. Maybe it was due to his personality. Advising Lu Yuandao not to go against the trend shows that IKA actually understands the general trend in his heart. Lu Yuan is not attached to any force. He is free and accompanied by a beautiful woman. Maybe this is the life that IKA longs for. Lu Yuan, what do you think of Ika's decision? Xiao Lui asked first after settling down. Perhaps there is no chance of success. Although it is unrealistic to attack Huanglong directly, it is still possible to occupy some demon territory. However, once the demon army retreats, the Western Region Kingdom will have no resistance. Lu Yuandao. Don't think about it. Just live one day at a time. Anyway, we are just civilians. If the sky falls and everyone dies, why bother worrying about the country and the people all day long? Fong Ro saw everyone's sad faces and couldn't help but explain. Ro is right. Although we can't just watch being invaded, there are many more experts than us in commanding troops and fighting. In fact, the only thing we can do is to improve our own strength. If we can withstand the opponent's high-end combat power in times of crisis. That's it. Yes. Li Tong felt that Fong Ro was right. But she was too negative and quickly added. After being reminded by King IKA, I remembered something. Lu Yuan suddenly said with his eyes lit up. What's going on? The three women said in unison. The demons have dispersed their forces to start a war with all major forces. But the front line is mostly in a stalemate. Besides, we have been to the demons before. Although their troops are strong, they are not capable of directly making enemies of the whole world. Although I'm not particularly good at marching and fighting, judging from their abilities, they shouldn't understand the principle of step-by-step. What do you think is going on within the demon clan? Xiao Lui instantly understood what Lu Yuan meant. Yes, the demons and IKA have similar ideas. The active invasion has made all forces miserable. But they are not fighting to the death. They are within the limits of what each force can handle. So everyone does not want to join forces. And the war affects the outward movement of each force. Explore and connect. Among the goals of the Demon King, breaking through the way of heaven and surpassing the limits of strength are the first. As for world domination, it is just an entertainment project. He even dared to try the method of disintegration and cultivation. But he might be working on something else now. Lu Yuan continued his analysis. How about we go directly into the demon world to find out what's going on? Fong Ro suggested.
You can't catch tiger cubs if you don't enter the tiger's den. I think you can give it a try.
Xiao Lui also agreed.
I agree too. It's the same no matter where you go,
Li Tong said indifferently. Lu Yuan nodded and said,
That's settled then. I just happened to go to see how Brother Mayu is doing.
When Lu Yuan mentioned the Demon Clan area, the first thing Lu Yuan thought of was the demon Yu from Hepping Village. Although they didn't have too many interactions, they had both been taught by the Sword Master, and they felt quite sympathetic to each other when they talked. There was nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan dragged Ik and sent someone to bring a letter to the Lord of the Holy City. They went directly out of the city and headed towards the demon territory. The general content of the letter is about the situation of each country. Lu Yuan did not hide the words of the kings of each country. Presumably the Lord of the Holy City also understands the reason. He should solve other matters by himself. After all, the small actions over the years are also the fault of the Holy City. The grudges, how can Lu Yuan solve it with just a few words? Since the Taoyuan continent is relatively complete, the system Xiao Tao gave a preferred route. Although there were many monsters along the way, it did not cause much trouble. The three women's levels have improved, and they have become more proficient in their new equipment. The barrier in the Demon Clan area has long since disappeared. Different from the first time we entered the Demon Clan area, the current Demon Clan area seems to have lost its vitality. It used to be full of grasslands and woods, but now it looks desolate. At first, Lu Yuan and others thought it was due to the war, but as they went deeper, they discovered that there were no traces of war anywhere. The life force of the vegetation, including monsters and beasts, seemed to have been sucked dry. Some monsters have completely turned into ghosts. Half of their bones are exposed, and their bodies exude the aura of death. At first glance, they look similar to the puppets refined by the puppet master before.
It looks a bit like the devil now.
Fong Rou sighed with some horror.
How could this happen? It stands to reason that after the Demon King is resurrected, no one in the Demon Realm area should dare to act wild.
Lu Yuan was also surprised by the changes here and said,
Maybe it wasn't done by outsiders.
Xiao Lui reminded. Lu Yuan was shocked again when he heard this. It would be really scary if the Demon King was absorbing life force everywhere. Chapter 474 Zhao Xinghe is captured. The four of them, Lu Yuan, followed the map given by Xiao Tao. As they went deeper into the demon world, the number of bloodthirsty monsters began to increase. Even if the four people have tried their best not to attract the attention of the monster beasts, as long as they enter within 100 meters, the monster beasts will find the four people. Even if there are obstacles to block them, it will have no effect.
These monsters are so powerful. They can find out where we are without even looking.
Fong Rou was a little helpless, because these monsters could even see through her invisibility.
It feels like they rely on anger to lock their targets. Maybe it's because the monster beast's vitality has been sucked dry, so they are extremely yearning for our breath, and they subconsciously want to be resurrected.
Lu Yuan analyzed. Although the speed of several people was dragged forward very slowly, it must be said that the demon world is a good place for leveling. After cleaning up along the way, the combat experience of several people has increased rapidly. The three women have reached around level 75, and Lu Yuan's level has also reached level 82.
Although the level is already very high now, I don't feel as happy as before when I upgraded, because level seems to have become an evaluation of strength. Although I feel stronger every time I upgrade, I don't know where I am stronger.
How long does it take to get to your senior brother?
Xiao Lui asked Lu Yuan while casting spells to fight off the charging monsters.
It's not far away, but there are indeed too many monsters. I don't know if Hepping Village is still there.
Lu Yuan waved the Yongya knife, feeling a little tired of facing such a dense crowd of monsters.
Tell me, since monsters like the breath of living people so much, can anyone survive in the demon village? In other words, will the demon emperor absorb the villagers together?
Li Tong suddenly said.
It's hard to say.
Lu Yuan and others did not pass through villages along the way, so they did not know much about the conditions of cities and villages in the demon clan. According to the current situation, it is possible that everyone in the demon world has become a living dead. If this is the case, Hepping Village may not be spared. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the monster beasts that were attacking fiercely, and then they fled in all directions. Lu Yuan also felt that an army was approaching, and quickly motioned to the three women to hide with him. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the demon army passed by not far from Lu Yuan. There were probably several thousand people in the army. There were more than 10 prison cars in the army, and each prison car held more than 10 people.
It seems that the demon army has not been drained of its vitality,
Xiao Lui said. Lu Yuan nodded, fixed his eyes on the prison car in the middle, and said slowly,
I guess the people in the car will not be so lucky.
Lu Yuan, who originally didn't want to cause trouble, planned to wait quietly for the demon army to leave. But a familiar feeling made Lu Yuan focus on a prison car.
Is that Galaxy?
Lu Yuan finally locked onto the familiar aura among more than a dozen prison cars.
Didn't he go looking for Miss Xiaoshui? How could he be caught by the demons?
Li Tong said with some confusion.
Xiaoshui is a member of Yinli, and Yinli has joined the demon clan. Xinghe will naturally deal with the demon clan when he goes to find Xiaoshui. I didn't expect that your brother is really infatuated, but what he did was too stupid,
Xiao Lui explained.
Huh? Isn't that Yinli in the other prison car?
Lu Yuan looked at the other prison car in surprise. Inside was Yin Li and his subordinates. Lu Yuan vaguely remembered several of Yin Li's men who had taken action when they used the formation to trap him.
What's going on? Are they dog-eating dog?
Fong Rou said with a smile.
What are you going to do now?
Xiao Lui got straight to the point. Lu Yuan calmed down and said slowly.
Of course we can't leave Xinghe alone, but I'm afraid it won't work if we rush forward rashly.
Lu Yuan glanced around the demon army and found an extremely terrifying force that seemed to have reached level 90. There were 4 other forces that were slightly weaker, but their strength should also be around level 80.
The enemy's leader is very strong, and with thousands of demonic soldiers, it may be difficult for the 4 of us to rescue them.
Lu Yuan frowned, his brain working rapidly, trying to come up with some clever move. Their marching speed is not slow, and the demonic beasts seem to be afraid to approach the army.
If we don't take action quickly, I'm afraid there will be more and more demonic armies ahead,
Xiao Lui reminded. Lu Yuan nodded to show that he understood, and looked at the sky. It was almost dinner time.
Although the demons are strong, they still need to eat. We will follow the army and wait until they set up camp before making plans. We are already in the demon area. We can only pray that they relax their vigilance.
Lu Yuan said the countermeasures.
Well, that's all we can do for the time being.
The demon army moved forward quickly, because the terrain was very flat. Lu Yuan and others did not dare to follow too close, and they had to cover up their aura. The monsters did not dare to attack the demon army, but Lu Yuan and others were not so concerned. Polite. The demons were indeed in good physical strength, and continued to advance for nearly 3 hours before setting up camp at the foot of a mountain. However, even when they arrived at the door of their home, many soldiers were patrolled around the camp.
There are less than 200 people in more than a dozen prison cars. How about sending so many people to escort them?
Lu Yuan was hiding behind dead trees in the mountains, facing such a heavily guarded army. He really had no idea what to do. Lu Yuan suddenly looked to the other side of the mountain, and saw a ghostly figure moving quickly towards him. Lu Yuan originally thought that he had been discovered by the demons, but the other party showed no murderous intent. Since the other party had found him and others, it was unnecessary to evade, so he simply stood where he was and took precautions.
Boy from the Lu family, is that you?
The person who came was none other than Yin Li's master, Yin Tianzheng. Although the two were already master and disciple, in Lu Yuan's eyes, they were basically father and son. Lu Yuan got ready to face the enemy. Yin Tianzheng was not a good person, and he gave Lu Yuan the impression that he and his son were evil people. Now they suddenly appeared here, probably to rescue Yin Li. Although Lu Yuan and he both had the ultimate goal of saving people, they still did not consider Yin Tianzheng to be on the same front.
What are you doing here?
Lu Yuan asked defensively.
Of course, I want to save people, seeing as you have been following them for a long time. I guess some of these people are your friends.
Right. Yin Tianzheng ignored Lu Yuan's caution and continued to approach Lu Yuan and others.
Don't come over.
It's better to keep a distance, Lu Yuan said in a stern tone. The 3 women frowned slightly and each took a half step back, ready to take action at any time.
We were a little unhappy in the past, but now the world has changed a lot, and now we all have common enemies and goals. Why not put aside our grudges and join forces?
Yin Tianzheng ignored the hostility of Lu Yuan and others and actually proposed a joint fight. The proposal to join forces caught Lu Yuan off guard, and for a moment, he didn't know what to choose. Chapter 475 The Rescue begins.
What? You don't want to cooperate with me?
Yin Tianzheng continued to ask when Lu Yuan didn't answer. Lu Yuan knew in his heart that Yin Tian was a decent person, although his magnanimity was not diminished at this time. He was obviously alone. It was impossible to rescue Ainley by himself. So he proposed cooperation.
Cooperation is fine. But what can you do?
Lu Yuan asked back.
Ha! What can I do? When I became famous, you didn't know where to play in the mud. You asked me what I can do?
Ainley laughed when he heard this. Not afraid of being discovered by the demon soldiers at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan was unmoved by Yin Tianjing's rhetorical question. Cooperation was based on mutual benefit. In Lu Yuan's view, Yin Tianjing's combat power was not necessarily as strong as that of the three women. Even though his reputation was great in the past, it may not be applicable to today's world. Yin Tianjing is obviously aware of this. But due to his identity and face, he can only cover it up with laughter. And a few rhetorical questions are not self-deprecating of his situation.
Since I don't want to cooperate, let's forget it. I plan to take action when it gets dark. Then don't blame me for disturbing the situation.
When Yin Tianjing saw that Lu Yuan didn't reply, he said to himself,
There are 5 enemies that need attention. One of them is about level 90, and the other 4 are around level 80. Compared with the top 10 demon generals in the past, they are even better. Senior Yin will definitely go here. Pay attention to safety.
Lu Yuan was not in a hurry and said slowly, Thousands of magic soldiers alone are troublesome enough. Not to mention there are 5 masters stationed there. Yin Tianjing has obviously been following for a long time, so he naturally knows that there are masters among them. Otherwise he might have taken action long ago. Yin Tianjing narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and looked at Lu Yuanlai again. In just 1 year, the boy in front of him had gradually grown from a dazed young man into a person who knew the gains and losses of advancing and retreating.
Mingren doesn't tell secrets. Lear joined the demon clan in order to gain stronger power. Although I repeatedly dissuaded him,
I still couldn't stop him. However, Lear was arrogant by nature. After learning that to gain power, he had to sell his soul. He decided to fight against the demon clan. The clan broke up, and was eventually designated as a defector by the demon clan. I only learned the news recently. Unfortunately, I don't have any help for the time being, so I can't accomplish anything on my own. If Mr. Lu has someone he wants to save, please lend a helping hand. I, Yin Tianjing, will remember this kindness as long as I live.
Yin Tianjing's tone was sincere, and he bowed deeply after speaking. In the face of reality, no one has to bow his head. Lu Yuan did not reach out to help him, but nodded slightly and said,
I think although the imprisoned people are all injured, most of them are traumas caused by the demon stimulation and the fatigue of the journey. If we release everyone first, as long as a few of us can hold them back if the enemy has the highest combat power, then there is still a glimmer of hope.
Yin Tianjing raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan. With a look of excitement that could not be concealed, he clasped his fists and said,
As long as Li Er is rescued, it will be no problem even if it costs me my life. I have one more thing. If the rescue is successful, I want Senior Yin to be alone.
Lu Yuan said slowly.
Who?
Yin Tianjing replied quickly.
Ainley has a girl named Qiu Shui.
Yin Tianjing glanced around at the 3 women behind Lu Yuan, nodded and said,
No problem. I have some kind words to advise. Mr. Lu is still young, and his parents are not often around. Why should he miss the opportunity because of women?
Future.
When Lu Yuan heard this, he knew that Yin Tianjing had misunderstood him, but he did not explain anything. Yin Tianjing, who had been calculating in Vanity Fair, finally lowered his profile because of his relatives. The demon army had no intention of continuing to march after eating, which also brought convenience to the rescue plan. The 5 people decided to take action after dark. It would be best if they could sneak in quietly. Once discovered, they could only abandon some unknown people and escape quickly with their own people. Lu Yuan and others were not used to the idea of giving up others at first, but they had to face the reality. The most valuable thing in troubled times may be human life, and if they are not careful, they may even be involved in it. Although Lu Yuan felt uncomfortable, he could only hate that he was not strong enough. The night fell silently. Fortunately, the weather was good. The sky was covered with clouds. Although there were torches lighting up the demon camp, it greatly affected the sight of the patrol.
Fong Ro, you sneak in invisibly and quietly inform everyone in the prison car of your plan. It would be best if you could escape secretly. We will support you outside. If you are discovered, we will attack from the outside, and you can take the opportunity to escape with everyone.
Lu Yuan said to Stealth. The most powerful Fong Ro said.
Okay, Mr. Lu. Fong Ro takes the order.
Fong Ro said, pretending to be relaxed.
Ru, Be careful. If you can't, just run away,
Li Tong said with some concern. Lu Yuan took out the Yongyan knife again and called for the gold-swallowing beast to appear. The prison car was made of fine iron, so the sound would naturally be loud if it was forced open. In this scenario, the gold-swallowing beast was most suitable.
Xiao Hei, follow Fan Rou. Remember not to expose your whereabouts. Be fast when breaking open the prison car. And don't be greedy and ruin things. If you do something bad this time, I will seal you up,
Lu Yuan said to the gold-swallowing beast. The gold-swallowing beast originally felt happy to be released. After hearing Lu Yuan's threat, the smile on the beast's face disappeared, and he nodded helplessly to express his understanding.
Everyone remembers that everything is focused on saving people. If you can't help it, don't take action. If the enemy's master appears, I will hold off the most powerful one, and the rest will act according to the situation. If they are scattered, use the Peace Village as the rendezvous point,
Lu Yuan added seriously. The situation was critical at this moment, and Lu Yuan didn't care whether it would bring trouble to Heping Village. After all discussions were completed, Fang Rou entered the stealth state and quietly walked towards the demon camp. The gold-swallowing beast followed closely behind him like a black shadow.
Luo Yi, you and Li Tong will take care of each other later,
Lu Yuan whispered to the two girls. And then, he quietly sneaked towards the demon camp. Yin Tianjin followed closely behind. In their tactics, the two of them were to prevent Fang Rou from being discovered and to respond outside the camp in advance. Xiao Lui and Li Tong were responsible for remote support. Fang Rou's sneaking went smoothly. The patrolling soldiers could not detect such high-end stealth at all. The prison van was located relatively close to the center of the camp. The large number of prisoners was the difficulty of the rescue. Fang Rou quickly arrived in front of the prison car. Maybe the prisoners were locked too tightly, so there were no magic soldiers guarding them around.
Xinghe, I am Fang Rou. We are here to save you.
Fang Rou quickly found Zhao Xinghe's location, and suddenly spoke while invisible. This frightened Zhao Xinghe, who was leaning on the prison car and fell asleep, and the chains on his body clattered, causing a burst of noise.
Keep your voice down, you brat. You want to kill me.
Fang Rou quickly stopped Zhao Xinghe from speaking. Zhao Xinghe heard the sound again, and then he realized what he was saying, and hurriedly whispered,
Fang Rou? Lu Yuan is here too? Go rescue Qiu Shui first. Damn, you are a person who values sex over friends. Why didn't I see that you were this kind of person before?
Fang Rou was speechless towards Zhao Xinghe. He used to be considered a romantic figure, but now he only has a look of beauty in his eyes.
Gold-swallowing beast, it's your turn to perform. Get rid of all their chains first,
Fang Rou said to the gold-swallowing beast behind her, and then said angrily to Zhao Xinghe,
Tell the people in the cage that they want to survive. Just keep your voices down. I'm going to save your Qiu Shui girl now.
Chapter 476 The Four Ambassadors Yukong. It was late at night, and there was only the crackling sound of burning firewood in the demon camp. The demon soldiers standing guard were all sleepy-eyed. The tent in the center of the camp was indeed extremely noisy. It turned out that the head coach of the camp was drinking with his men, and bursts of bold laughter echoed in the camp. Fang Rou had already released the people in Zhao Xinghe's prison car, and communication with Yin Li and others in the prison car had been completed. Everything was going smoothly. When the people in the two prison cars escaped, the people in the other prison cars finally noticed that someone was escaping, and they all rushed to ask for help.
Stop arguing. No one can escape when the magic soldiers arrive.
Fang Rou didn't dare to speak loudly. There were so many prisoners in the prison car that it was difficult to hear clearly. More and more prisoners woke up, and the noise became louder and louder. Fang Rou looked helplessly at the prison car, and could only say to Zhao Xinghe and Yin Li beside her,
Ignore it. We can't leave even if we drag it on. Let's evacuate first.
Fang Rou thought simply. Although Yin Li, Zhao Xinghe, and others knew how to cooperate, the people who got off the two prison cars did not understand. When they saw a few people sneaking away, they all followed behind. 5 or 6 people were already a big target, and 20 or 30 people were rushing back and forth, as if they were clearly telling someone that they were escaping from prison.
Someone is coming! Someone is coming quickly! Someone is running away!
Before Fang Rou and others had gone far, someone among the remaining prisoners, who had not been rescued, started shouting at the top of their lungs.
I went and was not discovered by the enemy, but was actually betrayed by the prisoner.
Fang Rou said speechlessly.
The human heart is really terrible. If I can't be saved, I have to drag everyone to die together.
Zhao Xinghe also said with a bitter smile.
Don't worry about that. Now that you've come out, let's run according to our own abilities. I don't want to be caught again.
Ainli frowned. Although his body was weak, his actions were very agile. When Fang Rou saw this, she ignored Ainli and the others and just took care of herself, pulling Zhao Xinghe and running in the direction of the reception.
Miss Qiu Shui, follow me.
Zhao Xinghe did not forget to pull Li Qiu Shui.
That's damn good.
Fang Rou cursed with a speechless expression. At this time, Ainli was not in the mood to care about who his subordinates were following. Li Qiu Shui seemed to have a much changed attitude towards Zhao Xinghe, and followed Fang Rou silently. The noise of the prisoners quickly attracted the attention of the demon soldiers. Although several masters in the camp were drunk, they also showed corresponding strength.
Whoever dares to break into my demon camp is so impatient.
A strong figure burst out of the central camp, stopped in midair, and let out a loud roar. A huge echo echoed in the camp. His eyes had already locked on the 20 or 30 people who were escaping.
Hey! Your opponent is here! Why are you yelling in the middle of the night?
Lu Yuan had already noticed the chaos in the camp, and was already flying into the air on the dark dragon Guai Guai. The demon master who flew into the air was the one who worried Lu Yuan the most. This man was tall and strong, and he had already summoned 2 sledgehammers in his hands. Just from his temperament, he knew that he should be the most powerful among the demons. Very high status.
4 of you. Chase me. No one of you can run away. I'll surround you with all the soldiers. I'll drag out the screaming prisoners and beat them one by one.
After the demon general gave instructions to the ground, he turned his attention to Lu Yuan.
Do you think you are my opponent? Who is coming? Tell me your name.
Lu Yuan wanted to delay for more time, so he spoke more.
Little boy, there is no point in delaying time. It doesn't hurt to tell you that I am Yakong, one of the 4 special envoys. You demons are quite interesting. One moment you have 10 major demon generals, and another moment you have 4 major envoys. Besides you, do you also have 2 major protectors?
Lu Yuan mocked. Yukong was indifferent for a moment, twisted his neck a few times casually, raised the sledgehammer in his hand, and said indifferently,
My mouth is quite poor. I don't know how strong it is. Can I block my hammer and speak?
As soon as Yukong finished speaking, he swung one of his arms quickly, and then threw the hammer away. The speed was so fast that it even caused airflow in the air. Lu Yuan did not expect that the opponent would throw the weapon at the beginning. It would be unwise to hit him head-on with a heavy hammer. So he controlled Guai Guai to descend quickly, and dodged the blow with a slight bow. Lu Yuan held the shadowless sword in his hand, and used the backhand move of breaking the sky. The huge sword energy passed through the dark night, and slashed towards Yukong, facing Lu Yuan's attack. Yukong did not choose to dodge. He smashed it hard with the other sledgehammer in his hand, and the air-piercing sword energy was directly broken into 2 pieces, and finally dissipated in midair. Yukong recalled the sledgehammer he had thrown before, and the 2 hammers collided in the air, and a sound of metal clashing could be heard. Double hammer ear-filling. Huge hammer shadows appeared on the left and right sides of Lu Yuan, and the 2 hammers merged towards the middle at an extremely fast speed. Although the hammer shadows were illusory, they contained terrifying energy. Not daring to hit him head-on, Lu Yuan kicked off his legs and let the dragon fly out obediently. He used the reaction force to use the wind, tossing and rolling, and narrowly dodged the blow, but was still hit by the energy. The aftermath of the explosion sent him flying. Fortunately, he turned back in time and flew back, directly catching Lu Yuan, who had lost his center of gravity, on his back. The battle situation on the ground was not optimistic either. Yukong's 4 subordinates separated and surrounded the fleeing people. Since everyone had been imprisoned for a long time, and their bodies were in a weak state, their speed could not be compared with that of the demons. In an instant, more than half of the people were captured. And coupled with the siege of the demon soldiers, there was basically no escape route ahead. Fang Rou, Zhao Xinghe, and Li Qiushui were the fastest, but they were intercepted before leaving the camp.
You 2 leave first. Luo Yi and Lei Tong will meet you when you leave the camp.
Fang Rou took out the fishgut dagger and entered the invisible state again. The demon soldiers had already swarmed up, but she was accurately hit by a hail of arrows and fell to the ground. The arrows only penetrated the demon soldiers and quickly flew back. It turned out that Li Tong had already started remote support.
Run quickly!
When Fang Rou saw that the miscellaneous soldiers were cleared, she rushed directly towards one of the 4 masters who were chasing after her. This person is short in stature, but he is also an assassin. Fong Rou is not afraid that he will ignore her, because his aura has already locked him. Even if he is slightly stronger than Fong Rou, he does not dare to attack Xiao Xinghe and the other two rashly. Otherwise he will take action later. Fong Rou is likely to kill him with one blow. On the other hand, Ainli was in better condition than Xiao Xinghe. After all, he had a martial arts background since childhood. Yin Tianzheng and Yin Tianzheng seemed to have some special way of contacting each other, and they soon met at the edge of the camp. What is surprising is that there are two masters chasing Ainli and the others, which makes the original distribution a little unexpected. However, the battlefield is changing rapidly. It is the time for everyone to clear the door, even if all four of them chase them. On Zhao Xinghe's side, Yin Tianzheng will definitely not help. Another master crossed Fong Rou's position and chased directly towards Zhao Xinghe. Just as he was about to succeed, a fire dragon descended from the sky and circled in front of Zhao Xinghe. Chapter 477 Ridiculous? Ridiculous? In just a few minutes, the entire army of thousands of demons was dispatched and spread out around the camp. Fortunately, the demon soldiers did not participate in the battle, but only blocked everyone's retreat from the periphery. It seems that it is not that the demon soldiers are timid, but that orders have been issued from above, which should be to avoid unnecessary casualties. Lu Yuan felt relieved after the generals were distributed below him. The demons obviously valued Ainli and others more. After all, compared with him, Zhao Xinghe could only be regarded as a little-known figure. Riding the dark dragon obediently into the air again, Lu Yuan already had a strategy in mind, which was to pull him around in a roundabout way without confronting him head-on, so as to buy enough time for the people below to escape. The demon envoy in front of him was too strong. Although he had met many level 90 people, not many were so strong. This Yukong reminded Lu Yuan of the ferocious beasts. With this strong body and strong vitality, the power of a single wave was worth more than 1,000 gold. Not to mention that he could not defeat Yukong in a short time. Even if he could win, he would still have to use it. Try your best. But in the end, you may end up with a lose-lose outcome. After Lu Yuan started to dodge left and right, Yukong screamed in anger. Although Yukong was also very fast and could fly with his own ability, his movements would always slow down when he attacked with his hammer. Lu Yuan took advantage of this. This is the time to distance yourself. You brat! If you continue to play tricks, I won't chase you. Yukong stopped his body, stared at the people fighting below, and said slowly, how can Lu Yuan not understand what this means? If he doesn't chase him, he will hit his comrades. It seems that this demon envoy is not a brainless person. He is able to waste time with Lu Yuan here because he has the trust of his opponent. Otherwise, the battle may be over directly after a few hammers. Okay, I won't hide anymore. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. Lu Yuan put away the shadowless sword and summoned the Yongya sword back with a casual call. Lu Yuan used the gesture of dragging a knife and stepped on the giant dragon and rushed towards Yukong. Facing the sledgehammer swung by Yukong, he did not panic. He stepped hard with his feet, and his whole body shot out like a meteor. Guai circled towards Yukong. Fly away after being empty. Lu Yuan's figure was like an illusion, and the two round sledgehammers were still half a circle slower. A dark moon appeared from the sky, making the dim night even darker, and it broke into two parts in the next second. Broken moon. Dense knife shadows streaked across Yukong's body, and blood marks appeared on his body. Dark attributes had begun to invade his body. Lu Yuan turned over and fell, and he flew under him and caught it steadily. This move was both sharp and elegant, and the effect was excellent. Lu Yuan patted Guai's head and said happily, I'm not very obedient at ordinary times, but I cooperate quite well when fighting. As expected, he was hatched by me absorbing so much energy. Lu Yuan looked at Yukong, who was spurting out blood, but he didn't expect that this blow could achieve such an effect. Yukong didn't seem to care about the wounds on his body, but a strange smile appeared on his face. A burst of red flames appeared. The wounds on Yukong's body healed instantly. Even the dark attributes that had eroded into his body were easily discharged at this moment. In vitro. Little guy, you are quite interesting. You are worthy of being appointed by the Demon Emperor. However, he may be disappointed. You are destined to die in my hands today. Yukong's body fully recovered. His fighting spirit became stronger as he spoke, and his momentum reached its peak as soon as he finished speaking. I've heard many people say they want to kill me, but I've still lived until now. You don't know how many people want to kill me, and of course you won't be the last one. Lu Yuan did not show weakness. In a fight between strong men, even if he knew that he was defeated, his momentum could not be lost. Once his momentum was at a disadvantage, he would remain passive, and it would be extremely difficult to stand up. The momentum of the two people in the air was confronting each other. Fang Rou below had already fought several rounds with a master who was also an assassin. Both of them reacted very quickly. Although Fang Rou was at a slightly lower level, she was blessed with an artifact suit and was able to fight well. There is back and forth, coupled with the fact that Li Tong was supporting from a distance from time to time. He could occasionally outdo the opponent, since Li Tong was always at the far end. Without being harassed by demon masters, he took full advantage of the archer's advantage. Not only was he supporting Fang Rou, but Xia Lui, Xiao Xinghe, Qiu Shui, and others were all under his care. Inside, whenever the demon soldiers around them tried to make a sneak attack, but were shot through by Li Tong with an arrow, the teammates would feel a sense of peace of mind. After Xiao Xinghe and Miss Qiu Shui escaped from confinement, they found that they could actually use their backpacks. The two took out the equipment from their backpacks and put them on. And together, they helped Xia Lui fend off the chasing masters. I don't know whether it was because of the demon's entrustment or the lack of space in the Taoyuan system's backpack, but he actually left equipment for the prisoner. With the two extra battle powers, Xia Lui's side gradually gained an advantage. Seeing the situation, Fang Rou slowly came over to join forces. For a time, the two 80-level experts were unable to defeat several people and could only command the surrounding demons. The soldiers began to help in the encirclement and suppression. Qilin comes to the World Meteor Shower Sea of Fire Extreme Dragon Control. Xia Lui first released the Fire Unicorn in his equipment skills. If the Fire Unicorn had substance, it would rush directly towards the two masters of the demon clan, and other skills would be released to the demon soldiers behind. After being surrounded by a sea of fire, a thick fire dragon rose into the sky, with a person standing firmly on the dragon's head. A flame bird flew out from the dragon's head and headed straight for Li Tong. In the next moment, it was carrying Li Tong and flying into the distance with the fire dragon. Lu Yuan looked in the direction of his teammates with relief. As long as they evacuated, he would definitely be able to escape. The most tragic thing is Yin Tianjin's side. There were already two masters besieging them. Now that Xia Lui and others have escaped, the other two masters will definitely come to support this side because they can't fly.
Lear, I will resist alone. You go first.
Yin Tianjin shouted loudly, and strong black flames erupted from his body, which was the unique color of Disha Fist.
Young master, you go. We will fight with the master. You are all still young. Let's go quickly. Don't miss the opportunity.
Yin Tianjin radiated all the energy from his body. His skin had been burned by the energy, and his aura had reached its peak.
Dad, don't.
Yin Li cried out in pain without caring about anything else.
Let's go.
Yin Tianjin glanced at Lu Yuan in the sky, and then added,
That kid from Qiushui. Let him go free from now on. That kid from the Lu family. Don't be an enemy of him in the future. The destination is Peace Village.
After Yin Tianjin finished speaking, he rushed forward, punching out his fists as if they had disappeared. Seeing that their old master had burned their lives, Yin Li's men did not dare to delay the fight. They picked up Yin Li and rushed outside the camp. A group of demons, the soldiers couldn't resist a few people who desperately tried to break through, but they were rushed out by a few people. The envoy Yukong in midair did not take action, silently looking at Yin Tianjin, who was burning his life, and couldn't help but said to Lu Yuan,
As far as I know, that boy from the Yin family is very evil, and his father is even more insidious and vicious. He is someone who dares to betray even the demons, but he is so kind and righteous when he goes to the battlefield. On the contrary, your friends don't even look back. Just ran away.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Chapter 478 Escape.
As far as I know, that boy from the Yin family is very evil, and his father is even more insidious and vicious. He is someone who dares to betray even the demons, but he is so kind and righteous when he goes to the battlefield. On the contrary, your friends don't even look back. Just ran away.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous? If you can escape unharmed, who would be willing to risk your life?
Lu Yuan responded, then looked at Yukong and continued.
I always thought that evil people could see this kind of thing more clearly, but I didn't expect you to actually so stupid. Evil ways? It depends on how you divide them. No wonder the Demon Emperor finds you interesting. You are indeed a very interesting junior.
Yukong praised Lu Yuan, but the sledgehammer in his hand was not idle. After his momentum reached its peak, it suddenly stopped. His figure was unpredictable, and his pair of sledgehammers were as flexible as long whips. Although Yukong's move is powerful, it is only a threat in terms of speed. As for those things like phantoms that hide people's ears, not to mention that Lu Yuan has opened his mind's eye. Even the most basic eagle eye can see through their essence. Lu Yuan remained immobile to cope with all changes. Yongyi was already full of energy in his hands. Even if the opponent was a sledgehammer, Lu Yuan could still fight. Zheng. The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded through the entire military camp, and a force of push knocked Lu Yuan away. Blood was already flowing from the mouth of his hands and the corners of his mouth. Lu Yuan still underestimated Yukong's strength. Yukong was also frozen in midair with a shocked look on his face. The two sledgehammers in his hands were still buzzing and vibrating. He could completely neutralize the force of his forward thrust and block a full blow from his two hammers with just one knife. This was no one. He can do it all. After all, the boy in front of him is only in his early 80s.
Boy, if you can compete with me in terms of strength, I have to admit that you have great potential. But if that's all, then let's just let it go.
Yukong's hands have begun to accumulate strength, preparing for the next blow while not forgetting to say a few words. Lu Yuan put away the Yongyan knife, using his luck in his palms. He didn't care about Yukong's interference at all, and was ready to deal with Yukong's attack at any time.
You have been fighting until now, and you are still trying to persuade me to surrender. Are you demons so naive?
Lu Yuan said jokingly with a smile on his face. While Lu Yuan was speaking, Yukong had already prepared a charged attack. Lu Yuan only felt that the space around him was locked, and his body became abnormally heavy. It seemed that Yukong had exerted some kind of gravity skill on himself. Similar skills were used by Tyrant Bear back then. I don't know if they are for powerful people. Patent. Yukong's two sledgehammers once again transformed into energy shadows in the air, and the next moment, they were about to smash Lu Yuan into powder. Faced with the pressure all over his body, Lu Yuan had no choice but to fully explode his momentum. The enhanced unicorn flames filled his whole body. He pushed out the Tai Chi posture with both palms, used his own energy to attract the remaining sledgehammer, and brought it up. Pushed out. Yukong charged up a blow, and was pulled away and thrown out. The giant hammer had no point of stress, but instead caused a surge of energy and blood in Yukong's body. Lu Yuan took advantage of the loose restrictions around him, and broke through the constraints of gravity in one fell swoop. He kicked the dragon's back with his feet, and grabbed the remaining space with his hands of the void, forming a quick counterattack in an instant. Yukong was not a kind person, so he suppressed the discomfort in his body, and swung the hammer with one hand to hit Lu Yuan, who was flying in a straight line. With the other hand, he returned the giant hammer to protect his chest. He could attack or defend at any time, and attack Lu Yuan at any time. Form a counterattack. Facing the flying giant hammer, Lu Yuan kicked off his foot again. It was the wind walk. Although the wind walk could not support Lu Yuan's long-distance flight, it could increase a lot of time in the air. More importantly, it could help Lu Yuan change at any time direction. Lu Yuan passed by the giant hammer, and then walked on the wind with his feet, even faster than before.
You brat! You dared to have sex with me even after I complimented you a lot. Okay, come on!
Yukong shouted, raising the sledgehammer guarding his chest directly above his head, looking like he was preparing to hit Lu Yuan a home run. Lu Yuan had already closed his eyes, and his mental power spread out. De Shang's mind's eye skill made him aware of any changes in the surroundings. The wind slowed down. The airflow also slowed down, and Yukong's movements became even slower. The distance of tens of meters was reached in an instant. Not because things around him were too slow, but because Lu Yuan could see too clearly. Facing Yukong's precise attack, Lu Yuan did not choose to dodge. He kicked his feet into the wind again, gathering all his strength into one palm. One throw of heaven and earth. In the end, Lu Yuan's palm was the first to touch Yukong's chest, and Yukong's sledgehammer still hit Lu Yuan, but it lacked a little strength and relied entirely on the gravity of the sledgehammer itself. Even though Yukong's ability was strong, he was still unable to withstand Lu Yuan's full blow. Although it did not cause fatal injuries, it still temporarily lost his ability to attack. Yukong was knocked upside down and flew out. The sledgehammer in his hand had already fallen off, and a mouthful of blood was floating in the air. After Lu Yuan's blow, his whole body's strength was still in a weak state. After being hit by the hammer, his body couldn't control it. Fall. Fortunately, the giant dark dragon Guigui arrived in time, held Lu Yuan firmly behind his back, and quickly flew away into the distance. When passing over Yin Tianzheng, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and pulled him with the hand of the void. Yin Tianzheng felt Lu Yuan's aura and jumped onto the dragon's back.
Little friend Lu, why are you doing this? I've burned my life. And even if I escape, I won't die soon.
Yin Tianzheng got on the dragon's back. He didn't know whether it was because he was about to die or what. But there was a little kindness in his words.
Let the power burn slower. The remaining space is too strong. Although I hit with all my strength, it should catch up soon. I need to adjust my breath for a while. By then, you will be using the remaining heat.
What Lu Yuan said made Yin Tianzheng feel better. The two of them sat cross-legged on the dragon's back and stopped talking. One began to regulate his breathing, while the other began to suppress his own burning life. Yukong spat out the blood foam from his mouth, silently glanced at the giant dragon that had flown far away, and clenched his fists.
Mr. Messenger, are we still pursuing you?
One of the four masters came up and asked. Yukong glanced at a few people with sharp eyes and scolded.
A few useless things can actually let a few reptiles slip away from under their noses.
None of the four masters dared to breathe heavily. They could only lower their heads silently and let Yukong get angry.
Lord Messenger, I know where they fled to. There is a village in the demon world called Peace Village. There is a demon rebel General Mou stationed in the village. Because he is tired of killing, Hepping Village has never allowed the use of force. Because of his evil reputation, no one is willing to get into trouble with him these years.
Yukong looked at the speaker and said calmly,
Mou? I haven't seen that kid for a long time. Will he get tired of killing? Ha! I really want to touch his bad luck. 4 of you. 2 of you will lead half of the magic soldiers to escort the prisoner back. The rest will follow me at full speed tomorrow morning. It's interesting to give them a little hope of survival and then extinguish it.
After giving the order, Yukong muttered to himself and walked towards his tent, his hand covering his chest from time to time. It was obvious that the delay in pursuit was also related to the injury on his chest. Chapter 479, Drawing the Sword. Although everyone who escaped from the demon camp was scattered, they all rushed to the agreed place to gather. Hepping Village was less than a day's journey from Lu Yuan and others. Under Guoguai's full flight, Lu Yuan and Yin Tianzheng arrived at the Hepping Village first. There is no life around Hepping Village, and the village is surrounded by monster beasts that have lost their vitality. For some unknown reason, although the monster beasts covet the anger of the villagers in the village, they do not dare to get too close to the village, and they just circle around the village all day long. Seeing the state of Lu Yuan and the others, Mou knew that they had encountered a strong enemy without asking any questions. He placed the two of them in a quiet room without saying anything. Lu Yuan explained that he would have friends coming later, and would heal his wounds alone. Yin Tianzheng gave up the treatment and stayed under the dead tree at the entrance of the village, looking into the distance and waiting for Yin Li's arrival. Nearing the evening of the second day, everyone finally arrived at Hepping Village, and Yin Tianzheng finally saw his son before the lamp ran out. The two head-on collisions between Lu Yuan and Yukong caused a strong shock to his internal organs. At this time, when he looked inside, he found that the injury was more serious than imagined. Judging from the injuries, Yukong not only has superior strength, but also contains internal energy in every attack. No wonder Lu Yuan's injuries are not serious on the outside, but his internal organs are seriously injured, because he was too focused during the battle. He did not notice it in time. If the fight continues, I'm afraid it will definitely be revealed within 20 or 30 rounds. And by then, there may not even be a chance to escape. Everyone who came back from the other side was arranged by Mou because they were not injured. While Mou sat on the highest roof of the village with deep thoughts and looked into the distance with deep eyes. Everyone in the house ate food to replenish their strength. Although they escaped, the atmosphere was still a bit heavy. Xiao Lui and others were worried about Lu Yuan's injury, while Yin Li and others were worried about Yin Tian's death.
Senior Yin, I hope your previous promise can be counted.
Xiao Lui broke the silence. After all, some things are better said while Yin Tianzheng is still alive. Yin Tianzheng nodded when he heard the words, and said to Yin Li and others,
From today on, Xiao Shui is free again. You are not allowed to cause trouble for her for any reason. And our Yin family power is not allowed to have any relationship with Lu Yuan from now on.
Even if you are against someone, you still have to lend a helping hand in times of crisis. Do you hear me? Xiao Shui has been in our family for many years. Although he is nominally my subordinate, he is almost the same as my sister. If she likes that boy, just give him his freedom.
But?
Why should we help that boy Lu Yuan? If it is not him?
Before Yin Li could finish speaking, Yin Tianzheng shouted angrily.
Shut up. If it weren't for the Lu family boy, would you be able to escape from the demon camp alive? If it weren't for Lu Yuan Rennie, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me for the last time.
Yin Tianzheng was so excited that his weak body was affected, and he started coughing before he finished speaking.
Although I, Yin Tianzheng, have done whatever it takes to achieve my goals throughout my life, and sometimes my methods have been a little sinister, I have always been honest and have never lost my integrity. Lear, you have to remember that no eggs are left intact after the nest is overturned. If the world continues to be in chaos, even if you get some benefits, it will be worth the loss, and it is meaningless.
Yin Tianzheng calmed down and continued.
I understand. Kid. Father, please rest for a while, and don't talk anymore.
Yin Li nodded and said, Yin Tianzheng's dying words were true. Although Yin Li usually looked ruthless, he was really filial at this time. Seeing that his father's end was approaching, he did not dare to refute a word.
Senior Yin, being able to speak so many truthful words makes the younger generation look at you with admiration. In fact, among the so-called righteous families, who dares to say that all their actions are above board? Senior, have a good rest. I believe that your son will definitely follow your instructions. Do whatever you wish.
Xiao Lui stood up and bowed, which was a sign of respect for Yin Tianzheng's keeping his promise.
The Xia family has given birth to a good daughter. In fact, my father and I came to your birthday party uninvited. I just wanted this brat to get a good wife. Unfortunately, my son did not have that blessing.
Yin Tianzheng looked at Xiao with admiration. Luo couldn't help but shake his head when talking about it.
Don't talk about the past anymore. You and your son will talk first. I'll go out and take a look later.
Xiao Lui cupped his fists and saluted, and led the others out of the room. Qiu Shui knelt down in front of Yin Tianzheng and kowtowed 3 times before leaving.
Thanks to my godfather for his cultivation over the years. But Xior is bound to be secular. He made up his mind to break off this relationship many times, but still failed to cut off the love. Although he will not be with the young master in the future, if anything happens to the young master, Qior will not hesitate to take care of him. Qiu Shui said firmly.
It doesn't matter. You have done enough over the years. Go ahead.
Yin Tianzheng said with a smile and waved his hand. Qiu Shui stood up, nodded to Yin Li and his former comrades, and then followed them out without looking back. Yin Li continued to guard Yin Tianzheng inside the house. Everyone outside the house saw Mou sitting on the roof and wanted to ask about Lu Yuan's situation. But his brows were furrowed, and he didn't know how to speak for a while.
Lu Yuan is fine, but something is going to happen here soon,
Mou suddenly said. Zhao Xinghe heard this and hurriedly bent down and saluted.
It's all to save us, and everyone will be hurt.
Ma Yu fell lightly from the roof to the ground, shook his head and said,
It doesn't matter. I can welcome strangers to Hepping Village, let alone junior brother Lu's friends. This peace village has been quiet for too long. Recently, the vitality of the demon area has disappeared significantly. Even if you don't come, this place will become a target sooner or later. Why don't we all continue running away together before that person comes after us?
Fong Rou suggested. Mou shook his head and continued.
I have nowhere to go. Only this village still has some sense of belonging. If I give up even this only concern, then even if I am alive, I am still dead.
The loneliness in Mou's tone was depressing, as if this man's heart had already died.
Here we come. The 4 ambassadors' Yukong is much stronger than before.
Mou stared into the distance and muttered to himself. Sure enough, the demon army pressed forward not long after. The leader, Yukong, rode a giant elephant and slowly arrived 20 or 30 meters away from the village entrance. The demon soldiers lined up behind him and did not surround the village. They seemed not to care about the people inside escaping.
The leader of the top 10 demon generals, Demon Yu, actually hides in a place like this to play house? Peace Village? Ha ha ha.
Yukong's voice was so loud that the people in the village were dizzy. The villagers could only hide in their homes and tremble.
I wonder what Mr. Yu is here for.
Mou, you came to the entrance of the village and asked Yukong.
It's not your style to ask questions knowingly,
Yukong replied.
It is in line with Mr. Yu's temperament to bully a small one with a big one,
Mou replied expressionlessly.
We haven't seen each other for so many years. Your mouth seems to be sharper than your current knife,
Yukong said, staring at the sword embedded in the stone not far from the village entrance.
Although I have long been tired of killing, now that Master Yu is here, It seems that there will be a battle today.
Yukong jumped off the giant elephant, came to the demon feather saber, and flicked the sword in the direction of the demon feather. The sword was pulled out from the stone, and a strong gust of wind appeared out of thin air. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped several degrees, and a murderous aura began to spread.
What a magic feather! He is worthy of being the executioner back then. Since you want to block it, you should clear the door first.
Yukong took out 2 giant hammers, and seemed to be looking forward to fighting against Mou. Chapter 480 Demon Feather takes action. Facing the sword that was flying quickly, Mou did not reach out to catch it. When the sword entered the 1-meter range, it seemed to be immobilized, and then it excitedly surrounded Mou.
Ha ha ha! What an executioner! What a magic feather!
Yukong laughed when he saw this, and a pair of sledgehammers seemed to be eager to fight with him.
I've heard about Master Yu for a long time, but never had a chance to meet him. He is indeed a fighting maniac as rumored.
Mou is not in a hurry to take action, although this battle is inevitable. At this time Yukong is at his peak, and his strength is about the same. Of course, it is better to wait for the work. There are many demon generals. Most of them work independently, and each one has a different division of labor. Unless they have a particularly good relationship and act together, they basically only know their names, and they may never even see them in their lifetime. Just like all the demon clan members know about the demon emperor. Even the top 10 demon generals may not all have seen the demon emperor. Such a strange management model can still have a group of loyal followers. I have to admire the demon king's dominance. While Mou and the two were talking, Lu Yuan finally finished healing his wounds. Feeling Yukong's powerful aura, he hurried out of the room and quickly came to Mou.
Senior brother Mou, I will solve the trouble I caused. I didn't know where to go before, so I did it.
Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, Mou waved his hand and said calmly,
There is God's will in the dark. Junior brother, don't worry about it. Just watch it from the side. I think that although you are great at swordsmanship, there is something wrong with it.
There is something missing. I don't know what to say. Please understand it carefully.
Seeing the two of them talking endlessly, Yukong couldn't help but interrupt.
Why don't you two come together? You look so gibberish that you don't look like a man at all.
When Mou heard this, an evil smile escaped from the corner of his mouth, and he tightly covered the sword with his right hand. His body, which had no energy fluctuations, suddenly exploded, and the dark red murderous aura instantly enveloped the sword. Mou tapped the blade of the sword with his left hand. The rust of the sword due to not being used for a long time fell off in an instant. He slashed the sword horizontally with his hand, and a blood-red sword energy struck outside the village. Breaking Void. Lu Yuan can do this move, but it seems that the power released by Demon Feather is stronger. Not simply because his strength is temporarily higher than Lu Yuan's, but because there is an extra murderous aura in his move. Yukong did not dodge, and hit the sword energy heavily with both hammers. Just like when he dealt with Lu Yuan before. The sword energy shattered, and he took 3 steps back before stopping his body.
What a strong murderous aura.
Yukong sighed with serious eyes. A gap was opened in Yukong's sword energy. I thought this move should have broken it, but I didn't expect that the sword energy that was broken into 2 sections was still spreading outward without any impact at all.
Yukong had the ability to block it, but the demon soldiers behind him were not so lucky. Those who were more flexible laid down on the ground and escaped, while those who couldn't dodge were directly cut by the sword energy and died. Breaking the sky is a ranged attack skill. It is not unusual to kill dozens of demonic soldiers in a second. But if it can still be so powerful after the move is broken, it is a symbol of strength. And even though Mou has started fighting, he still can't see through his level. Mou is always surrounded by a layer of aura, which seems to prevent others from prying.
Suwen Demon General Mou, you killed countless people back then, and was nicknamed the Executioner. But now it seems that after being depressed for these years, most of his murderous aura has dissipated, and his attacks lack a sharpness.
Yukong did not caring about the life and death of the demon soldiers behind him. He actually started to evaluate the moves of his demon feathers. Mou didn't care either. He slashed 3 times with his sword in quick succession, and threw 3 more breaking through the air. Then his body kept rushing forward. The target was not the empty space in front of him, but the array of magic soldiers behind him. Yukong seemed to see Mou's intention, but the air-piercing sword energy was coming very quickly. Although he could dodge it, if he allowed it to spread, the demon soldiers behind him would be dealt a devastating blow. In desperation, Yukong could only use his 2 hammers and hit the ground hard. The giant hammer directed its energy into the ground. A thick horizontal earth wall rose from the ground, blocking the three swords in the air. And the wall collapsed with the final blow. Although Yukong blocked the three swords from breaking through the air, he was too late to stop Mou from rushing towards the army behind him. When he wanted to resist, Mou had already started to massacre.
These are your former comrades in arms. How come you were able to kill like this now?
Yukong shouted while chasing.
I only know whoever stands across from me is my enemy.
As more and more demon soldiers fell, the murderous aura on Mou's body became heavier and heavier. The original peace between his brows was long gone, replaced by a look of murderous aura. Yukong frowned when he saw this. He didn't expect Mou to be so ungrateful in martial arts. He wanted to regroup his murderous aura through killing, but he couldn't ignore himself as an opponent and bully the weak.
Well, Mou, since you are acting so nonsense, then I will destroy your village first.
Yukong rose up from the ground and took off into the air, with a pair of sledgehammers above his head. The two sledgehammers gathered a substantial energy hammer, trying to destroy the peaceful village with one blow. As the saying goes,
being condescending is overwhelming.
If you want to resist this attack from the bottom up, it may be unrealistic. There was no need for anyone to arrange an evacuation. The villagers in Hepping village had already been ready to run away. Now seeing that something was not going well, all the people who had been hiding in the house ran out and began to flee in all directions. There weren't many ordinary people in the village of Hepping village. Most of them had fled here or avoided being hunted. After so many years of being at ease, their greedy and fearful character had lost all trace of their bloodiness.
Ha! A bunch of ants! They only know how to run away.
Yukong's laughing voice penetrated people's hearts. A pair of giant hammer attacks had been prepared. The moment the giant hammer fell downwards, a figure rose into the sky. The person who soared into the sky was none other than Lu Yuan. He used the power of killing thousands of soldiers to rush out. He continuously stepped on the wind in the air to increase his speed. As the distance got closer, he directly used his secret skills that he had not used for a long time. Mysterious Azura Slash. Even though Yukong was powerful, he was still controlled by the power of Shura. His body was in a stiff state, and the sledgehammer still did not fall in the end. Lu Yuan used his secret skills to pull him to Yukong. A black light flashed and the Yongya knife broke through Yukong's defense, leaving a long wound from his abdomen to his ribs. Yukong broke free from the restraints and ignored the wound for the first time. He hit Lu Yuan directly with the sledgehammer in his right hand. After the blow, Lu Yuan was in a weak state. He drew the knife to block and was finally knocked away. His whole body was like a fly. It fell towards the ground and eventually made a deep pit in the ground. When Yukong besieged Wei and rescued Zhao, he chose to attack the village. He would not have been controlled so easily. But when the attack was taking shape, he still focused on Mou, which gave Lu Yuan this opportunity.
You deserve to die, boy.
Yukong was injured several times by Lu Yuan, and now he was attacked by him again. Angry flames ignited in his eyes. With a loud shout, both giant hammers were thrown towards Lu Yuan, who was hit to the ground. But Lu Yuan couldn't avoid it. Chapter 481 Killing Road. When Lu Yuan was in danger, everyone naturally couldn't stand by and watch, because the distance was too far. There was no time to pull Lu Yuan out, so they could only attack the two giant hammers in the air. However, the momentum of the giant hammer was too strong. Even if it was touched by bows, arrows, fire dragons and other skills, it could not change its trajectory at all. But Yukong seemed to be upset, and his whole body suddenly rushed down, following behind the giant hammer, apparently wanting to kill the weeds and eradicate them neatly. Just when everyone was in despair, Xuanwu's shadow appeared out of thin air. It was the Xuanwu suit skill. Absolute Defense Xuanwu. The two giant hammers collided with the Xuanwu energy body and were blocked without making any sound. Yukong's attack arrived shortly after, charging up his fists to hit the defensive cover like a machine gun. Although the energy cover was shaken, it did not move. What role does it play? Yukong was surprised by the solid defense and at the same time recalled his double hammers and launched a new round of attacks, venting his anger through violent attacks. Finally, with Yukong's unremitting efforts, the Xuanwu mask collapsed. But Lu Yuan had also adjusted his condition and stood up again. Lu Yuan shook his dizzy head and patted the dust on his body. Protected by the Xuanwu suit, he withstood another hasty blow from Yukong in the air, although it looked like he fell from the air. In fact, his head was a little dazed from the fall. It was just dizzy. Other conveniences were not seriously harmed. Yukong broke through Lu Yuan's defense without stopping. The huge hammer shadow appeared again and attacked from both sides with a double hammer ear-filling move. Lu Yuan did not resist forcefully, and used Qianquan footwork to quickly distance himself. Although Lu Yuan was not good at air combat, he might not be able to catch up with his normal speed on the ground. The two giant hammer phantoms collided and exploded. Huge energy fluctuations rolled up the lifeless soil, and the power contained in them was even greater than in the previous rescue battle. Lu Yuan was fighting with Yukong here, but Mou was nearing the end. Mou entered the army of demon soldiers like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The strong murderous intent and fierce attacks gave the demon soldiers no chance to resist. Even the two level 80 masters who followed could barely survive.
Hey, it's almost done. Is it fun to bully a junior?
Mou's voice suddenly sounded. An ordinary sentence containing strong murderous intent. And everyone who heard the voice felt cold in their hearts. Yukong also felt Mou's murderous intent and stopped chasing Lu Yuan. When he looked at Mou, his heart trembled. Thousands of demonic soldiers had all fallen at this time, and two level 80 masters were seriously injured and escaped. Mou was standing among the piles of corpses covered in blood, and his eyes had turned blood red. Like a blooded demon. The reason why the two masters of the demon clan were able to escape was not because Mou was incapable of killing them, but because he just didn't want to waste time on them.
What an executioner! What a demon feather!
Although Yukong didn't care about the life or death of his demon soldiers, beating a dog also depends on the master. When he was trying to vent his anger, his entire army was wiped out, which made him even more angry.
Anger can only lower one's IQ. Unlike murderous intent, which can keep people awake at any time.
Mou slowly walked towards Yukong with a sword in his hand. His momentum and tone were completely different from before.
The murderous aura that you have barely accumulated will eventually dissipate, and it will be even more vulnerable to true strength.
Yukong was also awakened by the cold murderous intent, and regrouped his strength to face the charging demon Yu. Stab, cleave, break. The three simple moves were even more powerful in Mou's hands. Lu Yuan watched from the side, and finally saw the secret power in Yukong's attacks. However, Mou handled it very well. Every time he blocked or attacked with the sword, he was forced to kill it. The dark energy blocked it. Mou is extremely fast, and looks like a ghost. Originally, the sword moves that Lu Yuan understood were scattered. But on the other hand, none of Mou's moves were released individually. The swords passed down by the sword master seemed to undergo thousands of changes in his hands. I thought it was a move called Jinghong, but I didn't expect that it was mixed with sword dance. I thought I was going to withdraw the move, but I didn't expect it to be thrown away again. Use two knives to break the air. Mou's attack was powerful, but Yukong was not disrupted at all. Yukong, who was good at using his double hammers, was also very fast. If he couldn't resist the attack, he simply launched a counterattack. Mou, you seem to be very wary of Yukong's lifeless fighting style. After all, Yukong's advantage was his strong body and strong vitality. Even if there was murderous intent, Yukong's wounds could heal quickly. This is not the case for Mou. As a human being, after he gave up the power of the demon, his own recovery ability could not heal his wounds instantly. A hammer or two attack would not be fatal, but it would destroy his momentum and attack rhythm. Break. As long as Mou's rhythm is messed up, Jiang Zai will not be Yukong's opponent.
Senior brother, let me help you.
Lu Yuan stepped forward with a knife.
Watch carefully and don't move,
Mou said in a cold voice. Lu Yuan nodded and stopped. In such high-frequency battles, if two people do not cooperate for a long time, they may affect each other. Since Mou intends to give him guidance, it is better to follow the arrangement.
Senior Swordmaster swordsmanship is mainly about speed, supplemented by Bien. Among them, the quick sword is the essence of the 9 swords taught to you, and the Bien is the sword control. The two complement each other and represent his lifelong swordsmanship.
Mou quickly fought with Yukong while explaining in a cold voice.
You brat! You dare to be distracted while fighting with me! You're looking down on me!
Yukong couldn't help but become angry when he saw that Mou didn't seem to be using his full strength.
Everyone has his own way. What is your way?
Mou ignored Yukong and continued to say to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was lost in thought and did not answer. While Mou continued.
After I learned the sword technique, I used the right way of killing. It turns out that the way of killing is indeed very powerful. But in the middle, I got disgusted with killing due to various worldly things.
Yukong used the sword in his hand to remove the sledgehammer he had smashed down. leaving a knife mark on Yukong's ribs with a single step. And then continued,
Giving up killing is equivalent to giving up your own way. Now! Even if I force, it is impossible to maintain such a state for too long even if one kills people and accumulates murderous intent.
Lu Yuan was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't understand why Mou said such words during the battle. He said that such a state could not last long. Wasn't that telling Yukong about his weakness in disguise?
Ha. Don't worry. I just want to tell you. Find your own way, and don't give up no matter what. It is enough to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening. Life is just the process of hearing the Tao, understanding the Tao, and realizing the Tao.
Lu Yuan can understand it. But he has always used sword skills, palm skills, and the like as means of attack. He has never thought about any issues of morality. From learning blacksmithing to learning sword skills. He is in a hurry every time, busy to finish studying. Whether it is Patriarch Oyi or Senior Sword Master, they have no requirements after teaching themselves. And they just rely on their own consciousness and self-enlightenment.
You guys are so bullying. You don't even take me Yukong seriously.
Yukong and Mou repeatedly suffered losses in battles. And the conversation between the two as if nothing had happened completely angered Yukong. After smashing open the magic feather with a heavy hammer, Yukong's muscles all over his body swelled. And red auras surged all over his body. His muscles swelled for more than 2 circles. And a powerful pressure spread to all sides.
Anger can sometimes bring strength to people. And those who underestimate the enemy are doomed to pay the price.
Yukong roared. Chapter 482 Demon Use Killer Move. Yukong roared angrily. And energy exploded all over his body. While his muscles swelled, his strength also increased dramatically.
Anger not only lowers people's IQ, but sometimes also brings strength to people. And those who underestimate the enemy are destined to pay the price.
Yukong roared. Although Mou had a slight upper hand against Yukong before, he was not completely suppressed. Now Yukong's strength has skyrocketed again. And it does not seem to be a forcible increase. It seems that he has suppressed the power in his body by some means before. Sure enough, after Yukong's transformation, all attributes were strengthened. He gave up the 2 sledgehammers and directly raised his fists to attack Mou. Mou's sword was filled with murderous aura. It was not weak at all when it collided with 2 sledgehammers before. Unexpectedly, Yukong could now fight with the sword with both fists. And there was also the sound of metal clashing.
Killing way? Without the thought of killing in your heart, how can you maintain your own way?
Yukong's fists attacked like raindrops. Mayu, who had the advantage in speed, was now unable to resist, taking the lead in every step. Yukong had the upper hand at this time, and finally caught Mou's flaw, blocked Mou's sword with his left fist, and hit Mou's chest hard with his right fist. Mou was not wearing armor like Lu Yuan, so he received a punch from Yukong. A burst of energy and blood surged out, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew backwards.
Senior brother.
Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to block Yukong's pursuit. But even Mou could only be beaten passively, and Lu Yuan was naturally not much better. The two only exchanged 2 or 3 moves, and Lu Yuan was punched in the chest and sent flying backwards, just like Demon Feather. However, Lu Yuan was protected by Xuanmu armor. Apart from some shock to his body, he did not suffer too much damage.
Your boy's strength is mediocre, but the equipment he wears is of the highest quality. It's really a waste to wear such a top-quality product on garbage.
Yukong couldn't help but stop and sigh when he saw that Lu Yuan, who was of average strength, was not injured. Its equipment is excellent. Lu Yuan flew upside down for more than 10 meters, and used the momentum to roll backwards before he stabilized his body. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh at the huge gap between Yukong's front and back. When rescuing Zhao Xinghe and others, Lu Yuan was still able to fight Yukong back and forth. Now that his strength was completely released, he only fought with him 2 or 3 times, and the opponent was still defenseless.
What a pair of iron fists! People train their entire body, but you only train 1 pair of fists. You have ideas in realm.
Mou stood up again, and the rise and fall of his chest showed that he was seriously injured by the previous punch.
Assuming you have some eyesight, what about the bronze head and iron arms? And the indestructible diamond? I don't practice kung fu to get beaten. Instead of having the kung fu to train the whole body, it is better to put all my energy into practicing the fists.
Yukong didn't hide his own skills. And Mou could see it and praise it, which seemed to make Yukong very happy. And he even explained it happily. Mou tore off his shirt, revealing his angular muscles. There was a bruise as big as a sea bowl on his chest, and the dark bloodshot threads continued to spread around. Mou took the sword with his backhand and lightly scratched the wound, and dark blood flowed down instantly. The sword trembled slightly when it touched the blood, and the murderous aura around the blade became more intense. The black blood quickly dried up, and until the blood turned bright red. Demon Yu controlled the energy in his body to close the wound. After simply treating the wound, Mou held the sword in his right hand, held the sword finger with his left hand, and pressed it lightly against the blade. His trouser legs and hair moved automatically without wind, and a terrifying energy suddenly burst out. Zhu Xian. Mou made his moves very quickly. He praised Yukong before just to make him relax his vigilance. When the Zhu Xian sword move was formed, Yukong realized what was happening. However, Demon Feather had already locked it with his sword intent, and a huge sword fell from the sky. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Yukong. The strong pressure caused Yukong to blow a huge wind outwards from the center. Lu Yuan silently watched this move to kill the immortal. He had also used this move against Professor Sun, but the power at that time was lent to Lu Yuan by several ferocious beasts. Therefore, although the move was formed, it was not like a demon. The feathers are released so solidly. The giant sword in the air descended very quickly. Although Yukong had escaped from the lock of the sword very quickly, he still had no time to dodge. In desperation, Yukong had no choice but to tighten his stance, put his right fist under his ribs to accumulate strength. A violent light shone in his right fist, and finally punched out when the giant sword landed above his head. The huge sword in the sky was in sharp contrast with the remaining space on the ground. The Zhu Xian sword move was extremely powerful, but the remaining space on the ground was like a rock. The collision between the two made the ground shake suddenly. Yukong's legs have sunk into the ground, and the surrounding aura is extremely chaotic. If anyone comes close at this time, they may be torn into pieces by the surrounding aura. Demon Yu spurted out a mouthful of blood again, and the giant sword that fell from the sky began to crack, and eventually turned into little bits of energy and dissipated in the air. The smoke dissipated, and Yukong maintained his punching posture. His body was covered with blood. It seemed that although he had blocked the Zhu Xian move, his body still could not withstand the momentum. Although Yukong quickly recovered from the wound, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fatigue was evident in his movements. Ma Yu's condition was even worse. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was already kneeling on one knee. If he hadn't relied on the sword for support, he would have fallen to the ground at this time.
Brother, how are you?
Lu Yuan hurried forward to check Mou's injury, but Mou waved his hand, indicating that he did not need help. After a few breaths, Mou's chest gradually calmed down, although he stood up again. His condition was obviously at the end of his strength.
You are very strong. You can resist this move and break it forcefully. It is really amazing that you can practice a pair of fists to this extent.
Mou puffed up his chest and used the time to adjust his state.
You're not bad either. You're seriously injured, and you can still deliver such a powerful blow. I'm afraid I'm no longer a match for that kid.
Yukong looked at Lu Yuan, who was about to make a move, as if he expected that Lu Yuan was about to make a sneak attack.
This battle is mine.
Mou stopped Lu Yuan, who was about to take action, and raised the sword again.
Senior brother, you are in this state. I'm afraid this will be the last battle of my life. Even if I lose, I will lose with dignity.
Mou said firmly.
Ha! I appreciate your determination, but it's really strange that the word upright appears in your mouth, which is so murderous.
After a short gap, Yukong seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He was not polite in his words, and was not afraid that Lu Yuan could not help but take action.
I kill people openly. Why can't I bear these 4 words?
Mou didn't care at all about Yukong's taunt, and unexpectedly aimed the sword at his heart, and then stabbed it in without hesitation.
Eat my last move. If you can survive this move, then I lose. Sacrifice. Shura comes to the world.
Chapter 483 Vitality.
Sacrifice. Shura comes to the world.
Mou's sword was completely immersed in his heart. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body, and a tall and powerful shadow emerged behind Mou. Shuang had a murderous look on his face, holding Mou's sword in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the distance in the distance. Lu Yuan stood not far away and felt the familiar aura. The phantom of Shura summoned by the magic feather was very similar to the aura when he used Shura Slash. System Xiao once said that although Shura Slash is a powerful skill, it is not recommended to be used frequently. He also said that it would affect the mind and so on. The secret of Shura / is to control the enemy with the power of Shura. This Shura coming to the world is obviously stronger. Not only does it completely lock Yukong and prevent him from moving, but he also uses murderous intent to start to kill Yukong's fighting spirit. The magic feather began to move towards Yukong, and it seemed that every step was extremely difficult, and the Shura shadow behind him would shrink by 1 point with each step forward. When Demon Yu came to Yukong, the phantom had completely merged with the main body. The demon feather sword reappeared in his hand. The sword slowly raised, and in Yukong's horrified eyes, it slowly stabbed into his chest. The sword pierced Yukong's chest, and Yukong instantly regained his freedom. With his last bit of strength, he punched away the demon feather at the end of the powerful crossbow. The magic feather that flew out also changed. Its vitality was rapidly lost, and its hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it fell to the ground, it already looked like an old man. When Yukong was still about to pursue him, he found that the sword inserted in his chest was continuously absorbing his life force. In anger, he pulled out the sword regardless of the consequences. But after the sword was drawn out, the vitality poured out from the wound even more crazily. The pouring out vitality flew towards the fallen Demon Yu as if it had substance. When it immediately came into contact with the Demon Yu, Yukong's vitality seemed to be blocked. Something attracted the general, and it sank directly into the ground. No matter how hard Yukong tried, the wound on his chest just couldn't heal. As the life force poured out, Yukong's body gradually shriveled up and eventually turned into a mummy. You seem to have known the result for a long time, and ignored the dead Yukong. He stared at the direction of the movement of life force and sighed deeply.
Senior brother, why are you suddenly?
Lu Yuan quickly stepped forward to help Mo and asked with concern.
Shura comes to the world is what I learned when I first became a killer. I sacrificed my life force to Shura in exchange for powerful Shura power. After the attack is completed, I absorb the opponent's life force to supply myself. Although it is powerful, the side effects are obvious. The life force absorbed back will definitely be less than the sacrifice.
Mo stood up weakly and explained.
But the life force flew away.
Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. Mo shook his head gloomily and said,
That direction is the headquarters of the demon world. All the replenished vitality has been sucked away by the Demon King. Demon Emperor? Is it nearby?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise, because he didn't notice its aura at all.
The entire demon world has lost its vitality. This is all done by the Demon King. The monsters have lost their vitality and turned into walking corpses. The villagers of the demon world have also been unable to escape death. For thousands of years, the demons have been pushing the villagers of the demon world to become stronger. This is why the day is coming.
Mo's body was shaking, as if he was about to fall down at any time. But he still insisted on explaining to Lu Yuan.
Senior brother, let's talk after we go in.
Lu Yuan supported Mo and said with concern.
Those two people can't be let go.
Mo's eyes fell on Yukong's two subordinates, who were in their 80s. The two masters of the demon tribe were also awakened by Demon Yu's gaze. They looked at Lu Yuan with horrified expressions, and fled frantically in the next second.
Forget it. People who have lost their will to fight are nothing to be afraid of even if they meet again in the future.
Lu Yuan supported Mo and walked towards the village. Xiao Lui and others, as well as Yin Tianzheng, all stared at Mo silently. It was obvious to everyone that Yukong was so powerful. The fact that he could insert the knife into his chest so calmly in the last blow shocked everyone present. Mo sat on a stone chair not far from the village entrance, enduring the feeling of fatigue, and continued to say to Lu Yuan.
In the past, everyone thought that the Demon Emperor was a person who pursued extreme power. So he had strict rules on his subordinates and the people. Request. Until not long ago, the vitality of many creatures in the demon world was absorbed, and all the plants withered. I secretly investigated and found that all this was done by the Demon Emperor, and Yukong's life force was also taken away by him.
Cough. Senior brother, please go inside and have a rest.
Lu Yuan said worriedly. Mo shook his head again and said,
It's useless. My vitality is about to be exhausted. If nothing happens to Yukong's vitality, although I will suffer some damage, I can still recover. But now I may not be able to recover.
He has lived a long time.
Mo smiled and pointed at Yin Tianzheng, who was burning his life. Lu Yuan was at a loss for a moment, and didn't know what to do. If he and others hadn't come, Mo, you wouldn't have gotten involved in this turmoil.
Don't think too much. Just listen to me first. Cough cough dot.
Mo saw Lu Yuan's thoughts and said, while holding back his cough. Lu Yuan nodded and signaled Mo to continue.
Whether it is a monster or a human, life has an end. Through practice, the vitality can be strengthened. But even so, everyone's practice is not endless. Although people with higher talents will have higher achievements, but there will always be one or more bottlenecks. And the Demon Emperor was in a bottleneck period thousands of years ago.
Lu Yuan nodded. He knew a little about this. Professor Sun had revealed it to some extent before.
Later, people from your world suddenly appeared, letting the Demon Emperor know about the existence of other worlds. But at that time, the Demon Emperor's vitality had almost come to an end. In the end, I don't know what secret technique was used to disintegrate various parts of the body and go into sleep. The reason why all the vitality is lost within the scope of the demon world is because the demon clan has set up a large array for thousands of years. This array covers the entire demon world. As soon as it is activated, all the ownerless vitality will converge towards the demon clan headquarters, and the monsters, etc. Once you die, your life force will also be transferred away by the formation.
Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. And then he suddenly realized.
All the vitality has been absorbed by the Demon King, in order to replenish his depleted body, and launch attacks on the major forces in the mainland, in order to bluff and use offense to replace defense. That's pretty much it. However, the vitality of one demon world is simply not enough. After tasting the sweetness, the Demon King will definitely attack other places. Given his strength, I'm afraid.
Mo, you seem to have seen the fate of the new world. When Lu Yuan heard Mo's explanation, his heart suddenly went cold. He was originally eager to stir up trouble in the demon world. But who would have thought that with his own strength, he would simply hit an egg against a stone? Yukong, the first enemy who entered the demon world, had already given everyone a taste of defeat. Not to mention there were 3 people of that level. Chapter 484 The Whereabouts of the White Tiger. Mo told Lu Yuan all the information he knew, and looked at the village he had guarded for many years, his eyes full of loneliness.
Senior brother Mo, is there any way to save it?
Lu Yuan said, looking at Mo who was still aging. Mo still shook his head and said,
Don't worry about it. There is no such thing as a banquet in the world. People like me should have died long ago.
The villagers who were hiding and watching from a distance finally gathered over after seeing Mo's aging state.
Village chief. You? Village head. I can't protect you anymore. Leave the demon realm area as soon as possible. Go as far away as possible.
After Mo finished speaking, the villagers all choked up, not knowing whether it was because Mo was about to die, or because of the cowardice of not having protection. Mo, and even who he had been protecting all these years, helplessly showed an ugly smile.
Junior brother, I heard from your friend before that you have been looking for the whereabouts of the holy beast White Tiger. From here, keep walking west. About 10 days' journey. There is a Longhu Mountain. This mountain has 2 peaks. It is said that there is a flying dragon and white tiger. It got its name because of its haunting. You can go and take a look.
Mo suddenly said, as if he remembered something. Lu Yuan nodded, still feeling guilty. After all, Yukong and others were here because of him. Seeing that Lu Yuan was in a low mood, Mo stood up and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and said,
I don't have much time left, so I won't accompany you. I plan to see the master before I die. Do you need me?
Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, Mo waved his hand, casually took out a robe from the storage ring and put it on, seeming to have regained some of his energy. The world is a big place, and there are many talented people and talented people. Don't take your burden too heavy, and just do your best. After saying that, Mayu stepped away in the air without looking back. Although his body staggered a little, his speed did not slow down. It seemed that he knew that his end was approaching and moved forward at full speed with a breath in his mouth, looking at the demon feather that was gradually disappearing. Lu Yuan felt mixed emotions in his heart. Without the demon feather to guard him, the demonic beasts that had dispersed before became active again. Lu Yuan took out the Evernight knife and rushed straight into the group of monster beasts, seemingly venting his inner emotions by killing the monster beasts. As the monster beasts fell quickly one by one, the surroundings of the village returned to calm. Lu Yuan picked up Mo's sword. When he looked closely, it was just a relatively sharp ordinary sword. But in Mo's hands, it was comparable to a divine weapon. The previous battle scenes replayed in Lu Yuan's mind. It turned out that every time he attacked, Demon Feather would cover the sword with murderous intent. And although the sword was ordinary, it seemed that it had been with Demon Feather for many years. through the baptism of blood over the years, coupled with the constant pregnancy and nourishment of demon feather. An ordinary sword has become spiritual. Mo had kept Hepping village safe for many years. Although he had not committed mass killings for many years, he had always stuck his sword at the entrance of the village. At that time, he did not really give up killing. After this hardy battle, when life was about to come to an end, Mo really gave up killing, and didn't even look at the sword before leaving. Maybe it's because Mo doesn't have the ability to continue carrying the sword. Or maybe it's because people are dying and have good intentions. But it is undeniable that some people are born for killing. Lu Yuan believes that if there are still enemies, even if Mo is unable to do anything, he will still raise his sword to face the enemy. Hepping village returned to a brief period of calm. The villagers were busy packing their belongings. Lu Yuan inserted the sword back into the stone at the entrance of the village and gathered everyone to prepare to continue setting off.
Lu Yuan, look at these 2 sledgehammers. Take them back and give them to Zheng Yu.
Fang Rou and Li Tong were each dragging a sledgehammer, which was the weapon Yukong used before. Lu Yuan nodded. Although Yukong did not say the name of the weapon, having fought against these 2 giant hammers, he certainly knew that they were good.
You 2 are so strong that you can actually drag such a big hammer.
Zhao Xinghe stepped forward and lifted the sledgehammer, and couldn't help but sigh.
We haven't forgotten to practice for a day. Unlike some people who fall down in Wenwen Township every day.
Fang Rou said in a strange way.
Are you talking about Lu Yuan?
Zhao Xinghe looked at the women playfully, then looked at Lu Yuan and said with a smile. Zhao Xinghe's sudden joke did not embarrass Lu Yuan. Instead, he was very happy to see his brother return to his true self.
Xinghe, this is what you look like. You have been too depressed in the past few months.
Lu Yuan stepped forward and patted Zhao Xinghe on the shoulder. Zhao Xinghe smiled knowingly, hugged Lu Yuan hard and said sincerely,
Thank you, brother. Daddy.
Yin Li's cries broke this warm scene. It turned out that Yin Tianzheng had burned his life before, and now his life finally came to an end. Yin Li cried very sadly, and Lu Yuan and others could only watch from a distance. After all, the relationship between the 2 parties was very complicated. After a long time, Yin Li's crying stopped, and he handed Yin Tianzhen's body to his subordinates for protection. He wiped away his tears and came to Lu Yuan.
I will abide by my father's dying words, and will not be your enemy from now on. I will consciously leave the place where you are.
After Yin Li said that, he turned around to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and bowed to Lu Yuan, saying sincerely,
Thank you for not abandoning my father.
Lu Yuan nodded. It was useless to talk about this situation. A proud person like Yin Li was willing to bow his head. If he didn't accept it, it would be humiliating him. Yin Tianzhen's funeral affairs were handled seriously, so Lu Yuan and others chose to go directly. After all, Yin Tianzheng was not a person worthy of admiration, so it was okay not to attend the funeral. Qiu Shui kowtowed 3 times in front of Yin Tianzhen's body and followed everyone away without any nostalgia. Yin Tianzheng was kind to Qiu Shui in raising him, but except for the kindness of giving him food, he was just a pawn in other aspects. Talking about treating him as a daughter or a sister was just the inherent hypocrisy of the Yin family in Qiu Shui's eyes. That's all. Lu Yuan and others did not deliberately avoid the village this time. Before, they were afraid that the demons would find out and cause trouble. Now it seems that there are no ordinary villagers in the demon villages, and the demon soldiers are dispatched everywhere, so they can be there no matter where they are. Move forward with concern. Lu Yuan tried to contact the Suzaku's spiritual body in his body on the road. After all, the spiritual imprint left by Suzaku was still connected to his body. However, Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that Suzaku's spiritual imprint became the same as the Xuanwu imprint.
It seems that Suzaku has also entered the mysterious underground palace.
Lu Yuan guessed in his mind. While walking, Lu Yuan was frowning and thinking deeply. But Zhao Xinghe suddenly came up to him, put his arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders, and said sheepishly,
Lu Yuan, look. Well, okay. Miss Qiu Shui, it's time to change her equipment.
As soon as Zhao Xinghe opened his mouth, Lu Yuan replied directly,
Ah ha 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 ha.
The 2 looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 485 Under the Dragon Tiger Mountain. After leaving Hepping village, Lu Yuan and his party moved forward at full speed. The Demon King went around collecting life force, which made Lu Yuan feel that time was even more pressing. The Demon King, whose strength has reached the top of the world, will really be unbeatable if his vitality is restored to its peak. The 10-day journey that MOU mentioned should be that he drove at full speed. Lu Yuan and others spent the rest of the journey except killing the monsters that blocked the way. However, they still did not see Lunghu Mountain during the 10-day journey. Not even a trace. After a series of battles, everyone's levels have also risen to around level 74-75. Except Lu Yuan's level, which is not increased at all. However, the experience value will increase slightly after each rest and practice. And the rest of the experience gained from killing monsters is almost negligible. Lu Yuan communicated with the system Xiao Ao. And the answer he got was also very frustrating.
You already have a lot of combat experience. Ordinary monsters can't bring you anything at all. Either practice to increase your own strength, or challenge and defeat someone with superior strength. Otherwise, it will be difficult to increase your level.
This answer was of course very frustrating. Even though Lu Yuan was calm enough, he felt a little bad after hearing it.
However, although your level has not increased, your strength has not remained unchanged. Sometimes the level rating does not determine everything. Otherwise, how could you fight against level 90 masters?
Xiao Tao gave her a slap in the face. Seeing Lu Yuan downcast, he quickly gave his approval. After the battle with Yukong, although everyone did not fight in person, they finally understood the importance of strength. In the past, Lu Yuan was able to turn the tide no matter what the situation was. But he suffered a secret loss against Yukong. There were still many strong enemies behind him. If everyone didn't work hard, they might only be held back in the end. After another 5 days of traveling, everyone finally arrived at Lunghu Mountain. Lunghu Mountain is not very high, with a straight line altitude of only about 600 to 700 meters. The two peaks cover a large area. The reason why it was determined that this was Lunghu Mountain was because both the Xuanwu seal and the Suzaku seal responded. Not only was the aura of the white tiger detected in the mountains, but also the aura of the green dragon.
No wonder it's called Lunghu Mountain. It turns out there are two sacred beasts gathered together.
Lu Yuan sighed.
I finally found the white tiger, and I can finally help Xuanwu see the light of day again.
Xiao Lui also breathed a sigh of relief.
I didn't expect that after searching for so long. The two holy beasts are actually on the edge of the demon world.
Fang Rou also agreed.
But, don't you think it's a little strange?
Li Tong frowned and looked at Lunghu Mountain and said,
What's so strange? I think today's autumn water is a bit strange.
Zhao Xinghe continued.
Why am I weird?
Li Qiushui slapped Zhao Xinghe and said with a frown.
I see you. You're so cute.
Zhao Xinghe laughed.
Hey, enough is enough for you too. The sour smell of love.
Fang Rou rubbed her arms with her hands. Zhao Xinghe's words made her goosebumps all over. Seeing that everyone was in a relaxed mood, Lu Yuan did not bother him, and replied to Li Tong in a low voice.
It's a little strange. Where there are holy beasts, other monsters will stay away. It's normal if there is no other aura. But this mountain has lost its vitality. If the two holy beasts were not restricted, they probably wouldn't stay here.
Lu Far Analysis wrote.
I didn't feel the existence of the barrier, but the death energy in the mountain was unusually solemn.
Xiao Lui said. As a legal professional, Xiao Lui's own mental power is already very strong. After discussing the use of mental power with Lu Yuan during this period, he has become proficient in using mental power to explore the surrounding situation.
Could it be?
Lu Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling.
You mean, the Demon Emperor has absorbed the vitality of the two holy beasts?
Xiao Lui also suddenly thought. Xiao Lui's voice was not loud, but everyone was quiet. The character of the holy beast was already unstable. He finally got the Xuanwu mark and the Suzaku mark. He thought that seeing the white tiger would avoid a fight. But if they changed like other monsters, I am afraid that they have already become delirious. While everyone was still studying, the black tortoise seal and the Suzaku seal suddenly appeared in the form of energy bodies. After feeling the Lunghu Mountain, Suzaku was the first to say,
It is indeed the aura of the white tiger and the green dragon. But I can't contact them. It should be that when my vitality was rapidly draining, I sealed my spiritual power in order to avoid death. Yes, our four holy beasts were all sealed at the beginning. The sealing for many years has severely reduced our strength. Based on what we saw along the way, they must have been poisoned.
Xuanwu Mark also said with some reluctance.
Then what should we do now? If we go up, there will inevitably be a battle. The two senior holy beasts should have a strong desire for our life breath like other monsters. Right.
For the time being, the four sacred beasts are on the same front as Lu Yuan and others. If they rush up the mountain rashly, The final result may be that both sides will lose. This is not the result Lu Yuan wants.
Without its vitality, even the holy beast is just a body. Other monsters may put aside their fear and become stronger. But the holy beast loses its independent consciousness, which is equivalent to being weakened a lot.
Xuanwu continued.
When the main body entered the barrier where Xuanwu was, I thought that the energy of the two holy beasts could break the barrier. But since there has been no movement for so long, I am afraid that it is trapped in the barrier. If you can defeat the white tiger and green dragon who have lost their vitality, then their sealed spiritual power will definitely be released again because they have no host,
Suzaku explained. Lu Yuan was a little helpless. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. It happened that he now needed to compete with the strong. Lu Yuan got a lot of benefits from the two battles with Xuanwu and Suzaku. He didn't know what the other two holy beasts could bring to him, or whether his level could be improved after the battle.
If the white tiger and Qinglong are really defeated, their mental power will have nowhere to rest. Will they eventually run out of energy and perish?
Lu Yuan suddenly thought of a serious question. When Suzaku Mark heard this, he chuckled.
Your body already contains several spiritual bodies. Is it possible that there are still two of them missing? However, after all, Suzaku and I are just a trace of spiritual marks. White Tiger and Qinglong should be complete spiritual bodies. If they are in your body for a long time, I am afraid it will have an impact on you.
Xuanwu did not hide anything, and made it clear directly. Lu Yuan did not answer when he heard this. In order to release the white tiger and the green dragon, he could not get involved.
Senior Xuanwu, you can't do this. Do you have to turn Lu Yuan into a schizophrenic?
Fong Rou was the first to say unconvinced after hearing this.
Little girl, don't be so impatient. I haven't finished speaking yet.
Xuanwu calmed down Fong Rou and continued.
You can temporarily contain them, and then forge two weapons or armor like the Xuanwu suit, so that their spiritual bodies can be launched in the equipment. And if appropriate physical bodies appear in the future.
Xuanwu didn't continue talking about it. He probably occupied other bodies to seize the body or something like that. After all, it was not very honorable.
The Xuanwu suit has the Xuanwu mark inside. Continue to make equipment for White Tiger and Qinglong to stay in.
Lu Yuan thought for a while, and suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 486 Green Dragon and White Tiger. Lu Yuan's idea was very bold. The strength of the four holy beasts has been recorded since ancient times, and it was indeed true to the rumors after they met. Even though they had been sealed for so long, their strength was not weakened by a bit. But they were still ridiculously strong. If you collect the spiritual imprints of the four holy beasts and create specially crafted weapons and equipment, it will be equivalent to having the four holy beasts to assist you in fighting. Although it does not have the energy of the four sacred beasts. Just a trace of spiritual imprint is enough to make the equipment full of spirituality. Although it is difficult for him to catch up with the Demon Emperor and others at his own level. If he can create super artifact level equipment, Lu Yuan's faith can still fight it.
Lu Yuan, what should we do now?
Xiao Lui couldn't help but ask when Xuanwu and Suzaku Mark stopped talking.
Xinghe, what do you think?
Lu Yuan asked instead. Since coming out of Heping village, Zhao Xinghe and Li Qiushui have been fighting each other every day. At this time, when everyone was thinking about what to do, they were still whispering. And Lu Yuan also thought of teasing his brother on the spur of the moment.
I can do it. You can tell me what you need to do. I'm still here to deal with it.
Zhao Xinghe rolled his eyes at Lu Yuan and replied angrily.
Qiushui is now a free man, although he approached all of you with purpose in the past. From now on he can treat me as his most trusted teammate.
Li Qiushui said to everyone seriously. Lu Yuan nodded. The battle in the future is definitely inevitable. But why would Lu Yuan let everyone do something too dangerous? He must do the desperate thing himself. Lu Yuan did not delay, but said directly to everyone.
It seems that something must have happened to Bai Hu and Qinglong. As for why they are trapped in Longhu Mountain, we can only know after we go in. If it had been in the past, with the Black Tortoise mark and the Suzaku mark, the battle would have been avoided. However, if the two holy beasts also lost their vitality, they would definitely be like other monsters in the demon world. They would not stop fighting for us. So there is no need to say more about the danger. Have we done enough dangerous things?
Fong Rou shook the fishgut dagger in her hand and said with a smile.
Remember to help my wife make a new set of armor after the fight.
Zhao Xinghe said with a smile without fear.
I don't know if my bow and arrow can slay a dragon.
Li Tong said not to be outdone.
In that case, let's go meet these two holy beasts for a while.
Xiao Lui was even more full of fighting spirit. Lu Yuan didn't say much. The two holy beasts must be very strong. But now that they are here, they must go up the mountain to find out. Longhu Mountain doesn't look too high on the outside. But when Lu Yuan and others stepped into Longhu Mountain, the whole scene changed drastically. It turns out that the entire Longhu Mountain is in a barrier. And the scene inside the barrier is even more tragic. There are no big mountains anywhere. There are ruins of walls and holes everywhere. And the sky is full of lightning and thunder. The boundary is very large. And the rugged hills block the view. So you can't even see the edge of the boundary at a glance. However, the keen Lu Yuan still felt two terrifying auras. The two auras were not in the same place. They should have their own territories and not interfere with each other.
The green dragon can definitely fly. Let's go see the white tiger first.
Lu Yuan pointed to the left-hand direction and said,
It doesn't matter if we go to explore the white tiger first. Do you think that the white tiger, a holy beast with strength above level 90, can't fly?
Fong Ro was the first to retort. Forehead. In fact, it was Xiao Lui who thought of this issue first. But she was really too lazy to talk about this kind of thing. While everyone was chatting, the two holy beasts were not idle. The entire barrier was within their perception range. Such a large group of anger broke in. And the white tiger and green dragon, which had turned into ghosts, rushed towards everyone quickly. Direction is coming.
Be careful. They are coming.
Lu Yuan said hurriedly when he felt the two holy beasts getting closer and closer. The two holy beasts of Qinglong and White Tiger attack at the same time. Even powerful people have to weigh them carefully. Even if their strength is reduced after being sealed. Even if their life force is sucked dry. Their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Not long after Lu Yuan Gang reminded everyone, the figure of the green dragon was seen in the sky in the distance. The green dragon was tossing and turning in the sky. Thunder and lightning flashed every time it rolled. And the surrounding vegetation that had long lost its vitality became even more scorched. Soon the white tiger also appeared in the distance, just running on the ground. The white tiger's body had turned black and gray at this time. And every time its limbs touched the ground, there was a wave of turmoil. And a gust of wind hit him before he could reach his body. The voice of Xuanwu Mark suddenly sounded.
What kind of powerful force is it that can turn them into like this? Hey, I didn't expect that the four holy beasts, who were once so high and mighty, have become so embarrassed now.
Suzaka Mark also felt a little emotional. Lu Yuinka didn't have time to listen to these emotions. He was thinking about countermeasures in his mind quickly. But after thinking about it, he was not sure that he could fight Qinglong and Baihu at the same time.
Luoyi, are you sure you can entangle Qinglong?
Lu Yuan suddenly said. Xiao Lui shook his head. But a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth and said,
I'm not sure, but I can give it a try.
Lu Yuan also smiled back and said,
The Qinglong will be left to you for the time being. If it doesn't work, withdraw from the barrier. You must save your life.
The rest of the people didn't say much, nodded heavily to Lu Yuan, raised their weapons, and got ready for battle. Lu Yuan was even more prepared, and swung his knife through the air directly at the white tiger, and then ran quickly to one side. Seeing this, the others also launched long-range attacks towards Qinglong, and set up a formation to slowly move to the other side. Qinglong and Baihu obviously had no sense of cooperation, and they chased each other in different directions. While losing their vitality, their spiritual power was self-sealed, and they'd lost their 10,000 years of wisdom. Although the skills and tricks still exist, the only breakthrough is that their IQ is not online. The white tiger was extremely fast, when his body was still 100 meters away from Lu Yuan. The strong wind was already blowing, making Lu Yuan a little unsteady. Moreover, there was some metal in the wind. When it blew past Lu Yuan's Xuanwu suit, it actually emitted a metallic sound, a buzzing sound. It is also a wind attribute monster, but Xiongqi's wind seems a bit too gentle in comparison. The 100-meter range was reached in an instant, and Lu Yuan knew without looking back that the white tiger had pounced on him. The two tiger claws crossed and grabbed, and several black claw marks that seemed to tear apart the space attacked behind Lu Yuan. Without any contact, Lu Yuan felt bursts of tearing force. No wonder Xuanwu said that the only one who could break the seal was the white tiger. Lu Yuan's body suddenly slowed down and came to an emergency stop, allowing two claw marks to attack. He moved his body in the opposite direction, and stabbed the white tiger falling from the air directly with the Yongye knife in his hand. Zheng. Lu Yuan's Yongye knife stabbed the white tiger's abdomen steadily, but it did not penetrate at all. This was the first time the Yongye knife hit without breaking the defense. and it hit the monster's most vulnerable abdomen. Baihu took advantage of the situation and slapped his front paw towards Lu Yuan. Fortunately, it was only a physical attack and was not mixed with metal. Even so, Lu Yuan was still thrown away. Chapter 487, Using Softness to Overcome Strength. The white tiger is huge. Even though it has lost its vitality, and its body is already a little thin, it is still nearly 2 meters tall. Its body length is about 4 meters without its tail, which shows that it was majestic before. Lu Yuan's sword failed to break his defense, and was knocked away by the white tiger's claw. Even though he was protected by a Xuanwu suit, the huge force still shocked Lu Yuan's internal organs. Fortunately, the white tiger has not yet used its unique metallic properties, with the purity of attributes at the level of a holy beast. Even if he is wearing a Xuanwu suit, Lu Yuan is not completely confident that he can withstand it. The white tigers did not give up the attack just because Lu Yuan was knocked away. The 4 of them continued to attack Lu Yuan by flying on the hurricane, as if they did not need to land. After Lu Yuan came into contact with the ground several times, he finally regained his center of gravity. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he looked at the approaching white tiger. Although he was extremely critical, he could not help but admire him. This was called walking on the wind. Although Lu Yuan admired the white tiger in his heart, he did not dare to stop in action. He used his legs to jump to the side and barely escaped the white tiger's pursuit. Even if he was as strong as the white tiger, a holy beast, it would take time to adjust after using all his strength to pounce. And this gave Lu Yuan a chance to counterattack. Thousands of armies kill and assassinate. After Lu Yuan jumped to the side, he had already adjusted his posture, and the energy of his whole body was concentrated on the Yongye sword. He had already charged up a move that could kill 1,000 armies. And this blow was also mixed with the Sword Master's 9 swords. Prick! The white tiger quickly turned its body and turned around like a tiger, facing Lu Yuan's stabbing knife. He did not dodge or use his claws to block it. With just a roar, he blocked Lu Yuan's attack half a meter away, without making any progress. This was the first time that Lu Yuan was so powerless. Even when he faced several ferocious beasts in the peak forest, he had the strength to fight. Why was he so powerless in front of the white tiger? The white tiger's main attribute is gold, with secondary wind. It has extremely high resistance to metal weapons, and its own attacks are extremely sharp. Avoid its sharpness and use softness to overcome strength, Xuanwu Mark suddenly reminded. Hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly adjusted his attack method. The Yongye knife used stabbing instead of picking, and he avoided the counterattack from the white tiger's claws. When Baihu was about to attack, he found that Lu Yuan had retreated 10 meters away, sheathed his sword, and Lu Yuan was ready to start a close-quarters fight. If ordinary people saw it, they would probably think that Lu Yuan was crazy. The white tiger's claws were so sharp that he gave up fighting with weapons. Isn't this crazy? However, anyone who is familiar with Lu Yuan knows that in terms of swordsmanship, Lu Yuan can only be regarded as a halfway monk, and the Qianquan palm technique is his specialty. Since the Xuanwu mark has reminded me to use softness to overcome strength, the Kuan palm in the palm technique is most suitable. Qian palm yang, Kuan palm yin. One is the main attack, and the other is the main transformation. As long as you don't directly meet the white tiger's attack, you can completely remove its power and attack back with the palm technique. Since the white tiger's defense cannot be broken by the sword, then attack its internal organs with internal strength. Even if it has turned into a ghost, its body functions must still need the support of its internal organs. Even if the attack on the internal organs fails, moving back and forth will always require the support of muscles. And in the worst case, the muscle tissue will be destroyed. Lu Yuan gave up his weapon. His body became more agile, and he no longer relied on rolling to dodge, but used the most familiar Qianquan footwork. The white tiger is very fast, but Lu Yuan's steps are more mysterious. Every time, he can dodge its attacks before they arrive, and his palms are constantly printed on the white tiger's body. At first, Baihu didn't notice anything strange. After all, after his mental power was sealed, Baihu only relied on his fighting instinct, and his IQ was not online at all. When the white tiger pounced again and continued to turn around, the legs that suddenly exerted force weakened and fell to the ground with a plop. Although he quickly stood up again, it was enough to show that Lu Yuan's attack had been effective. Since joining the lineage of the Craftsman god, Lu Yuan relied too much on equipment in battles. Most of the time, he relied on the sharpness of the weapons, and he was too obsessed with using sword moves, resulting in the most familiar Qianquan palm being rarely used. You know, when System Shout Out originally rated Lu Yuan's technique, the rating of Qingque and Palm was even higher than that of Dian Shenlong Ju. And just like God arranged it. First the Marrow Cleansing Sutra lays the foundation. And then the Dian Shenlong Ju absorbs and transforms various energies. And my own heart of the universe happens to cover all things. As the saying goes, thick accumulation leads to weak gains. Although Lu Yuan was at a disadvantage in terms of overall strength, relying on the Qingque footwork and the unpreventable Qingque palm, he gradually mastered the rhythm of the battle. The white tiger who lost his wisdom slowly walked towards death step by step.
Hey! After all, I have lost my vitality and consciousness. At this level, I can't even reach 1/10 of my previous strength,
Suzaku Seal said with some regret. Although Lu Yuan has taken the initiative, Baihu's physique is there. It's not known how long it will take to truly defeat him. If Baihu's physique is strong enough, he can't tell if he can drag Lu Yuan until his physical strength is exhausted. Lu Yuan's side was stable, but the battlefield on the other side was not so lucky. The green dragon that moves in the air is faster, and its body is more flexible. It always triggers thunder from the sky when flying. Not only does it have long-range attacks with thunder and lightning, but the attack of the dragon's claws is also very fierce. Xiao Lui used the
Extreme Dragon Control technique
to close the distance with the green dragon. Since it was difficult to catch the green dragon with his ultimate move, he could only use some fast single-target fire skills. Except for Li Tong's bow and arrow, which can pose a threat to Qinglong. The rest of them can only focus on dodging Qinglong's attacks and attracting Qinglong's attention. The most helpless person was Zhao Xinghe, because Qinglong itself had the attribute of thunder. Zhao Xinghe was basically immune to all thunder spells, and his own defense was not strong. He was chased by Qinglong several times and was embarrassed.
The attributes of the blue dragon are very complex, and there is no distinction between primary and secondary. Each attribute is very balanced. The main attributes are thunder, water, wood and wind. As the saying goes, there is rain when the dragon travels, and wind when the tiger travels. I'm talking about Qinglong's thunder and water, and its wood attribute seems to be competing for its rich vitality. I really don't know how far the Demon Emperor can reach after absorbing the vitality of the blue dragon. The wind attribute is purely because of its ability to control the air. Because Qinglong rarely uses wind attributes to attack, it is also the easiest to be ignored.
Xuanwu Mark seemed to feel Lu Yuan's eyes looking at Qinglong, and couldn't help but tell Qinglong's basic information. There is no distinction between the strength and weakness of the four holy beasts, and their strength does not depend on who has more attributes. One move can be used all over the world. Suzaku only had one feather left at that time, and its power was amazing. Suzaku evaluated White Tiger as less than 1/10 of its strength at its peak, which made Lu Yuan even more curious about the true upper realm.
Boy, I advise you to deal with the white tiger wholeheartedly. It doesn't just scratch with its claws,
Suzaku Mark reminded him at the right time. Chapter 488. See the immortal drawing formation again. Just when Lu Yuan was distracted, the white tiger's two front paws crossed, and a cross-shaped attack clawed at Lu Yuan's chest. Dark scratches appeared in the air, and there were bursts of tearing sensations at the scratches. And the space, they all became a little twisted. Lu Yuan sensed the threat and stepped out quickly, barely dodging the powerful blow. There were still a few scratches on the chest of the Xuanwu suit. This was the first time that the Xuanwu suit had been dented by an enemy. The white tiger succeeded with one blow and once again took charge of the rhythm of the attack. He pounced, grabbed, tore, and bit, without giving Lu Yuan a chance to breathe. Lu Yuan retreated while using his Qingque palm to relieve his strength. Although he was at a disadvantage again, his pace and palm skills were not disturbed at all. He silently waited for a gap in the white tiger's attack and was ready to start counterattack at any time. Although Lu Yuan's side stabilized the battle situation, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Xiao Lui and others were having a hard time. The Qinglong moved around very fast, and any collision with its huge body was a strong blow. Coupled with the release of various attribute skills, everyone was already in a panic just by delaying time.
Lu Yuan, we can't hold it any longer and are preparing to evacuate. Let's gather outside the barrier.
Xiao Lui's voice suddenly sounded on the communicator.
Good.
Lu Yuan was naturally very aware of Xiao Lui's competitive spirit and could make her retreat in spite of difficulties, proving that Qinglong's attack was too much for them to withstand. Lu Yuan was distracted and looked into the distance. After Xiao Lui and others left the barrier, his hanging heart was relieved. But in an already evenly matched battle, Lu Yuan's distraction once again put him in a desperate situation. The white tiger's front paws hit Lu Yuan's ribs hard, and 3 scratches directly broke through the Xuanwu armor. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had a strong physique, and his ribs were not broken. However, there were 3 blood marks on the leaked flesh, which continued. There was blood flowing out. It didn't matter that the armor was damaged or he suffered some skin trauma. What was important was that the white tiger's claw actually pushed Lu Yuan deeper into Longhu Mountain, getting further and further away from the edge of the barrier. Lu Yuan flipped awkwardly in the air, and finally used Wind Walker to stabilize his body, and kneeled heavily on the ground. There was no time to breathe, because the white tiger had already pounced on him again. What made Lu Yuan even more desperate was that, after Qinglong lost his target, he also flew towards Lu Yuan. A white tiger is already so difficult to deal with. If coupled with a green dragon in the sky, Lu Yuan has no chance of winning. And escaping is unrealistic, because Lu Yuan's long-distance attack speed is simply not as fast as the two. And the white tiger has already reached the nearest target. The escape route is blocked by the barrier. Lu Yuan once again fell into a desperate situation. In the past, he could still see a glimmer of hope, but this time facing 2 irrational holy beasts, he might not have any chance. Before the white tiger's fierce attack arrived, the thunder and lightning attack of the distant green dragon had already arrived first. A vertical row of lightning strikes split gold and gravel, and the flying dust completely blocked Lu Yuan's sight. Even though Lu Yuan's lightning resistance was extremely high, he didn't dare to resist forcefully. He used his legs to dodge to the side. But he didn't expect the thunder and lightning to follow Lu Yuan as if it had eyes. The white tiger's attack was coming. Although he was accustomed to lightning strikes in the Luolei Valley of the Kunlun Mountains, he did not dare to gamble with his life at this time. He could only use the Qianquan footwork to wander and dodge, hoping that Qinglong's attack would come to an end. Lu Yuan had an idea, and while dodging, he suddenly remembered the Sky Thunder suit that was damaged by Professor Sunday. Although the Thunder Spirit had not disappeared, it had been sleeping. Although the Sky Thunder suit was slowly recovering, it had not been seen after such a long time. What an improvement! Lu Yuan simply took out the Sky Thunder suit from the Artisan God Ring, and threw it at the row of pursuing thunder and lightning. Ling, I'll give you a good meal. Lu Yuan poured his spiritual power into the Tianlei suit, trying to awaken the Ling in it. The Sky Thunder suit was thrown into the air, and as expected it absorbed all Qinglong's attacks, and the thunder clouds in the sky began to surge up. Much like the thunder clouds over Luolei Valley, the heavenly thunder crystal was born from heaven and earth, and was tempered by lightning strikes for tens of thousands of years. With such a powerful lightning attack at this time, it was really a feast. The Sky Thunder suit did not fall after absorbing the lightning attack, but floated in the air. A larger thunder and lightning fell from the sky than before and struck it heavily. But the Sky Thunder suit did not react at all. Like a bottomless pit, trying to suck the thundercloud dry. Lu Yuan didn't have time to take a closer look at the Tianlei suit, because Baihu had already caught up with him again. After being injured, Lu Yuan became extremely focused and used the Qianquan footwork to the extreme. Baihu had no idea where Lu Yuan would step next. With its attack capable of tearing apart space, there was still nothing he could do against Lu Yuan. But the good times did not last long. As Qinglong joined the battle, Lu Yuan's space for movement became smaller. Fortunately, all his lightning attacks were absorbed by the Sky Thunder suit. Otherwise it will only be worse. The blue dragon was in the sky, and the white tiger was on the ground, because they had lost their minds. Their attacks did not cooperate at all, but gave Lu Yuan a glimmer of hope. Lu Yuan took advantage of the Qinglong's fall, and used the dragon's tail to sweep, and directly used the hand of the void to jump onto the dragon's back. As the white tiger was chasing, not only did the attack miss, but it was also swept away by the Qinglong's tail. Qinglong went up to the sky again, and Lu Yuan flew on its back towards the dragon's head. During this period, Qinglong kept shaking his body and tried to throw Lu Yuan down. But Lu Yuan used Windwalker and Void to catch and break it, and he was getting closer and closer to the dragon's head. Close. The white tiger quickly adjusted its body shape. Although it was swept away by the green dragon, the target of the attack was still locked on Lu Yuan. It seemed that it was not interested in the green dragon at all. A pair of wind wings appeared on the back of the white tiger, and it flew towards Lu Yuan with one flap of its wings, half empty. When Lu Yuan went to the dragon's head after all the trouble, he found that there was a black circular formation on the top of Qinglong's head. Holding the dragon's horn with one hand, Lu Yuan observed carefully. As Lu Yuan used his mental power to describe the formation in his mind, a familiar feeling surged into his heart.
This is the immortal drawing formation?
Lu Yuan said in surprise. Before the Great Change, Professor Sun had used the immortal drawing array. Lu Yuan had seen this pattern when he left the villa and looked up at the sky. But at that time, he only consumed the energy of the candle dragon and several ferocious beasts. At this time, the immortal drawing formation on Qinglong's head was black. As the death energy of the formation was injected into it, Qinglong's vitality was constantly being stripped away. Lu Yuan was surprised to find that although the Qinglong's vitality was almost exhausted at this time, it still had life flowing into the formation. It seemed that its ability to recover its wood attributes kept it from being completely dead. Before Lu Yuan could think about it, the white tiger flew towards him again. The two sacred beasts that had lost their vitality seemed to be extremely interested in Lu Yuan's body, which was full of vitality. Lu Yuan stood between the two dragon horns, regardless of the white tiger's attack, believing that Qinglong would dodge on his own.
Senior Xuanwu Suzaku, do you know how to destroy this formation?
Lu Yuan used his mental power to start communicating with the other two holy beasts.
The immortal drawing formation is an extremely domineering formation that has been lost for a long time. Who would have thought that the source of drawing out life force would be it?
Suzaku sighed.
There are only two ways to break this formation. Either you must be able to set up this formation, or you must use brute force.
Xuanwu quickly gave the answer. Chapter 489, Breaking the Formation with the Claw.
There are only two ways to break this formation. Either you must be able to set up this formation, or you must use brute force.
Xuanwu gave the answer. Lu Yuan looked at the dark immortal drawing formation, trying to find the flaws in the formation. But the seemingly small formation was extremely profound. Lu Yuan's mental energy was accidentally trapped in the formation. And in the end, it was White Tiger's attack and slap. At Qinglong's side, Lu Yuan was awakened from the formation.
This formation is extremely profound. I'm afraid we can only rely on brute force,
Lu Yuan said to himself. The White Tiger continued to attack, but Lu Yuan ignored it and relied entirely on Qinglong's own dodge to avoid damage. Bai Hu only had Lu Yuan in his eyes. But when he accidentally injured Qinglong, it gradually turned into a battle between two holy beasts. The green dragon has been accidentally injured by the White Tiger, and the temper of the holy beast has been aroused. Thunder and lightning in the air began to strike at the White Tiger, and the sharp dragon claws also began to attack the White Tiger as the dragon dived. Without the harassment from the White Tiger, Lu Yuan grabbed the dragon's horn with one hand and the Yongye knife with the other, and kept slashing at the immortal drawing formation above Qinglong's head. Qinglong's body trembled with each strike of the knife, and the huge rebound force from the formation also shocked Lu Yuan's arms. After slashing more than a dozen times in a row, the immortal drawing formation did not change at all. On the contrary, Qinglong lost control of his body, and was left with several wounds by Bai Hu. Lu Yuan tried to insert the Yongye knife into the flesh outside the formation, but he did not expect that due to the existence of the immortal drawing formation, the flesh on Qinglong's head became extremely hard, and even the Yongye knife could not break through the defense. When Lu Yuan was at a loss what to do, he suddenly thought of a detail. Every time he slashed at the immortal drawing formation, Qinglong's body would always tremble. When he slashed to the left of the formation, Qinglong's head would subconsciously fly to the left. Vice versa. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan smiled as he looked at the White Tiger who was eyeing him eagerly.
Looks like I have to borrow a knife to kill someone,
Lu Yuan thought in his mind. Lu Yuan thought of the method and began to try it. While teasing the White Tiger to attack him, he hit the immortal drawing formation so that Qinglong could not avoid it. He tried to use the White Tiger's sharp claws to break the immortal drawing formation above Qinglong's head. After constant attempts, Lu Yuan finally mastered the rhythm of controlling Qinglong's body. Although Qinglong suffered a lot, he was finally hit by the White Tiger's claws. The White Tiger's attack power was very strong. Lu Yuan dodged one of his claws and hit the center of the immortal drawing formation. The tearing force attached to the attack tore apart the formation, but in the end it failed to break it. But in the end, there was a crack left in the formation, and the White Tiger was also blown away by the force of the counterattack.
After all, it's not the heyday. It's a pity that this attack didn't succeed.
Lu Yuan used the hand of void to return to Qinglong's head again, and said unwillingly when he saw a crack in the formation, although it was a pity that the immortal drawing formation was not broken with one blow. It was a good start after all. Moreover, Lu Yuan discovered that the immortal drawing formation with cracks was no longer indestructible. After chopping with all his strength, the cracks appeared, gradually expanding trend.
Okay, I don't believe I can't take you too.
Lu Yuan regained his energy and continued to attack with the Yongya knife, while attracting Bai Hu to attack again.
Lu Yuan, are you okay?
Xiao Lui's voice suddenly came from the communicator. It turned out that Lu Yuan had not been seen for a long time after everyone retreated. So Xiao Lui decided to come and check.
I can still withstand it. This big guy is really durable,
Lu Yuan replied. Xiao Lui looked at the sky in the distance in surprise. A dragon and a tiger were flying in the sky, and Lu Yuan seemed to be controlling the green dragon. Although it seemed that the white tiger's attack had the upper hand, it could not hurt Lu Yuan at all.
You?
Xiao Lui didn't know how to express the shock in his heart. After all, Qinglong, who he and his group could not hold back before, was now standing at Lu Yuan's feet.
Ha ha. It's done.
Lu Yuan suddenly laughed. Finally, under another claw strike from Bai Hu, the immortal drawing formation above Qinglong's head was shattered. I saw Qinglong trembling all over, and the death energy around him gradually receded. As the death energy dissipated, the entire dragon body fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. Fortunately, the white tiger was ejected by the explosion of the immortal extraction formation, and had no time to pursue Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan used the power of the explosion to ride on the wind to distance himself. Boom! Qilong fell heavily to the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Bai Hu stabilized his body again after turning around a few times. He didn't pay attention to the Qinglong who fell to the ground. Lu Yuan was the only one in his eyes.
Senior Xuanwu, Qinglong will not die. Right.
Lu Yuan landed smoothly, still caring about Qinglong's life and death.
Don't worry. In order to absorb the vitality of the holy beasts to a greater extent, the formation did not drain them all at once. The recovery ability of the holy beasts is very strong, and the absorption level of the formation is just equal to the recovery level, which is why they are immortal, not alive. Once the formation is broken, Qinglong will wake up soon, but he will be weak for a long time.
Xuanwu's spiritual clone answered in Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan nodded as an answer, and his eyes were fixed on the white tiger again. The immortal drawing formation on the Qinglong was broken, but the formation on the white tiger was still unknown. Besides, it would never hit itself. How to break the formation on the white tiger? Law is still a problem.
Master, long time no see. I'm back.
Suddenly a familiar voice came from the sky. It was Lei Ling, who had been sleeping for a long time. Lu Yuan looked up, and sure enough, all the thunder clouds had disappeared, and the thunder spirit suit that had absorbed the thunder clouds had been restored.
It's good to be back. Come on!
Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and put the Xuanwu suit directly into his backpack. He didn't care about the attacking white tiger and quietly waited for the sky thunder suit to be possessed. Lei Ling heard Lu Yuan's call and turned into a bolt of lightning and struck Lu Yuan. The lightning struck Lu Yuan's body, but did not cause any damage. Under the halo, the sky thunder suit instantly possessed him, and a familiar feeling came over him. Lu Yuan's heart. The white tiger attacked, but what it pounced on was only the afterimage of Lu Yuan. After taking off the Xuanwu heavy armor, Lu Yuan put on the thunder suit again. Under the blessing of Lei Ling, Lu Yuan felt as light as a swallow. Bai Hu flew into the air and was looking for Lu Yuan's figure, but felt his butt being slapped. He suddenly turned around and found that Lu Yuan had run behind him.
Fortunately, the formation is no longer a tiger's butt. Otherwise it would be really easy to miss.
Lu Yuan patted the tiger's butt again and disappeared again before the white tiger turned around and bit it.
Wow! It feels so good to be so fast. Lei Ling, you are awesome.
Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
Master, please be normal,
Lei Ling replied. With the bonus of the sky thunder suit, Lu Yuan turned the white tiger around and finally found the location of the immortal drawing formation on the spine of the white tiger's back. The white tiger couldn't catch up with Lu Yuan's speed, so it couldn't help but spread its wind wings again, tossing and turning and biting Lu Yuan, but found that Lu Yuan had already distanced itself.
Lei Ling, I think you are stronger than before.
Lu Yuan stroked the thunder suit on his body and praised it.
Master, I think you are stronger than before.
Lei Ling replied in a similar manner.
The formation is very tough. If we are fast enough and the Yongya knife's armor is broken, we may still have a chance.
Lu Yuan once again took out the Yongya sword from the sword box and explained his intention to Lei Ling. After taking out the Yongya knife, the gold-swallowing beast in it actually said sourly,
"Why don't you two be so disgusting? It's all your fault for complimenting each other. You have to do all the dirty work and think of me. Lao Hei, Complain less and work more. The organization will not treat you badly. Just start working.
Chapter 490 The Ninth Sword Zhu Xian. Lu Yuan held the Yongya knife in his hand, and the thunder sword automatically floated behind him. He ignored the whine of the Yongya knife and rushed towards the white tiger again. Although the white tiger, who had lost his vitality, was not afraid of pain. He had lost his intelligence and could not keep up with the agile Lu Yuan. He could only be fooled around.
Ladling. Is there any way to control it?
Lu Yuan's several slashes did not shake the formation on Baihu's back. But it took time to release the big skills, so he could only hope that there was some way to control Baihu.
This white tiger is very resistant to thunder, and even my strongest skills can hardly paralyze it.
Ladling replied. Lu Yuan nodded to acknowledge that he had received it. Only Zhu Xian among the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master had a chance to break this formation. But regardless of his life or death, the time he had to accumulate power was a problem. The reason why he has the upper hand now is entirely because he is fast enough. Once he stops moving, any blow from the white tiger can cause fatal damage to him. Lu Yuan had no choice but to continue fighting with the white tiger. He tried every means, but the formation behind the white tiger just didn't respond. Not even a crack was produced. Just when Lu Yuan was helpless, a deep voice came from the distance.
My little friend, thank you for helping me out of trouble. My vitality has been seriously damaged, and it will take some time to recover. Fortunately, my life source is intact. I'm really sorry for the trouble you caused.
Lu Yuan looked into the distance in surprise. It was the place where Qinglong fell. It seemed that after the formation was broken, Qinglong's vitality had begun to recover, and his consciousness had also recovered a lot.
Senior Qinglong, there is no need to worry too much. Just recover as soon as possible. I am entrusted by Senior Xuanwu, and I will definitely find a way to protect you too.
Lu Yuan used his mental power to speak.
Good boy. No wonder there is a familiar aura on him. The person who can be entrusted by Xuanwu must be quite reliable.
Qinglong's voice was full of confidence, and it didn't sound like he had absorbed the life force at all.
Seniors, I'm sorry, but this formation is really hard, and it's hard to break it with my attack power.
Lu Yuan said with some worry.
Hey, it's a pity that my strength has not recovered now. Otherwise I could still help you.
Qinglong sighed.
If there is any way to control the white tiger for more than 10 seconds, maybe there will be a chance to try it.
Qinglong fell into silence. Lu Yuan was still attacking desperately. At this time, Lu Yuan was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he exited the barrier, Qinglong would definitely be killed by the irrational white tiger.
Child, please bring it to me. I think I can help you control it for a while.
Qinglong's voice came again. Lu Yuan was stunned when he heard the sound, and happily agreed. With Lu Yuan's absolute speed advantage, it was naturally easy to attract the white tiger. One man and one tiger quickly arrived near Qinglong.
Get closer,
Qinglong said decisively.
Senior, I'm afraid it might be detrimental to you if you get any closer.
Lu Yuan said worriedly.
Come!
Qinglong didn't say much, only uttered one word. Lu Yuan did not dare to delay any longer and directly pulled Baihu over. White Tiger felt Qinglong's life breath and immediately stopped attacking Lu Yuan. But after sniffing it, he was stunned for 2 seconds and finally did not attack Qinglong. The White Tiger didn't take action, but the green dragon that fell to the ground was well prepared. The dragon's body flipped over and jumped up. Its 2 front paws firmly pressed the tiger's head. The tail coiled up the white tiger like a snake, leaving only a small area on the back.
It's up to you. I can't hold on for long,
Qinglong said breathlessly. It was obvious that such violent movements were a burden to him. Lu Yuan did not dare to neglect. He held the Yongya knife upright in front of his chest. He held the sword fingers in his left hand and pressed it against the hilt. The thunder sword seemed to feel something and was directly integrated into the Tianlei suit, adding a lot of energy to Lu Yuan. A crack appeared from the sky, and then an eternal night knife that was magnified countless times appeared out of thin air, surrounded by purple thunder and lightning. The 9th sword of the 9 swords of the Sword Master, Zhu Xian. Although it is still a bit far-fetched to release now, but when the potential explodes, it is still used forcefully. Qinglong let out a muffled grunt. It turned out to be the entangled white tiger, and it bit Qinglong's body. As his head kept shaking, it actually tore off a piece of meat. Although Qinglong was injured, he remained motionless. Lu Yuan was distracted and his sword skills almost failed.
Concentrate your mind and don't worry about other things.
Qinglong's voice came out again. Lu Yuan quickly stabilized his mental strength and accelerated the process of killing the immortal. As he got closer to the ground and his descent speed became faster and faster, Lu Yuan concentrated all his energy on locking the formation on the white tiger's back. He only has the power of one blow. If this blow fails, not only the white tiger will not be rescued, but Qinglong and himself will also perish. Lu Yuan's mental power had reached its limit. Just when Qinglong couldn't hold on any longer, Zhu Xian's sword accurately struck the immortal drawing formation. The sword tip and the formation made a fierce friction sound, and the white tiger was pressed to the ground by the huge pressure. Qinglong, on the other hand, was even more exhausted and lay limply aside. The tip of the sword was shattered inch by inch, and cracks finally appeared in the immortal drawing formation. Lu Yuan's energy and mental power were almost exhausted, and he was holding on hard to prevent himself from passing out. Finally, Huantian paid off. Just when Lu Yuan reached the limit, the immortal drawing formation finally shattered. Zhu Xian's sword dissipated instantly, and Lu Yuan also fainted. The formation on the white tiger's body was broken, and the remaining vitality on his body was quickly dissipating. After all, the white tiger did not have as strong vitality as the green dragon.
Old man, wake up! Wake up!
The green dragon kept awakening the white tiger, because when the two holy beasts were captured, their spiritual consciousness had already been sealed before their vitality dissipated. Qinglong relied on his powerful recovery ability to wake up, but Baihu was obviously not so lucky.
Wake up quickly!
Qinglong instilled all the vitality he had just recovered into Baihu, trying to save the dying white tiger. Baihu took a deep breath and regained consciousness, feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart.
Old Long, where is this? Are we alive?
Baihu's memory was obviously still sealed. At this time, he woke up and asked weakly,
Shut up! Recover well, and stabilize your core vitality first.
Qinglong was very happy to see Baihu wake up, but when he thought about the bite of his flesh just now, he became angry.
Oh huh? Old Long, why did you lose a piece of meat? Shut up!
When Lu Yuan woke up, he was already in the tent. 2 days had passed. Several people around him were gathered together, and they all looked very tired.
How is White Tiger doing?
Lu Yuan is not worried about Qinglong because its wood attribute vitality is extremely strong. But the white tiger is different, and is in danger of death at any time.
It's better to worry about yourself. It scratched you until its bones are exposed. And you're still caring about it?
Fong Rou replied angrily, but her face became much more relaxed.
The two sacred beasts are also out of danger. Senior Qinglong is helping the white tiger recover its vitality. Although it may take a long time to fully recover, there will be no serious problems in the short term.
Xia Lui replied.
Come! Drink some water first. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'll get you something delicious later.
Li Tong immediately handed over the water. Xiao Xing smiled, pulled Li Qiushui and walked out of the tent, leaving only one sentence.
Come on, brother.
Chapter 491 Breaking the Underground Palace. After a few days of training, Lu Yuan has recovered as before. After fighting the two holy beasts, it can be said that he has benefited a lot. Although the immortal drawing formations on Qinglong and Baihu were broken, the barrier on Longhu Mountain was not damaged. The first thing Lu Yuan did after regaining his mobility was to enter the barrier. The green dragon and white tiger were huge, and he easily spotted them. When Zheng Yi came to the two holy beasts, they both opened their eyes at the same time, but there was no hostility in their eyes.
Are you two seniors okay?
Lu Yuan asked respectfully.
Although he saved his life, the source of White Tiger's life has been damaged, and he may not be able to recover in a short time,
Qinglong said with some worry. Although White Tiger's condition is slightly worse, Qinglong's condition is good. Before being restrained, Qinglong sealed his life source, which seems to have a very good effect. At this time, with the help of the recovery ability of the wood attribute, he can move freely.
It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. From my observation, the Demon Realm area is like a large formation. All the lost vitality is concentrated and sent to the depths of the Demon Clan. The vitality of the two holy beasts is very strong. If it stays for a long time, without power transmission, I'm afraid someone will come to investigate soon.
Lu Yuan expressed his worries.
This is a problem. But now our state needs to be further stabilized.
Otherwise, Qinglong said slightly worriedly. The Suzaka's spiritual body and the Xuanwu's spiritual body seemed to feel their old friends and appeared directly. The four holy beasts gathered together again, and Qinglong's excited voice trembled.
Are you all still alive?
Qinglong asked excitedly.
Yes. We are all still alive. Although we have been sealed for a long time. Our situation is better than yours for the time being,
Suzaku replied.
You can follow this kid to find me. The barrier where I was sealed is very strong. I'm afraid I have to rely on the power of the white tiger to break it,
Xuanwu also said.
Hey, I thought about the 4 holy beasts that roamed the upper world back then. But I didn't expect that they would all end up like this now.
Qinglong sighed.
30 years to the east of Hedong. 30 years to the west of Heshi. Old Long doesn't have to be too emotional. The white tiger is in poor condition now. And the barrier of Longhu Mountain is also very strong. Without its tearing power, it would be difficult for us to escape,
Qinglong said with some worry.
Senior Qinglong, I have a way. But I have to agree with you too,
Lu Yuan suddenly said.
Being able to escape is a brilliant move. It doesn't matter whether you feel wronged or not.
Qinglong didn't have the airs of a holy beast and said calmly.
You 2 seniors can sign a pet contract with me. Then you can go to the pet space and I can take you out,
Lu Yuan explained. Qinglong didn't understand what he said. After all, in their minds, the settings in the game were a bit unacceptable.
It's similar to space magic. You must sign an agreement with me before you can enter another space that belongs to me,
Lu Yuan continued to explain. Qinglong understood a little after hearing the explanation. And without any hesitation, he directly agreed to Lu Yuan's proposal. The contract was signed smoothly. Qinglong and Baihu were all taken into the pet space. Everything was ready. But Lu Yuan did not leave just yet. Because Lu Yuan saw the existence of or in the mountain wall during the previous battle. In the Xuanwu cave, Lu Yuan discovered the Xuanwu mine, which was all formed by the breath of Xuanwu. The green dragon and the white tiger have been entrenched in Longhu Mountain for many years. And the ore produced by each other will not be simple. After some searching, Zheng Yi found a bluish-black ore and a gray gold ore that appeared in the corner of the flat land. Both ores were produced when the 2 holy beasts lost their vitality. So the ores were somewhat contaminated with death energy. After systematic identification, they can indeed be called Qinglong Mine and White Tiger Mine. Both ores are among the best, and their properties are consistent with those of the 2 holy beasts, which can be considered an unexpected gain. It is said that a place with treasures of heaven and earth must be protected by spiritual beasts. I think a place with spiritual beasts will definitely give birth to treasures of heaven and earth, Lu Yuan said with a satisfied smile. Because the Longhu Mountain barrier did not impose many restrictions on people, Lu Yuan got out of the barrier easily. Although his body had not fully recovered, he did not dare to stay here too long at this time. After discussing with a few people, he headed directly towards the Soul Fighting Country. Whenever a monster blocks the way, Qinglong will directly release its coercion, and Lu Yuan will release Guaiguai. Although Guaiguai is still young, it can make ordinary monsters not dare to approach. Without the help of the teleportation crystal, Lu Yuan finally experienced the suffering of the ancients. Even though there were 48 hours in a day now, it still took half a month for a few people to reach the edge of Dochi continent, with a few people moving at full speed. At this time, there was no war in Dochi continent, and the demon soldiers did not know where they had withdrawn. There was no trace of them along the way, because Lu Yuan had the token given by Prince Carlo. No one from the 10 countries of Dochi continent stopped them, and finally arrived at the palace of Dochi country on the 17th day. Lu Yuan's arrival was warmly welcomed by the Soul Fighting Kingdom, and Prince Carlo even hosted a 3-day banquet to express his welcome. It just so happened that Baihu still needed a few days to stabilize his injuries, and Lu Yuan and others also needed to rest during their journey, so they settled down with peace of mind. After talking to Lu Yuan, he learned that since the Qiugong Kingdom incident, the demon soldiers had inexplicably retreated not long after, not only on Duki continent, but also in other places. Naturally, all countries are happy, although they don't know the reason. No one is looking for the root cause.
Prince Carlo, coming here this time may not be a good thing for you,
Lu Yuan said to Carlo during the dinner.
Brother Lu, if you have anything to say, just say it,
Prince Carlo said cheerfully.
I came here this time to rescue Senior Xuanwu, who is imprisoned in your country. It may destroy the barrier of the underground palace, but Senior Xuanwu's coming out is of great significance to the future fight against the demons. You see,
Lu Yuan explained. When Prince Carlo mentioned the underground palace that he had guarded for generations, he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, Prince Carlo finally made up his mind and spoke.
We have already experienced how powerful the demons are. If we continue to live as we did before, We will not be able to escape the fate of destruction in the end. Brother Lu, I believe in you. Even if you dismantle my soul-fighting kingdom. As long as you can fight against the demons. It is my duty, Carlo, to do the same. Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. Carlo had the impression that he attached great importance to the interests of his country, and would not let himself suffer losses easily. He did not expect that he would agree so happily this time. In fact, Carlo's idea is very simple. He has already seen Lu Yuan's strength. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to put the overall situation first. It is definitely worth it to exchange an underground palace for a peaceful one and have a well-connected expert as a friend. After resting for a few days, Bai Hu's condition finally stabilized slightly. He checked the underground palace boundary seal many times. When Bai Hu was confident, everyone gathered at the entrance of the underground palace. It has to be said that the attributes of the holy beast are powerful. The white tiger has even recovered less than 10% of its strength at this time. And it actually tore a hole in the barrier seal by relying on the tearing ability of its attack. Qilong took advantage of the breach in the seal and gathered energy to attack the seal again. In the end, the seal was broken and the door to the underground palace was completely opened. As soon as the underground palace opened, Xuanwu's soul and Suzaku's soul all appeared, leading everyone towards the location of the two holy beasts. Chapter 492. The four holy beasts gather together. Lu Yuan followed the spiritual bodies of Xuanwu and Suzaku, and soon came to an open space in the center of the underground palace. Xuanwu's real body and Suzaku's real body seemed to know that the seal had been opened. So they left the cave early, and were waiting here. The four holy beasts finally gathered together, and they actually hugged each other and cried like children. However, the strength of the four holy beasts had plummeted, and it felt somewhat like a hero in his twilight years. Later, Lu Yuan learned that after Senior Suzaku found this place, he easily entered the barrier. But when he wanted to join forces with Xuanwu to break the seal, he found that the internal seal was so strong that neither of them could break it. And as time goes by, Suzaku, whose strength is not as good as before, is still being weakened by the seal. The seal in the Duhun Kingdom's underground palace can also be regarded as a kind of immortal formation. However, the strength of the person setting up the formation is slightly weaker, so the effect is not particularly obvious. However, many defensive formations have been added to the formation. If it were not for the white tiger's attack, with the cracking effect, breaking the formation is really troublesome. Where do the four seniors plan to go?
Lu Yuan waited for a long time, and asked after noticing that the emotions of the holy beasts had stabilized.
Hey, if we had our peak strength and our four sacred beasts were there, how could we have that guy from the demon realm to be so rampant?
Bai Hu said, unconvinced. The white tiger has the most violent temper, and among the several holy beasts, it is also the most seriously injured. At this time, when it comes to what to do next, I feel somewhat unconvinced.
The spiritual energy here is much different from the upper world. If you want to restore your previous strength, it will be difficult to stay here for hundreds of years.
Xuanwu sighed.
But we can't wait for a few hundred years. Bai Hu and I were sealed in Longhu Mountain, and our vitality was almost drained. If it weren't for my strong recovery ability, I'm afraid Bai Hu and I wouldn't be able to survive here.
Qilong said frankly.
The most important thing is that the person who sealed us too, the kid who calls himself the Demon Realm, has reached the pinnacle of this world. He has absorbed so much vitality over the years. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before the passage to the upper realm is reopened.
Bai Hu said no. Say it willingly.
Yes. Once the passage to the upper world is opened, there will be so much bloodshed in this world.
Suzaku sighed.
Seniors, can you tell us about the upper world?
Lu Yuan was curious and couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan had asked before, but most of the answers he got were perfunctory answers. Now that the four holy beasts are gathered together, there is no need to say more about Lu Yuan's trust. Now is the most appropriate time to ask.
I've told you before that all people in this world have the same origin. But some strong people think that they shouldn't stay with mediocre people. First, it is easier to communicate with each other by separating classes. And second, it is to prevent the strong from bullying the weak.
When Xuanwu saw Lu Yuan asking, he explained directly. The other three holy beasts also relaxed and lay on the ground and listened quietly.
At that time, our four holy beasts were ranked high among the strong. I thought it was a good idea to hear this proposal. After all, not all strong people have good intentions. Some people just enjoy bullying the weak. After getting the support of our four holy beasts, The demarcation plan has been recognized by most people. So the upper world is the top. And a total of 9 worlds are divided. The world you are in is considered a lower level. The sealed place is 1 level lower than your place.
Qilong suddenly interjected.
The great turmoil in the past few months has opened the passages to the lower realms. So the lower realms have merged together again. As for the upper realm, the seal is the strongest. So if you want to open the passage to the upper realm, that is extremely difficult. And you cannot knock on that door until you reach the limit of this realm.
Xuanwu nodded and continued.
After I was sealed,
I knew nothing about the outside world. If there is any new information, I can add it in time.
The other 3 holy beasts also nodded to Lu Yuan. After all, they had just released the seal not long ago, and there were many things that Lu Yuan didn't know as much as Lu Yuan did.
When the 9 realms were just separated, they were at ease for a long time. Everyone was at about the same level, so they were all in peace. But as time goes by, problems arise. When the world was born, everything was on the same starting line. Now that everyone has the same strength, it is equivalent to returning to the starting line. Even the strong are lazy, and gradually the strong and weak are divided, being pulled apart again. Coupled with the fact that most people in the upper world have a dull personality and have long since given up on the compassion of ordinary people, war has once again occurred.
Xuanwu seemed to be in pain when he recalled the war in the upper world. Seeing that Xuanwu was lost in memories, Suzaku continued what Xuanwu said.
The war in the upper realm is even more cruel. Once it fails, it will lead to death. In that battle, more than half of the people in the upper realm were killed or injured. No one can become a true friend with anyone. Human beings, the strong ones, gathered together again. The monsters and beasts also gathered together. And the rest were all kinds of people who didn't take the ordinary path. It seems that every world is similar. Once a war breaks out, various factions will appear.
Lu Yuan said with emotion. Qilong saw Suzaku pause and continued.
After that battle, some people in the upper realm started to think about going to the lower realm. It is difficult to go from the lower realm to the upper realm. If the upper realm wants to secretly come to the lower realm, they will be attacked by a group if they are discovered. But there are still people who are willing to take risks. As long as they come to the lower realm, it is very easy to rule the other 8 realms.
At this point, Baihu gritted his teeth and said angrily,
although the relationship between the 4 of us was not close at first, we always stood on the united front. But we were still plotted. You 4 are so strong. Who can plot against you?
Lu Yuan and Baihu were angry and couldn't help but ask.
The Dragon Clan has many branches, and it is also recognized as the strongest race among all kinds of monsters. Although we are comparable to the Dragon Clan, we are only a minority after all. The ancestral dragon is the legendary originator of the Dragon Clan. But after all, it cannot resist the disappearance of vitality. After its death, all kinds of dragon clans fell apart, and the one who secretly went down to the realm was Xulong.
Qilong didn't want to see Baihu talk about the past with emotion, so he hurriedly ended his conversation.
Senior Xulong?
Lu Yuan exclaimed.
You've traveled a lot, so it's not surprising that you know the Xulong in this world.
Yes, it's him. Qilong confirmed.
That's not right. Senior Xulong only wants to break through the limits. And he is very upright, and doesn't seem like he can plot against others.
Lu Yuan said in confusion.
The immortal drawing formation is the inheritance of their Xulong clan. We were attacked and sealed one by Xulong and his wife, because we tried to stop them. Although Baihu and I escaped the seal, we were seriously injured and escaped until when I came to look for Xuanwu and Suzaku a few years ago. They were sealed in Longhu Mountain again.
Qilong said calmly.
That's even more wrong. Senior Xulong was once restricted by the immortal drawing formation. If it is the inheritance of their clan, then how come it doesn't know how to break the formation?
Lu Yuan recalled the situation in the villa area. Professor Sun colluded with the demons. He was the one who arranged the immortal drawing array at the time. If he was trapped by the immortal drawing array arranged by outsiders, he would not be like a person with inheritance. Will do. Furthermore, Xulong almost died after being hit by Professor Sun's poisonous needle that time. Even if he was acting, he would not risk his own life, let alone hide it from his ancestor Yi. Lu Yuan thought about it and couldn't figure it out. There were so many connections between them that it was difficult to figure it out in a short time.
Chapter 493 Xuanwu's Proposal.
The Xulong you know should be the descendant we call it. That's why it knows nothing about the upper world. And the person who sealed me and White Tiger to Longhu Mountain is indeed a person of Xulong's lineage.
Qilong continued.
No, it's impossible. The senior Zhulong I know is upright, and his whole life is to break through the bottleneck of strength. He will never do such an insidious thing,
Lu Yuan said extremely firmly.
Boy, although you have been to many places and your strength is considered top-notch for your age, you still cannot fully understand the unpredictable nature of people's hearts. Although the immortal drawing formation can be arranged by everyone after it has been passed down, the aura of the Dragon Clan cannot. It's hard to hide it. So how can we admit our mistake?
Baihu said calmly.
I will find out these things. Since it is related to the safety of mankind, I will definitely find a way to defeat the Demon Emperor. As for other things, I will also find a way to investigate. I wonder where the seniors plan to go to practice and regain their strength.
The words of the great holy beasts became more and more confusing. So I simply changed the topic and didn't want to continue the discussion.
As I said just now, our strength has been severely damaged. If we recover from cultivation in this world, we may not be able to return to our original state within a few hundred years. However, the development of the situation may no longer be able to wait for us.
Xuanwu was a little melancholy. Reply?
In any case, the demarcation plan is supported by our 4 holy beasts. Now that it has reached this point, it is naturally impossible to watch the chaos in the lower realm continue. If the passage to the upper realm is opened again, I am afraid that there will only be more in exchange. The killing.
Qinglong also sighed with emotion.
Xuanwu Suzaku, you two have been in contact with this boy for a long time. What do you think of this boy?
Baihu suddenly asked.
I'm making rapid progress, and my cultivation talent is very high. In terms of talent alone, I can't even lag behind that kid from the Demon Clan.
Xuanwu commented.
He is very upright, has a kind heart, and is very firm in his heart, except for being a bit dull when dealing with women. He is excellent in other aspects.
Suzaku also commented. Lu Yuan didn't know what Baihu meant by asking these questions. But Suzaku only commented on his qualifications, and even talked about his emotional aspects, which was somewhat inappropriate. Baihu and Qinglong looked at each other and nodded. Then continued.
I discussed with Qinglong that our 4 holy beasts were all saved by this boy. Since the current situation is special, and it is difficult for our strength to return to its peak, we might as well help this boy. Use his hands to get rid of that demon kid, and this world may be peaceful.
Xuanwu and Suzaku were slightly surprised when they heard this. When it comes to being unruly, White Tiger is considered the most unruly among the 4 sacred beasts. It is somewhat unbelievable that these words came from his mouth. However, as Baihu said, Xuanwu and Suzaku came into contact with Lu Yuan for the longest time. After the spiritual clone returned to the main body, he knew everything he had experienced during the period, and he could completely trust Lu Yuan.
What's your plan?
Xuanwu asked directly after hearing what Suzaku said.
There are 2 plans for the time being. One is to impose his cultivation on him. I think he has practiced the Dian Shenlong Ju, so he will not be too repellent to external forces. As for our injuries, we will rely on long years to recover.
Qilong said one of the plans.
The other is that we take him to practice. If the 4 of us teach him, with his qualifications, he may be able to reach the pinnacle of this world within 10 years. By then we will also be able to recover some strength, and together we can change the situation of the war.
Baihu continued after Qinglong's words.
According to what my spiritual clone has seen, there may not be 10 years for us to take a breather. Although the Dian Shenlong Ju is wonderful, it will take a certain amount of time to fully absorb the energy after it is absorbed. No matter how you look at it, the boy, with a master who has been practicing for nearly 10,000 years,
is just throwing an egg against a stone.
Xuanwu analyzed. Xuanwu's analysis was all in order, and the other 3 holy beasts were silent when they heard the words. These are all very obvious things, but everyone is still holding on to a little luck.
Then what do you think we should do? In this situation, we can't go back to the upper world. Are we going to have to watch the demon kid do whatever we want?
Baihu became a little excited. The 4 holy beasts began to argue, and Lu Yuan could only stay aside silently. Although he was a little helpless, he didn't know how to persuade them.
This boy also has another identity. That is, he is a descendant of the line of God Craftsman. His forging skills are extremely exquisite. Although the lineage of God Craftsman is only 1,000 years old, the talents of human beings often cannot be measured by time. Perhaps they can be enhanced by using foreign objects. His strength.
Xuanwu's words woke up the dreamer. Among the 4 holy beasts, Xuanwu had been in contact with Lu Yuan for the longest time, so his method was more in line with Lu Yuan's actual situation. Lu Yuan became more energetic when he heard this. Forging top-quality equipment can indeed greatly improve his strength. He can challenge masters by leapfrogging levels, relying not only on his own martial arts skills, but also on sharp swords and strong armors. Contribution. With the addition of Xuanwu's spiritual body, Xuanwu armor can not only automatically repair, but also have all attributes improved. And this is just a hint of spiritual clone. If you forge a new set of equipment by yourself, and add the holy beast itself, the strength will definitely increase by more than one level. Equipment and the like are more of a foreign object. I don't think it can be improved much. Baihu said with some doubts. Boy, put on the Xuanwu armor. Xuanwu ignored Baihu and said directly to Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan heard the words, he didn't hesitate and put on the Xuanwu armor directly. The Xuanwu turned into a ray of light and disappeared directly into the armor. Unlike the previous spiritual body, this time even the main body entered the armor. Lu Yuan clearly felt that the strength of the armor had become higher, but the weight on his body had become much lighter. The light on the armor was stronger, and waves of security filled his heart. Come on. White Tiger has the strongest attack. Hit this kid. Xuanwu's voice sounded. Baihu looked at Qinglong and Suzaku beside him, and after getting their consent, he flew forward and slapped Lu Yuan on the chest with his front paws. Although the White Tiger's strength has not been fully restored, the tearing effect of its attack is very restrained against ordinary armor. Although this attack did not use full force, it stands to reason that the corresponding marks will be left on the armor. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan could not even retreat. No, there are no traces of being attacked on the armor. Not only Baihu was surprised, but Lu Yuan was also extremely surprised. Although the Xuanwu armor's defense was very strong, it did not reach such a terrifying level. To achieve such an effect, it must be the effect of Xuanwu's body entering the armor. This armor is just made by Lu Yuan using the ores derived from around me. If a set of armor is specially made for the four of us, it will not only improve his strength, but we can also become one to help him fight. Xuanwu showed his original form again. Xuanwu himself was very satisfied with the test just now, and his idea was verified again. Chapter 494 Year returns. What a bold idea it is to specially create a set of armor that combines the four holy beasts. Although Lu Yuan has dreamed about it before, he never thought it could come true. Now Xuanwu personally proposed that based on its status among the four holy beasts, what he said will definitely make the other three holy beasts think deeply. I have no objection. Shall Lu Yuan release me from the seal? My consciousness has been following him. He is a trustworthy person in terms of character and ability. Suzaku was the first to express his stance. Baihu looked at Qinglong, then looked at Xuanwu and Suzaku, then nodded and said, It's time to let go of the pride of the holy beast. If we can prevent this catastrophe, it doesn't matter if we pay for it with our lives. Ha! Okay. In that case, let's do as Xuanwu said. He has sealed us for so many years and tried to absorb our vitality. This revenge must be avenged, Qinglong said with a smile. Now that everyone agrees, let's leave it to Lu Yuan. Okay. The four of us just need to fully cooperate with him. Lu Yuan needs top-grade ores to build equipment. I'm afraid it's not easy to find the ores. I've stayed in this cave for a long time, so there are a lot of Xuanwu ores. I don't know what kind of ores are suitable for your attributes, Xuanwu said worriedly. The four seniors will recover here first, and leave the forging to me, Lu Yuan said with a smile. After exiting the underground palace, Lu Yuan began to feel sad. Now that time was running out. The demon realm was absorbing life force on a large scale. It must be to extend the life of the demon god. The largest sources of life force, Qinglong and Baihu, were rescued, and the demon realm would soon give a response. Are you worried about the ore? Xiao Lui was the smartest to see Lu Yuan's troubles directly. Yes. If I search aimlessly, I will definitely be too late in time. And with my current strength, it is really unrealistic to fight against the devil. There are some accessories, although there are many ores in Wei Wire storage bag, but there is nothing very suitable, Lu Yuan said with a frown. Then set a goal. The power of the four holy beasts belongs to the power of the five elements. Can't we just look for the ore with the power of the five elements? Xiao Lui said. Well, that is indeed the case. But the five top-level attributes of ore are not so easy to find. Do you think there can be a stone with five attributes at the same time? Fong Rose suddenly said. For example, Nua's 7-color sacred stone to mend the sky? There must be a lot of 7-color attributes. Right. Li Tong also echoed. I can't rule out the possibility of such war. But where can I find it?
When Lu Yuan and others were at a loss what to do, the ring of the Craftsman god in their hands suddenly lit up.
Grandmaster Oyi is here?
Lu Yuan suddenly became excited. When Lu Yuan quickly came outside the house, he saw Patriarch Uya's sword floating in the air. His face was slightly tired at this time, but he was still full of energy.
You kid! Make it easy for me to find you!
Oyi scolded with a smile.
Meet the Patriarch.
Lu Yuan hadn't seen Oyi for a long time. He was so excited that he couldn't help but want to salute.
Don't do this to me. I finally found the top quality material I wanted. Just let me forge it!
Oyi said proudly. Lu Yuan was also overjoyed when he heard this. When Uya left, he said that he would search the mountains and seas to find top quality materials and forge a weapon beyond the limits of this world. Now it seems that he is fully confident.
By the way, Patriarch Uya, have you ever heard of the 4 sacred beasts?
Lu Yuan has not forgotten about forging armor.
Of course I know. What happened to the 4 holy beasts?
Oyi stopped when he heard that Lu Yuan had something to ask. Lu Yuan did not hide anything from Oyi and directly told all about the forging. However, it was difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. I thought this was a brilliant idea. But Uya pondered for a moment and gave his own answer.
It sounds like a good suggestion. But the 4 holy beasts each have their own strengths. The Xuanwu armor on your body has already achieved the ultimate in defense. What improvement can you make if you build a new one? Defense is defense. And attack is attack. If you want to integrate offense and defense, it will undoubtedly make the equipment look different.
Oyi continued. Lu Yuan also fell into deep thought after hearing this. Oyi was indeed right. But to improve his strength in a short period of time and be able to integrate the power of the 4 holy beasts, forging equipment is undoubtedly the simplest and most practical way.
The Patriarch is right. Let's fulfill your wish first. The matter of the 4 sacred beasts needs to be discussed in the long term.
Lu Yuan did not want to continue to dwell on this matter.
Silly boy. It's too late to make a long-term plan. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to find you?
Oyi said directly.
What's the meaning? The Demon King has come to the human world, so I am anxious to forge a sword. If my sword is forged, it should still be strong enough to fight.
Otherwise, Oyi did not continue. The Green Dragon and White Tiger of Longhu Mountain were rescued by Lu Yuan. It was expected that the Demon King would come out of the mountain in person, but he didn't expect that he would come to the human world so quickly.
How sure is Patriarch of success? Ha ha. If you do your best, you can't obey fate. You can only do your best. During the forging, I'm afraid it will alarm the entire continent. When the Demon Emperor personally comes to interfere, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the forging perfectly.
Lu Yuan said worriedly. Oyi also smiled helplessly.
I have spread the news to the peak forest. When the time comes, Shulong will bring the monsters to help. And the masters on the road will also come to help protect the law.
Lu Yuanqi nodded understandingly. And that was all he could do now. The current situation of the 4 holy beasts is not good. If the 4 of them are allowed to take action, they may be easily exploited by the Demon King. After all, Qinglong's vitality is still very strong.
Grandmaster Uya, the 4 holy beasts said that it was the Zhulong lineage that sealed them in the first place. And there is also an immortal drawing formation in the Demon Clan. I'm afraid Senior Zhulong and the Demon Emperor. There are only a handful of people in the entire continent who can fight against the Demon Emperor. Even if Zhulong has any relationship with the Demon Emperor, we can only give it a try.
Oyi's meaning is obvious. No matter who is the good guy or the bad guy, he will definitely arrive at the scene in the end. But his dream of transcending the limit must be fulfilled. Lu Yuan asked Xiao Lui and others to pass on the news that he forged with the ancestor to the 4 sacred beasts, and then left directly with Oyi. This time, Oyi chose the forging location at the highest mountain in Taoyuan continent. There are strong winds blowing at the top of the mountain all year round, and the climate is extremely cold. Those with weaker strength cannot even gain a foothold here, although this place is not conducive to the refining and beating of ore. Looking at the mainland, this is the only place that meets the conditions. Oyi and Lu Yuan reached the top of the mountain and cut a platform out of the mountain with a sword. Oyi sat cross-legged and began to adjust. Chapter 495 Zhulong's Conspiracy. Lu Yuan stood aside to help Oyi protect the law. With their cultivation levels, it was easy for them to stay here for 10.5 days without eating or drinking. Oyi's silence was obviously a sign of his trust in Lu Yuan. The 2 masters and apprentices had a spiritual connection. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The masters Uya mentioned arrived one after another, including the senior sword master who taught him swordsmanship. The ferocious beasts from the peak forest finally arrived at the mountain peak. Jinmahu, Tao Tai, Qiongqi and Bai Qianqian were all present. But the fire unicorn was missing. It should have gone to the vast sea to find the whereabouts of the water unicorn according to its own wishes. There was another monster that surprised Lu Yuan. It was the tyrant bear in the peak forest. It was only level 85 at first. Later, Lu Yuan spared his life and let it go. Now it has exceeded level 90 when we meet again. And I will never forget Lu Yuan's kindness of sparing his life. And I came here to repay my kindness.
Why didn't Senior Zhulang come?
Lu Yuan asked everyone.
It will appear when forging starts.
Bai Qianqian replied happily. Spending such a long time with Zhulang undoubtedly put her in a good mood. And she was naturally very happy to see Lu Yuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Oh, he seemed to feel something. When he opened his eyes were filled with energy. With a wave of his hand, all the forged objects were arranged in an orderly manner.
Xiao Yuan, you should know my live stream best. After the forging begins, no matter what happens, we must ensure the success of the forging, and we must not act on impulse.
Oh, he suddenly said something incomprehensible.
Everything follows the instructions of the ancestor.
Oh, he nodded and said nothing, and took out a large piece of gray ore directly from the storage ring. It seemed ordinary, but it was full of lifeless energy. Its appearance seemed to make everything around it lose its life.
I got this ore in the void world, where there was a dead silence, heavier than the death energy in the underworld. This ore is exactly the opposite of the ore full of fairy spirit, so I chose to forge it in a cold place. I named this mine Wu, which means that from birth to death, it will return to nothingness. If we talk about a cold and cold place, this place can only be occupied by the word cold. The reason why it is called a place is because I don't want to forge a sword without any life. When death reaches its limit, there will be life. There should be a reincarnation between life and death. I will use this stone to forge a sword. When the sword is completed, I will give it the power of life.
At this time, there were only 2 people on the platform, Oh Yi and Lu Yuan, and the others were floating in the air to help protect the law. What Oh Yi said was undoubtedly meant for Lu Yuan to listen to. First, he was telling his understanding of forging and this weapon. The second concept of the sword is to sort out the forging ideas for yourself. Lu Yuan frowned when he heard what Oh Yi said, and felt a faint bad feeling in his heart. The forging started. Oh Yi used one hand to control the object, and the other hand began to burn energy to show off his arrogance, different from the usual use of flames for smelting. This time Oh Yi did not even use a forging hammer. Lu Yuan originally thought that Oh Yi called him because he wanted him to help, but he didn't expect that he just wanted him to watch. After a while, Lu Yuan noticed something was wrong. Oh Yi's basic arrogance was no longer the burning of energy, but began to burn life. The ore full of death energy continued to swallow Oh Yi's vitality. As the vitality was swallowed, the shape of the ore changed. Changes also began to occur.
Is this the power you call giving life to ores?
Lu Yuan sighed silently in his heart as he watched Oh Yi's vitality gradually draining away. No wonder Oh Yi said those words before the forging, because he was afraid that Lu Yuan would not let go of Oh Yi. So he forced the forging to stop after it started. As time passed, the ore began to shrink and refine, and was gradually elongated under Oh Yi's control. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex around the top of the mountain, half of which was white clouds, and the other half was covered with clouds.
Ha ha. So many people are guarding here. Are they guarding against me?
A cold voice came over. Who else could it be if he wasn't the Demon Emperor? The figure of the Demon Emperor quickly arrived near the mountain peak, and he was followed by 2 people. One was Fang Di, the forging genius of the demon world, and the other was Fang Di's guard Bai Lao.
Lu Yuan, we agreed before that we would go to the demon realm to compete with me in forging, but I'm having a hard time waiting,
Fang Di said with a smile. Lu Yuan glanced at the Demon Emperor and Fang Di, but said nothing, fearing that it would disturb Oh Yi's forging. The Demon Emperor's face was not very old, and his vitality seemed to be quite strong in Lu Yuan's opinion. He really couldn't figure out what he was doing by absorbing so much vitality.
You came after all, much earlier than the agreed time.
Zhulang also arrived shortly after, and everyone heard some incomprehensible words. But the Demon Emperor laughed after hearing this.
Almost. It feels like enough.
The Demon King glanced at the people around him, and said to Zhulang with a sneer. Zhulang also looked at Lu Yuan and the monsters in the peak forest, and said gently,
I'm glad I've been with you for so long.
After Zhulong said that, he opened his arms, and the Demon Emperor's body disintegrated instantly. Lu Yuan, who had collected the Demon Emperor's body parts, could see the clues at a glance. It was originally said that the Demon King's practice was to disperse the body everywhere to absorb energy. After the final recombination and resurrection, the strength would be greatly increased. Now it has disintegrated again, and the direction of the convergence is Zhulong. After the Demon Emperor's body touched the Candle Dragon, it directly turned into energy and entered his body. Not only did the Candle Dragon's energy surge again, but the Candle Dragon's vitality also became more vigorous.
Brother Zhulong.
You, Bai Qianqian said in surprise, as she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. The ferocious beasts of the Pinnacle Forest were speechless when they saw this scene. The most trusted boss of the Pinnacle Forest, Zhulong, who had always opposed killings and riots, was actually fused with the most bloodthirsty Demon King. Lu Yuan also looked at Zhulong in disbelief. This senior who guided his cultivation and taught him the Dian Shenlong Ju was actually related to the demon world. And it was also related to the Demon Emperor, the supreme ruler of the demon world. Or maybe the two of them were originally its oneness.
No need to be surprised. The Zhulong lineage has two attributes of yin and yang. The Demon Emperor of the demon realm is just a part of me that's separated, since the lower realm does not allow existence beyond the limit. Then two people who have reached the limit merge together, and what will happen?
Zhulong became crazy after receiving the energy of the Demon Emperor. The two energies in the body are still merging, and the entire Taoyuan world is trembling slightly.
If you still can't break through the limit of this world, what are your plans?
Lu Yuan took a few steps towards Zhulong and asked angrily. Zhulong smiled slightly and said without any concealment,
anyone here, among the monsters coming out of the peak forest, has not received my guidance? Dian Shenlong Ju is the best cultivation technique, and it can be easily taught to you. So you should think of the results. I don't want to kill you, but I want to return to the upper world. If the energy is not enough, I can only suck you dry.
Chapter 496, Opening the Heavenly Gate. As Zhulong finished speaking, the space in the entire area was locked. It was impossible to escape at this time.
Don't worry. Yi and I are destined to be together. He is the same kind of person as me, and he wants to break through the limits of this world. Although the directions are different, I can understand him, and I will not disturb his forging.
Zhulong stood with his hands behind his back. I can't tell what is going on in my mind. Lu Yuan looked at Yi and found that he didn't pay attention to everything going on around him. He was focused on forging. At this time, the ore had been tempered to the limit by the fire of its life source, and its shape had been stretched into long strips. But it will take some time before the sword is ready. Zhulong was not in a hurry, and stood quietly in the air. The two forces in his body were still merging, and the whole world was shaking more seriously, as if it would collapse at any time. Several more figures arrived quickly from the distance, and it turned out to be the four holy beasts rushing over. Lu Yuan secretly thought that something was not right. At this time, these people near the mountain peak might become the nutrition of the Zhulong. If the four sacred beasts were absorbed again, I am afraid that Taoyuan continent would really be hopeless.
Zhulong, your ancestors tried their best to leave the upper world and wanted to rule the lower world. I advise you not to try to open a passage to the upper world.
Xuanwu said sternly.
You are not qualified to tell me what to do.
Zhulong didn't take the four sacred beasts seriously. The four sacred beasts had just reached the mountain range, and they felt their whole body tightening, as if their throats were being restrained, without any chance of struggling. The Zhulong body has reached the pinnacle of this world, and the Demon King, who has been practicing for many years, has already surpassed the level 99 limit after reintegration. It is only a matter of time before he breaks through the limit. Lu Yuan knew that there was nothing he could do at this time, so he simply stopped caring about Zhulong and focused all his attention on Yi. Observing the details of this peak forging, Ouya's vitality is losing faster and faster. But the ore does not change when it is about to take shape. No matter how Ouya burns his life to increase the temperature of his flame, the ore never responds. If the stalemate continues, Ouya's vitality will eventually be consumed. The result of exhaustion. Ouya's aura reached its peak, and his body slowly floated in the air. He looked up to the sky and shouted as if to vent his anger.
The ZB changes fate against fate, and the calamity of the Son of God resolves the knot in the heart. The cause and effect are difficult to separate, and the awakening of the soul will naturally be clear.
Such a strong sword energy,
the sword master said with emotion as he cast his gaze on Yi. At this time, The sword shape has not yet been formed, but the sword energy has begun to become aggressive. Everyone present, except Zhulong, stepped back a few meters to stabilize their bodies.
Xiao Yuan, this is what I have followed all my life. To become my teacher.
Yi said one last word to Lu Yuan, and then his whole body began to burn. With Uya's final explosion, the ore finally turned into a sword shape. The yin and yang colored clouds gathered in the sky suddenly exploded, and a heavenly gate also opened. 2 attributes, one yin and one yang, fell on the sword. The pressure of heaven made everyone fall on the mountain peak, and even they were unable to control the air. Only Zhulong looked up at the heavenly gate, staring at the pressure and flying upward.
The name of the sword is Reincarnation.
After Yi said the last words, he burned out the last bit of life force, and then threw himself into the Samsara sword. After the sword was completed, the whole world seemed to have turned gray. After a long time, a glimmer of light illuminated the world again.
Forging a sword with the ultimate dead ore, and finally giving it the power of life. Grandmaster, you did it.
Lu Yuan's eyes became moist.
Has he become a sword spirit?
People around him asked. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Uya used all his will to forge the sword, and finally burned everything. Not even a trace of consciousness was left. The Samsara sword is just like its name. Those who die under its sword can only fall into reincarnation, and there is no way to survive or escape. Possible. The Samsara sword fell from the sky after absorbing the celestial phenomena, and inserted directly into the platform of the mountain with a swish sound. Everyone present knew that it was a treasure, but no one dared to come forward to fight for it, because the 4 sacred beasts and the sword master had already protected. Lu Yuan got up. The sword body of the Samsara sword is simple and gray overall. The hilt is 20 centimeters long with cross patterns. The pommel is a circular yin and yang pattern. The sword body is 70 centimeters long and 4 fingers wide. Although the blades on both sides are not polished, they are extremely sharp. Many diagonal lines on the sword form a diamond grid shape, with top quality, and the breath of life on the line shines like breathing, giving the lifeless sword a little more vitality. Lu Yuan stepped forward and pulled out the Samsara sword directly. The Samsara sword seemed to be very close to Lu Yuan, and the sword body trembled to express the closeness. Lu Yuan used the system to check the attributes of the Samsara sword, but the system was full of question marks whether it was level, attack power, or the attached entries and skills. It seemed that it really exceeded the limit of this world, and even the system couldn't identify. Look! Bai Qianqian's eyes were always focused on Zhulong, who had already flown near Tianmen. Lu Yuan raised his head, and found that Zhulong had indeed arrived in front of the Tianmen. The Tianmen that was originally about to be closed was propped open by its energy, and the celestial phenomenon did not disappear. Lu Yuangang wanted to step forward with his sword to stop him, but was stopped by the 4 holy beasts beside him.
The heavenly gate has been opened. It's useless for you to go. With your current strength, you can't stop him.
Zhilong stopped him.
Yes, if he dares to step into the heavenly gate and return to the upper realm. I'm afraid he won't be able to make waves with his strength.
Xuanwu also looked like he was looking forward to a good show. Lu Yuan was relieved after hearing this. Anyway, Zhulong wanted to break through the limit and return to the upper realm. Now if he really steps in, it will be a good thing for Taoyuan continent. While everyone was watching, a white figure flew into the air with all its strength. The strong pressure made her body tremble slightly, but it still could not stop her determination to move upward. Brother Zhulong, don't go in. It's dangerous inside.
After Bai Qianqian flew 100 meters, she still couldn't make any further progress, and could only shout loudly. Zhulong heard Bai Qianqian shout, but without looking back, he resolutely stepped towards the Tianmen. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky, and Zhulong, who had already stepped into the Tianmen, was still unable to pass. A tall middle-aged man appeared in the Tianmen, and his strong body knocked down Zhulong with just one punch.
Mortals in the lower realm have repeatedly tried to open the heavenly gate. Is this upper realm a place where you can come?
The middle-aged man stood aggressively in front of the heavenly gate and shouted loudly. Although Zhulong was blown away, he was not injured. He quickly stabilized his body and looked up to the sky.
With your little strength, why do you dare to say such big words?
Zhulong's momentum surged, showing no fear of the people guarding the Tianmen. The mysterious middle-aged man ignored Zhulong and instead focused on the mountain peak.
For holy beasts, how did you end up in this situation?
There was no excitement in the man's mouth about meeting old friends, but instead, there was a hint of ridicule. Chapter 497 Melee.
Thunder God. You are just a bottom god. Where do you get your sense of superiority?
Xuanwu retorted in the face of the man's ridicule.
Ha ha. You have been away for too long. And the upper world has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Anyway, you have been reduced to this. And you are not qualified to know about the things in the upper world.
Thunder God said domineeringly.
Have you finished talking nonsense? Today I have to return to the upper realm.
Seeing that the man ignored him, Zhulong suddenly felt insulted and yelled loudly.
There is no need to go back to the upper realm. Anyway, the upper realm has no spiritual energy. Let us come to the lower realm.
Another cold voice came from behind the Tianmin, followed by two enchanting women.
God of Destruction?
After the man known as the God of Destruction appeared, even Zhulong, who was full of confidence, changed his face drastically. If the Thunder God himself was still capable of fighting, facing the God of Destruction almost made him lose the confidence to fight.
What are you doing in the lower realm? Have you forgotten the treaty you made? Treaty? Those who made the treaty are dead. Now I am the rule.
The God of Destruction threatened.
For God, get rid of all the people below. Those who want to submit can stay as slaves. Those who don't want to submit will be killed without mercy.
The God of Destruction continued to order to the God of Thunder. The sudden change left everyone at a loss. One God of Thunder was already unstoppable. Not to mention that there were 3 helpers behind him. The strength of the 2 goddesses was acceptable. But the strength of the God of Destruction really made it impossible for anyone to resist. Hard. The people present are also the top experts in the human world. If the people present are unable to compete, then the biggest crisis in the human world will come again. I thought that the Demon Emperor would be the biggest threat. But now it seems that Zhulong's strength is nothing more than a small one. The God of Destruction did not take action himself, but sent the God of Thunder to deal with everyone. In their eyes, the people in the lower world are undoubtedly ants, and are not worthy of everyone's action. The God of Thunder was wrapped with thunder and lightning, and his muscles surged when he was about to take action. After practicing to their level, ordinary weapons are no longer available. And the best weapon is your own body. Thor's first target is naturally Zhulong. In their eyes, Zhulong is the only one who is still a bit of a threat. And the rest are just selling out. Zhulong was not afraid, and faced him directly with his claws. Lu Yuan could feel that Zhulong's aura was not stable. And it should be that he had not completely integrated with the Demon Emperor. However, even so, Zhulong fought against the Thunder God, not falling behind. The collision of their fists and claws caused energy resonance between heaven and earth. The originally violent wind and snow calmed down instantly, replaced by lightning and thunder, as well as the 2 attributes of flickering light and dark. Although Thor has the upper hand in terms of overall strength, Zhulong is still stronger in combat experience and ability. It is obvious that the peaceful days in the upper world have made Thor forget the feeling between life and death. In just a few rounds, Zhulong scratched several bloody wounds on Thor's chest. Although Thor quickly stopped the bleeding, the wounds could not heal anyway.
Trash. You go deal with that trash. Leave it to me.
The God of Destruction said impatiently. The God of Destruction was very fast. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Zhulong. He punched out, and Zhulong was blown away without even reacting. On the other side, the God of Thunder rushed to Lu Yuan's side full of anger. At the same time, there were 2 goddesses. The 2 weakest goddesses also broke through the 99th level. So for everyone, each of these 3 gods in the upper world is an extreme challenge. The strength of the 4 holy beasts has weakened too seriously. At this time, their strength is not as good as that of the ferocious beasts in the peak forest. Thousands of years of sealing and the loss of vitality make them reluctant to stay aside in this situation. Watch the battle. The Candle Dragon can still fight back and forth against the Thunder God, but the ferocious beasts can only be beaten. And every blow from the Thunder God will cause minor injuries. Even the most powerful tyrant bears and gluttons can't resistance. The sword master held the Lin Yuan sword in his hand and was fighting one of the goddesses. Although there was a gap in strength, the exquisite swordsmanship could still cause some suppression. Bai Qianqian was entangled with another goddess. Although she was always at a disadvantage, Bai Qianqian was at a disadvantage. Qianqian's charming power has made great achievements many times, and can always make the goddess stop at critical moments. Lu Yuan took out his sword box and stood on the mountain. The Yongye sword, Thunder sword, and Shadowless sword felt the breath of the Samsara sword, and they all trembled. They were all forged by the lineage of the god of Craftsman. The relationship between the swords it seems to resonate. Lu Yuan flew up, ignoring the battle on the Thunder God's side, and flew straight in the direction of Bai Qianqian. At this moment, the only way to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers was to go all out to fight against the god. Bai Qianqian can occasionally charm the goddess, which is why Lu Yuan chooses to help her. Holding the samsara sword tightly in his hand, Yong Yi, Lei Jian and Wu Ying also followed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's swordsmanship was mastered by the master of swordsmen, and the weapon in his hand could kill gods. He used the sword move Wandering Dragon, and used his body to move erratically to attack the goddess. Although the two goddesses are stronger than Lu Yuan and others, in the upper world, they are just tools to serve the god of destruction and provide him with sexual pleasure. It can be said that they have no strength, but no super fighting power. Sure enough, when Bai Qianqian succeeded in seducing the goddess again, and the goddess was lost in thought, Lu Yuan made a move of sword dance. The chaotic sword energy left hundreds of wounds on the goddess' body, and the power of the samsara sword was also unleashed. Not only was the bleeding from the wound unable to be stopped, it was as if the goddess's soul had fallen into reincarnation, and the goddess's body instantly fell from the air. Go! Lu Yuan made a sword gesture with his hand, and the three weapons behind him rushed straight away as if they had a telepathic connection, instantly piercing the goddess's body and nailing her to the ground. Breaking void, a ray of sword energy shot out of the air and directly beheaded the dying goddess, knowing the last bit of her life. Although the sword master on the other side always suppressed the other goddess, the Lin Yuan sword in his hand was Oye's early work after all, and it was unable to break the seemingly light and fluffy belt of the goddess. Lu Yuan finally understood the power of the weapons in his hands. This was the difference between levels. He could easily break through the defense, but although the sword master's sword skills were better than his own, he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. He said it's really ironic. Zhu Xian, the sword master, was also angered, and he directly used the ninth sword in the swordsmanship. The sword master used this sword with far more power than Lu Yuan used. The powerful pressure made both the god of thunder and the god of destruction look sideways. It's just that the goddess has already been locked, and no one can resist this sword. The god of thunder and the god of destruction obviously will not bear such a level of attack because of the goddess. Chapter 498. The sword is broken. Facing the sword master's angry blow, the goddess finally couldn't resist, and was directly defeated by the sword move Gu Xian, and was directly slapped on the mountain. The sword master thrust out his sword at random again, but this time the goddess was unable to defend herself, and was directly pierced through the throat by the tip of the sword. After the sword master eliminated the goddess, he suddenly looked at Lu Yuan and said with emotion, "I have practiced swords all my life, and I have always thought that the way of swordsmanship and sword intention are far superior to foreign objects. The only person who made me change my mind is your ancestor Oyi." Lu Yuan was slightly stunned, and realized that the sword master was talking about the samsara sword. Even one of his juniors could easily kill the goddess with the samsara sword in his hand, but the sword master had to spend a lot of effort. Giving a sword to a hero. Perhaps senior sword master can better demonstrate its strength. Lu Yuan threw the samsara sword over without hesitation. The sword master smiled slightly when he took the sword, looked at it carefully, and threw the samsara sword back to Lu Yuan. The Lin Yuan sword may not be as good as these swords of yours, but it has been with me all my life. Just now, I have had doubts about my swordsmanship. If I continue to abandon my partners, my swordsmanship will plummet. Saint smiled. While the two were talking, the ferocious beasts in the Peak Sun Forest had been defeated by the god of thunder. Their originally strong bodies were covered in bruises, and could not even maintain their human form. The god of thunder also set his sights on the four holy beasts. The god of thunder's movements and attacks both contain the element of thunder. Not only is he very fast, but his attacks also have a very strong paralysis effect. The monsters rely on their physical strength to fight, but now they encounter an enemy who is physically stronger than themselves. Naturally, he was completely suppressed and had no chance to resist. Senior Sword Master, how about we attack together? Lu Yuan said to the Sword Master. Good. Lu Yuan and Juggernaut rushed towards the Thunder God together, while Bai Qianqian flew towards Zhulong regardless of her own safety. At this time, Zhulong was not optimistic. The energy of the God of Destruction had super destructive power. The speed was suppressed, and his fists hit the flesh. The powerful destructive power continued to pour into Zhulong's body. Even though Zhulong's body was strong, he was still constantly being attacked. Erosion. It may not take long for Zhulong to be defeated. The disparity in strength is so huge that Zhulong will be hit hard. The Zhulong lineage is just a race that cannot survive in the upper realm, having survived in the lower realm for thousands of years. Has it made you inflated? The god of destruction punched out again. Zhulong tried his best to block it with his arms, but was still blown away. Moreover, his arms were invaded by destructive energy, and he may not be able to launch attacks in a short time. Zhulong reluctantly returned to his original form, and Bai Qianqian also stood in front of Zhulong. Even though the enemy came from the upper realm, and even though he might not be able to block it with a punch, Bai Qianqian still charged forward resolutely. On the other side, the sword master flexibly stood in front of the thunder god. The long sword in his hand did not collide with the thunder god, but every sword hit the thunder god's vital points. Even if the thunder god's body was strong, he would not dare to let such a master of swordsmanship do whatever he wanted. Attack. Although Lu Yuan is slightly weaker, he should not be underestimated. His swordsmanship is already proficient, and the Samsara sword in his hand is full of threats. Not only that, each of the 3 weapons flying behind Lu Yuan was extraordinary. The god of thunder even felt that his thunder element was being continuously sucked away by the sword behind him. If we talk about using thunder, even if the god of thunder comes from the upper world, the thunder spirit has experienced the baptism of thunder for thousands of years, and can be said to be a thunder itself. The thunder and lightning of the god of thunder can just be used as nourishment.
Lu Yuan, watch carefully. This is my 10th sword,
the sword master said. The sword master felt the gap between himself and the thunder god. After several battles, he did not dare to waste his energy anymore, and simply used his 10th sword. Lu Yuan once saw Mou use his 10th sword. Mou proved his way by killing, and the 10th sword was even more powerful, killing demon generals of the same level instantly. Now that the sword master has spent his whole life using the 10th sword, I don't know what it will be like, or whether it can create miracles. The sword master pointed the tip of the sword downward, and the Lin Yuan sword floated on the sword master's chest. He pinched the sword with his hand, and split the Lin Yuan sword into thousands of pieces in an instant. Sword prison. As the sword master shouted softly, the tip of the Lin Yuan sword pointed directly at the god of thunder. The continuously split Lin Yuan sword spread again, forming a huge ball that firmly trapped the god of thunder in the middle. Lu Yuan recognized this technique, another specialty of the sword master. Sword control.
False is real. Real is fictitious. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Each of these tens of thousands of swords is fake, but each one is real. To kill someone, one sword is enough.
Sheng seemed to be explaining to Lu Yuan. As the sword master waved his sword skills, tens of thousands of swords quickly contracted and stabbed the thunder god in the center.
Do ordinary people dare to dream of killing gods?
The god of thunder roared loudly, and the thunder elements in his body instantly spread out, and tens of thousands of swords were all wrapped in thunder and lightning. The sword master urged the Lin Yuan sword with all his strength, but saw the god of thunder showing an evil smile, punching out with all his strength, and attacking one of the swords. Thunder god punched the locked sword, and the sword shattered with a sound, and the sword master spat out a mouthful of blood. The god of thunder thought he had succeeded, but unexpectedly his back hurt when the same sword pierced his body. Then other swords arrived one after another, but Thor used his fist to protect himself firmly, and the other swords failed to break through the defense. Puff. The sword master couldn't help but spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. His 10th sword was broken, and the sword attack backfired and seriously injured him. Through the characteristics of thunder and lightning, the god of thunder found the original body of the sword Saint Sword Zhao Lin Yuan sword, because the rest was transformed by the energy of the sword, and only a real sword would have conductive properties. After destroying the main body of Lin Yuan's sword, although the other energy swords full of sword intent are also very powerful, it is not so easy to seriously injure yourself. The sword that hits your back is just barely able to break through your defense. Before Thor could feel proud, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind him. He tried to escape, but was still stabbed by a sword. The sneak attacker was Lu Yuan. The Samsara sword was far more sharp than the Lin Yuan sword. Not only did it easily pierce the back of the god of thunder, it also sucked in his soul. Such an understatement of the sword actually succeeded. Killing God.
Grandmaster Uya, have you seen it? This is a weapon you forged that goes beyond the limits. So what if the opponent is a god?
Lu Yuan was not happy for killing the god of thunder. Instead, he was happy for Oyi. If Oyi had not died, he would have been very happy to see this scene. When the god of thunder fell, the sword master also endured the fall on the mountain peak. Looking at the Lin Yuan sword broken in half in his hand, there was no regret or loss in his eyes, but a sense of relief.
Senior Sword Saint,
Lu Yuan asked with concern.
It doesn't matter. Us old guys will have to leave the stage sooner or later. But we can't fulfill our promise to our old friends. And we may not have the chance to continue to help you defeat your enemies.
The sword master said calmly, the anger in his eyes gradually disappearing. After many years of practicing swordsmanship, the sword master has already become one with the sword. Where the sword is, the person is there. And the sword dies, and the person dies. Chapter 499 Fong Di's preaching. The sword master of the generation fell. And Lu Yuan's heart suddenly became heavy. The sword skills taught by the sword master can be said to have changed Lu Yuan's fighting style, maximizing the effectiveness of the weapons forged by Lu Yuan. And the sword master was both a teacher and a friend. Identity. Although there are not many opportunities to come into contact with it, always warms Lu Yuan's heart. Lu Yuan put the sword master's body aside, and the Lin Yuan sword was also placed beside him. If the entire army was wiped out in this battle, there would be no burial. If this battle could be won, the sword master's funeral would naturally be taken care of. After picking up the mood, the battle in the sky was still not optimistic. Bai Qianqian's blocking in front of Zhulong had no effect at all. Instead, the god of destruction grabbed his throat with one hand. For some unknown reason, Bai Qianqian was not seriously injured. Suddenly he felt a pair of eyes next to him staring at him. Lu Yuan turned around and realized that it was Fong Di.
The demon emperor is already in crisis. As a prince, you don't want to help?
Lu Yuan asked. Fong Di spread his hands and said,
You are not a prince. You are just able to forge equipment. That's why I have this identity. I am not good at fighting. I can protect me at the level of Mr. Bai. The above kind of protection is okay.
We are not qualified to fight at this level.
Fong Di was neither humble nor arrogant, and did not feel there was any shame in his lack of strength.
If I don't help, I won't help. Why are you always staring at me?
Lu Yuan said extremely impatiently.
When is the competition going on?
Fong Di asked inappropriately.
Now is the time to talk about this? If Zhulong is defeated, we will all die. So why talk about forging?
Lu Yuan said speechlessly. Unexpectedly, Fong Di was still thinking about this kind of thing at this time.
We are going to die anyway. Why not decide the winner at the last moment?
Fong Di looked calm, and he was still thinking about forging.
It makes sense to decide the winner with me. If you want to reach the pinnacle of forging, why not fight against the sky like my ancestor? I don't have that strength yet. Now I can only regard you as a target.
Fong Di was honest. Lu Yuan looked at the stalemate in the battle in the air, then at the downtown Aiqiongqi and other monsters, as well as the 4 holy beasts who looked unwilling, and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart.
You already have the transcendent Samsara sword in your hand. If you can forge a set of top-notch armor, I believe even the god of destruction will have a hard time defeating you.
Fong Di continued to encourage.
What's the use? I don't have the right materials at hand now. And how can I forge it with such a messed up mind? Taishan collapsed in front without changing his expression. Your ancestor did it. It seems that worrying about some things is useless.
Fong Di also raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling helpless in his tone.
I have anywhere you want.
Fong Di opened his storage bag without hesitation.
Originally, I wanted to use colorful stones and combine the power of the 5 elements with the 4 holy beasts to create a set of armor that is both offense and defense. But my master is not very optimistic about it. Master leads me in. Cultivation is personal. Your master has his own forging philosophy. You should also believe in yourself. If you just study step by step, how can you surpass your predecessors?
Fong Di actually started to lecture.
What? Still can't figure it out?
Fong Di continued to ask.
Shouldn't we be enemies? There are only ideas and no good or evil in the process of forging. Has no one ever used the weapons you forged in your lifetime to kill good people?
You live a very free and easy life,
Lu Yuan said with emotion.
It's because you live too rigidly. People have to live for themselves. Whether it's your ancestor, the candle dragon in front of you, or the god of destruction, which one doesn't live for his own beliefs, and which one is in his own right? Have you ever considered others on your way?
Fong Di continued. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned when he was told this. Fong Di seemed young, but he saw things very clearly. As a person who grew up in traditional education, he didn't know how to refute for a while.
Okay, there is no retreat anyway, so let's just give it a try.
Lu Yuan made up his mind.
I have a lot of colorful stones, and there are also a lot of ores with other attributes. You can take it yourself.
Fong Di threw the storage bag directly.
Isn't it a competition? Give it all to me. What do you use?
Fong Di smiled slightly and said,
You can just forge it, as long as I see the result of your forging. I will know whether I can defeat you. I will try my best to help you protect the law.
Lu Yuan didn't expect Fang Di to say such words. But since he had already decided, he might as well try to see if he could cooperate with the 4 holy beasts to forge a set of equipment that exceeded the limits. The 4 sacred beasts were listening to the conversation between the two. Seeing that Lu Yuan wanted to start forging, they also decided to follow the original plan and cooperate with Lu Yuan to build equipment. But the first problem soon appeared. The multicolored stone contains rich power of the 5 elements. The fire attribute in the power of the 5 elements is not weaker than Lu Yuan's original fire. Even the effect of his own earth-centered flame crystal hammer is not weak. Obvious. Seeing this, the 4 holy beasts looked at each other and were arranged in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and their own energy continued to flow towards Lu Yuan in the middle.
Boy! In the final analysis, our 4 holy beasts are to blame for all this. If we hadn't helped separate the various realms, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a disaster. At this point, we, the 4 holy beasts, are willing to risk everything. I hope you won't let us disappointed.
Xuanwu's voice sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan felt the power of the 4 holy beasts, and knew that the 4 holy beasts wanted to sacrifice themselves to fulfill themselves. But it was useless to resist. Seniors,
don't talk. Concentrate on absorbing the power. And try your best to do what you want to do.
The divine dragon art in Lu Yuan's body started to operate automatically. And the power of the 4 holy beasts began to automatically circle around Lu Yuan's body, coupled with the characteristics of his own Qiankun Heart Sutra that encompasses all things. The energy that was originally difficult to digest was quickly absorbed by Lu Yuan. With the power of the 5 elements of the 4 holy beasts, the attributes in Lu Yuan's body also began to change, and Lu Yuan's strength also began to skyrocket. Although the strength of the 4 holy beasts dropped sharply, the 4-in-1 situation was enough to this allow Lu Yuan to reach the pinnacle of this world, and even break through the limitations of this world. After a while, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. The power of the 4 sacred beasts was still being absorbed. An automatic assembly line had even been formed. The multicolored stones in front of him that were difficult to smelt also began to melt. Not limited to shape forging, Lu Yuan also learned Oye's forging method. Using the passive attribute of the heart's eye, coupled with the illusory big hand and illusory forging hammer transformed by his own energy, the multicolored stone began to continuously change its shape. Fang Di looked at Lu Yuan with an envious look. But he was not jealous. For someone who only thinks about forging, it is a kind of enjoyment to see someone stronger than himself forging. Chapter 504 Holy War Armors. As the equipment gradually took shape, the power of the 4 holy beasts began to pour into it. The green dragon had the strongest vitality, so the power of the green dragon penetrated directly into the helmet, and the helmet gradually turned into the shape of a dragon's head, which was extremely powerful. The white tiger's attack is good at tearing, and it has the 5 elements of gold and wind attributes, so the power of the white tiger penetrates directly into the boots and gauntlets, making the attacks with both hands sharper and the movement of the feet lighter. Xuanwu is good at defense, so the power of Xuanwu still forms the backbone of the body, including the armor and leggings. The soil of the 5 elements enhances defense, and the water of the 5 elements serves as a bridge of communication throughout the body. Suzaku belongs to fire, and a pair of huge Suzaku wings take shape behind the armor. Different from the feathers of the holy beast, the metal wing frames have a more mechanical feel. As time went by, the bodies of the 4 holy beasts began to fade, and finally they were all invested in the equipment. Originally, the equipment only had colorful stones as the main body, with the bodies of the 4 sacred beasts as supports. It became more plump, and the shape became more vivid. The rapid prototyping of the equipment is not as colorful as imagined. The whole thing is mainly white, but the colorful colors only appear in key parts as embellishments. The Qinglong helmet is more vivid, and the dragon eyes on the helmet are also active, which can actually help to observe the surrounding situation. The 2 tiger heads are separated on both sides of the shoulders to form shoulder pads. The arms extend from the tiger's mouth and look very domineering. The armor on the body has sharp edges and corners. It looks very tough when it goes up. The Xuanwu head looms on the chest. Although the wings are made of metal, they are bright red. When they are waved, the fire element between heaven and earth also stirs, with the help of the 4 holy beasts regardless of their own sacrifice. Lu Yuan's forging was a success. The 4 holy beasts not only created this set of equipment, but also left all their cultivation energy to Lu Yuan, causing Lu Yuan's level to soar rapidly, reaching this world. At the peak, Lu Yuan didn't know whether he had broken through to the upper level. After being equipped, colorful rays of light came from all directions. The heavenly gate opened wide again, and several terrifying forces rushed out of the heavenly gate and fell directly on the armor. Lu Yuan directly named it after the four saints, and named the armor Four Saints War Armor.
Lu Yuan, we have not disappeared. Maybe one day the world will return to peace, and when our strength is restored, we will have the opportunity to separate from the equipment and reshape the body.
After Lu Yuan took over the Four Saints' armor, he suddenly heard what the holy beast said to him. Although his physical body was integrated into the equipment, his spiritual consciousness remained intact. It was just a different form.
Congratulations! You have actually forged equipment of the same level as the Samsara sword.
Fong Di congratulated. Lu Yuan shook his head and said,
The heavenly gate has been opened, and there is far less pressure during forging. In addition, the four holy beasts sacrificed themselves to help, so the four holy armor seem to be on par with the Samsara sword. There is still a big distance between Master Uya and me. In any case, you have indeed forged equipment that transcends this world. Calling you a craftsman god is not a compliment.
Fong Di continued. Lu Yuan looked at Fong Di in surprise and said doubtfully,
You seem to be too enthusiastic about me.
Fong Di smiled slightly, but there was an extra ring in his hand. The ring had a strange shape and exquisite workmanship. The shape of a small hammer on it was a symbol of the lineage of the god of craftsmanship.
You? Master Uya once traveled in the demon world, and I got his guidance. Although I am in the demon clan, he told me that forging should not be divided into races, high and low, only forging with that heart unchanged. No matter where you are and no matter what method you use, you can become a craftsman,
Fong Di explained with a smile.
By the way, based on the time of entry, you can still be regarded as my junior brother.
Fong Di continued without any surprise. The god of destruction in the sky was still ravaging by Qianqian, and Zhulong was beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. After merging with the demon emperor, he was still no match for the god of destruction. At this time, his body was already scarred, and even after transforming into his original form, he still could not withstand the destruction god's attack. The sudden celestial phenomenon, coupled with the increase in Lu Yuan's strength. Although he was still not taken seriously by the god of destruction, he felt faintly uneasy in his heart. Lu Yuan put on the Four Saints' armor without hesitation, stopped chatting with Fong Di, and directly waved his Suzaku wings to fly into the air. With the blessing of the power of the Four Saints, the pressure of the god of destruction would no longer have any effect on Lu Yuan. After all, in their heyday, the four holy beasts were far more powerful than the god of destruction.
I don't want to interfere with matters in the upper world. I'll give you a chance. Now go back, and I will pretend that nothing happened.
Lu Yuan pointed at the god of destruction with the Samsara sword in his hand.
Ha ha. Even a young kid dares to show off his power to me. Since you also want to die, I'll let you die.
The god of destruction twisted Bai Qianqian's neck hard, and Bai Qianqian, who was still in human form, suddenly turned into the shape of a nine-tailed fox. He threw the lifeless Bai Qianqian away with a casual throw. However, the attack of the god of destruction was not over yet. The body disappeared from the place again. When it reappeared, the target was not Lu Yuan, but the seriously injured Zhulong. A powerful punch hit Zhulong directly on the head. Zhulong's huge his body couldn't bear the fall from the air.
Since the little candle dragon lineage has left the upper world, just stay down below. Your ancestors chose to leave because they couldn't survive. What can you change?
The god of destruction said murderously. Zhulong's huge body hit the mountain peak, causing an avalanche and directly burying Zhulong's body inside. Lu Yuan watched Zhulong being beaten, and his mood was a little complicated. At this time, he couldn't tell whether Zhulong was good or bad. He said it was good, but it merged with the demon emperor, and also had the idea of sucking all the creatures from the lower world dry. It is said that it is bad, but its ideas have not been implemented. In fact, it's not that Zhulong has no chance, but he feels that his strength has exceeded the limit of this world, and is enough to return to the upper world. However, the upper world is far from as good as he imagined. The god of destruction's body disappeared again. Not because he used space magic to teleport or anything like that, but because it was fast enough and difficult to see with the naked eye. However, Lu Yuan's mental vision has reached its peak, and with the help of the Four Saints armored Qinglong to observe the surroundings, Lu Yuan has a clear idea of the god of destruction's movement trajectory. The divine fist of destruction. The god of destruction punched out. Lu Yuan spread Suzaku's wings and stood still. holding a shield with his left hand. A multicolored light shield appeared out of thin air, and actually blocked the God of Destruction's blow. The God of Destruction only felt a numbness in his arms. Not only did the power of destruction fail to penetrate into Lu Yuan's body, but it actually backfired. The world between heaven and earth is nothing more than yin-yang and the 5 elements. Even if there are thousands of changes, they are transformed from this. Although your destructive energy is strong, it is just a change of the 5 elements gold. Now that I have the power of the 5 elements, he is no longer my opponent. Lu Yuan said loudly to the God of Destruction in front of him. Chapter 501 Destroying God. The God of Destruction looked at the kid in front of him in disbelief. Not long ago, he was just an ant. In just a short while, he actually had the strength to challenge himself. Your abilities are all forcibly instilled from outside. You can't last long in this state. Even if I can't kill you, you can't kill me. The God of Destruction punched quickly again. Even if the destructive energy couldn't work, pure physical strength would work on its own. He is also better than the boy in front of him. Lu Yuan activated his energy to expand the range of the 5 elements shield. Suzaku's wings spread with all their strength to control his body, preventing him from being repelled by the powerful force. The Samsara sword in his right hand has already thrust out. The most common first form of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master. Stab. The God of Destruction was able to dominate the upper world, so he was naturally a powerful figure. When he felt the sharp sword, he did not dodge, but quickly moved his arm around the tip of the sword, flicked the sword with his index and middle fingers, and thrust out the sword directly. The strength of the long sword was released, and he kicked the 5 elements shield with his feet to quickly distance himself. After the God of Destruction pulled away, he threw his right hand to his side, and a spear appeared out of thin air. You can be proud of yourself if you can force me to use weapons. The God of Destruction became serious. The God of Destruction's shooting skills were fierce. After taking out the weapon, he seemed to be a different person. The destructive power of the tip of the gun was even greater. Lu Yuan felt the powerful attack power, and did not dare to continue to use the 5 elements shield to resist. He used Suzaku wings, and White Tiger to the speed boost of the boots started to move around. Lu Yuan's swordsmanship is mainly based on agility, and the armor on his body and the long sword in his hand are not ordinary things, which makes the God of Destruction even more stressed every time. Every inch is stronger, every inch is shorter, and every inch is more dangerous. Finally, after a spear from the God of Destruction pierced the air, Lu Yuan dodged it and stabbed the God of Destruction in the left rib with the Samsara sword in his hand. Needless to say, the sharpness of the Samsara sword was so great that blood spurted out after being pierced by the sword. On the other hand, the God of Destruction seemed to have succeeded in his evil plan. He directly grabbed the Samsara sword with his left hand and threw the spear into the air with his right hand, with the tip of the spear pointed directly at Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan drew his sword without moving, knowing that he would not be able to dodge the spear if he continued. After all, the God of Destruction was stronger than himself. Even if the 4 Saints' armor had amazing defense, he would not dare to touch his head with the enemy's spear. In desperation, Lu Yuan could only retreat quickly, and the Samsara sword was released. Humph! The 9 swords and the 10 swords are all on par with me, but they only rely on this sword. Without the sword, I see what you can do to me. The God of Destruction laughed. Although there are 3 weapons behind Lu Yuan, they are far from the Samsara sword and the spear in the God of Destruction. If they are used rashly, they will only cause a devastating blow to the weapons. The God of Destruction held the Destruction spear in one hand and the Samsara sword in the other. Both spears and swords were top-notch treasures. Without giving Lu Yuan much time to think, he flew out and attacked again. Facing the powerful attack from the God of Destruction, Lu Yuan relaxed, and his hands drew thousands of palm shadows as if they were illusory, making it difficult to tell the real ones. The God of Destruction was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the palm skills of the boy in front of him were not weaker than his sword skills. On the contrary, there was something even more elusive than when using a sword. Ordinary people only know that Lu Yuan is well equipped and has practiced swordsmanship to perfection, but they all forget that he has been practicing palm since he was a child. And the Qianquan palm is combined with the Qianquan Heart Sutra. But the system determines that it is 1 level higher than the Dian Shenlong Ju grade. The Endless Universe. The Qianquan palm technique was used again, and Lu Yuan had a new understanding. It seemed that all the power in the world was for his own use, and the shadow of the palm technique was endless and boundless. Although the God of Destruction was a little uncertain, He could only bite the bullet and continue to attack. He thrust out a spear, but was pushed away by a shadow. The samsara sword slashed horizontally, but his wrist was blocked. The sword in his hand could not do anything. Go one step further. Pa pa pa. 3 dazzling palms hit the god of destruction on the chest, and actually knocked the god of destruction away. The palm shadows in the sky instantly gathered on the right palm. Suzaku's wings trembled. He caught up with the god of destruction and hit the chest with all his strength. One throw of heaven and earth. The armor on the god of destruction was broken immediately, and there was an extra palm mark on the back of his heart.
Strength is measured. Intention is infinite. Relaxation is measured. Force is strong and follows the trend.
Lu Yuan muttered words. His hands became elusive again, and the palm shadows that were originally gathered in one palm once again surged toward the god of destruction overwhelmingly. Great 9 heavens. As the saying goes, it is better to receive 10 punches than 1 slap. Although the god of destruction's body was strong, he was slapped on the chest by Lu Yuan 4 consecutive times. At this time, he only felt that the blood in his body was blocked, and he was unable to exert any strength for a moment. The great 9 heavenly palms came overwhelmingly, directly submerging the body of the god of destruction. Each palm seemed to be a shadow, but when it fell on him, it was a real attack. After retracting the palm technique, Lu Yuan was also out of breath. On the other hand, the god of destruction was even more embarrassed. He was holding his chest, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The spear and samsara sword in his hand were missing.
Sword comes!
Lu Yuan shouted loudly, and the samsara sword flew back and fell into his hand.
You don't use swords like that, so I'll show you my 10th sword,
Lu Yuan said expressionlessly. At this time, the god of destruction had decided to give up, but it was already too late.
The 10th sword points to the universe.
The sky and the earth flickered suddenly, and Lu Yuan's figure also appeared and disappeared. When it was daylight, Lu Yuan was still 100 meters away. When it turned dark and then lighted up, Lu Yuan had already appeared in front of him. There was no trace of him. It felt like the sky was getting dark again. When he opened his eyes, Lu Yuan's figure had disappeared. He could clearly feel that Lu Yuan was behind him, but he couldn't twist his head. The next second his head was severed, and the god of destruction fell. Lu Yuan stood proudly in the sky, looking at the people below, and then looked up at the Tianmen in the sky. He swung his sword and directly destroyed the Tianmen, and peace was restored between heaven and earth.
Aren't you going to go in and take a look?
Fang Di suddenly asked after seeing Lu Yuan fall to the ground. Lu Yuan smiled and said,
Compared to those illusory things, I want to cherish the present and the people in front of me more. I'm leaving.
Fang Di also said low with a smile and waved goodbye.
No more competition?
Lu Yuan asked.
What's more? You win this time. Let's see who can rely on his own strength first to open the door to that day again.
Fang Di left without looking back. Lu Yuan watched Fang Di leave and went straight to Bai Qianqian. He found that her breath was weak and she might die at any time. The only reason why she was holding her breath was to wait for news about Zhulong. Lu Yuan slowly injected the power of the green dragon into Bai Qianqian's body, which allowed Bai Qianqian to recover a little.
Senior Zhulong, are we still fighting? We won't go to the upper realm. Right.
Lu Yuan turned around and spoke loudly to the avalanche below the mountain. The thick snowdrift shook a few times, and the candle dragon flew up with difficulty. It endured serious injuries and transformed into a human form, finally landing where everyone was.
That's all. That's all.
Maybe I was wrong from the beginning.
Chapter 502 Finale.
Since we're not going to fight, how about we make an agreement?
Lu Yuan said, looking at the embarrassed Zhulong.
No need. I will hide from the world and never show up.
Zhulong knew what Lu Yuan meant and saw that Lu Yuan had no murderous intentions. So he said directly without being pretentious,
in the first chapter of the agreement, take Bai Qianqian with you. He has been waiting for you for thousands of years. Don't let her down this time.
Lu Yuan ignored Zhulong's words and said to himself. Hearing this, Zhulong glanced at the weak Bai Qianqian, bent down to pick him up, and nodded.
Chapter 2 of the agreement. Find a secluded place and tell me. When you have nothing to do, I will go to your place to join in the fun.
Zhulong glanced at Lu Yuan in surprise, and suddenly said,
Aren't you afraid that my recovery from injury will be detrimental to you? You have learned the Dian Shenlong Ju. As long as I have a thought, I can drain your cultivation in an instant. After all, only our Zhulong lineage is the master of this technique.
Lu Yuan smiled mysteriously and said,
If you have that thought, you may be the one who is drained.
Lu Yuan held Zhulong's arm. The universe began to move, and Zhulong was relieved after a moment.
I didn't expect your boy to have such a powerful skill. I really don't know how such a thing can live in the world. What is the third chapter?
Zhulong shook his head and smiled bitterly.
The 3 chapters of the treaty are just a meaning. They don't necessarily have to be 3 treaties. By the way, let the demons go home in the 3rd one. I hope they can coexist peacefully in the future. In the center of the pinnacle forest. All beasts should avoid it. And strangers should not enter. I will go there. You can come when you want. With your strength. The monster beasts on the periphery may not be able to stop you. The monster beasts in the core are also here. You all know me. See you later, brat.
Zhulong looked at Lu Yuan with admiration, and then left with the seriously injured beasts. Zhulong's gentle eyes reminded Lu Yuan of how serious it was when it taught him. Zhulong did not answer the last question, but it's obviously just a matter of one sentence.
Pursuing the limit itself is not a mistake. It's just whether the means and methods can be accepted by others.
Lu Yuan said with emotion. People on the mountain peak left one after another, and Lu Yuan disappeared with the sword master's body. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the former residence of the sword master. Unexpectedly, this time in order to repay the favor of his ancestor. The sword master actually took his own life. Lu Yuan activated the original fire to repair the Lin Yuan sword, although it was no longer as sharp as before. What the sword master needed might just be its companionship. After burying the sword master and Lin Yuan's sword together, Lu Yuan returned to the Doqi Empire, and the 3 women were waiting for Lu Yuan's return.
How is Lu Yuan? Was the forging successful? Did the Demon King appear? Was the battle won?
Fong Rou rushed forward and asked in one breath. Xiao Lui and Li Tong smiled behind them and said nothing. It was enough for Lu Yuan to return safely.
It's over. Everything is over.
Lu Yuan said softly.
Then where are we going?
Fong Rou continued to ask.
Why don't you go home first? After sending you back? I have one more thing to do.
Along the way back, the demon army had evacuated, and celebration banquets were held everywhere. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not stop.
Aren't you going to take care of the grudges between the Holy City and other countries?
Li Tong suddenly asked during the flight.
There is no external invasion. If they insist on war, I can influence the outcome. But I don't want to care about it. Although we can save the world, we can't save people's hearts.
Lu Yuan said with a smile. Everything has been resolved. Feeling relaxed inside, after Lu Yuan sent the 3 girls home, he got up and flew to the already abandoned Taoyuan building. On the top floor of the building, the dilapidated building has been repaired with steel, and there is still a person working crazily inside.
Professor Sun, are you okay?
Lu Yuan's voice appeared from behind the busy people.
The man stopped his research and looked at Lu Yuan behind him in surprise. The remote control in his hand was secretly ready.
Don't waste time. I understand your abilities, but you may not know my current strength. Let's have a good talk.
Lu Yuan was already behind the man as he spoke, and the remote control in the man's hand didn't know when it reached Lu Yuan's hand.
How do you know I'm not dead?
The man looked surprised.
The Demon Emperor was present when you died, so when your spirit turned into data and escaped, you couldn't escape his eyes.
Lu Yuan explained nonchalantly.
Are you here to kill me? You said that you have devoted your life to scientific research. It is undeniable that your research results are very powerful. But in the end, your ambitions became too big. You were given 2 paths: integrate with your scientific research results, or die. What do you mean? What I mean is, get the Taoyuan game running again, with you as the new mastermind. The war is over, and it's time for people to return to normal.
After a long time, Professor Sun gave up resistance in despair.
You know it takes time to rebuild. Give you a year. You know you can't run away.
Lu Yuan imposed a seal of the power of the 5 elements on Professor Sunday. As long as Professor Sun made any changes, or tried to leave his current body by seizing his body, the power of the 5 elements would instantly explode and kill him. 1 year later.
Have you heard? Taoyuan will be reopened soon, and the previous data and information will be inherited. Hey! What a pity. I still like the way of fighting with real swords and guns. Although Taoyuan is real, it is still a game after all. I don't like it. I still think it's good to be resurrected after death.
Okay.
You 2 stop inking and hurry up and queue up. You won't be able to buy equipment for a while.
Over the course of a year, social order was gradually restored. Although the city was not completely restored, people in this world finally lived a normal life. The same is true for other continents that have been integrated. Human technological civilization has gradually penetrated into it. The war has finally made everyone feel tired. And everyone has signed a peace contract with a tacit understanding. Although the demons have always had the upper hand in the war, they also suffered heavy losses due to the demon emperor's absorption of life force. After the truce, they gradually lost their original aggressiveness, and the whole world was peaceful. Lu Yuan sat on the top floor of the rebuilt Taoyuan building, using his mother's system to check whether everything in Taoyuan games was normal. Within a year, Lu Yuan took back all the human subsystems that had awakened in the system, leaving only Zhengyu, Zhao Xinghe, and others because they were needed to maintain the order of the world. As compensation, of course, the Taoyuan game server was reopened. This time, players not only inherited the data before the big change, but also retained the items obtained after the change. Professor Sun also turned his consciousness into data, as Lu Yuan requested, and acted as the mastermind of Taoyuan. And Lu Yuan's mother system can also monitor it at all times.
Lu Yuan, it's time to eat.
Xiao Lui smiled, and pushed the dining cart over. During this time, everyone was living in the sanctuary building because they were busy with Taoyuan games.
Don't they eat together?
Lu Yuan asked. Xiao Lui rolled her eyes at Lu Yuan and said,
You are now stronger. After being tortured by you all night, they are still sleeping. Oh, it seems that you are in good condition.
Lu Yuan stood up and hugged Xiao Lui from behind, smiling playfully.
Of course, my physical strength is not inferior to yours,
Xiao Lui said unwillingly.
You are really competitive. Do you want to compete with me in this kind of thing?
Lu Yuan said helplessly. Shua. The automatic door opened, and Li Jingbai, dressed in professional attire, walked in. After experiencing the disaster, Li Jingbai looked more mature than before.
You too. Forget it's broad daylight. You're here at the wrong time,
Li Jingbai said shyly.
No, you came just in time.
And thank you for your support. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update.